Welcome to the best Python tutorial in the world. They'll take you from a complete beginner to not so bad. This tutorial will cover so many things. You're going to be building amazing projects all with Python as a beginner. So you're going to be building an app with like a counter app. We're going to go ahead and build guess the number game, a YouTube app that's going to query YouTube, get the data back, show it on the screen, rock, paper, scissors. Who doesn't like rock, paper, scissors? And we're also going to be building a random dog generator app, which is going to be awesome. You'll be able to click on the dogs, generate the dogs. It'll remember you logging in. It'll remember you logging out. There'll be a leaderboard of who generated the most dogs. I mean, oh my gosh, all this with Python. While all of that is fun, first we need to get our fundamentals. So the first thing this course is going to start with is clear cut, beautiful, amazing fundamentals. Okay, mastering basic concepts, starting from variables to going to conditionals, going to loops, for loops, dictionaries, lists, you name it. List comprehensions, all of that stuff we're going to cover. If you've never coded before a day in your life, you're absolutely in the right place. If you're even intermediate, I promise there's going to be things in here that I'm going to show you that are going to blow your mind. Ways to refactor your code, or list comprehensions, lambda functions, all this stuff is available for you. If you're advanced, there might be still some tidbits that are there that you'll be able to pick up. With that said, hey, if you don't know me, I'm Rafik Kazi, the CEO and founder of Clever Programmer. I've helped teach millions of people how to code, and now my goal is to help you learn how to code and become a software developer. All right, now if you want to follow along with me into this course, you're going to need to scroll down below and click the link in the description, join.replit.com/cp Python. Open that up and fork this repository. If you don't fork, you won't be able to write any of your code or do anything with this, okay? And the reason why I'm having you use this REPL is so you don't have to install Python. You can just get it up and running without having to do anything. Everything will be here, like the images and the assets you'll need, your project links, your exercises, all the notes will be here for you. So everything that you need to be able to get access to, you'll have it in here without doing anything. And then once you're done, it'll bring you to a page like this. In this main.py file is where you're going to write all of your code, and I mean all of it. Everything goes in here, okay? This kazi.py file that's here, this is all the code I will be writing in the video, and you'll be following along with me. And so you can go at any time to this kazi.py here, and you'll get access to and be able to see all the code that I've written. So that way, if you're worried about missing notes or anything, don't be, because everything is already there. And so you're not going to miss anything. This README, you should be seeing this over here if you select Markdown at the top here, okay? And this is pretty important. And this will have all of your projects here available for you. These projects, you won't be jumping into them now, but you'll be jumping into them once you master certain concepts. That shows you that you're going to be building this app right here. And it tells you, hey, these are the concepts, pure Python concepts that are going to be covered. So make sure before you get to this project, you master all of these concepts that I have listed out here. Okay. And then it tells you, hey, don't worry about the web development concepts. You won't need to know these before you can start building this. All of these applications you build will be already online and deployed, which means that you could just send it off to anybody anywhere and they can play with these projects that you build. Any project that you go to will have this project link where you can write your code. It'll have this demo link where you can go ahead and demo your apps, and then it'll have a solution link as well, so you could click and view the solution. And all the notes we're going to take throughout this will be made available to you here as well in this Markdown. If you ever want to go to it again, just hit Markdown and then just scroll down. And so like if I'm talking about dictionaries, those will be listed out here, conditionals, etc. With that said, we're going to start from complete beginner stuff. Okay, so don't stress, don't worry, don't let this file overwhelm you. This is more to just give you a roadmap and what's happening. We're going to start from baby steps. I'm going to hold your hand every single step of the way, and it's going to be a lot of fun. With that said, I hope you're excited. Before we get into the video, do me a huge favor, smash that like button, turn it blue, turn it white. I don't care what color you turn it, but make sure it's filled and it has color and you've smashed it. That's the most important part. And as a way to thank you, here's a picture of a baby, a koala bear, and a banana spinning, all of it at the same time. Boom! Too much? All good. I don't care. I'm here to help you learn how to code, and if we have to do some things like criminal activities, like have fun once in a while, for God's sakes, we will freaking do that. With that said, let's go ahead, get started, and start coding this bad boy up right now. Now, before we start chopping it up and coding it up, here's what I want you to do. We have turned this course into a bite-sized, drip-by-drip, Netflix-like, binge-worthy course content and in a course portal. It is completely free. The only idea behind it is that you, the student, will have a great experience going through it. If you want to be a part of that, the link is in the description below. Click that link. It'll take you to a page where you can pop in your email and it will give you access to this exact Python course. It's going to be the same material as is on YouTube, and everything's going to be all nicely in one place. So I recommend you go ahead, click that button below and sign up for it. Again, it's completely free. Enjoy, just giving you extra resources so you can be a better developer. Before we start diving deep into coding and starting to write every single line of code, you've chosen Python. Let's just talk about why and what your career as a software developer or just a person learning Python could look like. Why does it matter? So I think let's get the context around Python first, and then we'll get to the coding part. If you want to get to the coding part right away and you don't care, you just want me to stop yapping and shut up, you can just skip this part. Timestamps are below. You can skim and do whatever you want. It's a free country. With that said, I'm going to kind of go into why should you choose Python. I think Python is one of the best ways to start learning how to code. I started about 10 years ago coding, and my first language of choice was Python. And the opportunities you get by becoming a Python developer are absolutely insane because, first of all, it's one of the most popular programming languages. And there are insane number of job openings with Python. You could look on Indeed.com or really any other online platform. So the popularity of the language is also huge. If you look on Stack Overflow, it's one of the top most wanted and learned programming languages in the world. And when it comes to people's salaries, people are making $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 a year plus. Now, what type of jobs do people do? A lot of people with Python do data analyst type of job, data science type of job. I mean, of course, there are a lot of web developers with Python too, because you can learn different frameworks, okay, like Flask or Django, etc. And you could do web development as well. So there's a lot that you could do with Python, and your career could look great, whether you want to learn it as an entrepreneur or a student in high school, or you're just trying to get through college, man, or you're just watching these videos so you could pass your exams. I mean, either any of those options is totally fine. Now, the way I structured this course, so you have a little bit of insight going into it, is I've designed it as a practical step-by-step guide where I handhold you and we learn together, but then we do exercises together and then we do big projects together. And the whole idea is, how can you learn in a practical way so tomorrow you could take this knowledge and go get a job. Okay, now you won't get a job right after taking this course, but if you synthesize this material and then add a lot of supplementary material and spend some time, this will set you on a path to being able to get a job as a software developer, freelance with it, have a full-time job, or maybe you want to have your own business or start a SaaS, whatever your case may be. But my goal in this course is just to give you a taste of Python and build amazing projects so you can understand and just fall in love. With that said, let's just get into it. Boom! All right, welcome to the Ultimate Python tutorial. Now, how I'm going to teach you is almost like we're walking step by step and learning side by side together, kind of like how I did with my JavaScript tutorial, if you watched that earlier. So let's just get started, okay? Like, we're buddies and we're doing this and learning this together. So the first thing that I want to tell you about is something called comments. And comments are basically anything that's ignored by the computer. So anything that we write with a hashtag, the computer will just ignore that line. The next thing we're going to talk about are variables. How do variables work in Python? Well, if I actually do print hello world, okay, first let's just start off with this and I hit run. On the right hand side over here, you're gonna see a hello world. So this allows us to print out whatever we're doing into here. For example, if you did not say print and you just said hello world like this, it wouldn't actually show anything to the console. So we want to put it in print and then put quotes like this around it. Now, what the heck are variables and how do they work? Well, let's say I want to print my name, Rafe Kazi. Now, every time I want to print my name, maybe I want to print it again. Well, I'll have to write print. I'll have to write Rafe Kazi and then do this again and then do this again. It's a ton of work. But what if I just created a variable that said name and set that to Rafe Kazi? Make sure you put these single quotes or double quotes. Either should be fine. And what if I did this and then I said print name? And now if I command enter or click run there, is going to print out my name, okay, on the right hand side. And now if I change the name, I only have to change it in one place, not on every single line. Let's change the name to Clever Programmer. And now I'll run this. And there you go. You could see that that name is being printed out because of line 9, right? This is referring to that variable over there. If I have another variable like age is 25, I can now also say print age. And when we run this, you'll see that it actually says the age right over there. Now, here are a couple of things you can and can't do with variables that you should just know about. So for example, I can't name a variable starting with the number 3 name equals Kazi. And now if I try to print 3 name and run this, I'm going to get an error. Okay, and it says, hey, what the heck is going on? Invalid syntax. That means you wrote something that's not right. So when we're naming variables, make sure that they start with a letter most of the times, and then you should be good to go. Now, other things I could do is I could say full underscore name. And now we can do print full name, and let's run this. And now it reads out our full name. Underscores are allowed in Python. Whenever you're writing multiple words, you separate it out with underscores. This is snake casing, okay? So you keep everything usually lower, and then you separate things by underscores. And kind of one of the last things I'm going to touch on for now with variables is you could have 2 variables being saved in one go. So I could say width, comma, height is equal to 400 by 500. What this does is it actually sets the value of 400 inside of width, and then it saves the value of 500 inside of height. And now to prove that out, we can go ahead and say print width. And if I go ahead here and say print height, and when I run this, you're going to see that we get a 400 over here, 500 over there. That's how naming multiple variables in one go works. Outside of this, we're good with variables, so we're going to keep going. Okay, now let's talk about what could we do with this stuff. Well, what is something that we could actually do with Python? Well, there's something called input that I actually really like. And what input does is when you have input, it's going to ask you to put in something right here as the user. So we can make our names a little bit more dynamic now and make the name dependent on the user, whatever the user wants the name to be. Let's say we create a variable called your name. And then inside of this variable, your name, we'll say input, please enter your name. So your name is going to store the value that the user types in. Okay, it's going to ask for the input, and then it's going to give this as a prompt. So watch what happens when I run it. On the right hand side here, you'll see please enter your name. So I'll actually say, let's say I will say Andrew. Let's hit enter. Now it was stored. Andrew ended up being stored inside of your name, but we need to show that. So how do we show that? What have you learned so far where you can actually go ahead and show that to me? So print, and what would you print? Okay, take 3 seconds right now. 3, 2, 1. You would print your underscore name, right? If you want to show it out on the screen. So let's run this now, and I will say Kazi, and boom, look at that. It says Kazi. And if we want to make a little greeting thing that can greet us, we can say hi plus your name. So just like this, hi plus your name. So let's give that a try, and we'll say Kazi. Okay, now it says, hi, Kazi. Look at that. That is beautiful. If you don't want some of these lines to run that are previously there, like that and that, just comment it out. Or what you could do is highlight it and hold command and press slash. I'm pressing this button right here, this slash. Or hold control and press slash if you're on Windows. Let's go see if we can do other things. Like, can I give 2 inputs and then we can sum them up? So let's try it. So let's say num1 is equal to input, enter a number. Okay, and then we'll copy that and say num2. Okay, so this will give us 2 numbers, and then it'll print out those 2 numbers. So let's try this. So we'll say num1, comma num2. Let's run this, and we'll say 10, and we'll say 20. Okay, so 10 and 20 got printed out. That means we were able to take that value from the user and then show it out onto the screen. Now, what I want to do is something a little bit more interesting. So I want to add these 2 numbers together that the user is giving me. Well, if I want to add them together, wouldn't that be really simple? Can't I just do num1 plus num2, right? Because that's what the user is giving me. And so I should just add them together. And if, let's say the user gave me 10 plus 20, this will become 10. and this will become 20. And well, 10 plus 20, well, that is a 30. And so that should print out 30 onto the screen, right? Well, let's take a look at what happens. So I'll run this and then I'll give 10 and 20. And what should it return? If I add 10 to 20, what do you get? 30, right? Let's hit run. And look at that. I instead get 10, 20. What is happening here? So when you add two things together, two strings together, it adds them up and mumbles and jumbles them. So this is a good point to talk about strings versus numbers. So there are different data types inside of Python, and there's a bunch of data types. So you have strings as a data type, numbers as a data type. Numbers is not a really data type, but integer is, float. These are what we just referred to as numbers. And then there's other data types like lists in Python. There are dictionaries, but some of this stuff is a little bit more advanced, like lists, dictionaries. We'll talk about these later. For now, what I want to just talk about is I want to talk about the difference between strings and numbers. I'm just going to write some examples of strings. Hello is a string, cookie. Anything within these single quotes or really double quotes is a string. You're telling the computer literally this, literally this, and literally that. So when I add them together, if I ever added this together, the computer would give me back hello cookie as one string. So what's happening right now is we're storing a number or numbers as a string data type. So it's saying taking a string of 1, string of 2, string of 10 rather, and string of 20, and it's returning a string of 10, 20 because it's just combining them, because that's what it knows what to do with strings. So when you input a number, it doesn't think of it as a number. It actually stores it as a string. So what we want Python to do is we want to tell Python, hey, convert that into an integer, okay? A number, in other words, that I could actually use. And when you add numbers together, they actually add up rather than just get concatenated and squished together. So what I want to do here is this num1 that I get, I want to call the function int on it. So I'll store it as an integer, or let me just show you something simpler, even in the console. So let's say I have 5, and you can see it has quotes around it. This is a string. But if I call this function called int and I pass 5 to it, okay, as a string, it will typecast it and turn it into 5. So that's actually what happens. So what we want to do here is store the input that we get from the user as an integer. So I can take this entire thing and wrap it inside of int, or I can call int right here. Either way should work. Now let's run this and we'll do 10, 20. And you can see that it actually added it up to a 30 because it said, hey, turn it into an integer, the number 1, which is 10. Turn the second number into an integer, which is 20. Integer 10 plus integer 20, that gets you a 30, and then that gets output to the screen. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Now let's end this section off by making a little baby app. Every single thing we do, I like to actually make it step by step, like a project or some kind of app that we make, even if it's like a baby or a really, really small app. So let's do it. So what we want to do is we want to make a tip calculator app in this case. Okay, so this is going to be something that's very simple. What we're going to do is let's comment out this stuff right here. So I'll comment it out. I can comment out basically everything up until now. That's fine. So in my tip calculator app, what I want to do is let's say that I went to a restaurant to eat some food, and let's say that food was $100. Well, if that food was $100 and I want to give a 20% tip, the question would be, how much am I paying in total? If you're quick at math, you'll realize this is $120, right? Because this is actually the food amount, like $100, and this is the tip amount, 20% tip, okay? And then 20% of 100 is $20. You might know that in your head, but how do we actually do that in calculation? So let's go ahead and make this, right? So let's set a food amount to be $100. Let's represent a tip percentage to be, let's say 20. And then we could divide this by 100 or just make it 0.2 because this represents 20% as well. So we could, since it's a percentage, let's go ahead and just do 0.2 or 20 divided by 100. Okay, and these are some math operators, which we'll talk about more later. But if I just go ahead and show you in the console here, if I take 100 and I divide it by 20, I get 5. If I take 20 divided by 100, okay, I get 0.2. This is like division, what we learn in like 2nd or 3rd grade. All right, and now math operators, well, there's some interesting ones too inside of Python. So for example, I could actually go ahead and say 100 2 division signs and 20. Well, you'll be like, well, this doesn't really look that much difference, but watch this. If I do 20 and I do 2 division signs and I do 100, I get 0. That's interesting. So what this basically does is it says, hey, don't give me anything that has any kind of remainder. Like just give me things like divided, if something divides completely, then show it to me. Otherwise, I don't care. I don't need a floating or a decimal point as a division. Let's say I take 135 divided by 2. It gives me back a 67. Okay, whereas if I did it the regular way, I would get a 67.5. So this will actually divide and then round it down. Okay, so when I round that down, I get 67. So you'll get whole numbers. This is sometimes like actually helpful. Because if you want to just quickly round down the thing and you don't want to do like all kinds of stuff and typecast the thing and make it all this is a simple way. Okay, so in terms of math operators, we'll talk more about these later as well, but some simple math operators that we have are like the plus sign. You have the minus sign. You have the division sign, multiplication, so you can multiply things, right? You have exponents. So if you do 2 to the power of 2, you'll get 4. And then if you do 2 to the power of 4, you'll get 16, right? So a regular exponents. You have divide and get a whole number, this one. And then, kind of the last one that I'll just leave you with for now is a modulo. So this just gives you what the remainder is. So 20 modulo 4, there's no remainder, so you get 0. But 20 modulo 3, you get a remainder, right? Because 20, if you divide it by 3, you will go up to 18. But then you can't go beyond 18, and then you'll have remainder of 2. So I'll leave the modulo here as well. Okay, so these are some of the math operators that's like good for you to kind of know. And we're just going to be using the division and maybe the multiplication one when we're doing our tip percentage, okay? And with tip percentage, yeah, we do care about the float number. So that's why we're just going to use a single division sign. We don't need it to be a whole number. We need it to be a actual number that's like, it could be a float because we are expecting a 0.2. So anything that's a decimal like this, right? If I go 0.2, it's a float number. If I go 1 or 2 or 3, these are all integers, okay? And this is a float. Float is just another way of saying decimal numbers in coding most of the time. So whenever you hear float, think some number that's a 0 point something. So this is representing 0.2, right? So I have my amount. This is 20% as a tip, okay? And then what's the tip amount? So tip amount in this case would be 100 multiplied by that. So if I have 100 multiplied by 0.2, that's a $20 tip. So that's the actual tip amount. So it's food amount times tip percentage. And that's my tip amount. We got the tip amount, right? Which is food amount multiplied by the percentage. So let's just go ahead and print out the tip amount and let's just see if it's what we expect it to be. So I'm gonna hit Command Enter and run this. It's saying percentage. So it's tip underscore percentage, right? Not just percentage. And that's what the error is telling me. So errors are your friends. Don't freak out. Just read them. And usually when you're reading errors, you don't have to read like the top part that much. You can read this part, but I'll also kind of make you familiar with errors. Okay. We're not going to go crazy into like reading errors, but in a simple way, like if we're looking at this error here, it says, hey, percentage is not defined. So that was simple because we never had a variable called percentage. We had tip underscore percentage. So that makes sense. So name error, right? And then the next thing it says is trace back. It says the error is in main.py, which makes sense because this file is called main.py. And it tells you that the error is happening on line 39. This is line 39. And it tells you that it's happening specifically somewhere here. Okay, so it really makes your life simple once you can kind of read it and not freak out so much about it. And let's keep going. So let me run this here and let's see. And it calculates the tip amount correctly. So look, tip amount is $20. Well, now my question to you is, how are you going to get the total? Okay, we have the, total. If I had to put total. So first of all, you should try and see if you can get the total here. So you can just pause the video and give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what is total? Total is really just two things, right? It's food amount plus tip amount. That's what a total is, right? It's how much did you pay for the food and how much was the tip. So in order to turn this and translate it into code, all we say is we say total is equal to food amount plus tip amount. And now let's print out total and let's take a look. And over here we have 120. Okay, $120. Okay. Now we're seeing 120 and that's cool, right? But what we would really like is if the 120 looked like $120 instead of 120, just some number. So I want to put a $sign here. So there's a few ways we could do this. Okay. So the one way I could do is I could put a $sign here and then I could say plus, and this is called string concatenation and it's giving us an error. So let's see what the error is. So error says error can only concatenate string to string. So it's basically saying this total here is of type float because it's a decimal, right? It's 120.0. So that means this is a decimal, which means that this is a float in coding terms. Okay, so it's basically saying, hey, you're trying to combine a string, this string over here, with a float. Tomatoes and oranges. You know what? Can't compare oranges and apples together. What's going on here? What we could do is we could turn this into a string, the total into a string. So I could just call str and wrap it in this function str. You'll learn more about functions later. But for now, all you need to know is if I take a number like a 100 and I call str on it, you'll see they'll put these quotes around it, which means that it successfully has turned it from an integer type to a string type. Likewise, if I take 100 like this and I call string on that, it will also turn it into a string type as a float. Okay, so this will work. So let's try this. And there we go. That looks a lot better, right? $120. Boom. We're getting our answer and it looks clean. Okay, so that's kind of how we want to do this. When I say we're going to make a baby app, well, let's make it interactive and then we will actually be done with this little project and then we'll keep moving on. So right now it's hard. We've hard coded data. Food amount is 100. The tip percentage is also hard coded. But what if you were at a restaurant and you actually took this file and you try to run it and you tried to get it to help you? Well, it won't really help you with any tip calculation or really how much the total bill is because it's just running it for $100 and 20% tip. What if in reality you were sitting at a restaurant right now and maybe your food cost $24 and maybe your tip was 10%? What, you will have to come to your app and then change the hard-coded numbers? That's not how users are going to use this, right? It's going to be a very frustrating experience if you do that. So we're going to change this to an input. So we're going to say enter food amount, okay? And we're going to say dollars. And then here, I'm not going to change this 100, but I'm going to change this part, okay? So we're going to make this a dynamic part. We're going to say enter your tip percentage. So the user is going to put in their tip percentage, and let's say the user says 20. Well, I'll just put a 20 here, and then 20 divided by 100 will give you a 20% tip, or 0.2. All right. And the next thing that we want to do is, remember, this is going to be given to us as what data type? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Food amount is going to be stored as a string. But what do we want it to be stored as? Because if we store it as a string, it's not going to do the right things that we want it to do, right? You're going to try to add a string to a string, and you're going to do 10 plus 20, and you're going to get 1020 instead of 30. So how do we force this to become an integer, okay, or a number? So for example, the user is going to put in some number like Hey, the food costs $50, so it'll be a string. And then what we want to do is turn it from a string data type, because this is a string data type, to an actual 50, either an integer or a float. Let's go ahead, I think, with float. And the reason is because the user could say it's $50.50, right? So that's why I think a float would actually be a better representative of this. And so we will say float and wrap this whole thing in float. And then we'll wrap this here in float, but not the whole thing, just this part right here. So now boom, and let's run this. So let's say the food amount is $100, and let's say our tip percentage is 20, and we get $120. Boom, look at that. That is working. The only thing I don't like about this right now is the percentage and the 20 look too close to each other. So I'm gonna put a colon here, I'm gonna put a space here, and I'm gonna put a percent sign here to represent that we're asking for a percentage. Let's run this again. Food amount, I will say it's $50. Tip percentage, let's say it's 20%. And let's give this a try. And boom, look at that. It tells us that is $60 total that we owe. Now, if we wanted to make it prettier, I'll show you a little sneak peek into something called string formatting. And there's something really cool in Python. So what if I wanted to let the user know which one is the tip and which one is the total and which one is the tip percentage and all of that all here in a nice interface that shows everything up front. Okay, so for example, let's do that, right? So it should say total is $60 or whatever, right? It should say tip amount is, let's say, $20 or whatever. So if you want to do that type of string formatting, let's do it like this. So I'm going to say print and I'm going to say F. And then we're just going to go ahead and write out what we're looking for. So I'm going to say tip amount, and I'll put a colon, and then I'll put these curly braces means I can now write Python code inside of this. So the Python code I'll write is tip amount. Now when I run this, and let's say tip percentage is 10%. So 10% of $10, tip amount is 1. And now let's go ahead and put a dollar sign here. So it actually looks like $1, 100, tip percentage is 10. You can see tip amount is $10. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and copy paste this again. And instead of tip amount now, what I want to say is I want to say food amount. Okay. And we could put that above this. And let's go ahead and say food amount. And let's run this and let's see what we get. So we'll say food amount is $100. Tip percentage is 10%. So you can see food amount is $10. Tip amount is $10. Or $100 and $10. Okay. And then for the last one, let's do the same thing, except I'm going to say total amount. And what are you going to say in here? We're going to replace this with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to replace this with the total. Okay. Now let's run this. $100 and 10%. Boom. Look at that. And we don't need this final line anymore. And if you want to make it like a little bit cooler or whatever, you could add emojis. If you can download an emoji app, I have Rocket on Mac and that's really easy. I just press colon and then I press right and then it allows me to do this. You can make this look really nice. So let's put total amount. Food amount can be a chicken food. So let's run this now. 110. And we can see the total amount is $110 and it looks, a little pretty. Now, if we want to make this look even nicer, we can actually go ahead and just add these at the top. And then we could take this and add this at the bottom. Now, if I run this, we get 10% tip. And you could see food amount is $100, tip amount is $10, and total amount is $110. Maybe I want to add a new line in between total amount and tip amount. So what you could do is you could print and go \n. This in coding means a new line. So it's going to just put a new line over here. Tip amount, let's just put a scale for tip, I guess. So at least everything has an emoji and it'll look cleaner. Food amount is $100, tip percentage is 10%. There we go. Food amount, tip amount, and then the overall total amount. That looks very clean. If we want to add some new lines here as well, if you want to add multiple new lines, we could do this. So let's run this again. There we go. We're getting our food percentage and total amount. So this string formatting stuff is very, very useful. It's really helpful. And it can make your thing look pretty, but more importantly, it is very easy to write because you're just writing out everything you want to write. And then right when you want to write Python code, you just put it in curly braces and you're good to go. Okay, it's as simple as that. So there you go. We have made our first little app with Python. So if you got to here, congratulations, you're doing great. With that said, we're going to keep going and we're going to keep learning. I love your beautiful face. I'll see you in a second. All right, now the next thing is going to be a pretty important thing. Let's talk about Boolean. Okay, this is another data type. It's called Boolean. This is very, very important. It basically, anytime you hear if, then, else, all that logic, which is really programming at its heart, because most things that you write with programming pretty much almost always have some kind of if then statements going on. Okay, very important. This is the heart of Boolean. So like, for example, let's just talk about the real life. Where do we use this? Well, let me ask you this. If you have $0 in your bank account, can you take out $1,000? You can't. Why not? The reason why you can't take out your money is literally there's a piece of code that says if withdrawal amount is greater than the balance, don't allow withdrawal. There's like a code line written there, okay, that literally says that. Okay, so it reads like English too. And in Python, it'll probably look like something like this. Okay, it'd be like, if the withdrawal amount is greater than the balance, don't allow withdrawal, or we might just say return, or just like don't do anything. But if it's not, then allow withdrawal. Okay, so let's say we go here, else I can say allow withdrawal. So I hope that this conversationally just makes sense to you. Like if I'm just chatting with you like a buddy, right? Or we're at a bar and I'm just explaining this to you like this. I hope it makes sense before we get formal and I start trying to explain to you in like at a very specific level. That's what that means. Hey, the withdrawal amount is greater than the balance. Don't allow it. Otherwise, allow it. Okay, so that's a simple example of where it happens. Well, there's probably a lot of other places it happens as well. Like if the user hits accelerator, accelerate the car. If the user hits brake, brake the car. Imagine if you hit accelerator and it braked your car, or if you hit the brake and it accelerated your car. That would be catastrophic. There would be so many accidents and there would be like so many deaths, right? And why would that happen? That would happen because somebody just programmed it incorrectly. So that's why this if-else stuff is very awesome. And it's also very important because it's at the heart of what we do as programmers. So let's make like a little baby app. So we'll make like a baby weather app. And let's comment out this entire thing with the tip calculator. We don't really need to worry about that right now. So for example, if I run my code, I should see nothing right now. It should be empty. And basically what this should say is, hey, what's the weather like? So I'll give you a premise for this app. It should tell you what to have. If it's raining outside, it should tell you, grab an umbrella. Otherwise, grab your sunglasses. So that's pretty much what the app should do. It should be a very simple one, and that's what it should say, okay? So let's say we have weather here, and the weather will say is rain. Okay, so if it's rain, then it should say grab an umbrella. So here's how we're gonna write our if statement. So we're gonna say if weather is rain, if this is true, print umbrella, else otherwise print sunglasses. Okay, I'll use emojis. If you don't have emojis, feel free to just write this stuff out. And let's go ahead and print this. And let me ask you a question before we even run this, and before you ask me why are we putting two equal signs and what is this colon about and what's happening here. If you just followed along with me and you just did what I did and you hit enter here and you just wrote this and your indentation and the whole thing looks exactly like mine and you hit print or run, what do you think is going to print? With your gut feeling, before we even run this for the first time, do you think it's going to say rain or do you think it's going to say sunglasses? It's checking for if the weather is rain, and we have set the weather to rain. So what would be your guess? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. It would be the umbrella. You see that right there. Now, why are we getting an umbrella? So let's break it down at a further level and let's talk about Boolean, which we didn't talk about yet. So Booleans are very simple. They're either true or false. That's the data type. That's all it contains. It's either true or false. So a Boolean could either be true or false. That's it. Those are the only two values it could have. So for example, if I said, hey, is 5 greater than 10? And we'll also talk about comparison operators. I'll just make a little note of it. Comparison operators. And notice that I got back false. Okay, because 5 is not greater than 10. What if I said 5 is equal to 5? It says true. Now the reason why we put two equal signs, two equal signs is a comparison operator, because if you did one equal sign, that is an assignment operator. So if I did 5 equals 5, it's going to give an error. It says you can't assign the value 5 to a literal to a 5. You can assign 5 to, you can say a equals 5. You could do that, but you can't do 5 equals 5. That doesn't make sense. But you could check if 5 is the same as 5. You can compare these two values, and I will tell you if they are the same or they are not. In this case, they are. So I'm going to say true. Is 10 the same as 5? What do you think it's going to say? It's going to say false. Okay. Is 5 less than 25? Yes, it is. Is 5 less than or equal to 25? Yes, it is. So let's write some of these comparison operators. So we have less than or equal, less than, we have greater than, we have less than or equal to, we have greater than or equal to. So these are all the different assignment operators that we have inside of Python. So now going back to this over here, what's happening here is if I say if true, so if you have an if statement where you have a true and we've just hard coded it to be true, you will always get back the if statement value, not the else value. Okay, so if I make this a true right there, watch what's going to happen. When I run this, I'm going to get back an umbrella. But if I make this if false, what do you think I'm going to get? Do you think I'm still going to get back an umbrella, or do you think I'm going to get back sunglasses? Very good if you said sunglasses. Let's run this and I get back sunglasses. Because if this is false, the code says do not run this line of code, run the else line of code. When I say if weather is rain, what I'm really saying is if this variable here has the value rain in it, check if that is the case. If that's the case, take this whole thing and then it'll turn it to true. Okay, so literally it plugs in rain here and then it goes, is rain equal to rain? And then it goes, yes, it is true. And since that value is true, it ends up running this line of code. Now watch what happens if I said sunny. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think it's going to print out this umbrella right over here, or do you think it's going to print out the sunglasses? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's run it. And boom, look at that. I got my sunglasses. So that's how that works. Now, in order to make this kind of an interactive app, let's, instead of hard-coded weather data, let's take input from the user. So at this point, you should know how to do this and you should be able to do this part. Okay, so I'll give you 5 seconds, pause the video and do it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together. If you got it, great. If you did it, that's okay. We'll do it together, no problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say input, because that's how I take user data. I don't need to typecast it to anything because it's already a string. So input is fine. So I'm gonna say input and I'm gonna say, how is the weather? Question mark. All right, and we're gonna just put a space there. Let's go there. How is the weather? And I will say it is sunny, and I will get back this emoji right here. And let's run it again. And now it'll say rain, and it'll give me back the rain emoji right there. Okay, so that tells me that my app is working. It can already take in user data and figure out what to do with it. It can ask the user the weather, and once the user tells it how the weather is, it can print out rain or umbrella. So what I'd recommend is you play around with this, okay, and try this. So let's chain this up a little bit more. So let's take this if else condition a little bit farther. Okay, so now let's do something interesting, right? So we're gonna go ahead and say else if. So we're gonna add else if weather is cloudy, then, you know, wear a hat or something. I don't know why you would wear a hat, but maybe a hoodie. So do we have a hoodie or a jacket? We don't have a jacket. Let's just put clouds. Okay, just print out a cloud. That's it. That's perfect. Else, give me these sunglasses. So now watch what happens when I run this. If I say rain, it'll give me the umbrella. If I run this again, if I choose cloudy, it's actually going to give me the cloud. If it's neither of those, so if it's neither of those, I'll just say ha, or I'll say thunderstorm. It'll give me sunglasses. So I'll give you a little challenge right now. Add another else if condition, and you could chain as many else if conditions as you want. And one thing I need to tell you about Python is this if statement, how you write it. You put this colon, you hit enter. This indentation in Python is important. If you don't have this indentation, this code will break. It will not work. So Python uses white space, and it's really important as a part of it to make sure that you indent things correctly. If your code ever breaks, it's most likely all you'll have to do is go back and hit enter like this, and you should be good. So go ahead, write another else if condition, which should account for thunderstorm. So if it's thunderstorming, it should print out a thunder icon or something. So see if you could try that. So I'll give you 5 seconds to pause it and give it a try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and do this together. So the last thing that I'm going to say here is else if weather, and we're going to say it's thunderstorm. Okay, and then we'll say print, and let's see if there's thunderstorm. There is not. Let's say lightning. Okay, there we go. We'll say lightning with rain and thunderstorm. Okay, so there we go. And now let's run it. We'll say weather is thunderstorm, and boom, we're getting this icon right here. So we could chain these and we could make this multiple. So let's do, for example, another exercise. What if I want to check out my, grades? So I'm going to go ahead, comment this out, and I'm going to check out my grade. So, or score. So let's say I got a score of, in this case, I'll give you some notes. So let's say anything that's 90, anything that's not greater than a 90, this will be considered an A. Anything greater than an 80 will be considered a B. Anything greater than a 70 will be considered a C. Anything greater than a 60 will be considered a D. And then anything less than 60 will be considered an F. So anything less than 60 will be an F. So see if you could try this right now and create a if chain that could represent this. Okay, so if I give you a score that's above a 90, it should say an A, it print an A. If I give you a score of between 80 and 90, it should be a B, C, etc. So see if you could give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video, and then you should give this a full try on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so I hope you pause it and you try to give it a try. But regardless of however it went, let's go ahead and do this together. So I'm going to create a score. So we'll just start with some kind of score. And we're going to say if score is greater than 90, print A, right? And then we're going to say else if score is greater than 80, print B. Okay. And actually, let me give you a better parameter, because if it's 80, that's also a B. Okay, so I want, if the score is 80, it's also a B. This would only account for 81, something higher than an 80. So what we're going to do is score is greater than or equal to 80, greater than or equal to 90, greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to. Okay, and then this is actually less than 69. So this is fine because we want, 59.9 to be an F. And then I'm going to say else if score is, so we're going to say greater than or equal to. And we could say else if score is less than 60, print F. Let's run this. And you could see that it says I got an F. Now let's change the score to be an 80. Let's run this. You could see it gave me a B. And then let's change this over here to be a 90. And boom, you can see I got an A. Now what if it was a 95? Let's run this. And it's still an A. What if it was an 87? Let's run this, and you could see that I got a B. Okay, so with that logic, we can fill the rest of it out. If you weren't able to do it, now you should definitely be able to do it. So let's go ahead and we're going to say else if score is greater than or equal to 70, I'm going to say print C, and then we're going to say else if score is greater than or equal to 60, say print D. And then what we could also say is we could say else. So I can actually remove all of this, and I can be pretty clever here and say print F, because that's the only other case left. Because we have a case that's higher than 90, and then we have all the way down to a case that's greater than 60. So the only time an else would happen is if it was something less than 60. That's the only time, right? Because otherwise it would be caught by this guy right here. Okay, because that would mean it's higher than 90. So anything less than a 60 is an F. So we could just be clean and write it like this. Now let's go ahead and try a few different numbers. So 87, and I got a B. Let's try 93. What do I get? A, 103. Maybe I scored so well, I got above 100 for this. Yeah. So that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and try, 67, and that's a D. That's very good. Let's try maybe 53. What do I get here? Boom. And I got an F. Okay. So not good. I failed the class. Okay. This was my score in math. Every math class, that was my score. So this is not too far from the truth anyway. So I hope you got some good practice with how if, else conditions work and what Boolean really means. Because everything here at the end of the day is very simple. This is either the word true or it's either the word, either the type false. Okay. And this is a very specific data type, true or false. And how I can prove to you that these are data types, this is Boolean data type. So for example, if I call type on the number 5, it'll tell me that it's of class integer. If I call type on 5.2, it will tell me that it's of type float. If I call it on type on hello, it'll tell me it's a string. So see if you can call type on false, and what do you get? And false is like this with a capital F. Okay, so give that a try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What did you discover? Right? Let's look at it. False. And it's of class bool. And if I go type true, it's of class bool. So Booleans, those are the only two Boolean values that exist, true or false. And now, if we want to take it even further, we can actually chain values together as well. Okay, so for example, let's say we wanted to show either a passing grade or a failing grade. Okay, so if we wanted to just do that and we didn't have this A, B, C, D minus stuff, okay, or A, B, C, D, F stuff. We just had you passed. And so if you pass, it just said P, okay, or maybe just passed. And if you failed, it just said failed. That's it. So how could I do that? Well, I want it to be where if you got, within this range, let's just say this is a passing range and anything less than that just doesn't work. So I could actually say that. So I could say if score, and let's say I set the score here 80 for now. If score is greater than or equal to 60, and to make this example even better, let's say you have pass, failing, and then you have like super pass, meaning the student got, let's say, super pass is when they get greater than 100. Okay, so they just really crushed it. Let's say I start with the passing grade condition. So the passing grade condition, I'll say if the score is greater than or equal to 60 and score is less than 100. If it's or less than or equal to 100, because we're defining super pass to be something that's greater than 100. Okay, so 101 would be like you super passed it. So we could actually even say this. We could actually write multiple Booleans here. So for example, I could say true and false, and I get false. So when you write with the Boolean gate logic or Boolean logic, both of these statements have to be true. Whenever you have an and, both statements have to be true, or all statements have to be true in order for you to get a true. So true and true. And in other words, like 5 is greater than 6. Okay, let's say 10 is greater than 5, and 10 is greater than 6. Since both of these statements are true, you're going to get back true. But if you said 10 is greater than 5 and 10 is less than 6, since this statement is a false here, this whole thing is going to evaluate to false and not work, which means that the only way that the code is going to run is if the score is in between these numbers. If it's greater than 100 or it's less than a 60, it will break and it won't work. And we're just going to go ahead here and say passing grade. So let's go ahead and run this, and you can see that I'm getting passing grade. Now, another cool thing and kind of important thing I want to show you in Python is there's another way to write it, which is really nice, and it's called Pythonic. Okay, so a very Pythonic way of writing it. It just means you're writing very clean code that is pretty language specific. You can't really write in JavaScript. And also this code is very stylistic in Python. Okay, so a nice way of writing it. So I'll give you an example. So there's multiple ways of writing the same statement. Another way to write it is you could say if score. So since we're really saying score in between these two numbers, there's a nicer way to write it. you could actually say, and this looks nicer and reads nicer in my opinion, and you don't need to write a bunch of and statements. And you could say print passing grade. And to prove that it's working, I'll comment out this part and run. You'll still see that it says passing grade. Okay, I'll run it again just so you could see it. And I'll choose 59 as a score and it won't say anything. And then I'll choose 103 and it won't say anything. It's detecting that it's out of that range. And right when I put it in that range, it will show up and say passing grade. This is really cool. This allows you to capture in between a range. Okay, and this is the same thing as writing this guy over here. Same exact thing. So you could chain your Booleans with an and statement. And then the last thing I want to show you is you could also chain your Booleans with an or statement like this. Okay, so if you have a true or false, you're going to get back a true. So in an or statement, only one of them has to be true. So for example, it's like, hey, what time did you eat today? Well, I either ate at 3 p.m. or I ate at 10 p.m. I'm not technically wrong, okay? I am telling you the truth. One of them is correct. So here it's giving me a true. So if I have 3 is greater than 5 or 5 is less than 3, okay? Or we could say 5 is greater than 3. It's going to give me a true because here 5 is greater than 3. So since this is true and this is false, it's going to value to true. So all that confusion aside, okay, I can also write ors. So I can say if score is less than 60 or score is greater than 100, I can say you either failed or you passed or you super passed. Okay, so now let's choose the score and make the score 103 and let's see what it says. It says you either failed or you super pass. Yep. And if I choose 59, you either failed or you super passed. That's correct. And if I choose a 63, it'll do this passing grade. Okay, so you can see that this or statement works and it catches two things. It's catching two, it's catching below the boundary and then above the boundary. So this or is super helpful too. And I just want you to be aware of that or statement, that it exists. Okay, so this is a range. There's an or way of doing this. Okay, and then there's an and way of doing this. I hope this was not too confusing, but I wanted to show you all these things because as we start to build up and add more layers of complexity, it's really going to help you because these tools are going to come in handy and then you'll be able to write more Pythonic code. So this here, I'm sorry if I didn't explain this correctly, but this here is a very Pythonic way of writing it. This over here is like a regular way of writing it. This is how somebody who's maybe coming from another programming language would write it. Somebody who's been in the Python ecosystem knows that they can write it like this, and this looks way, way, way cleaner. Just these are the 3 examples that you should look at, and these will be helpful. So if you want to take note of this, this is available for you the whole time. This will be available to you the entire time. And on the left-hand side, I have causi.py, right? That's the file I am going to be coding in. Okay, causi.py, just to be very clear. Main.py is the file you're going to be coding in. And if you don't want any of my lines to run, just go ahead and comment this out. By the time you're watching this, this might be either commented out or deleted already. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But my file is causi.py. Okay, you're going to write in main.py and follow along there. So there you go. Just wanted to give you a little crash course on if-else conditions because I think this will be valuable for you. With that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. All right, you are doing great so far. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to comment out everything else that we don't need. So make sure it's commented out. And if at any time you look over here and you see things changed, don't worry because I'm going to keep adding things and adding more exercises and projects for you guys inside of this course. All you need to worry about is keep coding inside of main, okay, main.py. And since I'm Causi, I'm just going to be coding in causi.py. So at any time you can go into causi.py. You should have all the notes and everything because that's where I'm going to be doing all of my work. Now, with that said, let's keep rocking and rolling. Let's work on understanding and learning how functions work inside of Python. So in order to define a function, I will do something along the lines of def, okay, def, which is define a function. And then say, I'm going to call it say my name like this. And first we'll just call this function and then we'll see what happens. Okay. And this is just going to say, hi, Rafe Kazi. So it doesn't need to even say hi. It'll just be like this. Now, if I run this piece of code, you'll notice that nothing actually happened. Why am I not actually seeing anything in this case? Now, the reason why I'm not seeing anything is it's just like I defining a variable. And if you don't call that variable, it doesn't really do anything. So for example, say I said name is Rafe Kazi. Well, now I need to call that variable, right? If I need to do this, so let's just say here name is John. How would I call this here? If I run this, it doesn't actually output John to the screen. If I want to call it, I do print name. And when I run this, it will actually say John. But the difference between a function is when you call it, it's very similar to a variable. But when you call a function, you have to put these open close parentheses in front of it. Okay, so it's very similar to a variable name, except you got to do this. And once you do this, it runs everything that's inside of here. So I'm going to hit run and you can see it says say my name. Okay, we're going to get rid of this John thing here. Now, what if I wanted it to say more names? Okay, so let's say John, and then let's go here and let's say Kara, and let's say here and say Sam. And if I run this, it'll run all of those lines of code. But if I comment this part out right here, it will say nothing. So whenever I uncomment this entire chunk of code is going to run. That's the cool thing about a function. It allows us to run big chunks of code at one time. Now I'm going to show you something else. So what I want to do here is I want to make another function, and this one will be more dynamic. So we'll call it say my name 2. Okay, so we're going to make our function a little bit dynamic. So it's going to basically take in a user input. I'm going to say print Rafe Kazi. Okay, and let's just call our function print say my name 2, and then make sure we call it open close parens. And I don't have to actually say print here because I'm already printing from the function itself. So there we go. I got Rafe Kazi. In this case, what I want to actually say is I want this part to be dynamic. So I want this to be named dynamically, but it says this is not defined. So what I'm going to do is this function is going to take in an argument, and that argument is going to be name. So it's going to take in a name, and whatever name the user gives it, print is going to put that name right here and then call the print function, and then it's going to print it out onto the screen. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and say my name, and I will say Kazi, and let's run it. And boom, you're going to get Kazi. I can say Rafe, and boom, it's going to run it. So you could see how it can run your full name like that. Now we're going to step it up a notch. So I'm going to comment this out because I don't need to run this function right now. So we're going to comment this out. I'm going to make a greeting function, and this will take in your name. Okay, so we can do some string formatting here. So I'm going to say, hey, and then we'll say name, okay, or exclamation mark. And let's go ahead and print greeting now, or not print, but let's just say greeting. And we will say name is Kazi, and let's run this. And you can see that it says, hey, Kazi. And I can even put a little emoji here to make it more fun. And you could see it says, hey, Kazi. Now, let's put exclamation mark at the end here. That'll look nicer, I think. Now, what if we want to make not only the name dynamic, but also the greeting dynamic, meaning that we should be able to say the person's name is Kazi, so greet Kazi, and greet them with a specific greeting. So we can actually do that thing. Okay, so it'll take in a greet, and then it'll take in the name. So now I can actually go ahead and give it 2 arguments. Okay, and the first argument I'll give it is aloha, and the second argument is the name. So I'm giving this function greeting 2 arguments. That's how we say it. And then we want to make this dynamic as well. So what should I replace this hey with? So I get greet over here. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So we're going to go ahead and change this with greet. So now greeting is dynamic and the name is dynamic. And let's go ahead and run this. And we get aloha Kazi. Okay, so this is an example of multiple arguments inside of a function. this has one argument inside a function. This here an example of no arguments. So these are some simple examples of functions. Okay, and if we want to add some documentation to our functions so they're more readable, we can actually do that as well. So I'll show you something. It's called triple quotes. Inside of these triple quotes, I can say greeting takes in 2 arguments, greet and name, and it greets the user. And then I can actually even give an example of how to call this function. So I could say greeting, and then it'll take in aloha and then a name like this, and then actually even show what that will output. So I can show that it will actually output this string right here. So that way, if a user is about to use your function greeting, they can look at it and they can go, oh man, I really understand what this code does. It takes in 2 arguments, greet and name, and it greets the user. This is how I would call it. So this is a great example. And this is what I'm expecting it will return. So you don't always have to do this, but documentation is an important and valuable skill that if you actually learn now, you'll be way more advanced and ahead of so many people, because people shy away from it and run from it. And if you just spend like 3 minutes or 2 minutes, oftentimes you could document most things very quickly, and it'll help and save so much time and really help out your fellow developers, because you're going to get a job as a developer one day. And so if you can write code that's very helpful like this, your chances of getting a job will be so much higher, because everybody wants a developer that is actually helpful to other people and isn't just some nerd that sits in a basement, writes code, and then when things break, just doesn't communicate and nobody else knows how to handle that person's code, because everybody hates that person. So this will actually help you with that. Okay, so our greeting function is looking good to me. We can go ahead and comment this out for now. Now, one other concept I want to show you is the concept of default arguments. So I can say, what if the user doesn't give a greeting? What if that happens? They don't put in anything for this. So there is something you could do for default arguments. It's a pretty nice trick, and I'll show you how we can do this. So what we're going to do is the argument we know we're going to need a default argument for. Let's go ahead and put that at the end. So I'm going to say comma, and we'll do greet just like this. Okay, so name, comma, greet. And the greeting that we'll actually give here is aloha. Let's say aloha by default. If you don't put in anything for greet, it'll say aloha by default. So let's go ahead and give this a try. I'm going to uncomment out this greeting, and I'm going to hit command enter to run it. And look at that. I got back aloha kazi, because by default, it assumed we had aloha happening. Okay. Now, if I went ahead and gave a specific greeting and I said hello, and we ran this, you'll see now it actually says hello kazi. So it's a very nice way of having default arguments like this, because it makes your code a lot more user friendly. Because if a developer forgets to put this, or a user doesn't put a certain piece of information, you can still let them go to the next page. So an example of that would be if you made a fitness app and you ask the user for their body weights, their body mass index, their height, etc. on a page, but the user didn't put in any of the information, they should still be able to hit next and go to another page where maybe they can log their calories. But if you didn't have these default arguments, it would force them to just stay on that page and just be like, no, you have to give me your body weight, your body mass index, your height, and your gender, all of it. Otherwise, I can't let you go forward. So default arguments are really, really nice. Now, one other really cool thing I want to show you is something called named arguments. Okay, so for example, if I'm looking at this, this gets pretty confusing, because if I'm looking at this, I don't know which place is for argument, and I have no idea which place is for greeting. What goes where? I have no idea. Where does my greeting go, and where does my name go? Right? So is this the name? And is this the greeting, or is it the other way around? So right now, we're doing something called positional arguments. So we know that since name is in the first position or the 0th position, I'm going to put my name in the 0th position. And since the greeting is in the first position, I'm going to not put this, but I'm going to put a greeting like hi. Okay, so we know that, but this is a concept known as positional arguments. But what we actually care about are named arguments, because that's a really nice way of doing it. You don't always have to do this, but this will make your life a lot easier in the future. What I'm going to say instead is I'm going to do a greeting, and I'm going to say name is Kazi, comma, greet is hi, let's just say. So now it's very nice because I can actually even change the order of this, right? So I can actually order it this way because it's greeting. So now it doesn't really matter where I call it. Let's run this and I should see hi Kazi. Look at that. So the order of these actually does not matter anymore because it's a named argument. So I really like named arguments for functions. You don't always have to use them, but it's very handy. And then when you're calling this function and you're looking at it later and you haven't looked at your definition of a function in a long time, it'll be very clear what the heck is happening for you in the future, okay? So for now, we'll just keep things simple and we'll just call our functions using positional arguments. All right, so positional arguments, okay? And then we'll say name and then greet. But I'm going to comment this out for now because don't need this. All right, let's go ahead and now we'll create another function. So with functions, because they are such a lifeblood of coding, there's pretty much no app that you'll write that won't have functions, very unlikely, unless you're writing some simple Python scripts. If you master functions, you're going to be a great coder. So let's do a lot of practices with functions. So let's go ahead and create a function. It'll be called sum. And it'll take in two arguments, two numbers. And what this function will do, okay, at a very simple level, sum, if I call it with like 1 and 2, it should return 3. Okay, so takes two integers, returns their sum. That's it. And if you want to take this documentation and you want to add it in the body, you can do that as well. And so now it makes it very clear what you're about to write as your code. Okay, that's what I like about having some documentation like this, what it'll look like. So what I want to do is for this function, I just want to go ahead and say return a plus b. Okay, so if I'm taking in two numbers, a, b, then I just want to return their sum. So let's go ahead here. Let's put this out here for now. Okay, and let's just take a look at this. The reason I'm showing it to you like this is because I want you to start getting used to seeing functions. If you see this in there, that might make it bloated and might confuse you for now. But in future, when you're writing your own functions, I highly recommend you do the documentation within it like this. So boom, here we got our sum function. And then when we return, we just return a plus b. So this is a function. It returns these two numbers. Now let's go ahead and call our sum function. I'll say sum 1, 2. Here's what's going to happen. Watch what happens when I run it. Nothing got output to the console, because this is a return and not a print. So for this function and most functions, you're going to return the statement, because once you return it, you could actually do something with it. So for example, I'll show you what I mean. So I could print this if I want to, and now I'll actually get a printed answer 3. But what's cool about return is I could actually create a variable called num, and now the result of sum is stored inside of it. And now I could go ahead and print num. So I could use this value later that's returned. So you could see num was printed out and is 3. However, if I replace this with print, you'll notice we'll have a problem here. If I replace it with print, it prints it out, right? But then num, it stores the value none inside of that. Like there's nothing. Because when I call sum here, it says something with print and then nothing gets stored here. So in other words, it's broken and not useful outside of the function. Okay, so that's why return is a good way to do it. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna say print for now. So this function is working. Now I wanna show you something. So what you could actually do is you could say from main, import this function sum that you just wrote, so we can play with it in the shell. Now, since I'm not in the main file like you might be, I'm in this file called kazi.py. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna replace main with Kazi. And I'm gonna say Kazi import sum. So now I actually have access to the function sum inside of my command line, which is really nice. And now I can go ahead and use this. So I can say sum 1, 2 and watch what happens. Boom, I get back 3. Let's try sum again and I'll say 5, 27. Boom, I get 32. So you could see this function sum works every single time. And I like this interactive terminal because you could play with this, right? You could do a lot of things with it. Like for example, what if I do sum of 5,27 plus 10? Well, this will evaluate to 32, and then this will add a 10 to that, and then these will get added together, and boom, you get 42. This allows you to play, test some ideas, and do everything very, very quickly. So that's why I like playing in the console. There's a lot of playing we can do here. And then here you kind of write your clean, finished pieces of code, and then because you can run them once. Whereas on the console, like you can just keep hitting enter, keep running it, and it's easier. All right, so there you go. That's how we do our sum function. Now what I want to do is I'm going to comment this out, and I want to take a step backwards. And so this way we can get a little bit more practice. I'm going to take a step backwards, and I want to convert some of the previous stuff we had written and turn that into functions. So for example, this food calculator app that we had written earlier, I'm going to copy this entire thing, Command C or Control C on Windows, and I'm going to come over here and I'm going to paste it. And my task is I need to convert this into functions. All right, so that's what I need to do. So when I'm looking at this, the first thing I want to do is what? So let me ask you this. Whenever you're about to create a function, what 3 letters do you write? I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, you write the word def. Okay, so we're going to say def, define. This allows us to define a function. Now, what's the name of this function going to be? Well, what will this entire piece of code do? It will calculate the food total. So wouldn't that be a good name for it? Calculate food total. Perfect. So we're done with the name. Now, we need to know what are the inputs that this function takes. I can actually see these inputs right over here. It takes in one input right here and second input right here. So these over here are going to be the input that it needs, these two. So see if you can try to make them the arguments for this function by yourself. Use this as a hint. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You could pause the video. You could try this by yourself as well, so you can get some practice. So food amount, we're going to take in as argument, and tip percentage, we're going to take in as an argument. So those are 2 things this function is going to take as an argument. And then what we're going to do, because those need to be given, we can't just calculate that, right? There's no way. So we need to know, hey, what the tip is at this restaurant or what the food total is. We have to wait for our server to give us that. Now we need to calculate the actual tip percentage, and then we need to calculate the tip amount. So once I have the tip percentage, which is right here, I can turn it into, let's just call it a variable like tip percent. Okay, so we take the tip and we divide it by 100. Or we could even get rid of this because we know that this is our tip, right? This is this thing right here. So if we get 20%, then that's going to be 0.2, which is going to reflect 20%. So this is our tip percentage. Now we need to get our tip amount. Well, tip amount is going to be food amount multiplied by the tip percentage. So we take this and we multiply this. Okay, you could put this in parentheses if you want. And this will be tip amount. And let's go ahead and just print tip amount for now. And usually printing when you're creating a function is often used for debugging, seeing where your code is at, seeing if things are working as you expect them to or not. So now we're just going to go ahead and call this function. So I'm going to say calculate food total. I'm going to give it $100 and a 10% tip. And let's see if it calculates the tip amount correctly. So the tip amount should be $10. Let's go ahead and run this, and we did get back $10. Now, the last thing we're missing is the total amount. Well, that's going to be whatever the food amount is plus the tip amount. That's what that is. And since we're using the word amount everywhere, we can just replace it also everywhere in this case and just simplify our life. And then the code will look simpler. Total is food plus tip. Okay, it looks nicer and easier. Now we need to make sure that we actually return this, because you see it'll tell you, hey, you're not using this. Okay, so we're going to return this in a second. But first, let's go ahead and just print it out, and let's see if we get back what we're expecting. And you can see that I'm getting back total, and it says 110 right there. What I can do is I can just return total, because that's all this function needs to do. and we can delete these other lines of code. I click that button over here because it will style the code and make it look pretty. All right, there we go. Let's run this. And we're getting back nothing because we're just returning and we're not printing. So when you return, what happens is this will evaluate to that number. So if I did 100, 10, this will give me back, let's say $110 is my total amount. And then print will actually go ahead, print it out and show it onto the screen. So let's go ahead and give this a try, and boom, lo and behold, you can see that I got back 110. So calculate food total is now working exactly like we expected. Okay, so there we go. We've taken that blob of code and turned it into a nice function. And now if we, comment it out, the nice thing is that our code will still be fine. We just have to comment it out, and then this entire block won't run anymore. So we could just kind of ignore this block. But it's nice to be able to calculate food tip like this. Now you can use named arguments because you're like, hey, which one is the tip and which one is the food? It's kind of confusing, right? So what we could do is we could say food is, $100, and then we could say tip percentage is 20%. All right. And now we could call it with a named argument. And of course, we'll have to print that result. And you could see that I get back 120. And then I think we did something else with food, if I'm not mistaken. We made food look really nice. So we could certainly do that here as well. We could make food look really nice. Just copy that piece of code. And if you wanted to kind of have that like prettiness action going on, which is not totally necessary in this case, I'll uncomment this. And then just make sure you indent everything. So I'm going to hit delete and hit enter. Okay, and sometimes this happens with Python, which is really annoying. So delete, bring it up to a new line, delete, bring it up to a new line, delete, hit enter, delete, enter, delete, enter, delete, enter. And yeah, this, I'm not gonna lie, is a little bit annoying because it needs to be indented in a specific way. And when it's not indented in that specific way, it'll give you errors and you will be like, what did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. They'll just be like, nope, your mistake was just being born in this world. All right, and now the error we're getting is it says food amount is not defined. So that's because we called it food and we called it tip, rename it correctly. And there we go, food amount. So it's printing out exactly like how we wanted it to. Now let's get a little bit more practice in with functions. So I want you to give this a try yourself. See if you could turn this weather thing into a function. So I'll give you a hint. So first let's comment this out. And so we'll say define. And I guess we'll call this function weather to emoji because you give it a weather and then it tells you what emoji that is represented. Okay, so we're gonna say weather to emoji. Okay, so this is what the function is gonna be called. I'll leave the body empty for now because that's what you're gonna be writing. And then for documentation, we'll say this. Okay, we'll say weather to emoji, and it'll take in some arguments. So I'll leave this blank too, but you have to kind of fill that part in. And let's write it like Pythonic, like this. So we'll say emoji takes in one argument as a string. Okay, so we know that whatever the user gives us is going to be a string. And let's just say we're expected values from user is just going to be like rain, thunderstorm. All right, so these are the expected values and or expected inputs. Okay, so they're going to be either of them. And then it's going to be like this. So if we call weather to emoji function with, let's say, rain, what we should actually get back is that umbrella. Okay. If we call this function with not rain, let's say thunderstorm, we should get back cloud with thunderstorm, just like this. And then if we call this with the weather is sunny outside, then it should just give us sunglasses. And if we want to be super accurate, it returns a string. So this is like me being super accurate. And you can see that this documentation is already probably very, very helpful for you because you could see, okay, this is exactly how I'm going to be calling this function. This is exactly what it should be returning. Okay, I think I can understand that. So where I wrote pass, you have to replace that with, the body of the function, which means you have to replace that with the correct code
so that when I call weather to pass function and I give it an argument like rain, it does indeed return this. And when I give it when I say thunderstorm, it does return this. So you have to figure that part out. So I'm going to give you about 5 seconds here to pause and then try to do this on your own. And then we'll try to do this together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together. So if you got to this part, very good. And if you gave it a try and you got it, beautiful job. If you didn't, it's okay. We're going to do this together. So now what I want to do here is I want to say what I had initially said, right? So I don't need to go through the entire logic again. I could copy paste this, and let's uncomment this. And then let's just make sure that everything's indented properly. So I'll just bring it back up and hit enter. So because there's something called scopes, which is really important to understand in programming. So I'll just take these comments away for a second just so you could see it. So this is a function. So everything underneath this function will be indented, showing that it's part of this function right over here. Then every time we have an if condition, anything that's part of that if condition will be indented like this print statement to show that it's part of the if statement. So this entire thing belongs to this weather emoji function. Okay, that's why it's indented. Okay, this print is indented because part of this if. This print is indented because part of this else if. But keep in mind, else if is not inside of this if. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's very, very important. And neither is this else. And now if I want to get outside of this function, I have to make sure I unindent all the way out and then write something. So, I am outside right now. But if I wrote something at this level, I am still inside weather to emoji function. Okay, so indentation makes a huge difference in Python. All right, so just remember that. So actually, let me go bring my comments back because those were actually quite helpful. Okay, so there's my logic. Now for weather is actually going to be passed in automatically. Let me put this outside of here. Okay, and let's do it like this, just so when I'm going through the code with you guys, it's not super confusing, because that big blob just makes it look too intimidating. So the actual logic of the function here, we're just going to put in weather. So it's going to take in a weather, that's the input, and then it's going to see if it's rain, it's going to do this. If it's cloudy, it's going to do this. If it's thunderstorm, it's going to do this. Otherwise, it's going to print sunny, and Bob's your uncle. All right, I have to indent and unindent all this stuff, so I'll just do that real quick. So you can see copying and pasting usually in Python is not a good idea. Just try to write stuff from scratch, and then you won't have these weird indentation problems, because even a difference between a tab, for example, if I write a tab, you see how a tab is that versus 4 spaces or 2 spaces. So a tab looks like it's really just 2 spaces, but it's not. It's a whole different character. And so if you're copying and pasting code from somewhere where the writer of the code was using tabs, but you were using spaces in all of your code, then that will break, and that copy and paste will not work as well. So what I recommend is put the code next to you so you could see it, and then write it from scratch, and then you'll be fine. All right, so weather to emoji, I think it's pretty much done. If weather is rain, whatever. So let's go ahead and try calling it now. So I'll say weather to emoji, and I'm gonna give it rain, and let's see what happens. So let's run this. And boom, look at that. I got an umbrella. Let's go ahead and import this now in here. So from Kazi, you should do from main, and I'll say import weather to emoji. So I'm going to import this function that I just made, and I'll just say weather to emoji. I hit tab, and tab allows me to auto complete it. And I'll say rain, and then I'll hit up and go back and delete the inside of the parentheses, and I'll say cloudy, and I'll go up and I'll say thunderstorm, and you could see that it works every single time. And if I went here and I said hailing, it gives me sunny. So every single time, if it's not any of these 3, I'll get back sunny. So this code over here, right, maps perfectly to this output right over here. And if you actually look in our documentation, well, our documentation here looks very similar to what we're seeing out inside of the console. Okay, so this is just multiple ways for you to understand and get back to that conclusion. But I'm showing you a little bit more advanced stuff than some people might, but I think it's helpful for you, and it'll really prepare you for the future. So let's comment out weather to emoji, and then let's keep moving forward. Now, one other cool thing I kind of want to show you is it's a little bit more advanced, but some of the stuff that we're documenting out here, we could do something called type hinting, where it allows you to essentially integrate documenting and coding at the same time. I don't want you to be doing this yet, but I just want to expose you to it. So if you ever see it, you're not confused by it, and you know what it means, and just know that it's there to help you and not to confuse you. So for example, we were saying, you know, we're writing all this stuff here. I'm telling the user, hey, it takes in one argument as a string, right? But then the user's probably thinking, well, does this function return anything? Well, then we'll have to write, okay, this function returns nothing. Or what we saw earlier, it returns none. So, you know, the user has to actually like read all this and try to understand this. So we can actually make this simpler for the user. So this weather, we know it's going to be a string. So we can actually do :str, and str is a built-in. If I go to the console and I write like some random variable, it's going to say, hey, it's undefined. But if I write str, it's going to actually say, oh, that's class string. And then there's another built-in, right? Which is none, which just is like, hey, this is none. Okay, like nothing. That's what that means. So what I could do is not only could I tell the code that we're expecting a string. So when you're reading this, you're like, I get it. I'm expecting a string here for weather. You could also do this and say none, which if somebody was reading your code, they would immediately know, oh, weather is a string, and this function actually returns none. Okay. So I shouldn't be expecting a return statement here. So it's very nice to kind of bake in documentation into your code like this, because it's just very helpful. And this is a brand new feature that was enabled after Python 3.5 plus. And you know, so it's really nice, because if you use TypeScript or any of those other types of languages, they have this type of stuff there. And what I like is like you could use it or you could not use it and your code would still work. So for example, if I run my code here and I run this, I'm still going to go ahead and get my umbrella. Nothing really changed. And you might be like, why would I ever write more lines of code? Well, same reason why you write more documentation, or documentation in general, is so your code is cleaner and easier to read. And something for you to understand is 80 to 90% of your time as a developer will be used to read code, okay? About 80 to 90% of your time. Only about, say, 10 or 20% of your time will actually be used writing code. Okay, so for example, why do I mean that? If you were building an app and you built your own app and it took you like 6 months or 9 months or a year to make, you're not every single day going to be coming back to that app and like just writing so much more code. A lot of your time is going to be spent reading the code, understanding what you've done, and then maybe adding a new feature. And then if you want to add a new feature, you'll need to go back and look at what you've done and then see if you could add a new feature. Because adding a new feature wouldn't just be as simple as copying and pasting lines. You will have to understand all the work that you've done previously. So the cognitive load of, if you just make it messy and leave it jumbled and don't have any documentation or anything, it's going to be a nightmare even for you to understand what you did and to catch up with everything. So for now that you're a beginner, you don't need to worry about any of this. You can just be like, screw docs, screw type hinting. I don't give a shit. I just want to write simple code. Fair. I agree with you. Honestly, to this date, that's how I write a lot of my code. But if you want to get hired and have higher chances of getting hired and write code that's very pleasant to understand and read, because again, most of your code and other developers on your team will be reading your code, this is the way to go. And if you pick up these habits now, it'll make you so awesome to work with for future. So just a little note there, just a little rant there on it, and just thought I'll leave you with this. Okay, so this is called type hinting. So I'll leave a little comment here saying type hinting. Okay, that's what that is. So let's keep on moving forward. Now let's go ahead and type hint some of our other functions. Okay, so for example, we created sum. So why don't you try to type hint sum? And if you have multiple arguments, you could just repeat this process right here for the multiple arguments as well. Okay, so give this a try and see if you could type hint sum. I'll give you about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you want to type in sum, you can actually go ahead and say int. It's a built-in. So if I write int here, it's a built-in. Okay, int. And I'm expecting an integer here as well. Okay, but in the docs, I had integers. So if I'm reading this code now, I go, okay, I'm expecting two integers to be coming through, but then what are we returning? Well, we're also actually returning see if you could fill this out here. What does this return once this gets evaluated? So if I had a 1 here and a 2 here, this will become a 3, and I'll return the 3. 3 is what data type? You're right, if you got this. Okay, I'm going to be returning an int. So now when I'm reading this without even looking at anything else, I just know, okay, I'm getting integers. I'm returning an integer. Very simple, but initially very confusing to look at. And then when you get used to it, then it's simple. And then you're like, oh, actually, this is super helpful. It saves me a lot of time and effort. Like, for example, if you had food, well, what the heck if I wanted to convert this into type hinting, right? What's happening here? How can I convert this into type hint? Well, I'm putting in a food, but is food am I expecting a string like chicken, or am I expecting a food amount, like a number? Well, how would I know that it was an amount? Also, can I get back an amount like 50, or what about 52.5? So I can also get floats. Well, float, is like a super class of integer because floats contain integers, right? So I can actually go here and I can say float. It's a built-in data type. Food is float, and tip percentage it could also be a float, okay? But in this case, we could just say integer. Okay, we're expecting to get back an integer, 15%, 20%. Not many people really said 25.5% is what I want to tip. And then what are we returning? Well, we're returning a number, which is, could be $120.20. So it could be a float. So I could actually just say float. So now when I look at this function, I just go, okay, I'm expecting some kind of number here, some kind of number here, and I'm returning some kind of number. Okay, so some math stuff going on here. All right, so that's how I would type hint both of those. Now, if I call sum and we run this, I should still get sum without any problems. So it didn't really do quote unquote anything. It just made your code a lot more readable, and it makes other developers not want to slap you, to be honest. So great. So weather to emoji is now good. You've gotten some practice with type hinting, named arguments, default arguments, calling functions, turning your previous code into functions. All of this these are actually very valuable skills, and it's a lot to synthesize in a very short amount of time. So I'm going through this, but I expect that you're watching this over days and weeks. So I hope that this can register in your brain. Now, before we move forward, I want to give you an exercise. It's time for an exercise. Put some cheesy music or something here. Throw some cheese on the screen. All right, great. So it's time for an exercise, all right? Get ready. We're going to try to keep this exercise as simple as humanly possible, and we'll start off with something basic. It's not that basic, so don't get excited. It's actually a little tricky, but I believe in you. I believe you could do this. So I have this exercises folder right here. You can go in here and do the exercise, okay? So I'll go into exercises, and we'll go into this exercise here, bigger guy. This is going to be your first exercise. All right, so now I'm inside of bigger guy. So this is how it works. So I go here and you read the prompt. Make sure you read everything that's there. Don't just not read, because that's mean. We spent so much time and effort making this for you, making it easy. Here's the prompt. Write a function, bigger guy, that takes in two numbers and returns a bigger one. Make sure to use return and not print in your function. You could write print in your function while you are, let's say, working on it, but in future, make sure to return it. By that, I mean that at the end, once you're done, make sure you return it, okay? Like, don't just leave all the prints there, but don't return. So like while you're debugging and working on it, it's pretty normal to use print. At the end of it, you should have a return majority of the times in all your functions. One other important note that I want to leave you with is, and this will come in handy later, so we'll say important right here, and it'll say, do not forget to import this into main.py. All right, so I'll talk about this in a second. This is going to be a very important point, because if you don't do this and I don't tell you about this, you won't be able to run your bigger guy function, and then you'll just be depressed. All right, so let's just talk about the function first real quick, okay, and what's happening here. So given two numbers, return the bigger one. So I want to be able to call bigger guy just like this. Bigger guy takes in two arguments, 2, 3, and it returns the bigger one, 3. Okay, so that's an example for you. If I had obviously 10, then it will return 10 right here. Okay, it won't return the smaller guy. Where it says pass is where you're going to write your solution, where you're going to write the code. Okay, I have written pass here because I'm not just going to give you the solution. It's an exercise. Now, if you want to actually call this function, here's how you're going to do it. You're going to go inside of your main.py, and I'm going to show you how to import stuff because that's going to be important. For me, it says import Kazi because I'm still working on this file. For you, this line shouldn't even be there and it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to comment this out for now because it's not necessary, okay? You could just, if you feel comfortable, you could even delete this, but it's not going to be there most likely. Now we're going to say from exercises dot bigger guy. So I'm going to go dot bigger guy. So by doing this, I have, so here, imagine like we're on this walk and this journey together, right? So when I do exercises, it takes me into this folder right here, boom, and it just opens it. Then when I do the dot bigger guy, it goes into this file and it opens it. Now inside of this file, I have pretty much only one function and it's called bigger guy as well. So I can actually say import bigger guy and that'll get me access to that function. But since I'm so nice and I want to make life even simpler for you, you can actually just say import exercises dot bigger guy and that's it. Okay. Yes, this is going to remain yellow, but leave it. It's not important. Okay. It's not important. So let's go back into our bigger guy right here. Okay. And if you want to run this, here, let's do this. Okay. So I'll just say print and I'll say banana here. And then I'll say print bigger guy and then give it 2 arguments. So we'll just give it 1 and 2 for now. And I'll run. I get a banana printed out to the screen. So without confusing you too much, if you want this to run, you'll need to have this imported in the main file. If you don't have it imported in the main file and you run it, you get back nothing, nada. Nobody's there, nobody's home, okay? Because what's happening is the only file your Python is running right now is this main.py file. That's the only file that's being ran. None of the other files are being ran. So you have to import and then you can actually run that file, okay? So import allows you to do that. Here is another way you can run that file, okay? And this is the way you could run it on your local computer anywhere as well. So say you want to run this file bigger guy and let's just say you forget this import method or you just don't like it. I don't know, whatever the reason. You can run it from your shell, okay? So go to your shell. You can hit enter, right? And this, it should tell you you're in this folder, whatever your folder is called. CD into exercises. Okay, so the command line stuff is valuable. And so I think it'd actually be cool if you learn this because if you're doing Python, you're gonna be doing something with the command line. So CD into exercises, and all this means is I've changed directory and now I'm inside of this exercises folder. And then simply do Python bigger, and then you could just hit tab, it'll auto-complete it. Okay, and there we go. So the banana was printed out to the screen. It ran that file. So those are the 2 different ways of running this file. I think this is a much easier way because once you set it up this way, you can just keep working on your code. You can just say print cookie and then just hit command enter and everything will run. Okay, you're getting the cookie and you're getting the banana. Everything is working perfectly. So in my opinion, this is a much easier way. Now, once you're sure that you've written this function and you've written it completely correctly, and just to give you hints, you're gonna have to do some if else conditions here. And to give you an even further hint, you're probably gonna have to do only one if and only one else. And your logic is gonna be, basically like, hey, if this is greater than this one, then return this one. Otherwise, return the other one. Okay, so I've kind of given you the logic. Now you just have to turn it into code and we'll code it together. If you don't get it, which is totally fine. So that's kind of the logic right there. And if you're sure that you did it right, I'm so nice. I have also written tests for you, which means my tests will run and test if your code is working or not. And if it's broken, it'll catch it and tell you. So what you could do is you could go into the shell And once you're inside of the shell, just make sure to go to the home directory. So let's just say you were in exercises, just do cd space ... That will take you out and back one directory. So now that you're in the home directory, whatever of your project, just go ahead and do PyTest. If you run PyTest, it'll run and it'll tell you if your function is correct or not. And here it's saying, nope, this function was not correct. We ran the tests. It says, hey, we ran this as bigger guy 1,2, and where it was supposed to return 2, it actually didn't. It actually returned none. And that doesn't seem right. Now I'm hiding the solution from you because I just solved the problem. If you have done it correctly and you do PyTest, it should basically say green. Okay. And it should give you test all exercises. Okay. And it should give you a green check mark for this. Now, if you just do PyTest, right, on your computer, you're going to get something ugly that's going to have red marks and stuff like that. And I don't want you to have that because it's testing every single test that I've written inside of test all exercises. So it's actually saying that you passed for the bigger guy one, but you failed for some other ones, right? So one failed and it says one passed. You can see the green here, passed. But what I want you to do is don't test the entire file and all the functions, right? So if I actually look in the test file, I want you to just test the bigger guy function. So I've written these tests. You don't have to worry about them, but I'm just checking if I call it with 1 and 2, does it return 2? If I call it with 10 and 20, it should return 20. So I've written these tests. Don't touch anything in the test file. Okay, so just get out of this test file. I'm just showing this to you so you're not like scared what this is and what's going on here. But I'm also testing other functions in there. So if you run PyTest, it'll test this guy and it'll test every other exercise you've done as well. So we don't want to do that. We want to test only your bigger guy. Okay, so let's go back. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to clear this. Okay, and then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to say PyTest, do -k, and I'm just going to say test bigger guy. That's it. So now for bigger guy, I did pass successfully. For the other, now if you want to test other functions, you obviously just give the names of whatever the other functions are and make sure you don't change function names and things. So go ahead and give this a try. I really hope that you get it. I think you will. And I'm just going to set it back up to how you should get it. Okay, so it's just going to be like this. It's going to be pass, boom. Okay, and then yeah, that's it. So replace this pass with the correct code, run this, test it out, and and if it's successful, then it should pass essentially all of the tests, and then you should be good to go. So with that said, good luck. I'm rooting for you. All right, welcome back. So I hope you gave it a shot and made tremendous amount of progress. I really hope you were able to actually fully solve it, but no worries. If you didn't, let's do it together. And even if you did, hey, maybe you'll get to learn something. So here's the situation, right? I have to return whichever one is the bigger one. Well, I'm going to check and I'm going to say, hey, is A greater than B? Okay, so I'm going to do that check first. So let's actually go ahead into our console. Let's just test something. So I'll set a num A 5 and B, I'll set it to 10. And I'll just say, hey, is A greater than B? And I get false. Okay, so I'm like, okay, so far so good. I like using my console as I'm writing my code because it's very interactive. I can see what's happening and then come back and add it to my code. Okay, and now I can actually even write here. If A is greater than B, then, just give me back A. Just like print A, whatever. So if A is greater than B, let's see, give me A. Else, give me B. So let's see what this does. I ran this code, and if you actually see, I got back 10, which is actually exactly what I'm supposed to get, right, in that case. So I'm going to say if it's A is greater than B, return A, else return B. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is, just do this little checkarooski over here, and if this number is bigger, then return it. Otherwise, if the other number is bigger, then return that. yeah, that's it. So let's run this. And we can try running this function and see if it gives us what we want it to give us. So I'll say bigger guy, and I'll call this with 1, 2. Let's run this. And I get back 2, which is completely correct. Let's go 5. It should choose 5 now. So it's looking correct. I can also import it into the console if I want. I can say from exercises dot bigger guy, import bigger guy, and then I can say bigger guy, give it 2, 4. So I'm just showing you multiple ways you can access this function and play around with it. And then I'm going to go ahead in my test, and I'll say test. Okay, and let's just leave a little note here, and then we'll say to test your code. This is the command that you'll write: pytest K, and then, bigger guy, whatever. So I'll remove this. So yeah, this is going to be the code that you write for this one, right? So pytest, and then I'll say bigger guy in shell. Okay, there we go. So now it's very clear what's happening. All right, let's run this. And boom, there you go. It says all tests have actually been passed. All right, there you go. So if you got this, congratulations. If you didn't, all good. There are going to be plenty of more exercises, so don't lose hope, and let's keep going. All right, welcome back. You're doing great so far. All right, so now let's get out of this function. Okay, hopefully you got this one correct. Let's go back into your main, but I'm going to go into my Causey because that's where I'm writing all my code, but you should be writing it in your main. Okay, so just ignore Causey. So let's go over here. Now, I want to introduce you to our friend, Lambda. Okay, it's a great friend. You're going to love him or love her. She's awesome. But in order to learn about Lambda, we need to just get the technical definition out of the way. And it is basically allows you to create an anonymous function. Ugh, boring definition. But it's a lot more fun in real life. So let's just use it without doing too much talking. Here's an example. So remember when we had our sum function, right? So it was a comma b, and then we said return a plus b. Well, with Lambda, we can actually make it a lot cooler. For example, I could say sum, and I could say Lambda, okay? And I can say a comma b, and I can say a plus b. So this is, let's just call this sum 2. So basically over here, this is a whole function. Okay, how do I know? Because I can actually use it. I could say print sum 2, and let's give it 1, 2, and it's telling us what the inputs are. It's an anonymous function right here. All right, so I'm gonna hit run, and right when I hit run, boom, look at that, I get back 3. Now I could change this to, let's say 5, 10. Let's run this, and I get back 15. So you could see that this is a really nice way of writing the same piece of code, and it just puts it in one line. And honestly, I really like looking at it like this. And in functional programming, if you're doing JavaScript or whatever, you come from that ecosystem. Yeah, a lot of functional programming will look like this. Okay, JavaScript has its arrow functions, but a lot of those concepts came from like Python and functional programming languages like this. So anonymous functions are really nice. Now you could create this function without a name and use it, or you could do it here. So either way will work. But yeah, that's the definition. Now I want to introduce you to this concept of implicit return. So notice that you actually didn't even have to say return here, because in Lambda functions, you can only have one expression instead of multiple expressions, and that's the expression it thinks you're returning. Okay, so when I run it, you get back 15. And I don't even need a return statement. So that's nice because it looks cleaner. Now, how does Lambda work? So Lambda, you just say Lambda, and then you put arg1, you put arg2, however many args you have, right? Whatever. And then colon arg1 plus arg2 or whatever, like however you want to use them. This is where the arguments go. And then after the colon is where your expression goes. Okay, so we just say expression. All right, so if I want to make my greet function, I can say take greet comma name, and then just go hi. I can go greet Kazi. Now my greet function has turned into a lambda and I can run this. Okay, so my bad, name. So now let's do print and we'll call this greet. And now I'll say greet and we'll say aloha and then we'll say Kazi and let's run this and boom, we got that. Okay, so you can see it works. It's easy to read and everything is just in one line. Now there will be more we'll talk about later about lambdas, but for now I just wanted you to be intro to them and not be scared of them because you'll see them a lot. So, become friends with lambda. That's a good idea. And also I wanted you to get familiar with the concept of implicit returns, right? You're returning here, you're returning here, implicit returns. Now, another thing I want to intro you to is called testing. So testing your code. How do you test your code? You might have heard of something called unit tests or whatever. We're not going to get too deep into it, but I'm just going to show you how to write basic tests. For example, we've already defined our sum function, right? So for example, if I do print, let's comment out both of these lines here. So let's say I write my function sum1, 2, I should get back 3 and it should print it out over there. It does, beautiful. How do I test this? So how I test this is I can actually go ahead and say assert that sum of 1 and 2 is equal to what? Can you guess? I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? But sum of 1 and 2 should return what? 3, right? So I will write this statement, assert that sum of 1, 2 is equal to 3. So when I run this, and if I don't get any errors, that means everything worked and our code works great. Now imagine you went to your sum function. So let's see if we can find our sum function. Let's say you went to your sum function and you did something that maybe broke it. Maybe you instead hit a minus here. And maybe you did that by mistake and then you just moved along. If you didn't have this assert statement, you would run your code and it would seem like everything else is fine. But then that sum function might be causing so many errors in your app. But watch this. If I run this now, boom, it just immediately catches and it says, hey, assertion error, assert sum 1, 2 equals 3. And that's not the case here. Okay. And I can even leave a little helpful message. And it's like sum 1, 2 does not return 3 like it should. And I can put a little X here or whatever, and you run this and I could see, hey, sum 1, 2 does not return 3 like it should. So now there's a more helpful error message and assert allows you to do that. So what I like to do sometimes when I'm coding is I'll just have a bunch of assert statements like sum, and I want to really rigorously test this. Does it work on negative numbers like negative 20, negative 20? So negative 20 plus positive 20 should give me back 0. So I want to assert that this is 0. Okay, so let's go back to our sum function. Let's fix it. So I'll say a plus b. Okay, let's run it again. And now you can see that all tests pass. Okay, so I can say print sum function, all tests passed. And I'm just doing this one for just show. You don't have to ever do that. Okay, but I'm just doing this so we could see it cleanly. Okay, sum functions, all of the tests pass. Because if it broke at any of these points, it would just stop running right there. It wouldn't go any further. That's what assert does. Now, what I would probably do, as a next step is I would not just leave this code outside by itself, but I would put it inside of a function. So I'd say test sum. So that'd be like, hey, test my sum function. And all it would do is it would just have these assertions. So I'm going to delete, hit enter, delete, hit enter, and maybe a couple of more assertions like make sure 20 plus 20 is 40, make sure, 560 plus 780 is 560 plus 780 is 131340. Okay, so yeah, just make sure that those match. So now I need to, and I'll put this print statement inside of that function as well. Okay, now if you don't call that function, obviously when I run my code, nothing will happen because I'm not calling it. So I'll just say test sum and we'll run this and boom, look at that. It says all tests pass. In this case, we have 4 tests. So I'll just say 4 of 4 and then we'll run this and we'll say, hey, all of the 4 tests pass. So sometimes that's actually a really good way for you to actually write your code because, okay, you know what your functions should return, right? So for example, let's say we want to write a test for calculate food total before we even really write the code for it. So I'll say test calculate food total, and I'll do this and I'll just say assert calculate, when I call that function, calculate food total. Okay. And isn't that what I called it? Oh, okay. I see. I called it like this, camel case. So I'll just say calculate food total. And this is really helpful because documentation just showed up from our code. So the first argument is food. So I'll just say, hey, the food amount is a float, right? It's telling us, which is very helpful. And it says the second argument is tip percentage, and that's an integer. So that's also very helpful. So I know, okay, 20%. So if I have $100 and I have 20% tip, the total amount should actually return 120. Okay, so that's what it should return. So let's go ahead and test calculate food total, and I'll call this, and let's run it and let's see if we get an error. We did not get any error. Let's say if we said 125, boom, now we get an assertion error. So that's what's nice, because you could write these tests and it gives you a very clear idea of how your function is going to look. If there are any edge cases, you'll be able to catch them right here. For example, what if we had decimal percentages that people were giving it? Like, would that still work? And what would happen if they were giving this? Would that still work? And what would the result of that be? So you could test that. You could test what if people give me, a negative number. Because for your apps, when you're making them for users, you'll have to also write these tests, right? Imagine somebody who's using Instagram right now. Well, the developers have to test, what if the user hits the back button on certain case, or tries to delete somebody else's comment? Are they allowed to do that? Can somebody, create a new comment? Are they allowed to do that? Is that working? Because what if all of a sudden they added a new feature, but then that broke the ability to create comments? They want to be able to catch that right away without, with waiting for a really long time to find that out. So they have all these test cases. And then as soon as that function breaks or you do something where it doesn't work, these test cases will actually catch it. Let's go ahead and do test calculate food total. And so imagine I went to my test calculate food total and I was like, oh, I'm just going to change around a couple of things and I'll try just doing divide by 100. I'm sure it won't make a difference. Let's go ahead and boom, we caught that there's an error right away, that it doesn't work. It's saying assertion error, right? It caught it right away. So let's go ahead, get rid of this. Let's run it. And now boom, you can see there are no assertion errors anymore and our problem is solved. Okay, so this assert thing, I really like using it. It's very simple to use. I love how simple Python makes it. So, get in the habit of also testing your own code. And this is a very light and easy way to do it. And then later on, if you ever want to write unit tests, I have an example of unit tests here for you. And I've written some unit tests in here. Okay, so that's the way to do it. So far, you're doing great. Let's keep on going. All right, now let's go forward and we're going to talk about probably one of my most favorite things that makes programming, honestly programming, and it is arrays. Okay, arrays, which in Python, we actually call lists. Okay, so if you hear arrays, they're the same thing as lists. Okay, so lists are one of my favorite things in just programming. Lists allow you to do a lot of stuff, but let's just start off with simple things. So let me ask you this question, right? So far, if you want to hold multiple items in one variable, how are you going to do that? So let's say I want to give you I want to say hold 10 numbers in one variable. How are you going to do that? You're not, right? Because if you say x is equal to, or you say numbers is equal to, how are you going to hold 10 numbers? Because if you do 10 comma 10, well, that won't work. That won't do what you want it to do. You could try 10, 10, 10, 10, but that also won't work because that's an error. It's hey, what the heck is even that? If you try to put them all together, well, that's just one big number. That's not 10 different numbers. Lists are amazing for that. Now, where are lists used? Well, if you've ever been to Netflix, here's an example of a list. Here are the list of users, and for every user, show the user. So this is an example of a list and where it gets used. If I go inside here, all of this is a list, okay? List of movies. So there's the first movie, there's the second movie, third movie, fourth movie, fifth movie, and multiple things are being stored. Without lists, this would not be possible. Lists or arrays, that would not be possible. I'm going to create an array or a list of fruits. And in this list, I'm going to have different fruits. So I'll have a cookie. I mean, that's not really a fruit. I'll have an apple. I'll have a pear. I'll have a Ice cream, that's not a fruit. What other fruits are there? Blueberry. There we go. I'll have a banana. So I got a bunch of fruits here. And yeah, my Pie Flakes is freaking out. Pie Flakes is just really just saying, hey, like it usually tells you about styling, but it's freaking out here because I think it's like, I don't understand what this blueberry and this stuff is. Okay, now I can print fruits. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay, it actually caught it correctly. It said, hey, I don't know what this blueberries thing is. So let's change the blueberries to an orange. Let's give this a try and let's see if it knows. Yes, it looks like it knows. You don't have to use these emojis. I just like to use these emojis because I'm sure you're bored with all other boring programming tutorials. And so this would make your life a little bit easier, right? Something more fun to look at than just numbers. So here are my fruits that I have. Now, here's the cool thing. I'm going to show you a couple of things with lists. So lists have different type of methods that you can use. And if you ever hear me saying word like methods versus functions, here's really what that means. Anything that I do like this, if I do print or whatever, that is a function. Okay, this is an example of a function. But anything I do that requires me to do a dot, so with the list, I'll probably show you like list.append. If you ever do this dot append thing, so append would be a method, whereas print would be a function. So just some terminology stuff that could be helpful for you. So let's go ahead and print fruits. And of course, when I print fruits, it shows me the fruits right over there. And now I'll show you some methods that you could have. So for example, what if I wanted to add more fruits? Like let's say I wanted to add another orange. Well, what I can actually do is I can say fruits.append, and I can append another orange. And then let's go ahead and print fruits again. So watch what happens. Look at the first array, right? This is before adding the orange. And then look at the second array. This was after adding the orange, and now you can see that I've added that orange, okay? And it's append because you're adding to the end. That's why it's append. And there you go. I got myself another orange. And so you try appending a strawberry and see if you could do that. And if you don't have emojis, just use the word strawberry. So give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say fruits.append, and I'll put a strawberry here, and then we'll print this out again. Let's run this. And now I should see, yes, without this, it's 4 items originally. Then I added the orange, and then I added the strawberry, and you can see all of them are actually added correctly, how they're supposed to be added. There you go. That's your buzzword of the day. Append. Now let's look at indexing. What if I want to get the 0th item right there? Meaning I want to get this apple. What if I want to get that orange? How will I get that orange out of that array? So I can do print fruits, right? That I could do, and I'll comment out some of these fruits right here. Actually, let's leave it uncommented for now. So it's like, okay, I can print out fruits, but how do I get that specific fruit out of there? Well, what I could actually do is something called indexing. So if I show you arrays have indices, okay? So the 0th item is going to have the indice of 0, meaning this apple here is going to have the indice of 0. Then the second item is going to have 1, because in programming, numbers usually start from 0, okay, and then 1 instead of 1 and 2. So in this case, we have the pair. So 1 is going to be the pair. Then this orange right there. So let's go ahead and give that a try now. So I'm going to go ahead and do fruits of 0, and let's run this. And look at that. I got my apple. Okay, I'll go ahead and comment out all this other stuff for now. And let's look. I got my apple. Okay, let's go ahead and see how we get our pair. And you could see I got my pear. Let's go ahead and try fruits of 2, and I got my orange. Okay, so I think you're getting the idea right now. Why don't you go ahead and try to get that banana? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so I hope that you figured out how to get the banana, but it'll be very simple, right? We're just gonna do fruits of 3, and if I run this, I should get back that banana right over there. Okay, so So far, so good. I'm able to index it and get back things. Now, here's a cool way to get the last item. So it's like, how to always get the last item in an array? That might be a great question for you to think about. Okay, maybe that's a problem you could try to solve. One nice way we could always get the last item of an array is we could go backwards. So Python allows us to actually index backwards as well, which I love because JavaScript and those things don't have that. So it's like when you're working with lists, my God, it's annoying to not be able to go backwards. So here's how we can do it. So instead of saying fruits of 3, I could actually go fruits of -1. And fruits of -1, you'll notice, actually gives me this banana right over there. And this means that even if I change the size of it, meaning I keep appending, let's say I keep appending fruits here, okay, and then let's comment out all these other ones. So I'm changing the size of it, and I'm appending like an orange and a strawberry. So it needs to give me dynamically this strawberry. Let's see if it can do that. I'll run this, and boom, look at that. It actually gave me back a strawberry. So it doesn't matter how many things I'm adding or not adding, right? It will figure out in its own way. So I'll comment this out now, comment it out now. Let's say I add a cookie here, and when I run this, fruits of -1 is still going to get me the cookie. Okay, so even if the size of this keeps changing, this starts from right to left, whereas this starts from left to right. Okay, so right to left. So -1. Okay, in other words, this will be -1. Okay, like I'll zoom in so you can see it better. That'll be -1. That'll be -2. That'll be -3. Okay, but if you're going, so this is if you're going right to left. Okay, but if you're going left to right, then this will be 0, and this will be 1. Okay, and then this will be 2, this will be 3, and this will be 4, and I think you get the idea. Okay, so in my opinion, it's much nicer in Python and way easier to be able to get like the last item of an array and the first item of an array. So that's how this method append works, and that's how indexing works, and you can actually like pull values out of an array. Now, the other thing I want to show you when it comes to arrays is something called slicing. So this is a very valuable thing to learn. So I'll say slicing. When you have slicing in an array, that means, what if I want a chunk of this array from here to here? Or what if I want just these 3 elements from an array? So how do I slice this array? Earlier, I gave you an example of Netflix, right? If we go back to Netflix, say all of these movies, every single one is in some big giant array, but I just want to slice and give you in this list, right? I just want to slice and give you every trending now movie. So maybe I'll go through that. Let's say like every single movie is in this giant list, every single movie. Well, I might want to slice it and just get you the trending movies. Or I might just want to slice it from here to here and get you, award-winning shows yeah, right? So for example, boom, like if I don't want to get you everything. So that's where slicing can come in and actually help us. All right. So if I go here and I go fruits of 0 through 2, let's see what happens. So I'll go ahead and print this, and then let's comment this out and let's run this. Okay. And you could see that I got 2 fruits. So I went from 0 to 2. Now it goes up to, but not until. Okay, so it's like the first one, first one is inclusive, and the second number is exclusive. Second exclusive. So kind of annoying, I understand, but it stops right before 2, meaning that if you did 0 through 2, what it would really get you is 0 and 1. Okay, so that's what it's going to get you, 0 through 2. Now, if I did 0 through 3, it'll get me this. Now, go ahead and get me all the fruits, but not including the cookie, because that's not a fruit. So get me from here to here. How are you gonna do this? So print that out right here. Give that a try. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So how we would do that, it would be very simple. I'll just say 0 through 4. And let's run this. And that gets me all the way up until there, except for the cookie. All right, now another thing that's very valuable is I want to always know at any given time what's the length of my array. So that's something you very commonly have to find out whenever you're working with arrays. So in Python, there's something called len. And when I call it, you can see it's a built-in function that comes with Python. And so say I have this fruits array. So I'll just copy this and I'll say fruits is equal to that. Okay, so I'm doing it in the console just so it's easier for you to follow along. And you could interactively do that too. And now I could actually go ahead and say len of fruits like this. So watch what happens when I run this. It's going to go ahead and tell me that the length of this array is 4. Okay, so length is a very important function. It will allow you to, always get the full length of the array. So if I asked you, hey, create a function that can always get from the start all the way to the second last item. So basically, regardless of the size of the array, it gets from the start to the second last, but then doesn't get the last one, right? How would you do that? Well, you'll need to actually know the length of the array. So then what you could say is, hey, go from 0 to the length of the array minus 1. Okay, so you could go, hey, go from 0 right here, right there, to the length of the array minus 1. Okay, so in other words, I could say print fruits from 0 to len of fruits minus 1. Because this is going to be 4 minus 1. This is going to be 3. Let's go ahead and give that a try. And there you go. That worked. It didn't get me the cookie. So if I comment these out as well, and I run this, you can see it works. It doesn't get me the cookie. So it goes from the start all the way to the second last at the end. So slicing is a very valuable thing. And what's really cool about slicing is you could also slice strings as well. So if I have a string like this, even though we're not talking about strings, but slicing is like an array method or a list method, it could still be valuable for this. So if I have a string like, hi, my name is Kazi, okay, I can slice this and go 0 to 10. And if I run this, it'll get me the first 10 characters, right? Hi, my name is whatever. If I go 20, it will get me the, did I nail it? No, I didn't. Okay, good. It's freaking out. So if you go above the maximum amount, it'll just max out. So you could go 0 through 18. That'll give you the whole thing. So you could slice this too. What if I wanted this last character right there where it says I? What if I wanted that? Well, I could just go ahead and go -1 here. Now, one other thing I want to show you with arrays that's very nice is how you can actually reverse it in a really easy way. So I go here, and this is something also new as well. So if I go ahead and print fruits, right? And let's go ahead and comment this out and comment this out. So if I go ahead and print out fruits and I go give me 0 through, let's say 5, and I run this, it'll get me every single fruit, right? And obviously this is part of the fruit too. Apparently cookie is a fruit. I bet you didn't know that. So if it does that, I can also reverse it. So I'll show you something cool. So there's also a step. So this says the first 0, right? So if I was to make this out, so I have this, I have this, right? And I have 0, excuse my bad handwriting, :5, :1. So when I have this, right, this means from, okay, let's go make that bigger. This over here means to, let's make that bigger too. Okay, and then this over here means step. So step by. So it's like step by one character, which is the default. Okay, so if I run this now, you should just get fruits, this regular array. But what if I wanted to skip and get you every other fruit, meaning I wanted to get you apple and I wanted to get you an orange and the cookie, but nothing in between? Well, I could actually step by 2 and I could do that. Okay, and I could get, boom. So you see how I'm like skipping over every single 2?
Now, what I can also do is I can go backwards as well. So this allows me to step forward. And if I go -1, this allows me to step backwards. So if I run this now, I can't have this be 0:5, okay, because the from and to are reversed. So the trick here is if you don't specify this at all, and you don't specify this at all, you just do : : you can actually do : -1, and this will actually reverse the array. And you could actually reverse strings like this as well with that same technique. So if I change that to -1 here, it'll go backwards instead of, if I change that to +1, that'll go forwards. Okay, so arrays or lists have a lot of tricky methods and functions that you can call on it, and the slicing business. But it's very valuable for you to learn because it's going to be super, super helpful as we start to get to the later projects, because you're going to need all of this stuff, when we're doing bigger projects or if we're building a game or anything like that. Now, some other stuff that's actually helpful for you to know as well with lists is that lists could hold different types of data types. So for example, I could have numbers and strings in here. So I could say hi, and I could have a float like 8.5. I could have integers. Hell, I could have other arrays inside of it or other lists inside of it, like another list of numbers. So I could have all kinds of stuff inside of a list. Lists are cool with it. Lists don't have any problem with that. So you could see that's the output, right? When you run it, you should get this. See, I was able to reverse that list as well. So yeah, you can, I'm just used to saying array, my bad, lists. So yeah, you can always, lists can hold any type of data type. I think that's a helpful thing for you to know. And then there are a lot of other methods that lists have. We won't go into all of them today, but I left you with some of them, like an append method, right? And just kind of different functionality you could do with it. You could call len on it and get the length of the list. You could call, you could slice it. So I wanted to just give you certain pieces that would be valuable. So you could see right here, right? There's tons of different methods. Append is one of the ones I showed you. There's insert, which allows you to insert an item into the list anywhere. There's clear, which will clear all the items in a list. There is count, they'll count items and things of that nature. You have remove, so you can remove items from a list. Sort allows you to sort the list. Reverse allows you to reverse the list. Yeah, pop will allow you to basically remove the last element of the list and then return a new list, which is pretty interesting. It has really nice use cases. And then of course index as well. So if you put a cookie, it'll tell you what the index of that cookie is, or the, banana, what's the index, where is that specifically located. So there's a ton of different methods. I just wanted to show you a few of them. With that said, we're going to move on and we're going to start learning about something really fun called dictionaries in Python. Let's get to it. All right, now let's move on and talk about dictionaries. So I will comment this out. Dictionary is a very powerful concept inside of Python. And let's start with visual examples, and that'll make our life a lot easier. All right, so say we have this person here, which is me. Hi, I'm Kazi. And we have this person, and the person name is Kazi, and person's shirt is black, right? This is the shirt that we're wearing. So in Python, so we're going to represent this with a dictionary. So if you just look at it by example, you'll kind of get it very quickly. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to say person. And then whenever you're creating a dictionary, you're going to create these curly braces, okay? All right. And they have something we call key value pairs. So for example, if we're looking at this guy right over here, this part right here would be what we call a key. And then this part right over here is what we would call a value. Okay, so that's what that means, key value. So it's like if I try to get that person's shirt, I get the value black back. Okay, and if I try to get this person's name, I get the value Kazi back.
let's go and leave that there so you could see it. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to say, okay, so it's basically in a key value format. So the first key we have in this case is our name. So I'm going to say name, and let's put it in quotes like this. And then the value is Kazi. Okay, so that's key. This is key number 1. So this right here now already matches that. Okay, so I can go ahead and say person, and I can say person, show me the person's name, and we can print this. And now I'll run this, and you can see in the console, I just got back Kazi. How did I just get back Kazi? By doing this. Okay, so whenever you do this, you call your dictionary, and then you give it which key you're looking for. And in this case, we're looking for this name key. Then it's going to spit back out the value. Now, if you want to add another key to this, another key value pair. So basically, if we want to add the information about the shirt, we just put a comma here. And then now we can say shirt is black. And now, why don't you go ahead and print out the shirt? And it's going to be in the same format right over here. Okay, exactly the same. You're just going to replace this here. Instead of name, you're going to put in something else. And then run it and see if you can get this color black back. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go ahead and pause it and try it. And if you've already done it, great job. And let's do it together. If you didn't get it, no worries. We'll just do this together right now. I'm going to say person, and I'm just going to go ahead and say shirt. And this right here should spit back out black. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that. So you can see Kazi, and then we get the shirt color back black. So both of this is working. Now what I want you to do is add another key value pair. See if you can add another key that says laptop is an apple. Okay, so this is your task right now. So it should be the laptop is apple. Okay, so apple should be the value and laptop should be the key. So give that a shot and see if you can add another key value pair in here. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So let's go ahead and give that a try now. So I'm going to go ahead and say comma, and I'm just going to say laptop is an apple. And now we can go ahead and print that out as well. And I can say laptop is an apple. Okay, boom, there we go. Now, normally when people are writing dictionaries, most of the times, how they make it look, and if you're coming from another language, this is an object or a map. So if you're coming from Java or JavaScript, it's called an object there, just like lists are called arrays. So this is how it'll normally look, because sometimes if you're making it run really long, it can look confusing. So how we like to do it is like this. Each key value pair represented on its own line, and then open, close like this. So it's very stylistic and it looks good. So styling your code is a thing in coding. And if you can make your code look nicer, then that's great. Okay, so people are going to love you for it, and other developers are going to love you for it. So like reading this, wouldn't you agree that reading this is much easier? Like, okay, key value, than reading this, right? That looks much more confusing. So that's why we like to do it like this. And this should still run. If I run it, I still get all of my stuff here is getting printed out. So there you go. Now what we can do is we can create a function that, that takes this information and then maybe just gives you a little greeting. Okay, so like this is like our advanced greeting thing. Okay, or just maybe introduces who this person is. So let's create this function. And I'm going to say define, and we will call this introducer. And what the introducer will do is, let's say we just put this person into our introducer, and then it's going to go ahead and say, hi, my name is blank. My shirt, I am wearing a black shirt. Oh, not black, but like a blank shirt. And the laptop I use to code is an blank. Okay, so we'll put some emojis to make it fun. So this is going to be the hi part. This is going to be the shirt part. And this is going to be, there we go. So now if I run introducer and I say print introducer, oops, I get an error. It says person is not defined. Introducer, oh yeah, I got to call introducer like this, my bad. Okay, and then also let's comment all of this out because that's what's complaining because we just took the definition of person away from there. And you could see, okay, and we don't need the print statement there for now. You could see it says, hi, my name is blank. I'm wearing a blank shirt and the laptop I use to code is N blank. Okay, is A if you're, is in Microsoft or is in Apple. All right, and so now instead of these blanks, we're gonna actually put in these specific values. So the way to do that is put a F here. So this enables string formatting. And then I'm gonna basically say here name. And here we can go ahead and say shirt. And then here we can go ahead and say laptop. But this won't work, right? Why will this not work? Because we don't have access to actual name and shirt and laptop variables. If I run this, I'm gonna get an error. Well, we do have access to this person. So remember, we gotta actually call it like this. So replace this name here with this. So give that a try and see if you can actually make that happen. I'll give you 5 seconds here to give it a try or pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let's do it together. I'm gonna say person and then we'll say name just like that. And then we're gonna say person and we'll say shirt just like that. And then here we'll say person and then we'll say laptop just like that. Now let's run it. Okay, what's the error that we're having here? It's complaining about invalid syntax. So let's see. Okay, so the problem that it's actually having is if you look here, it says, hey, person is not defined. So the problem that we're facing here is we haven't put this print inside of our introducer function. So that's where I'm having an error. So let's go back and hit enter and enter. And now it's actually inside of this introducer. Okay, so it's indented right here. So now let's go ahead and run introducer. All right, so this syntax error is basically complaining because we have single quotes here, but then like also single quotes here. So what's actually happening is that this single quote is looking for another single quote to end. So when it sees this, it goes, oh, that's the string. And so it thinks this is it because it's looking for the last one and then it wants to end it here. So what we need to do is leave either this as single quotes and then double quote all of these, or do it the other way, meaning make this double quote and then leave everything else single quote, and that would solve the problem. So let's go ahead and just make these double quotes because that's much easier to do. I'll make this double quote right here and run this. And there we go. I see, hi, my name is Kazi. I'm wearing a black shirt and the laptop I use to code is an Apple. Okay, there we go. So our introducer function now works pretty correctly. Now we can even go further and add this person's, let's add assets. So let's say that Kazi is, has about $100 in his bank account. Okay, so assets. And then for debt, let's say Kazi has $50 worth of debt. And then what we want to do is, so now we have assets and debt. So that's cool. We added that. But what if I wanted to add something that could actually automatically calculate Kazi's net worth? So if I did net worth, now there's no way to actually say assets minus debt here because these, when we're creating this, these aren't defined yet. So if I run this wouldn't do anything. It'll be like, wait, I don't understand what assets or what debt is. So here, we want to create a function that can call. So essentially, like imagine I had a function, right? Imagine I had a function, we'll call it net worth. And then I said, hey, grab this person object, okay, or this person dictionary, and then basically grab their assets and then subtract that by their debt. Okay, and then return that. So like if we want to create this, well, there's something really cool that you could do inside of dictionaries as well. You could actually create functions inside of dictionaries. So in other words, you're kind of creating a method because you're gonna have to use a dot something, but yeah, so it's just kind of, it's a really cool hacky thing that, you know, it's a little bit advanced. So I don't imagine you're going to be using this right away, but in the future, this is something you could use. So I would say just have this up your sleeve, right, in your arsenal. So check this out, right? This is pretty cool. So what I can say is I can actually create a function here. Now I can't create a function like this because whenever you're doing DEF, you have to create that function on its own line. It can't already have stuff behind it and then you could do def. It won't work. So remember how we can create inline functions. Our friend, it starts with an L. See if you can remember that. Yes, that's right. Our friend Lambda. This is where our friend Lambda comes in. So I'm going to create a function on the fly here, an anonymous function. We don't need to give it a name because, I mean, I guess in this case the name would be net worth. And what I want to do here is I want to say essentially this. And I don't even need to write a return because remember, lambdas have an implicit return. So net worth is a function that does this. So now I can actually say, and let's continue this, right? And my net worth is, and here's how I have to call this function. Okay, so this is the interesting part. So I'm just going to show you separately here first. So if I want to call that function, this one right here, I got to say person net worth, and that'll get me access to the function. But anytime I have to call a function, remember I got to open close parentheses after that. And that will actually call this guy right over here. So I'm going to just cut this because I know I'm going to need this. And my net worth is, and here we're going to go ahead and pop that in. And then we're going to run our introducer function. So let's run this. And there we go. It says, hi, my name is Kazi. I'm wearing a black shirt and the laptop I used to code is an Apple and my net worth is 50. And then if you want to make it look prettier, you could put a dollar sign here. You could say USD here or whatever your currency is, of currency of choice. And then you could put, you know, a money bag emoji here, right? And now when I run this, boom, I could also put all of this on a new line. So every single thing starts on a new line, right? Boom, boom, new line, new line. And now it reads like this, right? It looks a little bit cleaner. So it goes, let's run this. It goes, right. Hi, my name is Kazi. I'm wearing a black shirt and the laptop I use to code is an Apple and my net worth is $50. Okay, that's just to make it look slightly pretty. There's a lot of stuff you could do with dictionaries, including you could put functions in there as values. You could have, fruits in here. So, or maybe I could say favorite fruits, right? And I can actually go ahead and put all of my favorite fruits. So let's say I don't really love apples, but that's fine. I do like bananas. So let's actually put an orange here. So you could see that it could even hold an array, right? As long as you call favorite fruits. So I'll go ahead and say my favorite fruits are, and then I'm going to go ahead and say person, and then we're going to put favorite fruits. Okay, let's run this. Okay, invalid syntax. So let's just fix whatever error we got. So it's saying we're having, because we probably didn't put a comma here, right? Comma here. And then let's run this. And there we go. Hi, my name is Kazi. I'm wearing a black shirt. The laptop I use to code is an Apple. My net worth is $50 USD. My favorite fruits are the following. Yeah, there's many different ways to do this. These are some of the ways that I like to use my dictionaries. You could hold so much information in here. And like, for example, a phone number would be a great thing to put in here. So for example, hey, what's your phone? Right? So whenever you think of a CRM, think about your iPhone. All right. So you have your iPhone, right? And now this iPhone that you have stores all kinds of information. So it's like you have a contact by the name of Kazi, and then you'll have their phone number, and then you'll have their, maybe their address, their first name, their last name. And all of that information that's actually being stored on the back end, it's actually being stored as a dictionary, all of that. Okay, because hey, here's a thing, here's what's actually being stored in it. And dictionaries are perfect for that, because what you do, right, is you don't necessarily know my phone number or most people's phone numbers on your phone. But if you actually just type in Kazi, it gives you that entire object, okay, that has all the information like Kazi's phone number, Kazi's address, gives you all of that. So think of it like it's a key value pair. So you search for Kazi and boom, you get all the things you need. So that's why it's very valuable and it's very helpful. And you could think of Google search like that too, where you search a thing and then Google shows you some results. So this here is an example of a key value pair. So I just typed in marathon, right? I'm getting all of these keys essentially. And so imagine the search term is a key. Okay, so search term is our key in this case. And then all the results that we get back, think of that as the value. So think of that as a big giant array that we get back. We have marathon staffing. That's the key. And then the value is this array of like results. So it's like, it'll show us, website 1, website 2, website 3, website 4, etc. You get the idea, right? So those are already stored inside of Google's database, and it's literally like a key value pair. So now if I actually click staffing, marathon staffing, I'm going to get all these results right here. And it's telling me, okay, these are all the websites that I get. So key value pairs are pretty much everywhere in everything that you do, and like you could store a phone number, and phone numbers are generally stored as a string. So I could say 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? There we go. So there we go, right? So put a comma here, and now you could get this person's phone number as well. Okay. So this is a good introduction to an object or a dictionary. A few important things for you to know, as in the differences between, let's say, lists in Python and dictionaries, is when you're trying to get an item out of a list, you use this index. So you go, hey, get me the fruit from position 0, right? Here we go and we get this item. So let's say I want to get this item right here. I'm going to go ahead and get this item with this index, and the index here is 0, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. That's how those are the names of those, right? That's how I get access to them. And there's actually something really nice you could do with dictionaries. It's called dot value. So I'll give you an example. So I'll say print person dot value. So there's some like methods as well that dictionaries have that are really nice. So if I do this, I'll get access to all of the values. Let me comment out that function that just makes it look a little confusing. So I'm going to comment out the function for a second, and I will remove the net worth call from here for just a second. You don't need to follow along with that. And here I have my values, right? These are all my dict values, which is I have, Kazi, black, apple, boom, boom. So these are all the values. Likewise, I can also get all of the keys. So this is another important method to remember about dictionaries. So all my keys are like name, shirt, laptop, phone number, assets, debt, favorite fruits. So I'm looking at the values here. And if I was just to look at the values, so let's go ahead and print it out. And I'm just going to call list on it. So it literally looks like a list, like a pure good old list right there. And if we looked at this, well, the value of Kazi in a list would be 0, but in a dictionary, or sorry, not the value, but like the index or the location of this isn't like 0. In this case, it would be name. And if I do name, I'll get access to it. Here, in order to get access to this, I will put in color instead of 1. So in a list, you would do 0 and you would do 1. In an object, in a dictionary, you don't do that. You just put their keys. So that's kind of the nicer part about it. Now, some other things that are not going to be crazy vital to you right now, but some information that is useful for you to know about dictionaries versus lists is lists are ordered. Okay, so they follow a specific order. Dictionaries are not ordered. Starting in Python 3.8 plus, anything that's 3.8 and moving forward, Dictionaries are ordered, and it is a built-in thing that comes into Python. Most of their languages, objects are never ordered, and in dictionaries in Python used to not be ordered, but it is so cool. I'm like actually nerding out over it, and I'm so excited. They're definitely ordered now, so I can give you like a quick example. So let's just make things, and we'll say health points of this fighter or whatever is 100, and maybe the name of this user is Kazi. So I can define, let me put quotes around this. All right, I have things here, okay? Now what I can do is I could go things, and I could actually just reverse it. So I could call reversed on this. And let's go ahead and call list here and do this. And when I call it, you could see that name and health are now reversed. The order of insertion was health first and name second, right? And now when I reverse this, it just gives me this. Okay, if I do list things, it goes health, comma, name. So yeah, I mean, this is so cool. The order is kept. And why I really like this is like when you get to the more advanced parts later on, and when we're coding, you're gonna get to these parts where, if we have to sort data, well, usually have to take it out of a dictionary, put it into an array, and then like do some jiggery pokery with it, because arrays are the only things that keep order, or lists are the only things that keep order. But like, man, this is so nice. So it's going to make your life a lot smoother. Yeah, dictionaries are now, honestly, probably one of my most favorite things. I want to use them even more. So it's like you get the benefits of a list plus a dictionary. So I'm excited, as you can tell. So yeah, huge update, and thought you guys should know that. Yeah, this is massive. And then one other thing before we go on to the next data types for you to learn inside of Python. Lists and dictionaries are mutable. So these are mutable, and mutable just means changeable. Okay, so you could change it. You could change the values. You could delete the values. You could update the value. So that's another thing that I think is going to be actually important to show you is in a dictionary how to update the value of a certain key value pair. Okay, so I've shown you how to get a key value, right? How to get the shirt or how to get certain things. But I'm now going to show you, I'm just going to put the net worth back here real quick. Boom. There you go. Let's just run it. Let's make sure our net worth is coming out fine. Oh, yeah. And let's comment this. Yep. And then let's uncomment this out for now. So I showed you, right? But now I have to show you how to assign and update values. So let's say that we defined Kazi's shirt as black here, but maybe today is a new day and Kazi decided to change his shirt. Thank God. No more smelly Kazi. We're going to go ahead and say shirt, and I'm going to go ahead and change the shirt color to blue. Okay. If I actually do that, okay, or maybe let's make it orange. So there's every letter is different, because blue is B and L and it could look similar. So let's go ahead and say my shirt color, I change it to orange. So let's run this. And now you could see here that it says Kazi's wearing an orange shirt, even though we started it off as a black shirt. So using that, you could update a user's, their laptop, you could update their phone number, you could update their assets, you could update their favorite fruits, etc. So now I want you to go ahead and give this a try. Try changing, let's say, the assets to $1,000, 1,000 essentially, okay? So give that a try right underneath here. It'll be very similar to this, but the key you'll have is assets, and then you'll choose a value of 1,000. So I'll give you 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it together. And I'm gonna grab assets, and I will change assets to 1,000. Okay, let's run this. And you could see my net worth is now $950, right? Because $1,000 minus $50 should get you $950. So in terms of dictionaries, I think this is good. Now let's move on to other data types. All right, so now let's go ahead, comment out introducer. So when you run your code, you should see nothing essentially. And let's go down here. We'll talk about tuples. Okay, that's another data type inside of Python. And they're just like anything you put in these parens. Okay, so for example, a tuple just looks like parens. So I'll put it right next to it so you could see. For example, if I had numbers and I said 1, 2, okay, now this is a tuple. I can print it out, print numbers. Okay, so let's run this and boom. And now I can also print out their data type. So I could say print type numbers. Okay, just like that. Now I could see that it's type tuple, class is tuple. Now, one thing I can't do is tuples are immutable, meaning you cannot change their data at all. So I can still get access. So I could go numbers of 0 and that should get me 1. So there we go. So I got the first item from that tuple, right? So I can index it, but I can't go numbers of 0 to 10. Like this is something you could actually do in a list. We are not going to be able to change it. So let's try running this and we get an error. And the error basically says tuple object does not support item assignment. All that means is you can't update items inside of tuples. Okay. Now tuples are used in Python quite often, and they usually represent things that you can't change. And so you'll oftentimes see these array of tuples of maybe like key value pairs. And that just represents, hey, these are two things that you can't and should not change anyway. So this is helpful when you're dealing with data that needs to be secure and data that throughout your app, when you're building, you shouldn't really change. Honestly, as far as tuples are concerned, that's all kind of what you really need to know. There's some other stuff we could do with it later, but let's not go too much more into detail on tuples. Let's move on to the next data set that is one of my favorites and it exists in Python. Let's go. All right, now let's move on to one of my favorite data types, sets. They are awesome. So I'm going to put that right over here. And these are very, very powerful. I mean, you learn sets, you're going to be a pretty awesome human being. Okay, so let's go ahead and comment out all of this stuff. Don't need it anymore. So I'm going to make a comment. I'm going to learn about sets. Okay, what's nice about this is what if I told you, hey, there are two, let's say databases, okay? Database 1, and it has certain users' emails, okay, or certain numbers. So I'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's this other one. Let's actually make it a little bit more fun. This is too dry. So let's say there's a database of programming languages, okay? Or we have some data of programming languages. We'll call this 1. And we'll say this is 2. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and say that instead of these numbers over here, right, we have programming languages. So we have Ruby and Python and JavaScript. So maybe this is like, right. And then here we have Ruby and let's say somebody really likes SQL. And then there's a Java and then JavaScript. Okay. Now let me ask you this. What if I wanted to create a variable called programming languages, unique, okay? Or just programming languages, right? And that should only be the unique languages. Okay, so unique languages. How can I pull the unique languages out of it? Can you do that? You could give it a try, but it's going to be really difficult for you to be able to do this because right now you don't really have the tools for this, right? So how could you do this? How could you merge these two arrays so that all the duplicates are removed? So there are no duplicates, right? AKA no duplicates. Normally, yeah, that's a process. It's not that easy. And then you got to write some piece of code that can do it. But I will introduce you to something called sets. Okay. And sets are awesome because they are made for this. Their notation is curly braces. Okay. Kind of like a dictionary. And they are used for unique elements. Getting unique elements or getting unique stuff. Okay, if that looks, stuff is less intimidating than elements. So I could actually throw all of these into a set and it will know what to do with it. Okay, now first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to concatenate two arrays, okay, just so you can see kind of how that works. So let's call this list1 and let's call this list2. Okay, so there's certain things, special keywords. So special keywords, and special keywords are like, list is a special keyword, length, max, min. These are like built-in functions and methods that that Python gives you that have special meaning. So when you're creating variable names, try not to call it list, because that'll overwrite this list that Python comes with, okay? And set is another one, dict is another one. So there's a bunch of special ones, and so try not to use them most of the times, okay? So that's why I'm just gonna say list1, list2, and then we're gonna say list1 plus list2. And if you actually do this, Python is so awesome, they'll actually take both of these and they'll concatenate them together. Okay, let's add them together. And let's go ahead and print programming languages, and I'll hit enter. And you could see that I have a concatenated list with, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, Ruby, SQL, Java, JavaScript, right? But this is still not uniques. So now I'll show you how set works, okay? So set works like this. You take, let's just call set in its most raw form, right? So I'm gonna say 2 comma, let's just say this, and we'll just print it out. So if I print this out, and I'll comment this out for now, if I print this out, you'll notice that I get 1 comma 2, right? But if I actually do 1 comma 2 comma 2 and I call this, notice that I don't get the other 2, right? And so the duplicates are not there at all. Okay. Another thing you should know is that sets are not subscriptable, which means that I can't get the 0th element of a set. Okay, if I do that, it will give me an error. It says set object is not subscriptable. Okay, so you can't index or find things because it doesn't store them with an index or a key value pair. Okay. So there's no get the index of 0, get the index of 1. It's either in the set or it's not in the set. Okay, so we could do things like that. So for example, let's say I have, I'll just call this things. Okay, and I'll make this a little bit bigger and zoom in here so you could see better. So let's say I have things, right? And I have 1 comma 2 comma 2. If I do things, it'll only show me 1 comma 2. Now I'll say 2 in things, it'll give me back true. Yes, it is. So in Python, you have these special things called in, which is a special keyword. And in allows you to ask a question, is the thing that you're looking for inside of where you're looking. So it's 2 in things. Yes, it is. But is 3 in things? Well, no, it's not. So I get back false. This is very helpful to know if something exists or not. And sets are the best data structure, one of the best data structures to look through really, really quickly. Okay, so it just will not hold any of those values. Right now, let's go back to sets and let's look at what happens if I do the following. So let's look here, and I'm going to go ahead and say I have a set, but I'm going to call it on an array. I'm going to call it on an array. Okay, so let's give this a try. Now you'll see this does not work, and it actually gives an error. So in this situation, it'll be helpful to actually call our constructor and our function set. So let's go ahead and do set and do it like this. Okay. And boom, it has turned that array into a set. Okay. Now let's go ahead and give it an array with duplicate items like this and call this function. And you'll notice that it's giving me 1 comma 2 back, which means that it automatically removed all of the duplicates. So remember how with list 1 plus list 2, we're already getting back our list of programming languages, right? Like if I run this and I copy this first line. All right, so just make sure you copy that entire list, right? And then I'm going to say things. Let's just call it things. And I'm going to paste it, okay? So now if I do things, I should see this array or this list with duplicate items, right? All these duplicate items, JavaScript, Ruby. But what can I do to make them all unique? You know this, you know all the pieces of the puzzle already, okay? So give it a try. See if you could try this, okay? I'll give you 5 seconds here to give this a try on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And here we go. I'm gonna call my function set on this, right? And then I'm just gonna pass it things, and let's see what happens. Boom, look at that. How freaking beautiful, right? So that's all I need to do there. I already know I'm concatenating. That's what I need to do right over here, right? Because this line right there. Because I already know I'm concatenating these two. Because once you concatenate these two, you get that big array right there. And on that array, we just call this function set right here. So we're going to do that. We'll just take this, we'll wrap this entire thing in, and we'll call the set function on it. And once you do that, you get back this beautiful, right over here, set that has unique values. So let's go ahead and call set on this, okay? And I'm going to run it, okay? And let's comment this out and run this. Boom, look at that. So nice, right? Python, SQL, Java, JavaScript, Ruby. I'm getting back all of the programming languages that I wanted, right? All of this. Okay, so, but all the unique stuff, right? Because we don't want to duplicate. So imagine you were Google and you wanted to have unique search queries. So think about it like this. Let's go to google.com. And I'm just going to type in how to. Now, how many people do you think have asked this question? How to restart iPhone? How to lose weight fast? Don't you think it's probably millions of people that have typed this search in, how to lose weight fast, or at least thousands? Well, how come I am only seeing this one time? Does that mean only one person ever has searched that? You already know the answer is not true for that, right? The answer is millions or thousands of people have searched for it. So if that's the case, why am I only seeing it once? Google is doing something very similar to a set. And it's taking all of the users' queries, right? It's making this giant list of every single query ever, right? And then there's probably duplicates that exist here. So lose weight fast, okay? Another person typing in lose weight fast. And that gets stored in the array. Another person types in lose weight fast. That gets stored in the array. However, Google then goes, I'm going to call me a set on this bad boy, right? And then once it does that, well, then you just get one query that says lose weight fast. That's it. Okay. Instead of all these other like million queries, right? So if Google finds duplicates, it reduces them, and it probably uses something like set. Okay, they probably use something different, but you get the idea. Okay, I'm just trying to make this easy for you to understand. All right, don't shoot me if I'm not completely 100,000% accurate on some of these things. Some of it is for entertainment. Okay, would you rather be bored? Would you rather be entertained? But kind of like it. Okay, kind of like this. It works. So there you go. You're understanding Google. Now you're pretty much ready to create Google. So you can see why I like set so much. Anytime you, and let me emphasize the T when I say that, set, okay? It sounds like something else if I don't say the T in there. So I like sets a lot, and their ability to give you unique data is unparalleled. It's beautiful. You can't do that with lists that easily. You can't do that with anything else that easily. So I like them. So anytime you you don't care about you don't care, they are ordered, but anytime you don't care about, getting specific indices from here and you just want to check, boom, just pop it into a set, right? And if you just want a list of unique items, and now I can actually even see this. So I don't have things defined here. That's fine. So I could actually even do, on sets, I can ask, hey, is SQL in programming languages? And what do you think is going to say? Do you think it's going to say true or false? I'll give you 3 seconds for that. 3, 2, 1. Let's see what you said. I hope you said true, because yes, it is inside. But what about the programming language Go? Is that inside? So what do you think I'm going to get back for that true? Is it going to be true or false? 3, 2, 1. I'm going to get a false in this case, because Go is not inside of programming languages, but SQL is, right? So this is going to be true, and this is going to be false, okay, with the capital F right there. So there you go. There you have sets. They are really cool, okay? And I hope you enjoyed them. And with that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. Now let's just go ahead and do one little exercise with sets before we move on to newer things. So I'm going to go ahead and I will comment out all of this, and we will create a new function. And okay, and so this way you can keep practicing functions as well. Okay, so I'm going to create a function, and its job, let me actually write its documentation first, and then you see if you could try to do this. Okay, so I want to be able to call this function like this. I want to call this function unique, and unique should take in an array. And so if I give it an array like this, okay, or let's say I give it an array like this, Ruby, excuse that sound. That is my Focus app telling me, hey, you're done. But I'm not done. I got to keep going. Ruby, and Python. Okay. So when I call unique on this, I should get back, what I should get back is Ruby and Python. Okay. And you know what? Let's return it as a list. Okay. So I'll just show you, like if I have a set here, and it's like 1, 2, 1, 2. I can call list on this, and list will convert it back into a list. Okay, so let's just say we want to call unique on a list and get the unique elements back. And yeah, so that's how it should work. Okay, and the function should be called unique. So, create a function unique that takes in a list. Okay. And returns only unique items. Okay, so that's what it does in English. And then this is how you would write it. This is how you would write it and call it. And this is what it would return. Okay, so I hope that this is giving you enough to write your own function. So I would say take 5 seconds to pause this video and then go ahead and try this on your own. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's do this together if you haven't done it yourself yet. So the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to define a function, okay, and this is going to be called unique. And then unique will take in, let's say, we'll just say languages. And what we'll do is we'll return by just calling set on those languages, okay? And let's just give this a try right now. So I'm going to go ahead and print, and I'm going to say unique, and then we'll give unique our languages. So let's actually call it just like this. So I'll copy this exact line and I will paste it. Okay. So we're calling unique with Ruby, Python. And then let's see what it says. So let's run it. And it does say that we're getting back Ruby and Python. So it does make it unique, right? That's perfect. However, it's giving me back a set and not a list. You see those curly braces at the end there? That represents that it's a set, okay? And since it doesn't have key value pairs, if it had key value pairs, that would be a dictionary, but this is a set. Now, I want to call list on that. Okay, so this returns this here, this part that I'm highlighting, that returns this guy. And then if you wrap this guy and you call set on this, list on this, like that, then that will actually convert this into a list, okay, with the items in there. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So that's why I wrapped it with a list. Let's run this, and you could see I get Ruby, comma, Python. There you go. Now, what if we wanted to take it even further? What if we wanted to use Lambda and convert it into, or actually, honestly, for this, you could use Lambda, or you could just make it a one-liner like this, okay? But if I wanted to use Lambda, how could I do it with Lambda? Well, see if you could convert this function into a Lambda function. Okay, so unique into Lambda. Give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together. So I'm going to do some callbacks. So then that way we're practicing the other stuff we learned too, right? We're not just forgetting about it. So I'm going to say unique is equal to, and we'll say Lambda, okay? And it takes in languages. So we'll just say it takes in a list, okay, or languages, and list set languages, just like that. There's an implicit return in here, okay? So now I'll comment this out and we'll run this, and you can see I'm still getting back the correct result. Even though I commented this line completely out, it's working. Okay, so there's both ways of writing it. For this function, honestly, I'd probably prefer to write it like this because there's no real reason to use Lambda here. Okay, it's kind of just slightly, overkill in this case. But yeah, so you could use that right there and you should be good. And you could just call unique anywhere you want and you'll be good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out and we'll move forward. All right, now let's talk about one of the most fun things with programming, and this is also, without this, programming really wouldn't be programming. Okay, so I had to do my due diligence and show you all the data types that exist in Python because that's pretty important. But this is my most favorite thing. Let's talk about it. And we got loops. Okay, loop-de-doop-de-doops. Bam. All right, these are loop-de-doops that they are very, very helpful in programming. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about them now. Now, if you have an array like the fruits one that we created long time ago, copy it and comment it out because I don't need it up there, and I'll put it here. Okay, and I don't need all these other different data types because that's just hella confusing. Now, what if I asked you, hey, can you print out each of these and just show me them there one by one? Okay, so for example, what does that mean? So it's like, hey, print out fruits of 0. I want you to print out all of them. Okay, so that should be on its own line. Then get me the second one. Okay, and then get me, so yeah, go ahead, do this and do it manually. So make this array, make this list, put whatever you want in it. It doesn't need to be fruits. As long as it's a string, it should be fine. And then just like print every single one of them out. Okay, so right now we're not using a loop. This is the old school way of doing it, manual way of doing it. And look at how much fun you have. 2, go here, 3, go here, 4, go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually don't need more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Let's run this. And you can see all of the items are being printed, right? What if I told you, hey, also make sure that they have like a, it says fruit, and then it like shows it. So for example, it says fruit like this, all right? And then it shows that. Okay, I don't need a space here. I could just run this. So what if I said like, make sure that every single one of them says fruit before it? Well, go ahead, do this manually right now. Okay, go ahead and do this manually right now. So put that here, put that here, put that here, put that here. Okay, now let's run it. And now you got, it's saying fruit for every single one of them. Okay, now what if I also told you print its position out as well? And let's do that manually. So you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna say, what's that thing's index? So I'm gonna say 0 here. I'm gonna say 1 here. I'm gonna say 2 here. I'm gonna say 3 here and 4 here, right? And then when we run this, we could see fruit, we could see all the fruits, and then we could see their index. Okay, so you could see that this was a tedious process, not too fun. And if this list keeps getting bigger and bigger, oh man, can you imagine the amount of manual work we're gonna have to do? Whew, it's gonna be insane. Okay, it's gonna be off the charts. It's gonna be off the GBs. So if we don't want to do all that manual work, there is a solution. Thank you, Lord. And the solution is writing loops. So I'll show you how to write a for loop. I can say for fruit in fruits, print fruit. And I'm going to go ahead, grab all of these lines and comment them out and run this. And you can see I just got back all my fruits. So that was so much easier. And all by saying for fruit in fruits. That's it. Just this here. Okay. So what does this mean for fruit in fruits? Well, what's actually happening is this fruit right here. This is one arbitrary item, and this is the actual list. Okay. So this refers to this list over here. And this is an arbitrary variable. We could call it whatever we want. I could call this X and print X. And if I run this, this will still work. Okay. As long as these guys match up, right? That's what's important. And so I'm basically saying, hey, grab this fruits array. And then for each item in there, give each item a name. So we'll just give this item a name fruit. And the first time it's looping through. So how a for loop works is it goes through, give it a variable name of fruit. Okay, so it goes through, and the first time it'll pick the apple, and then it'll go ahead and print that fruit out. So we'll go ahead and go, okay, it's apple, and then it'll pop apple up onto the screen. Then it's gonna go a second time, and what's going to happen is this will become fruit right over here. Okay, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier for you to see. This will become fruit. And then it will go here and it will print it out. Okay, then what's going to happen the next time is it's going to loop through, and the orange will become the new fruit, right? And let's get rid of this guy right here. Okay. And then it will go ahead and make orange the new fruit. And then orange will get printed out to the screen. Then it will go ahead the next time and it'll loop through. It'll make banana the new fruit. Okay. And this will become the fruit, and it will print out banana. And then last but not least, it's going to go ahead and do that one more time. It's going to make this the variable fruit. And then it's going to go ahead and print that out. Okay. And after it does this, it's going to go ahead and just stop the loop, because it's going to realize I cannot go any further. So it's time for me to end the loop, and then it will end it. Okay. And then this guy over here is done. So at the code level, what's happening is these two lines will just keep running. It'll go down here. It'll be like, run this, then come back up. Then it'll come back here and run this. Then it'll come back up again. Then it'll come down here and run this again. Then it'll come back up. Then it'll come back down here and run this again until there are no more items left and the loop is completely done. Okay, so that is how looping works. And anytime you start to see code like this, it just means somebody doesn't know how to write a for loop, because a lot of repetitive stuff, you could automate it and make your life really easy. Now, what if I did ask you the same thing and make sure it says the word fruit before each of these fruits? Well, you could just do that in one line right now. You could just go ahead and say, see if you could even try it yourself. You could go ahead and just say fruit. And just like this, okay, and run it. And boom, look at that. It just put fruit with every single one, because that's what you asked it to do, right? So if we went through this iteration again, and kind of like what the process happened. But the first time, this was the variable fruit, right? And it said, hey, this is fruit. And so imagine you have that apple here, right? So imagine you have that apple here, and it says print the word fruit and then the actual apple emoji and show it out onto the screen. And then it says, go ahead and do that. Then it says, go ahead and do that again. Then it says, go ahead and do that again. And it says, go ahead and do that again. Do that again. And then you're done. Okay. So it goes ahead and just like keeps looping through that. Okay. So all of those lines, we got it into one. Now, what if I actually also wanted to say the index? So I wanted to say that this is on the 0th index and this is on the 1st index and so on and so forth, just like how we did earlier. How could we do that? So check this out. There's something really cool that we could do in Python. So I'm going to copy this list here and I'm going to put this here so you could see this better and we could interact with this better. So let's go ahead and zoom in here, right there. Okay, so now check this out. I could call fruits, obviously, right? You already know that, but I could actually call this function enumerate, and I can call this function on fruits and watch what it does. Let's actually wrap it inside of lists so you can actually see it and watch what it does. It actually gives you a list of tuples. Remember, we talked about tuples and lists of tuples. So it gives you a list of tuples and it says that, and a list of tuples basically says the first item, this is item number 1. So remember in list, you could also have different types of data, right? You could have tuple as a data type inside of a list as well. So this is my first item. And the first item says, hey, position of 0, and it's an apple. Okay, so I have a tuple 0, apple, string apple. Okay, and the second tuple says position is 1, so 1, pear. 2, orange, 3, banana, 4, so all we're doing here is we're just getting the position of all of these, okay, and we're putting them in pairs, the position of all of these, right? And we're putting them in like these pairs. And tuple is a perfect data structure to use here because you don't want a user to go here and be able to update the position of the apple because apple is always going to remain in 0. Okay, and then pair is going to remain in 1. So you want it to be not updatable. So this is a list of tuples. And usually for storing pairs of information like this is really good. So enumerate gives me this. So with enumerate, I have access to, now I can loop through and I have access to my emojis, apple, and my fruits. But I also have access to their positions. Okay, so watch this. I can go over here and call this enumerate function, and I know that it'll be giving me this type of pairs. So it's like 0, the fruit, 1, fruit. So since I know, let's actually just run this and let's see what we get. So if I run this, you could see I'm getting back fruit and I'm getting back the position and the actual fruit name, right? The actual fruit itself. So 0, apple, 1, pear, 2, orange, etc. Now, since I know this is a tuple, so let's go ahead and create a tuple just so you could visualize this as well. And I'll say apple. Since I know it's a tuple, I can index a tuple, right? If I do thing of 0, I'll get back this 0, that 0. And if I do thing of 1, I'll get back the apple. So if I want to get the apple here, I just do fruit of 1, right? So if I run this, you can see I'm getting all the fruits. Okay, so in other words, this right here just means fruits. Okay, now if I go, okay, so my bad. So let's just write that. That right there is fruits. Okay, and now next one, I'll say fruit of 0. Okay, and run this. And now you can see I'm getting back all my indexes, right? My indices. So this right over here, right, is the index. This over here is the fruit itself. So this is a fruit and this is the index. Now, wouldn't it be a lot cleaner if instead of writing fruit of 1 and fruit of 0, we could just write the actual word fruit here. And then we could actually write just index here. Like that would look so much cleaner, so it's like, it's easy to read that code. Well, there is a way we could do that. So there's something called unpacking. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So let's say I have a 0 here. So let's go again and say I have a 0 here and I have a apple here. Okay. Now, if I set this to one variable, then when I obviously call that one variable like thing, it'll just refer to that tuple. So for example, if I do thing, it'll refer to that tuple. However, if I do two variables here, so say instead of thing, I actually say index and then I say fruit. Now if I print index, it'll give me 0. And if I print fruit, it'll give me this apple. So this is called the tuple unpacking. Okay, so it's a little bit of more advanced concept, but hey, you should just learn it, right? Tuple unpacking. Okay, and then there's like all kind other. You can unpack an array like that, list like this too. You can unpack other stuff, but all that means it's complicated, but it sounds complicated. But we're just saying, hey, we'd just like to store these in separate variables like index and fruit. So then whenever you refer to index and fruit, it'll be this, and then that tuple just evaporated in this case. It's just gone, like the actual parentheses and the tuple object, right? It's gone. So I could do that here. Since I know that I'm going to be getting back this structure right here, I could just rename it because this is what I'm going to be getting here. I could just rename it. I can say, hey, get me index, comma, fruit. Okay. And now if I, for example, print out the index, you could see I just get back the indices. And if I print fruit, you can see I get back the fruits. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and say fruit, comma, index. All right, there we go. So this solution right over here, you can see is much, much, much cleaner, right? And it gets us what we want, but it's just overall a much cleaner way of looping through this and getting everything that we want. So you won't always have to use enumerate, but if in any situation you need access to your index, enumerate is going to be the way to go. But the most common way you're going to write the loop is just going to be for fruit and fruits, print fruit. This is going to be the most common way you're going to be doing things with it, okay? And you're not always just going to be printing. You're obviously going to be doing stuff with it, right? You're going to be returning things. You're going to be not returning because it's not a function, but if you had a function, you'd return it. You can keep adding items to that array with the for loop. So there's a lot that you could do with it. But this is a very basic example of, a loop. Now, let's say I wanted to add 10 more apples to this fruits array. How could I do that? Well, what's the default way we would do that? We would do fruits dot append. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and try this in the console right now. So the normal way to do it would be, let's say I have, I'm going to copy my fruits list over and paste it. And I will say fruits dot append. And let's say I add another apple. And let's print out fruits again. And you could see that another apple was added. Well, what if I want to add another apple? Well, then I just do that line again. I'm pressing up on my keyboard to get back my most recently input commands. So if you press up on your keyboard, I'll hit enter. And then I'll get fruits, right? We'll go fruits append, print it out. And you could see that with that technique, I have successfully added a lot of apples. So to add 10 apples, I would have to keep appending many times. I'll need to append it 10 times, obviously, right? Let's go ahead and do that manually now, right? So how am I going to do that? I'm going to say fruits.append, and I'm going to say apple, right? And then I have to do this 10 times. So let's go ahead and do it one more time. I think that's 10. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's one extra. Now I can go ahead and do print fruits. Okay, I can go ahead and print fruits. And when I run this, you can see that I have 10 apples added here to this list. So that was a kind of an annoying way to add this many apples to this list. So how could we add them using a loop? Well, there's a really cool way we can do this. I'm going to show you something called range. So range, if I do range of 50, okay, and let's do range of 10. And if you just run it, you won't really see anything. You'll just say range like that. But if I convert it to a list, you can see that it just created a list on the fly for me that goes from 0 through 10, okay? But not including 10, just up to 10. So that's what range does. So this is a really nice way. So if, for example, if you had a list, so let's say I said for I in, right? And I said print I. This loop will run how many times? Let me ask you that question. How many times will this loop run? Loops will always run the same amount of times as there are items in the array that you're running it on, or in the list that you're running it on, okay, or whatever you're running it on. So in this case, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. So this loop will run 5 times. If there were 6 items, it would run 6 times. If there were 7 items, it would run 7 times. You get the idea, right? And I will just be the number in this case. So I will be 1 the first time, I will be 2 the second time, I will be 3. You could also just call this number, so it's not like stupid looking variable. So if I run that, it should print out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll comment out a bunch of the other stuff. So it's like less confusing. Let's run this. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Okay. Now, what if I want, now another way to say this here, all this is doing is saying, hey, run this thing 5 times. That's what this is saying. Okay. Run this piece of code 5 times. So the nicer way to do this is I can just say range 5. So this will also run 5 times. Okay, you could see that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Ran 5 times. Now, what I want to do, and I don't even really need access to this variable. So I could just call it underscore, and I can just say, haha. Now I'll print out haha 5 times, because I'm just skipping underscores. Basically, I'm just saying, hey, I'm not really using that variable. So I'm not even going to really store it in something. I'm just going to store an underscore. Most programmers know that if you see underscore, you're not going to print the underscore. You're not going to call it. You usually just ignore it. And so, because I don't really need access to the elements that are inside of this list, so I'm just printing haha 5 times. So this piece of code right here is saying, do this 5 times. That's all this is saying. Okay. This being whatever I'm writing here. It's going to repeat that 5 times. Well, if you have this piece of knowledge, how could you add 10 pieces of fruits here? Okay. Add 10 apples to the fruits list. How could I do that? How could I add it to the fruits list? See if you could do this yourself, and you should be able to do this yourself because you have all the pieces here to do it. Okay, you need this line. You'll need some of these lines, right? So try to add it yourself. I'll give you about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully you took that time to pause the video and try yourself. Pause it now if you need it. And we'll do this together now. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say for, don't need access to this, in range 10 fruits dot append apple. And I'm going to get rid of all of these here. And if you want to see it in action, you could even print out the fruits array 10 times so you could see it. So let's run this. And you could see the array. Let me comment the ha-has out. And you could see the array getting bigger and bigger each time because it's adding an apple to it, right? Adding an apple to it right here, right? Another apple right here, another apple right here, another apple right here, another one right there, another one right there, and then you get this, okay? So if I now remove this print from the loop, because I don't want to print it every single time, I just want to print it once the loop is done. So I'm going to put it outside of the loop, and I'm just going to say print fruits, and let's run this now, and you can see it added, 10 apples at the end here. Okay. So that's how for loops work. Okay, that's how they work. Hopefully that was a good intro for you into for loops. There's going to be a lot more. Let's comment out everything. There's going to be a lot more that we're going to talk about when it comes to for loops, because they're pretty much going to be used everywhere. Okay. So there's a lot to cover with them. There's going to be a ton of exercises we're going to do with lists and loops, etc. We're going to do them soon enough. First, I want to introduce you to another type of loop as well, which you won't really use that much, but it's good to be aware of it. So when you see it, you know what it does, and there will be times you might actually need it. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and learn while loops. All right, now let's talk about my friends' while loops. There we go. All right, while loops are fun, but they can be very crazy and they can be very dangerous, meaning you can very easily write an infinite loop. And so, yeah, you don't want to do that. Okay, so watch out for this. I'm going to say that as the first thing because you are going to write a loop that will never end. What I like about for loops is they automatically end and you don't have to have an end condition. It's nice. This, not so nice. All right, so I'll show you an example of a while loop. Okay, so let's just go ahead and say here we have Kazi, and let's say we have Kazi and he's currently sitting. Okay, that's what Kazi is doing. He's chilling and he's sitting. All right, now I'll say while Kazi is not, so that's another cool thing. So it's like, so that's how we would kind of say it in English, right? Kazi is not, so we'll say, is Kazi standing? And we'll do a check and it should say true. And we'll say, is Kazi sitting? Okay. And sorry, I did not mean to do that. I meant to put two equal signs, but that's fine. Let's just say Kazi is sitting. So let's say Kazi is sitting. Let's just redefine it. And I'll check, is Kazi sitting? It should give me a true. And I'll say, is Kazi standing? And it should give me a false because we have defined Kazi to be sitting. So now I can write a while loop very easily. I could say while Kazi, okay, is not. So there's also not. Okay, this is a very important operator. Okay, so for example, I can say Kazi is standing. That'll give me false, right? But if I say Kazi is not standing, that should give me a true, just like that. Okay, so I'll say while Kazi is not standing, we will say, and when you hit enter and it shows the three dots like that, I'm in the console right now, by the way. Okay, so just writing in the console. I'll give one space here, okay, or give two spaces. That's fine, as long as you indent some amount. And I'll say print, get your fat butt up. Okay, there. Now I'm not going to hit enter yet, but this is a while loop and it'll automatically start running. So it's like while Kazi is not standing, print get your fat butt up. And you'll notice that right now Kazi is not standing, right? And so there's never a condition where Kazi will be standing. That means this loop will keep running forever, aka infinite loop. And now I'll hit enter and I'll hit enter again and watch this. It just keeps on keeping on, right? It just keeps on running over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, this is ran thousands of times. To stop this, hold control and then press C. On Windows, probably hold something and press C, control probably, or option, not, you guys don't have option, something, alt. Okay, just look it up. And that should kill your command line. So if we were to write that in our program would just keep looping just like this infinitely. And that's not what we want. We don't want to create an infinite loop. Okay. Let me just see the status of Kazi. And it says Kazi is sitting. So what I'll do instead is I'll say, maybe after 10 times it's printed out, we can say Kazi is then standing after 10 times. Okay. So in order to do that, okay, I'll need to teach you how to create a break condition to end a while loop. Okay, So let's set a counter. And we will say the counter is 0. Okay. And then when that counter hits 10, we will break out of our loop. So let's try this. I'll say while counter is less than 10, and we'll say, put a space here, and we'll say print counter. Okay. And then what we're going to do in the second line here, before hitting enter one more time, is we're going to go ahead and we're going to increment counter. So I'm going to say counter is equal to whatever counter previously was plus 1. So I have defined counter here as 0. So this is incrementing it by 1. So we're taking this definition of counter at 0, and then I'm redefining counter here to be whatever it previously was plus 1. So if you follow the logic of this loop, what's happening is the first time I loop through this, it says while counter is less than 10. So I go while 0 is less than 10, that statement evaluates to true. Since that evaluates to true, because it needs a conditional, once that evaluates to true, it runs the entire while loop block. So it prints out 0. So then it spits out, boom, you get 0 here. And then it redefines counter to be whatever it previously was plus 1, which means the new definition of counter is going to be 1. Okay. Then the loop runs the second time and it goes while 1 is less than 10. Okay, so the second time it runs, it goes 1 is less than 10. Okay, that's what it checks. So let me actually write this together. And so while 1 is less than 10, this evaluates to a true. Okay, and then it runs again. What the heck happened there? Okay, this evaluates to a true. Right, and then it prints out 1, and then it sets the counter to whatever it previously was. So in this case, it was previously 1. And then 1 plus 1 is going to be 2. Okay, now counter is set to 2. Okay, and then this, so the second time we loop through, this is 2. The third time we loop through, it's 3. The fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, seventh time, eighth time, ninth time. And then when we go the 10th time through the loop, what actually happens is this statement over here is not true anymore. It goes, well, 10 is less than 10. Let me ask you a question. Is 10 less than 10? No, 10 is not less than 10. So that statement becomes false. And when that becomes false, everything underneath it does not run. So it does not run the block of code and it finally comes to a stop. So let's try this and I'll hit enter. And you could see it ran from 0 through 9 and then boom, went through 9, right? So that's how a while loop works. Now I'm going to zoom out of here. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and write this down into our, into here. Okay. So now I'm going to say Kazi, let's set him to sitting. Okay. And, while Kazi is not standing, we'll keep telling him, get your fat butt up. Okay, and then another loop we wrote was this counter one. And then we said while counter is less than 10, so this will run 10 times, but not because of that, but because we're going to increment counter. Counter equals counter plus 1. Now, another way to write it, which is very common, is we'll see counter plus equals 1. Okay, that's the same way of writing that statement. And then here's another way of writing that same statement. We can say counter plus plus. They're both the same statement. And I can prove to you in the command line over here. Let's say we have count, we set it to 0. If I do count plus plus, count plus plus. Oh, actually, never mind. I take that back. Python does not have that. So let's try count equals 0. And let's go count plus equals 1. And now let's go count. Boom, we get back 1. Okay, so ignore that I said that. That was wrong. Okay, and count, because in JavaScript, which I've been using a lot of lately, right, that has ++, and other languages like Java itself has it, and I'm sure C++ and other languages probably have it too. So count plus equals 1 will increment it by 1, and so will count equals count plus 1. And now when I go count, it's 2 now, okay? Let's go count plus equals 1. Let's print count. We get back 3. And you get the idea. So that's how you can increment it. So we're going to go ahead and increment it like this. Counter plus equal 1. Okay, and then print counter. And I'm going to comment this line out so it doesn't put me in an infinite loop. I'll comment all of that out. And let's run this. Okay, and you could see I get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I get all the way up to 9. So that's how while loops work, and that's how you have to end them. So make sure you always have a statement that allows you to break them. Majority of the times though, you won't really need to use while loops, and I tend to avoid them as much as I can because it makes code look not as clean, not pretty. There are some times you need to use them, like if we're creating a game and that game just needs to be running infinitely long, meaning the user should be able to play it the entire time. Yeah, that you'll probably have to put in a while loop. So there's certain situations where a while loop does make sense, but most situations like this one, I would just do with a for loop. It'd be much easier to do this with a for loop, okay? But this pattern here will be important, like setting a variable outside of the loop and then incrementing it through the loop. That pattern is important, so don't forget that. And don't make this mistake of putting the counter inside of the loop, because you keep setting it to 0 over and over and over again. So just max it'll increment it to is 1. Because you'll increment it to 1, then you'll come down, you'll set it back to 0, then it'll do 0 plus 1, you'll get 1, go again 0, 1. So you want to put the initial one outside of the loop, outside the scope of the loop, and then you just keep incrementing that one. You want to repeat the amount of times you're incrementing it by 1. You don't want to repeat the amount of times you're setting it to 0. You only want to set it to 0 once. Okay, that's basically what I'm trying to say. All right, so there you go. That's an intro to while loops. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out, and we'll move on to doing some interesting, fun exercises. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, let's do some practice exercises with everything that we've learned. So let's just start with lists. Okay, so what if I have numbers, okay, and I want to double these numbers? So basically, what if I want you to write something that when I call it, let's say I call it double, and I give it this array here, okay, it returns back to me 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay, so if I call that, it should double everything up and spit that back out to me. How could I do that? How could I create something that does that? Well, let's go ahead and let's create a function, and we'll call it double. Okay, and let's say it takes in some argument numbers. Okay, I'll remove this numbers here for now, because you should immediately know that this is a function, right? And this is a function call, and it's taking in an array, okay, or a list rather. So I could give it a list type. So let's actually see, is it list or is it list? Yeah, list with a lowercase is going to be fine. So I could do add type hinting in here as well, and I could say that it returns a list. Okay, so double is the numbers, takes in a list, returns the list. You don't need to add in the type hinting, but let's just practice everything that we've learned so far. Okay, it's not going to really change the code in any way if you remove this. It's not, right? The code is going to remain the same, but I like to just leave this here for now. Okay, and now in order to double this list of numbers that we're getting, well, how can we do that? So what I want you to do is see if you could give this a try and do this yourself. You have most of the puzzle pieces to be able to do this yourself. It would be a little challenging to do. I would say it'd be a difficulty of 6 or 7 right now, because there'd be a lot that you'd have to figure out. Okay, but take about 5 seconds right now to pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, great. Let's do this together. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create an empty array here that's going to store all of my values. Okay, and the pattern I'm going to use is I'm going to keep appending to this list. Okay, so I'm going to make this list here, and I'm going to keep appending to this list right here. So let's write our loop, and I will say for number in numbers. For now, let's just say print number. Okay. If I run my code, nothing should come out, right? Nothing should work here. Make sure everything that you've written so far is commented out. And now I'll call this function double, and we'll give it an array. So I'll say 1, 2, 3. And we'll give it a list, 1, 2, 3. And you could see it's printing them out. So I'm calling the function, and the function is working as expected. Great. Okay, this function, I'm happy that this function is working as I want it to work. Now, what I want to do is I want to append it to this array. So let's try that. So I'm going to say result dot append, and I'll just keep adding those numbers. So let's go ahead and do print result. And the result, remember, I'm printing it outside of the loop. If I put it inside of the loop, it'll print it out every single time, right? It's appending. So 1, the first time. Okay, so if I do this and I run this, the first time you'll see was 1, then it was 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3. Okay, if I put it in the most accurate place, that would be right here, and you could see it starts off as empty, then it goes to 1, then it goes to 1, 2, right? And then we will print the final one. So let's run this. You can see it starts off empty, then prints out, then appends 1 to that array, then it appends a 2 to that array, then it appends a 3 to that list, right? So again, I'm going to be using arrays interchangeably, right? Because I use a lot of JavaScript. So lists, whenever I say array, just think list, okay? So I have this result list, and I just keep appending to that list again and again. Well, if I want to double the numbers, at this point, it's very simple. I just append double that number, okay? And so let's do this. You should see this. So like first iteration I go through is empty. Then the first iteration I go through, I append this, okay? I append a 2. Then the next iteration I go through, I append a 4, and then I append a 6. And every single time, it just keeps doubling. Okay, now what I want to do at the end is I don't need it to say print. And here, I just need it to say return. So I can say return result. Okay, return result. And now if I run this, you'll see nothing. So we will have to do print. And now we will see the final result. It's 246. Okay, so now it's working. So this is how you can double a list. Okay, if I've given you a list, you can double it. This is a very common pattern, so remember this pattern and like practice it and write this code and write it again from scratch. But this is how it works. You have a result. You create an empty array, then you keep appending to that array, and then you create an empty list, you keep appending to that list, and then you return that list. Okay, that's how that works. So very common pattern. Okay, let me actually even write it down. Very common pattern. Create empty list, loop through, and append to that list, return that list. Okay, so it's a very common pattern. I don't know if it has a name or not, but this is a common pattern. So just remember that this is something that you do. Okay, so just take note of it, memorize it. You're gonna be doing a lot of this in your code. Okay, so it's like if you wanna, if I go back to Netflix and we have a list of movies here, we have a list of movies, right? So maybe I have a list that's called trending now list, right? And the start, that list is empty, trending now. And then I keep looping through and I keep putting items inside of that. So I keep looping through. So it's like for a movie, like if I go to Netflix here, right? The loop that's written here in the trending now is pretty much like very simple. It's basically for movie in trending movies, and then it'd be like print or output somehow movie. Okay, and then it like shows you each of those movies. It just loops through and puts this here, loops through, puts this here, loops through, put this here, loops through, puts this here. So that's effectively what's happening inside of that loop. Oops. Well, we're already shooting the Python tutorial. Well, thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. So yeah, you want to loop through and you keep appending. And that's what's even on Netflix. They make a list. They keep appending through to that list. Then they append all the trending now movies, and then they put it in the list and then they show it. Okay, so that's long explanation of this, but I think I just want to drill that point home in multiple different ways. Now, there are a lot of other cool things that lists allow us to do too. For example, before there's some methods that we have that we could call on strings. Okay, and lists can help us with that. So I'll give you an example. Let's create a new function. So I'm going to comment out this print call right here, and we'll create a new function, and I'll call this function, I'll just write the documentation for it real quick, and it'll be count words. Okay, so this is how I'm going to call the function. And this function, I'm going to give it a string like, hi, my name is Kazi. Okay. Or let's remove any kind of special characters for now. And so I'll just say, hi, my name is Kazi. And when I call this function, what it should return to me is it should say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 words. It should return a 5. So count words function should count words should count if given a string, should count and return number of words. Okay, so that's the function. Count words, that's what it should do. So I know it takes in a string and then it returns a number. So if I want to create this, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a function. We'll call it count words. It will take in some input from the user. So we'll say, phrase from the user. And based on that phrase will be a string. So I can just put that in the documentation. So phrase is going to be a string. Okay. Just a little note. So you could create a type hint here if you want. You could go, phrase will be a string, and then we return an integer. Okay. So you could do that, but I'm going to remove this one. Okay. So I'm just going to keep it like a basic one right now. All right, and let's go ahead and just print out the phrase for now. Let's call this function, and I'll say print. I don't need to say print here. I'll just say count words, and I'll say, hi, my name is Kazi, and let's run this, and you should just see, hi, my name is Kazi here for now, right there, right? So that's good. That's really good for now. The next thing I want to do is I want to find out, well, how many words are here? How do I find that out? So check this out. There's something really cool that we could do with strings. So I'm going to zoom in here so you could see better. And there's something awesome that we could actually do with strings. Okay, and what I could do with strings is I could go, hi, my name, and you could call this method, it's called dot split. Okay, and if I do a dot split on a string, it will actually split that string based on empty spaces. So wherever it sees empty spaces, it just removes them, and then it turns the rest of it into a list like that. Okay. For example, imagine I had, hi, my name is, okay, or imagine I have a CSV file, like an Excel file, maybe if you've ever seen one like that, and it says age, comma, gender, comma, height, comma, sex, right? If I have this, well, and I have it as a long string, if I want to get age, gender, height, sex, I want to get all those headers and attributes and store it in a list, I can, if I call dot split here, well, that won't work because it's still putting the commas in here and it's just giving me back one string. That's not what I want. So what I could do is I could split it by commas. I could tell it split it by commas. Once I do that, it actually removes the commas from the string. So then I have age, gender, height, sex, and as 4 separate attributes. So 4 separate properties, right? And that's more of what I want. So split is a really cool method. And when you call it on a string that has spaces, what you're doing is you're basically saying split it by empty spaces, just like this. So when I run this, this will work. Now notice that this line over here, dot split, and then dot split with empty spaces, returns the same result. Interesting, right? They're returning the same result right here. Because by default, if you actually don't pass anything into this dot split method on a string, by default, it will put this. It'll assume you're asking for an empty string. Okay. So we know that we could call the function len to find out the length of our list. Right? So if I can actually take these words and I can split them, well, then I can actually find out the length of my string, right? Or that phrase that I passed it. So zoom out here. So see if you could give that a try. All right. And see if you could make this function work. I think at this point you have enough information to be able to put this together. If not, that's all good too. So I'll give you 5 seconds to pause. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. All right, let's go ahead and do this together. If you were able to do it, great. If you're not, that's okay too. We'll now do this together. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to take my phrase and I'm going to split it. Okay. And then let's just print, this out, and I'll remove this here. So let's run this. And when I give it hi, see this line over here, it's saying, hi, my name is Kazi, right? And boom, it's showing me all this stuff there. And everything is split. Boom. Hi, my name is Kazi. So I already know. Well, then what can I do actually? Well, I can actually call the function len on that. So for example, phrase.split gives me that. And then what I'll do essentially is I'll just call the function, I'll wrap this and I'll just call the function len on it. That's what I'm doing here. So I'm just taking this, right? Boom, because that's where that's going, right there. And then I'm calling the function len on it. So it'll just give me the length of that. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this. And there we go. Count words is 5. So count words. Now I can remove this return, this print, and write return right there. And I could actually turn it into a 1-line solution. So let's go ahead and print. And you can see count words is a very simple 1-liner solution. And yeah, I can type in anything here. Cookies, cream soda, legendary. Okay. So if I keep giving it words, it keeps counting it and accurately. So that's how count words works. If you were able to get it, great. If not, that's all right. And hopefully that gave you some more exercises with and methods that you could actually use with lists. Now I want to show you something very, very, very helpful to help you visualize for loops or any type of loops in general. And this is a debugger that's actually built into Replit, and this is a fantastic debugger. Okay, so debugging is a very useful skill and it'll help you a lot. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and uncomment this line out where we were printing double. Okay. And let's comment this out as well. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll put a breakpoint here. So if you see this blue thing that I just added right next to it, you can do that by clicking here and unclicking here. Okay. So just click right there and then get that blue point to show up. Okay. So once you do that, I'm going to go ahead and click this. That's the debugger. Okay, that icon right there. So let's go ahead and click the debugger. And now you could see that it's currently saying, let me make this, let me do this. So maybe the debugger looks a little bit bigger. Okay, so there we go. So it tells you the breaking point is on line 395, right? It's this right here, because that's where we're actually calling this double function from. So it's a good idea to put the breaking point there. Now, if I hit run on this, it runs from right here. Okay. And then there's already a couple of things here. So it knows about special variables and it knows about function variables. So special variables, don't touch them. Just ignore them. They come with Python. So ignore this. Function variables, you can pretty much ignore that too. But all this is saying is, hey, since you defined all of these functions and we didn't comment them out, right? We have a ton of functions defined, but just not commented out. So if I keep going up, you'll see introducer and all kinds of functions at the top that are defined and just not commented out, right? So let's go back down. So that's what it's noticing. So ignore that too for now. Okay, ignore that too. Now hit this next step right over here. Next step. So the first line of the code, what it's saying is we are given numbers, and numbers are 1, 2, 3 because the user passed it in. So it already knows that this numbers over here is 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Okay, that's all it knows because it's on that line right now. Now let's run another line. So it's on this result line now. Now when I run the result line, notice that it now knows the result is a variable that's instantiated as an empty list. Now it's telling me that it's going to run this line over here. So let's hit next on this, next step. And now it says, hey, I know what numbers is and I know what result is already, but now I know that number is an integer and it's 1, right? It even knows their data types, list, and integer. So it goes, hey, I know what number is at this point because at the first loop, number is going to be a 1. Then hit next again. Okay. And now it can tell you, hey, I just ran this line over here. And this is what happened. Result is a list. Now that list is not empty anymore. It has 2 inside of it. Okay, great. I'm going to run line 390 again. That's why it's grayed out, right? So let's run line 390 again. Boom. And it says, hey, number is now 2. Run it again. And it goes, boom, I just added 4 to the result. Okay. Let's run it one more time. It goes, hey, I know that number is 3. So number is 3 here. So it's going to be basically doing 3 multiplied by 2. And it's going to take 6 and append it to result. And so after this line, this result over here should have a 6. So let's give that a try. And boom, you can see that we have that 6 right there. Okay, let's run it again. And now it's going to that line return result finally. So let's go ahead and run it again, right? It did that. And then now it's going to the print line and it just printed out. Okay, so that was a full step-by-step, line by line, exactly everything that happened. And yeah, so debugger can be very helpful in order for you to like find out what your code is doing. Okay, so I would highly recommend any part, especially loops, and then to turn it off, just hit this stop. Okay, so you can turn it off. But for visualizing loops, very, very, very helpful. Okay, very helpful. All right, now we'll do some more practice still with lists because this is going to be key. Okay, so we're going to just keep sharpening this sword. Now, let's say that I have, okay, so let's say this, right? If I call a function and we'll call it sum list. Okay, if I call this function and I give it 1, 2, 3, it should return back to me a 6. So what's happening here? I'm summing up this entire list. Okay, create a function that given a list of numbers, it can return their sum. So we're going to go ahead and create this function. How do we do that? How would we do something along those lines? So think about this. there was a pattern. There's a couple of patterns we've used in the past. So I would say that if you gave this a try right now, it'd be of a difficulty 7 out of a 10. And you could do this because you have all the tools available. So what I'm going to tell you is that it's going to use this counter pattern that we had created earlier. It's going to use similar to this pattern right here, okay, where we did count plus equals 1, but instead of count plus equals 1, you're going to do plus equals something else. So you could give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. It'll be challenging. And then we'll do this together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go ahead and do this together now. So obviously, I know this much. The function is going to be called SumList and is going to take in some numbers. Okay, now I know that that's going to be a list data type. And I can further type hint it to say list of integers. Okay, so again, we don't need to do this. And I know it'll return an integer. Okay, this much I know about this function. So I can get rid of it for now, just so I can keep this simple. All right, so SumList is going to take it numbers and is going to sum up all of the numbers and then return them. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say count, and I'm going to set it to 0. Then what I'll do is I'll loop through these numbers. Okay, so I'll say for number in numbers. And let's actually comment this out for now. And let's actually try this manually first. I think that'll really help you. So let's try, how would we do this manually? If I gave you numbers and they were 1, 2, 3, and 4, how would you do this manually? Well, you'd first go through and you would do, numbers. You would create, a count and you'd set it to 0. And then you'd basically go through and you say, okay, I'm going to take count and I'm going to plus equals it by numbers of 0. Okay, so that by doing that, I'm incrementing count by that, right? So for example, let's go ahead and put it in the console here so we could visualize this better. So I'm going to set count to 0 and I'll set numbers to this. Okay, now I'll increment it by the first element in that array. I'll increment count. And let's go ahead and see count. So count is now 1. Now I'll increment count by the second element in the array, which is the 2. Now count should be 3. Then I'll increment count by the third element in the array, which is the 3. Show the count should be 6. And then I'll increment it by the fourth element in the list. And then let's go ahead count, and you could see count says 10. Okay, that's the pattern that I would have. So in effect, I'll be writing this and this and this multiple times, copying, pasting, doing it by hand, and then I'll print out my count, and that will be the sum, right? Okay. So let's do it in a loop now. So we'll say for number in numbers, and we'll say count, and we'll just increment it by the number. And then at the end, we'll just say return count. Okay. Now let's go ahead and give this a try. So I'm going to go ahead and say print SumList, and we'll give it 1, 2, 3. And let's see what happens. Boom, there you go. That worked. Let's comment out any other print statements we have. Let's comment this out right here. Let's run it again. You could see we're getting back 6. Now, what if I put a 4 in there as well, comma 4? That should get me to a 10. And yep, I see a 6 and I see a 10. So my sum function is working correctly, my SumList function. So let's go here. So that was yet another practice for you to do. Okay, and we're gonna do, I would say let's at least do one more practice. Okay, so this is good practice for us. What loops and lists combined, there's so much you could do with coding with that. So that's why you want to keep drilling those practice skills and getting better at it. Okay, now I'm gonna comment out both of these, and now what we'll do is we'll say we'll create a find max. Okay, and find max, if you try to do it yourself, that would be a challenge of 9 or 10 difficulty because you don't necessarily have full on. You kind of have the tools to do this, but it's a difficult one if you want to do it by yourself. It'll be a pretty difficult one. Okay, so we want to make this one find max that finds a max from a list. So for example, if I give it a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, it finds this. So let's go ahead and create comments for these. So I'm going to say find max. Okay. And then I will give it 1, 5, 10, 3. If I do that, it should return 10. That's what find max should do. Okay. Well, how on earth are we going to make a function that can go ahead and do this? So if you want to give it a try, pause the video now, give it a try. And otherwise, let's keep going. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a function. It's going to obviously be called find max. Okay, find max. And then it's going to take in, a list of integers. And I don't need to type hint. Okay, but I'll just go here. It's going to take in a list of numbers. You could add in type hinting after you're done writing your entire function. That way it doesn't take up cognitive load mentally from you, but it makes your code more readable when looking at it later. So it's going to take in numbers and it's going to find the max. Well, how I want to do this is I want to set the current max. Okay. And I'll set the current max to the first item inside of that list. Okay. So if I was to do this by hand, I'd probably have current max and I'll set that to the first element in that list, right? So if you gave me a list and you said, hey, Kazi, here are the numbers. And you said there are 1, 5, 10, 3, just like that. Well, I would probably set the current max to 1. Okay. Or in other words, I would set it to numbers of 0. Okay. The first element of that list. And then what I would do is I would go, because we're assuming this is a really large list, right? Because if it was a really, really, really large list, you wouldn't just be able to eyeball it, is what I'm saying. Okay, so let's say this was like a really large list and there was like some max number in there. You wouldn't just be able to eyeball it. It'd be too hard. Okay, so I'm going to Command Z this and make this back to the small list that it was. Right, because that's usually the real data you're working with. Real data is like massive, right? Here we're just using some dummy variables, dummy lists, making them small so we can conceptually understand what's happening. Okay, so I would have this and then I'll set the current max to this. Then what I would do is I would just go through each of these items and I would compare this and this. And if I found out that this item was greater than this item, this number right here, I would replace current max with this new current max. And then I would compare, right? Then you would compare this and this. And if this was greater than the current max, then I would set this to the current max. And then I would compare this against the current max. And if this was greater than the current max, then I would set it to current max. Otherwise, I would just skip and ignore and keep moving. Okay, that's the pattern. So basically, I would check, through the loop. I would say, hey, let's just start with that. So I'll say is, and I'm just writing this in English for now, 1 greater than current max. And then it would say the answer is no. So then I just continue moving. Then I would say is, in the second loop, I'd say is 5 greater than current max. What I'm writing here is called pseudocode. It's helpful to write code in English like this because you can, before you end up writing actual code, you can just visualize what the heck is happening. And then you could syntactically turn it into actual code. And it's an easy way of doing it. It's 5 greater than current max. The answer is yes. Since the answer is yes, I'll say current max is now equal to 5. Okay, then I'll go through again. I'll say current max. Then I'll say is 10 greater than current max. And since the answer is yes, I will say current max is equal to 10. Okay. Here we'll just say go to next number. Okay, that's what's happening here. So if it's no, go to next number. And then I'll go, is 3, the last item in the loop, greater than current max? If that's a no, okay, well then just end the loop, because we know we're at the last number, and it will automatically end the loop. So that's really the algorithm that we would write. Now I'm going to go ahead and comment all of this out. So the pseudocode is there, and we can use the pseudocode to create our real code. Okay. All right. So let's go boom. And I will say, for number in numbers, if number greater than current max, we'll then set the current max to the number, to whatever the number is. And then that's really it. I don't really need to do anything else. And then once we're done with the loop, just return current max. Okay. And yeah, let's give it a try, because that's essentially the logic. So let's go ahead and say find max, and I'll give it 1, 2, 3, 10, 17, 4, 6, 5, 6. Let's run this. And look at that. It found the current max so damn fast, right? Now, if I copy this and I just paste it a couple of times, and we put a current max like here of 19. Let's see if we could find it. It found it instantly, right? It found it really, really fast. Okay, now I'll make it smaller. There we go. And boom, yeah, it works every single time. So that's how you would write it, okay? So again, you saw that we had to work with lists here. We had to do loops. We had to do if-else conditions. So we had a for loop with an if-else condition. So that's probably something new, you know, that you might not have seen before. So the reason why you want to set it to the first element and you don't want to set current max to be 0 or something like that is, if you did set it to 0 and I tricked you and I just gave you like all negative numbers, when I run find max, you're going to return back a 0, but like there is no 0 in this list, right? So you want to set it as the first element of that list. So instead I should have gotten back like, you know, -1, because that's the biggest number out of all of these other numbers here. So that's why numbers of 0 is the way to do this. Okay. So hopefully that gave you some solid practice with using lists. All right. So now, since we did a little bit of practice with lists, let's do some practice with dictionaries. Okay. So dictionary practice. And just a friendly reminder, you should be coding the entire time in main.py. Since I'm Kazi, I'm coding in here. And at any time, if you need notes or everything you're probably writing or will write is all in here. Okay. Everything that I'm writing will be made available to you in kazi.py. So you could just go there and get access to all of this code. Okay. Just in case you couldn't follow along or anything for that reason. Okay. So with dictionary practice, what we're going to do is we're going to create a function, and we'll call this word frequency. And what this will do is it will take in a string. So let's say I say, I love Batman because I am Batman. Okay. So weird string, weird phrase to say. So I'll take in a phrase, which will be of type string. And you'll notice that it is repeating certain words, words a few times. So let's go here. And what this should return is a dictionary. And that dictionary should basically say the word I should be the key. Okay, I. And it should say, since I happens twice, it should say 2 times. And then since love happens only 1 time, it should say love is 1. Since Batman happened twice, it should go Batman 2. And then I is already done, so we ignore that. And then M happens once. Okay, so if you call word frequency on this, I love Batman because I am Batman, this is what it should actually return. So what this is doing is telling you the frequency of whatever it is you're doing, okay? So let's go ahead and create this function. So we're going to say define word frequency. And it'll take in a phrase, okay? And then it'll give us this guy over here. Now, the first thing I notice when I do this is I imagine usually with the string by itself, there's not really much you could do with it. So I would want to turn this into a list. That's probably the first thing I'm thinking. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll do phrase, and it's all of these words are separated by a space, right? So I could actually just do phrase dot split by an empty space, or just remove this, and by default it's actually putting that. And let's go ahead and print this. All right, and we'll call this function now word frequency, and the phrase we'll give it is this: I love Batman because I am Batman. So let's give it that. Okay, and let's run our code and comment everything else out in the meantime. Okay, so yeah, you see it turned it into a array or a list, right? And we have these inside of the list. Now, this is where a dictionary is going to be really helpful to keep track of all of this, because dictionary can have only unique keys. So if I appears twice in a dictionary, it'll only appear once. So what I want to do is, here's how I would do it if I kind of did it manually. Okay, so I'd kind of create a dictionary. I'd create an empty dictionary. Okay, so I'll just say result or something like that. And then I would loop through this list over here, okay, which has all the words in it. And I'd say something along the lines of like, okay, if I get I, the first question I'll ask is I in result? Okay, I'll look inside of this dictionary and see if it's already there. If I is not in result, because it'll say no in the start, then what we'll do is I'll say, okay, set create a new key value pair. Okay, and we'll say set the key value to I, and set the key to I and the value to 0. Okay, so basically, in other words, I'm going to do this, I, and I'll say 0 because it didn't exist. So this is just loop number 1. Okay, loop 1. Then we'll loop through the second time, right? We'll go to the second iteration of the for loop, and we'll be on this word love, because we'll do something like for word in words, or for word in phrase, or whatever we're going to call this list over here. So for word in words, let's just say. So first time word is going to be I. The second time the word is going to be love. So I'm going to say is love in result. The answer is no. Well, then we're just going to follow the same logic. And we'll say set the key to I and value to 0. Okay, and I'll remove this, and because it's the same thing. So it's like set the key to I and value to, or in this case, we'll set the key to love and value to 0, because this is, and I apologize, the value should be 1, because it represents that it's been found one time. So there we go, 1. So it's like, hey, this I has been found one time. So we'll set it to 1, not 0. Then we'll loop again. Okay, so I'll copy paste this format, and we'll loop again the third time, and we'll find the word Batman. Is Batman in the result? The answer is no. Since the answer is no, we'll set that to 1. This is the third loop. Then we'll loop through the fourth time, and we'll find the word because. And since this is a no, we'll set the key to and value to 1. Let's loop through again, and now we get to kind of the interesting part. And we get to the I. Is I in result? The answer is yes. And so now we won't set a new key because the key is already there. We'll say increment the value of result of I by 1. Okay, so we'll increment the result, increment the value of that key. Okay, or in English, I'll say of this key, of the I key by 1. Okay, then we'll loop through it again. What will we find? Now you help me with this. Okay, what will we find? What's the next word? I love Batman because I, and what's the word we're going to use here? Am, right? So this is going to be am. Then is am in this result dictionary? Yes or no? It's not. And by the way, I wasn't updating this dictionary, but this dictionary would be getting updated the entire time, right? So result to 1, and then we'll set Batman to 1 as well, right? After this, and then 4 would do, we'll say because, we'll say because, and because I don't want this running along the entire line, I will do this. So you could see key value pairs on every single line. So I'll say because, we'll set that to 1, and then it'll bring us to I again, and we'll say I because I, and now we'll increment the value of this I to 2 instead of actually adding a new key. Okay, and then we'll say am, and am, is that in the result dictionary? Yes or no? No, right? It's not. So we're going to say no. We're going to increment the value of, we're not going to increment the value. We're going to set the key to am and value to 1. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and here, we're going to say key, sorry, not key, but am, and we'll say 1. Okay, and then the last loop that we're going to do is going to be the increment loop. So I'll copy this, loop 7, and is Batman in result? The answer is yes. Increment the value of Batman key by 1. So since we're going to do that, we won't add a new key. We'll go to the existing Batman and we'll increment it and we'll put it as 2. Okay, so that's how we would do it manually if we were doing this. All right. Now let's go ahead and turn all of this into code. So first step, I'm going to comment this entire thing out, and then we're going to go ahead and write the code. So I'm going to say define, and I think I have my function already here. So I'll actually just, okay, let's write up top. Let's write up top because everything is already there. So let's write our function here. Okay, we're going to follow that same logic. So in the start, I'm going to create an empty dictionary. Okay, it's just going to be empty. There's going to be nothing in there right now. And if you create empty squigglies, you might think this is a set, but no, this is going to be a dictionary, and you can check it here. You can say type of empty squigglies, and you will see these curly braces or squigglies or whatever you want to call it. The class is dictionary. So it assumes it's a dictionary instead of an empty set. Okay, and that's what we want. We want a dictionary. Okay, so result is this for now. Then I'm going to loop through. Okay, we'll say this split is just words, right? Because I get back a list of all the words. And I'll say for word in words, if word in result, if the word is already in result, in that case, what I want you to do is increment it by 1. Okay, or in other words, if we follow our logic, I'll say if the word is not in result, then I want you to set the key. Okay, so how we're going to set the key is I'm going to say result, and we'll create a new key, and the key will be titled that specific word, and we'll say set the key to 1. Otherwise, else, if it is inside of result, if it is found, well, then we'll just increment result by 1. Okay, and then at the end, let's go ahead and return result. Okay, and let's go ahead and run this. And of course, we forgot to call print here. That's why it didn't show. So let's go ahead and print and run this. All right, there we go. We're getting back exactly this right over here. You could see I is 2, love is 1, Batman is 2 because, oh, my bad. Should have said because 1, right? Because is 1 and then am is 1 right there. Okay, so this works perfectly. So hopefully this was not too overwhelming or too confusing, because we're just building on top of, you know, essentially every single step that we had previously done. Now, if we want to make the input dynamic for the user, we could go ahead and say word frequency, and then let's say that it takes in an input from a user. Please enter your phrase. Okay, now if I run this and I comment this out, it's going to ask me right here, please enter your phrase. And let's go ahead and practice this. So I'll go ahead and enter my phrase here, and I'll say, I like to eat cookies. Boom, I like to eat cookies, right? Let's run it again. Let's say cookies, 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 cookies. I am a bookie. Bookie, bookie, bookie. Let's run that, hit enter, and cookies, it happened 3 times. Cookies with a comma happened 1 time, right? Because we haven't taught it yet how to care about special characters like a comma. So that is fine, because cookies, comma is, as far as I'm concerned, it's a brand new word. I am a, right, bookie, right? Bookie showed up 4 times. So very nice. Very nice. It works perfectly. So you can make it dynamic by asking it the input from the user. Okay, so that's it for now in terms of practicing with dictionaries. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to some really big boy and big girl stuff, which is going to be higher order functions. And then after that, we're going to step it up a notch, and it's going to be awesome. Okay, I'm not even going to tell you. It's going to be a secret. You're going to be in for a surprise. So with that said, I'm really excited. Can't wait to start talking to you about this stuff. All right, I hope you're ready to talk about higher order functions. This is scary, scary stuff. But don't worry, it's not that scary actually. We'll walk through it together, okay? So cool. Let's go ahead and comment out every single line. So when you run your code, it should be empty. Nothing should be printing out. Okay, now I'm going to talk about this higher order functions. Okay, big words, but what are we really going to learn here, and what are we going to talk about? I'm just going to show you 2 for now, map and filter, okay, because those are really the only 2 ones you'll kind of need. And then after that, I'll show you something, and you won't even need this anymore, okay? But this is going to be the building block for the next thing that we're going to do. So let's just start off with this. So remember that function that we wrote that doubled things? So we wrote this function and you could double, right? And you call double on 1, 2, 3, and you would get back 2, 4, 6. Well, here's a nicer way of doing it. We can actually use the map method. Okay, and whenever you run this map function, what's nice about this map function is at the end, it will always return a brand new array. Now, if I want to use map to make this happen over here, I need to give map a function. Okay, and what map does is map goes and gets this guy and gets this guy and gets this guy, and it has the power to get this guy and do something with him. Get this guy, do something with him. Get this guy and do something with him. And this is something you would normally write a for loop for and loop through and do all this stuff. Map, you can kind of do it in one line. And I want to call map, right? And I want to be able to call it. And map is a function, and it takes in another function as an input. So you're going to put another function in here, okay? So for example, I'll put, let's say I create a function, our function double does what? It goes through, if I look at it, it goes through and it doubles the numbers. Okay. So let's go and create a function here so you could see it. And I'll just say double number. So this function is going to be a lot simpler. It's going to expect some kind of number and it will return that number multiplied by 2. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and give the double number function to map. So it's taking it in a function. Okay, so I'm not giving a function call like this. I am literally giving it the definition of that function. Okay. For example, if I did from Kazi, you can do from import, from main import, blah, 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 or you could just do import double number. So I'll do from Kazi import double number. Okay. So I had some errors in my thing. So I just refreshed everything. And yeah, now if I run it from Kazi, like for some reason, sometimes it'll give an error. So just like run, I guess, double number first. If you're getting an error where it's not recognizing what it is, so just like run it like this first. And once you run it like this, now try doing from Kazi, in your case from main, from Kazi, import double number. Okay. If you're in main, you could probably also just do import double number. That should work too. And now if I do double number and I call something, call it with 2, I get back 4. So like I can see that double number function works as expected. So what I want to do is I want to apply this double number function on everything, on this 1 here, on this 2 here, and on this 3 here. Okay, in place, update these in place, and then return like a new array. So basically I'm not going to be changing the actual list that the user gave me, but I'm going to be making the copy of that list and then, you know, essentially changing that. So you could think of it like that. Okay. So that way the actual data that the user gave doesn't get lost. Okay. So I'm going to say map double number, give it that. And then also now it needs an array. So I'll give it an array of 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, if I try to print this, you're going to see that I'm going to get something a little weird. It says, hey, map object at blah, 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 de blah, de bloop. Okay. So it's an iterable object. And in order to show it and have it reveal itself, in other words, we're going to have to call list on it. So list will turn it into a list. And you can see, boom, that worked. We've doubled everything, right? 2, 4, 6. So we gave it a function and we gave it a list. Okay, so we just said, hey, we gave it a double number function, then we gave it a list and we said, do that to this list. And now we could essentially write that entire thing in one line. And if we go and look at our double number, right? And I'm going to put it underneath this and I'll just comment everything out. Honestly, this over here looks a lot more complicated than this over here because it's one line. Okay, so if we were to turn double this into a function, so if I said define, you know, and we call this, yeah, you don't even need to turn it into a function, right? That's the whole point because you could just write it in one line. It wouldn't really make sense to even honestly make it into a function. You should just call map right there, call whatever you need to do and do it right there. Now, here's another reason why I like it. You can create this double number function on the fly without even creating this function here. So in other words, I can actually do this. Okay. I can say, instead of this, I can actually make a function on the fly and I can say lambda num and just take that num and multiply it by 2. So return that. So this is now the same exact thing as this. Okay. We're taking in an input num number, and then we're taking num number and multiplying it by 2, just like that, multiplying it by 2, right? That's it. And now if I actually run this, you'll see I'll get 2 lists of 2, 4, 6, one from this and one from this. Okay. So I can actually, like, I don't even need to use this anymore, and I'll comment this out. And there you go. This is a nice little one-liner that we just did on the fly. Okay, well, what if I wanted to make a function that squared everything? What if I wanted to make it so instead of it going doubling 2, 4, 6, we squared it. So, you know, 1 squared is going to be 1 2 squared is going to be 4. 3 squared, okay, is going to be 9, right? So I should get back 149. How do I do that? Well, that's very simple. We go here and we just replace this with a square. We're just going to square that result, that number. Okay, so we're going to go through. I'm going to loop through, get 1. I'm going to square it. I'm going to go get 2. Okay, map is already writing the loop for you. That's the nice part. That's why you're not the one writing the loop. Map is already doing that for you. Whenever you see map, you're essentially mapping through the entire list. Okay. Then I'll go through 2 and square 2. And then I'll go through 3 and square 3. And then I'll just get 149 in place of whatever is there right now. Okay. Like that. Let's run it. And you can see I got 149. Okay. So let's go ahead, higher order functions, right? This is the example of map. Very nice, very, very useful. Okay, now I'm going to show you another one that is very useful, and we call this one, this is filter, okay? Filter is another beautiful one, which you can use very commonly. So for example, let's say I have a list of numbers. So I have a list of numbers, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Now, let's say I only want to get the even numbers. Watch how easy that is to write it. I can actually say map, and I write my lambda here, and I say, I'm going to take in a number. Okay. And then I'm going to say, not map. We're going to write filter. Okay. I'm going to filter, and filter where the number does not equal, or we'll do this. So how do you get, let's just show you the logic here first. So I'm going to say numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And let's say I want to get all the even numbers from this numbers list right here. Well, how I'll do that, I'll zoom in so you can see. Actually, hey, get away from there. Okay. So how do you check something is an odd number? How to check for an even number? Let's check for an even number. All right. What I'll do is I'll say 2 modulo 2 should have a remainder of 0. So if I take the number 2 and I divide it by the number 2, it should have a modulo of 0. Yes. Okay. Let's take 4 and do modulo 2 and check what I get back. Let's take 6 and do modulo 2, meaning like all these numbers divided by 2 have no remainder. So every even number divided by 2 has no remainder is basically what we're saying. That's a definition of an even number. Okay, that's an even number. Now, an odd number will be, like 5. So let's say I try 5 modulo 2 equals 0, and it'll say false. Okay, so here, let's say I want only the even numbers. Well, I'll just pass in this condition. So to this filter, I'm just going to say grab the number and just make sure that the modulo 2 is 0. If this is true, then pop it into the new list. Filter also returns a list. Filter is a function and it returns a list. Okay, and a new list. So I'm going to apply this and I'm going to give it my numbers. Okay, let me zoom out here so you can see everything. Filter. I'm going to give it my numbers list right here. Okay. And then in order to show this, I obviously have to wrap it in list. And in order to show that onto the console, I need to print it. Okay, so let's go ahead and print this. And look at that. Wow, right? Like we were able to create this filter so easily. If you had to manually do it, that would take a lot of work. And you could try to do it manually, write your own loop and all of that. But yeah, filter already automatically starts looping. So whenever I'm thinking filter, I'm thinking I'm already looping in my mind. I know I'm looping through every single item, right? But then the condition is like only put the thing in the new list if it matches this condition right over here. So I go through here and I say, hey, is number divisible by 2? Nope. Okay. We throw it away. Then we go to this and we say, hey, is this divisible by 2? Yes, it is. So we throw it in the final result list. Then we go to 3 and we go, nope. 4, check. 5, 6, check. 7, 8, check. 9, 10, check, right? Check. And then we just keep dropping those, and that's how we're getting all those guys in our list. So that's how that works. And, you know, basically the code here is a nice one-liner. I'm super zoomed in, right? But if I'm on my computer and I'm just zoomed out, I'm just zoomed in so you can see better, right? But on my computer, this is how I see it. So it's like, that's a smooth one-liner with plenty of more space to write, right? So that's how you will filter. So that's enough for an introduction of higher order functions. And now I'll show you something that's going to be even better. And it's like the most epic thing. And that is called list comprehensions. They're much easier to write than all this filter and, you know, all this map stuff. Much, much, much easier. And they will pretty much replace their powers and give you brand new powers. Okay. And you can write. You can replace the functionality of map and filter with them, and they're just much easier to write and smoother. So let's go ahead and learn about list comprehensions now. All right, my friends, now I want to talk to you about list comprehensions and how they work, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, grab that same list here, numbers, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and watch how cool it is and how I can do it with a list comprehension. So I can say, let's say I want to use this filter one right over here, right? First thing I have to do when I'm doing a list comprehension is I have to make a list just like this. Okay, so make a list. And then I will say number for number in numbers. Okay. And then I'll write my if statement. If number is divisible by 2. Okay. And let's go ahead and just print this. And boom, look at that. That is already working. Okay. It's giving me all the even numbers. And now I'll kind of explain what I've done. So this is a regular for loop, for number and numbers. This part you know already. Okay. And then I say, only get me the number if the number is divisible by 2. And then it asks, how should I build the list that I return to you? Just give me number. Okay, for each of those numbers, just give it back to me. So for example, this filter would only allow 2. Okay, just give me 2 back. Great. This filter would only allow 4 in the next loop. Okay, just give me back number. And so it just keeps appending it. Boom, boom, boom. Right? It keeps creating a new list out of that. And then we return it. Now, what if I wanted to double all these numbers? I just do this. And that doubles every number. Okay. Oh, that is doubling actually all the even numbers. So, okay, let me give you an example. Okay. So this is I'll write a comment, filter and give me only even numbers. Okay. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and remove this statement here. Okay. And I'll say for number and numbers, here's what I want you to do with the number. Number multiplied by 2 for number and numbers. Okay. So this basically means loop through the numbers list, call that variable, whichever variable you're iterating over number. And then the new list, how I want you to make it is make it up of these elements, number multiplied by 2. So if I print this out, you'll see it has doubled all of those numbers right there. Okay. And honestly, in my mind, this looks way easier than writing map and filter and then wrapping it in a list and lambda and all kinds of crazy stuff. This just looks like you're writing a for loop, right? That's the power of list comprehension. So that was filtering. And then this is, you just essentially did a map double numbers. Okay. So this is an example of a map. This is an example of a filter. And yeah, that's why I didn't spend too much time teaching you these, because you'll kind of never have to use those again. Okay, map and filter, because list comprehensions are king and you can just use them for everything. What if I wanted to get odd numbers? So give that a try. Okay, so get odd numbers. Give that a try here. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 5 seconds to pause. Okay, now 5 seconds to solve it. So take 5 seconds to pause and solve it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and do this together. And I would just simply say, okay, let me make an array first. So I first make my array or list, and then I'm going to say for number and numbers, because that's my loop. So let me just write that and get that out of the way. Okay, so this is my loop right here. And then what do I want to do? I want to get only odd numbers. Okay, so only get the number if number modulo 2 does not equal 0. So if it's like, if basically there is a remainder, in other words, okay? And I'm going to say, once you get that number, then all I want you to do is just give me that number back. I don't want you to double that number. I don't want you to triple that number. Just give me that number back. And let's print this. Okay. Okay, and let's go ahead and comment out all of this so we can see very clearly where our result is. There we go, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. So I got back all of my odd numbers here. Now, if I told you, give me all of the odd numbers cubed. Okay, so that's like crazy. I wouldn't ask you to do that. That's crazy. But you would just do this. And that will give you all the odd numbers cubed. So this will get you all the odd numbers. This is going to cube all of them. And then there you go. Okay. So really, really crazy, fancy stuff that you could do with this. And not just this, right? Again, if I take you to the Netflix example, it's like if I have, this giant list, I want to just filter out where the name is Kazi. So it'll just filter that out. Or if I have like every single movie data and I only want like comedies, I could filter this out, this entire database out, and I could filter where there's only like the title is comedy, or they have comedy in their attribute, and I can filter that out. So there are very real world applications of where you could use this, right? You could filter out obviously with strings as well. You could filter it out, filter for anything, floats, whatever is in your list, you could do it. So list comprehensions are absolutely amazing. In Python, you could also do 2D, array, 2-dimensional list comprehensions too, which we won't get into because 2-dimensional lists are kind of a little bit more advanced than we need to get right now because we're just trying to learn Python right now, right? And master the basics. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed learning about list comprehensions as much as I enjoyed teaching it. They are so freaking badass. They're so cool. And they're very, very easy to write, right? This is an example of doubling the numbers, and it was so easy to do. So I enjoyed them. I hope you enjoyed them as well. And last thing I want to leave you with is just there's a couple of special keywords that I think you should just learn how to use. And I won't take too much time on this, but I do want to just share them with you. So I'll do this here. I'll just zoom in here a little bit so you could see very clearly. I'll go ahead and delete all of this. And so for example, Python comes with something called sum. So if I actually do sum 1, 2, 3, it can automatically just sum it up for you. So you don't actually have to write a function that sums. Okay, so that's one really nice one. There's obviously len, which you're already aware of, okay? And then there's also max. So you don't have to write your own max function. Max can do that for you. 10, 5, 7, and boom, there you go. You get back 10. So you could see max automatically will always pick out the max number. There's also min, which is oftentimes also very helpful. So I'll say 50, -7, 337. Let's run it. Minimum, the smallest number is -7, and boom, you can see that I get back -7. Okay, so very nice. These are some built-in functions, sum, len, max, min. Okay, I'll just put them here for you, and I'll comment these out so you have access to them. And it doesn't know what that is, so I'll just remove it. Okay, I'll just put these 3. So if you're looking at it later, it just looks like nice little notes for you that I've left. Okay, so special built in functions with Python. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So list comprehensions plus some special built-in functions plus a little kiss for you, your beautiful face. And with that said, let's just keep rocking and rolling. What's up, guys? Welcome back. So I've added a couple of nice things for you. Let me go ahead and show you. So go ahead back to your course, and right over here, you're going to see Markdown. So click on Markdown, and in your Markdown, you're going to see all of this nice stuff that I've added for you. It's going to say, welcome to the best Python tutorial in the world by Clever Programmer. And here I'll list out exercises, projects, and any future projects that we'll be creating will go here, okay? And the order of this might change by the time you are watching this tutorial because we're constantly making changes, making improvements, seeing like where you might fall into a trap or we're constantly changing this. So for example, here's a list of apps that you're gonna have. So this is gonna show you, hey, here are the apps, okay? Now, here's an example. So for example, this counter app that you're gonna build is gonna be a really nice app that you're gonna build with Flask. Now, if I actually scroll down over here, it's gonna tell you, hey, before you start this project, make sure you've mastered the following pure Python concepts. And it will tell you, hey, it's okay if you don't know web development concepts, we'll learn these together. So for this counter app, we're going to be covering the following concepts: web development and pure Python related concepts. So web development for this project is going to have these three concepts in there: routing, get request, database. You don't need to know these. These are okay. These are new. We're going to learn it together. So you don't have to know those. However, before you enter this project, you will need to know these concepts: dictionaries, named arguments, incrementing, decrementing, and functions. Now, if you have made it to this part of the course, you know all of these already. If you didn't skip any sections, you have been familiarized with dictionaries. You have learned named arguments, which is where you call a function and then you give an argument. So you can say A equals 1 and B equals 2. Okay, so those are like named arguments. You have learned increment and decrementing, which is num plus equals 1, or like cookie hello plus equals 1. So it's like incrementing a key in a dictionary, right? So you have learned those concepts. You have learned functions and how to call functions. So all pure Python concepts are good, which means that you are eligible to go ahead onto this project. Now, another thing you're going to see in this project is going to see project, live demo, and solution. All right. So you're going to see these three things. The project means this is the exercise project where you're going to write your code. This isn't going to be the complete project. So this is going to be like you coding this kind of from scratch. Okay, so that's going to be that. The live demo is going to be obviously the demo of the app working. So for example, if I hit this plus button right here, you can see my calendar app is incrementing, right? And when I hit this minus button here, you can see my app decrements, right? So how do we do that? How do we create an app like that with Python? So you're going to create that. And this app is deployed onto the internet, which is super nice about REPL, right? Replit allows you to deploy apps with a click of a button, which means you'll be able to show all of these Python projects you make to everybody else. And then there's going to be a solution section, right? There's going to be a solution section, and this section is going to have the link to the full solution, all the code, which I recommend that you go to the solution once you feel like you can't make progress on the project. And in this course, we're going to go through the project together. All right. We're going to cover every single thing. We're going to walk through it step by step together. So you should have no problem completing this project portion. But if for any reason you're stuck, you always have the solution file. You can just go to that. The next app you're going to be making in this course, or one of the apps also you're going to be making, is this random dog generator, right? This will have what the app is, what concepts you'll need to learn, right? And I have some additional notes for you as well, like, hey, this is how dictionaries work. So you can scroll down and see those. And so this is just a snapshot from what we have done already. And so it's like, okay, if you create dictionaries and you call the function, boom, this is what it will do. Or if you want to remember, hey, how conditionals work, here's like a little cheat sheet for how if-then statements work, and you can come and always check this. Or, if you forget for loops, you can always see these examples that I've like written out in a very clear way, because I know in notes here, it's not always so clear where the examples are, but here they're very clear. Here's loops, here's working examples of loops, right? And then how do you find frequency of words in a phrase? Boom, some more examples, right? So this will constantly be evolving, and more notes, more exercises, more projects are going to be going there. But yeah, just wanted to kind of give you the lay of the land. I hope that this makes sense, and I hope that this is helpful for you. All right, with that said, what we're going to be doing is working on our first Python project. I'm so excited to do this with you. So let's go ahead and do this one together. Now, we have this app that we're going to be building together, the Counter app, and it looks gorgeous, and it's going to cover quite a bit of Python concepts, and we're going to do this slowly and one step at a time, so it's not overwhelming, and I've tried my best to make it as easy and simple to understand for you as possible. So what you're going to go ahead and do is click this project link over here, because we don't want to see the live demo right now, and we don't want to see the solution right now. So let's go ahead and choose project. So once you click this project, it's going to bring you to this page over here, okay? And then all you're going to want to do is hit fork REPL. So you hit fork REPL, and then if you haven't, you obviously have an account. I'm on incognito, but you're just going to go to that REPL, okay? Because once you fork it, it'll allow you to edit code. So you must hit fork, very important. Okay, so go ahead, fork that REPL CP Counter app, okay? And then you could call it whatever you want. You could change it, okay? So there you go. Now in here, we're going to be coding. Now here's how this app is going to work. So once you go here, and if you hit run or whatever, this is what your app should be showing you. Home page right there. Okay. So that's what's showing you. And before I do anything else with this app, I'll just walk you through what's inside and what's happening in this app. Okay. So you're not overwhelmed. Now, there's only one file you need to worry about. Okay. There's no other files that you need to worry about right now. So that's the only file right there that you have to worry about. That's the first thing I want you to notice. The second thing I want you to notice is here, okay? We only have 8 lines of code. And I know there's some stuff that you have not seen that's in here before. And we'll walk through that one step at a time, okay? So let's just walk through line by line, okay? The first 2 lines, I don't want you to worry too much about, but they are just importing stuff to help you out. So you've seen me use a little bit of importing in Python, not too much of it, but all we're doing here is we're just asking some other files for help. That's why we're doing import. Okay. So there's a Counter app that I've created for you, which I have hidden from you right now. Okay. And that has some helpful functions that you'll need to complete this project. So you'll homepage, app, show, and DB, and I'll show you those later. Okay, but these are there to help you. That's what's happening in those lines. So you can pretty much ignore these for now. Let's go to line 8. Okay, what's happening in line 8 over here? This line is simply running the app. All right, and it's running the app on port 81 or whatever. Which honestly, even all these details you can ignore. I don't even pay attention to this. I just see this. It runs my app. If you remove this line, your app doesn't run. Okay, so it's simple as that. This is to help you. This is to run the app. So that's it so far. Now it brings us to kind of the interesting part of our code, which is this part over here. Okay. So the thing you've probably never seen before is this guy right there. Okay. What's this @ and app.route? All this is saying, okay, I'll open this in a new page. So you should probably do that too. All this is saying is that when I hit my home page, meaning I don't have a path here or about or anything like that in my URL, when I hit my home page, do the following, run this function home. Okay. So for example, I could also say only when I hit the banana page, give me a banana like this. Okay. Now, make sure you stop and start your app again. So you'll have to do this pretty often. You'll have to stop your server and run it again, because if you don't, it's not going to show the new changes. Now, if you go to your app and you refresh, it's going to give you an error. And you could just go /banana. And if I go /banana, now you can see that it's actually giving me back a banana, right? So that's how this works. This is just saying where this is happening. So we're just going to leave it on / our home page. And now on our home page, we'll say, give us a banana. So I'm going to hit Command Enter. You could also do that too. That can help restart your app if you do Command Enter. And there we go. I can see my banana is now on the home page. So without going too deep into it, I just want you to understand what it does at a simple level. It's just saying, yeah, on the home page, buddy, show me this banana. That's all. Okay. Now, this function name here, you could call it whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. I could literally call it this, right? And if I start my code, it'll still give me that banana. Okay. So this function name is not that important. It's just important that it has a function name, or at least that there is a function. Okay. That's what's important. So that's what's important. Okay. The function name itself is not that important here. So I'm just choosing it to call home because it's like when you go to the home page, this / route, run my home function. That's all. Okay. Now there's this other part that's happening, which is showing this banana part over here. Now this is HTML. So we are returning HTML here, or we're writing HTML here, which means that if you have not seen HTML, don't worry. We'll do a whole video talking about a lot about HTML and what it does and everything like that, okay? Because if we're doing some projects with web development with Python, you'll have to know HTML. And honestly, let's be honest, like regardless of any type of development you're doing, especially in 2022 or after 2022 in some modern year, 2023, 2024, whenever you're watching this, come on, like you have to know the web and HTML regardless of what you're doing. If you want to become a data scientist, Python engineer, it doesn't matter. So for example, I can write H2, which is a heading tag, and I can say hello and close the tag with this /, right? And if I run this, you're going to get this like big sized hello. If I say H1, I'm going to get an even bigger sized hello, right? So back to my point of what I was saying with Python and essentially web development, like you have to know it, whether you're trying to become a data scientist, a web developer, a data analyst, whatever you're trying to do with Python. You're going to be dealing with the web. Either you're going to be scraping the web, pulling information from the web, building an app that's on the web, interfacing with an app. All of that is there's going to be something there. Okay. So it's better if you learn it. And we're just going to learn some basics of it right now. I'm going to show you very bare minimum, but most important is like you're getting some HTML here. Okay. So that's what's happening here. Now, what I've done is I've created a nice little function for you that allows you to kind of show a much nicer looking page. Because right now, if you look at this page, it's pretty ugly, right? But we can also style this page and do things within this page to make it look better. So for example, I could even style it in here, and I could say style, and I'll put double quotes here since I have single quotes out here. And for my style, I'll zoom in a little bit here so you could see better. I'll say background - color : and I'll say, let's say red, okay? And I'll hit Command Enter and watch what happens. It'll restart the server and you'll get all of red stuff here, okay? So if we did a lot of styling and a lot of HTML stuff here, we could make a nice looking page. So I'm gonna help skip you a step and I'm gonna take you a step forward really fast. What I've done is I've created this nice function called show. And the show function basically shows you whatever you give it. So I could, again, give it some ugly looking HTML like this. And if I restart my server, hopefully it's going to show you some kind of stuff. So we're going to call our nice helper that we created show. And inside of this show, it takes two things. But we can also sometimes leave it blank. So right now what I'll just do is I'll give it home page. Okay. So this is a home page that we created. And so I'm going to give it that home, nice looking home page. And let's see if we can show that nice looking home page onto the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and restart and hit Command Enter on this. And let's see what happens. Boom. There you go. All right. So just like that. Right? Our app is already up and kind of running. And if you drag it down, it'll kind of normalize it. But if you want to see it in the best view possible, just open up a new tab here so you could see it kind of in the best view. Now, if you hit any of these buttons, like for example, plus, the app will break. And if you hit minus, the app will break. So what we want to do is we want to connect this plus button and this minus button so that they actually speak with something, okay? Because right now there's nobody to speak to. When I hit plus, you'll notice it takes me to this slash increment page, but our code doesn't know what to do at the slash increment page, right? Like if I zoom in over here, right? It says slash increment path. Our code knows what to do at this path. When we go to the home page with the slash or whatever, it knows what to do. But when I hit plus sign and I go to this increment page, our page has no idea how to react, what to do. It doesn't know. So think about this. If in order to handle what happens at the home route, we need to do a slash like this. This means root, right? The home page. If I want to handle the increment path, aka the slash increment path, right? So let me put some notes here. So if this guy over here is root, this is our like root or our home page, right? Then if we want to go to our increment path, wouldn't that be just increment? Right? So if that would just be increment, then we need to create another route, what we have on line 7, that handles that. So what I want you to do right now is just write one line of code for me, please. That should be pretty much this much in length, okay? And it should be very, very similar to this line. But it should basically handle what happens, or at least mention what happens when we go to that route, okay? So it should be very similar to this, and see if you can write that. I'll give you about 5 seconds, okay? If you don't, that's okay too. So I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together. So all I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say app.route slash increment. So now I know that I'm going to be handling my slash increment route. And all I need to do to be technical in Python, these things with the @ sign are called decorators. They're a little bit of magic, so that's why we're not going to go too deep into them. But in this case, it allows us to handle what happens at this route. Now, right underneath it, what we need to do is write a function. So here's what I want you to do before I even do this, because this is just the Python part. So I want you to listen to me very carefully so you can turn this into code. Write a function called increment that returns the word increment. That's all I want you to do. Just write a word increment that returns a string increment. That's it. So take 5 seconds, try to do that. This is pure Python. This is no web development right now. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I hope you took that time to pause and give this a try. Let's do it together now. So I'm going to go ahead and do increment. Okay, and I will say return increment. Okay, so that's it. That's all I'm doing here. Now, let's go back let's restart the server. Always make sure to restart the server. This is very important. It's a gotcha you're going to fall for a lot, so don't fall for it. Hit Command Enter, so your server restarts, and go here. And by the way, if you see all this red stuff at the bottom here, right behind me, they're not errors. It's just Flask sending you red messages to scare you. I have no idea why. I wish they didn't, but yeah. So, okay. Now let's go back to our app. Let's first go to our home page. Okay, now we're on our home page. Now when you click this plus button, it's going to route you to the slash increment page. So let's go ahead and click this. Boom! Look at that, man. We're handling what happens at the increment page. Isn't that cool? That is awesome. We're already handling what happens at the increment page. Okay? And we could put whatever we want here, right? We could put a plus button, we could put increment, word, whatever we want. So all good. We're handling what happens. Now, what we need to do when somebody clicks increment is we need to update a number. Okay, so for example, if you click increment, then a function should run that actually increments a number, right? That's what should happen. That's why the user clicked the plus button, so that big giant number could go up by 1. That's the only reason they did it, right? So we need to add that functionality. Okay, so we need to imagine there's some number, Okay, so imagine we just had a variable number, which we don't right now. Okay, imagine we had a variable number. We would do plus equals 1. Or imagine this. Imagine we had this. Imagine we had some fake magical database and we said database equals, okay, and it was a dictionary like this, and it said number, and the number was 0. Okay, now let me ask you a question. How would you get access to this value right over here, 0? How could we get this and increment this number by 1? How could we do that? So if you remember from your previous lessons with Python, if you're going through the full Python course, is how do you access a key inside of a dictionary? Think about that. How do we do that? How do we access a key or a value inside of a dictionary? Well, it's a dictionary, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to say database and grab the number. Okay. And then what I could just do is I could say, let's just first print it out and let's just make sure that we have access to this. Now, anything that I print is going to come in here to the console. So I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller so you could see this console right over here. Okay. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger and we're going to run this app again. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this plus button. And then once I hit it, you're going to see what it's going to say at the bottom here. And you could see it actually saying print 0. Okay. Now, here's the cool thing. Our show function is really, really smart. So what we could do to our show function is we could also give it, it also, like if we look at our show function definition, right? Show function definition, or let's say we call our show function here. Okay. I don't know why it's not popping up the documentation. Our show function, what it does is it takes in a page, and the second thing it takes in is a number. Okay, so it's a page and number. So for page, I want to give it the home page. So that's what we have done essentially here. Okay. And for the number, if you don't give it a number, it's going to assume that you want a 0. But before we even do that, let's just do this first. So when they click the page, we don't want them to come to this ugly looking page. We still want them to come to the main page, right? Because if we go to the actual solution file, which is this one right over here, you can come back to the course and you can hit solution, right? If we come back to the solution file right here, and we go ahead and look at the app here. Okay, so not the solution file, sorry. I meant to say if we look at the demo of the app, live demo, if I hit plus, it goes plus, but it brings me back to the same home page, right? So the page has not changed. So what that basically means in my mind is make sure the page is the same. Like we're not changing the page at all, actually. So bring me back to the same page, right? So let's just give that a try. Let's say that, so now when we hit the plus button, it should bring us back to the same page and we should still see print coming up here, which means that when I hit this button, it's still running this function, which is a great sign. So let's hit the plus button, or sorry, let's restart our server. And let's hit the plus button and watch what happened. I'm still on this home page, yet it's still printing that database number 0. So that's a very, very good sign, right? That's effectively what we want. That's exactly what we want. So now what we want to do is the show page takes two things. It's very, very smart. So show input, show takes in, this function show, takes in which page you want to show, and it also takes in a number as a second argument. So it can show this page, and if you give it number, it knows how to update this number based on the number you give it. That's the cool thing about this function show. So say that I give it a number like 57. Okay, let's restart our app. So I'll hit Command Enter and let's see what happens. Okay, let's hit something plus, and you could see that it's showing 57, right? Why did it show 57 right now? Because I told it when I hit increment, show exactly 57. So every time I hit increment, it'll show that. Okay. We still haven't done anything with decrement. So if you hit it, obviously it's going to do this because we haven't handled that routing yet. So we'll do that next. So what I want to do is I clearly can't hard code 57 here, right? That's not a great solution. But what I could tell it to do is I could say, hey, what I'm going to say is the number is this database one, except, so what we want to do is we want to take this database number and we want to increment it. How can we increment a database number by 1? Do you remember that from any of the lessons that we've done? Can you think about how to do that? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you could have used these 5 seconds to pause the video. But if you can't think about it, to increment a number, we just do plus equals 1. So when I do plus equals 1, that will increment this number here. So let's just go ahead and verify that what we're saying is true. So let's print out our database here. Okay. And when I hit, let's do command enter. So it runs our app again. And then I'm just going to hit the plus button. And when I do, you could see every time I hit the plus button, you could see that the database number is going up. So it's 5 and 6. And there's a problem with when you're trying to do this within Replit, sometimes within this iframe, it will refresh twice. So just go and open it up in a new tab, hit start, or you hit refresh, and then hit the plus button, and actually, let's just restart the app. We could go back to the home page, now hit the plus button, hit it again. Oh, wait. Yeah, so you could see the database is now at 10 and now it's at 11. So you could see that it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up. So what we want to do then is we don't want to give this a hard-coded 57, right? If we don't want to give it a hard-coded 57, what do we want to give it? Can you think about that? So see if you could think about what goes in there. And I'll give you a hint. It has to do with the database. Okay, that's what we want to give our function. And remember, these are named arguments, right? Number equals, page equals. These are named arguments, not positional arguments. So take about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so let's do this together. What goes in here is the database number. Okay, that's the number that we want to put in there. So now let's go ahead and reload this app. And let's go to a new browser and let's hit refresh. And let's hit plus, 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 plus. Wow, look at that, right? Every single time, it just keeps incrementing. I mean, isn't that beautiful? Every single time. Wow. What happens when I refresh the app? Goes up, because I keep going to that increment path, right? What happens if I go back to the home? It goes back to 0. Now what happens if I hit plus? It goes back to 23. Interesting. So why is that going to 0? That's interesting. So what we want to do here is, since we have this database number, we're giving it to our increment. But let me ask you this. Shouldn't our home route have access to that too? Because right now the problem is when we go to the home route, if you look at our definition of home route, home has no idea about the number because we're not passing any number into here. So it has no information. Show has no information about that. So when show has no information about that, what show likes to do is show the number 0. So let me ask you this. How could we pass show this number over here? I'll give you a hint. It's with pretty much the exact same line of code, but in here. Okay. So think about that. Take about 4 seconds to pause the video and give that a try yourself. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to give it the same number. I'm going to say database number. So this is not a real database, right? It's a fake database that we just created kind of on the fly. So let's restart our server. Let's hit command enter. Let's go right over here. Let's refresh this one, and I'll hit plus, and I'll hit plus, and I'll hit plus, and I'll hit plus. So that's very good. But let's go back to our home route. So I'm just going to go back to our home route. And our home route says 4. Isn't that great? I'll hit 5, 6, 7, 8. That is beautiful, right? That is awesome. I can keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There's only one problem. It stores the data when I'm refreshing, so that's not a problem. It's very good. If I go back to the home page, it still remembers that I'm at number 16. That's very, very good. But if I restart the server and we go back to the app and we go back to the home page, guess what? It starts at 0. Well, what if we wanted to make a counter that remembers forever? So meaning if you hit it 20 times and then tomorrow your grandma used your app and hit it 20 times, and then the day after that, your daddy used your app and hit this counter 40 times to count his steps every second he walked, it should be at like a 60 or a 80 or 100. It should remember all of that, and it should never ever forget. Right? How cool would that be if your app has data that it can record even when you kill the server and start it again, and it remembers it forever? So, because this app is already online, right? You could link this to people already, but it would be much cooler if it could remember forever. So like however many people use this app, let's just say you show it to like 10 or 20 of your friends, they keep hitting plus, 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 and you see the counter is at like 3,000 or 5,000, right? Because they clicked it so many times. So that would be cool. And then every time you come back to the app from any browser, anywhere, at any time, it'll still remember. So for that, what we actually need to do is we need to use a real database. And I'll show you how easy it is to use a real database. Remember when we were using this fake database right over here, and we said it has something called number, and the number is set to 0? Well, let me tell you something. That DB word that I have over there for you, this DB right over here, that's literally this, guys. It's literally this exact dictionary. So like imagine you just change this word from database to DB, and you can use it the exact same way. The only thing is that this DB that I'm giving you is Replit's database, which means it's persistent, which means that regardless of when you use this app, it'll forever have permanently stored that data, kind of like a memory card when you played video games and it saved data forever. So that's all you need to know, which means that you could really you can comment out this line, and I'll just change it to DB. Don't run this line because that'd be terrible. That'll break your app. But just know that DB looks literally like this. Okay, I'll put a emoji, so even if you commented this line out, you won't mess it up, right? So just know that DB looks just like this. So then in order to increment the DB number, it's that easy. You just change that word with DB. And you change this with DB. And you change this with DB and DB, and that's it. You're done. Like DB is literally that. So there's not much to do except for just change everywhere where it says database with DB. And now you're using a real database that's permanent. So let's restart our app now. And let's go to our, let's refresh, right? Plus, plus, plus. So we're at 6 right now. Now I'm going to kill the server and start it again. And you could see that you're getting some database here, right? Because I'm printing the DB. So I could also print the DB number as well. And I could restart the server. So now I'm going to restart the server. And look at that. It started at 6. When I hit plus, right, you could see that it's at 8. And this number is coming directly from DB now. If I go to this app right here and we refresh, this should be at a 9. It's keeping track of all of it, right? All of it. Plus, plus, plus. I can restart the app again. I can go back to this page and we can go to the home page now. And you could see it's still an 11, right? 12. That information never went away. So just like that, you have a full-on database, my friend. Just like that. And really, all the lines of code that you wrote to make that happen were very, very little, right? We wrote this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines of code. And you have a nice looking homepage, which, obviously looks nice once you, open this app or just stretch it out so you could see it kind of like through the whole screen, right? So once you could see it through the whole screen, it looks great. And boom, you hit plus and you get what you want, right? So in the iframe, if you do it on REPL, it'll be a little bit funny like this. But if you do it here, it should be fine. And it should only go up by 1 every single time you hit it. But now here's the problem. When I hit minus, it goes to this decrement route / decrement, right? That route. And it just doesn't know what to do. The requested URL was not found on the server. If you enter the URL, please check your spelling and try again. And it doesn't know what to do. It doesn't know what to do. So now I'm going to give you one bigger exercise. And this exercise is going to be for you to figure out how to make the decrement path work from start to finish. So we're not going to do baby step it, but you're going to be writing about 4 lines of code. They're going to look very similar to this with just a few changes where it might say increment. There might be another word you might be using there. So pay attention to details. Don't just copy paste like one of my friends was trying to do. You're going to change a few letters at least, okay? Otherwise, going to be similar. Where you increment the number in decrement, think about what you need to be doing. Are you going to increment the number when somebody hits minus? No, you're going to decrement the number. So your decrement function will do that. Okay. And then this line of code, I'll already give you a hint. This will look very similar. Pretty much it'll be, there's a high chance it'll be the exact same. Okay. So take about 5 seconds to pause and try making when you click this button, things work. And then make sure to restart the server with Command Enter or Control Enter if you're on Windows, or just by stopping and starting again to have the new changes take effect. And then go to this other browser and run your app and hit the minus button. Run your app, like go on back to the home page, and then hit the minus button, right? And then see what happens. Okay, so I'll give you about 5 seconds to pause and try adding the decrement functionality all by yourself. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back. Let's go ahead and let's add the decrement functionality together. So it's going to be very similar, right? So I'm going to do app.route and I'm going to say decrement. This will handle what happens at this path. We've gone through this, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and call my function decrement. Okay. Again, these function names don't matter, but I'm going to call it decrement here because that's clean and it makes sense. And I'm going to get the number from our database and I'm going to decrement it. So I'm going to say minus equals 1. You could also do multiply equals 1. And minus equal 1 is the same thing as basically saying, it's the same thing as saying this. Okay. But it's just easier to write it. So I'm going to say minus equals 1 here. So I'm decrementing it by 1. And then I'm just going to go return show. So we're going to show the home page. And then for number, I'm going to show the database number. Okay, that's the number I'm going to send to my show function. Okay, so I think that should be it. Let's give this a try now. So I'm going to restart the server with Command Enter. The server is restarting. Let's go back to our main app right over here. If I decrement, this should go down by 1. So let's try it. Hey, let's go. If I hit plus, beautiful, right? It goes up by 1. We hit minus, it goes down by 1, right? Every single time. So there it is. Just like that, your very first app is done. And if you want to show it off to everybody, just take that URL. Make sure you take the homepage URL right here and just send it to anybody you want right now, and they can use it. Now, this app is not mobile friendly, so it might not look good on their mobile device, but it is web friendly. So as long as they're on the website, on their computer, desktop friendly. So if they're on a desktop, it'll look great and it'll work great. So look at that. You did this with just a few lines of code. Isn't that cool? You did your very first project with Python. I mean, this is mind blowing. I'm so excited for you that you got this done. I'm excited. I'm pumped that you got this done. Congratulations. This was wonderful. And with that said, let's keep on going and let's build some more amazing stuff.
All right, what is up? Now, we built this amazing app. That is great. But how did we build it? And how did we build it so easily? So there's a lot of mystery around this app. For example, what is this homepage thing that's happening? And what's up with this show function that just magically does everything? In reality, things aren't going to be this easy for you. Right now, the truth is that there's a lot of stuff that I'm hiding from you, and I've done a lot of the hard work for you. And so when you're writing the code, you only have to write a few lines of code and then everything works. So we're going to unpack and demystify this app into its component parts and see the real truth about how this is actually made. And you're going to build it with me from scratch. And we're just going to unpack one thing at a time until we're fully unpacked, where there's really no abstraction that I'm offering. You just have a fully built app with Python. Now, let's start off with the simple things first. The framework we're going to be using to build this app is called Flask. Flask is a web development framework, very popular with Python, and it allows you to build apps really easily. When you think of Flask, you could think of it kind of like Node.js and JavaScript. Now, if you're a beginner, none of that might make any sense to you, and that's fine. As far as you're concerned, when you want to do stuff on the web with Python, you use Flask. As simple as that. There are other frameworks like Django, etc. We're going to keep it with Flask because Flask is the simplest and easiest one to understand. Then when you get more advanced, I think you could go on to Django or something else. But Flask is very popular. Lots of apps are built on it. So let's go back to our app right over here. Okay. Now, we have a bunch of things that we don't really fully understand, like what is this counter app file? What's this homepage? What is this app? What is this show? What is this database thing? Okay, so let's deconstruct kind of one thing at a time with our app. Now, the one thing I want to deconstruct first is let's go ahead and start by deconstructing this show function. Okay, so what the heck is show? And how is it working? Now, in reality, you won't have in Flask a function called show. Okay, what you will have is a function called render template string. So let's go ahead and play with that real quick. So I'm going to say from Flask import render template string. Okay, so that's what you're going to have. Now on this home page, I'm going to go ahead and comment out this line just so it's there so you could see it in comparison, but we won't be using it. Now, if I run my app, let's just say return hello. And when I run my app, you'll see that it won't look very great. You should only see hello right over here. Okay, now let's start from there. So I see that hello. How do I write something so it looks a little bit nicer? So we can use, obviously we can just write regular HTML here, but what we want to do here is we can also use render template string. So I can do this render template string, and I can go H2 and I can say hello and end the H2. Okay. And now what it's going to do is going to go ahead and show you that hello, but since we're using HTML, so it'll look bigger and kind of bolder. Now, since we're using HTML and we're going to be using a lot of HTML, let me go ahead and just kind of introduce you to HTML. Okay, with Python, or with anything really in general, it's like, hey, how does web development work? What is this HTML, CSS stuff? If you've never been introduced to it before, it might be a little bit confusing, but let's just go ahead and do this together. So I'm going to go ahead and from Flask, instead of importing render template string, what I'm actually going to import is from Flask import render template. Okay, just render template, just that. Right? Or actually, you know what? Let's leave it as render template string. Let's leave it as that. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a variable. We'll just call it HTML for now. And I'll put 3 quotes like this. So this, will think of this as like our HTML file, okay, what we would make. And HTML files usually have a certain structure, but I will just say, okay, we have a H2 and that says hello, we end it. And whatever I wrote here in this HTML, I'm going to just go ahead and pass it to my render template string. So I should see essentially the same thing. So let's remove this and let's give it our HTML. You could call this a variable whatever you want. We could call this I could call this my homepage. Okay, so it's different than this homepage that we're being passed. I could say my homepage right there. And let's just copy and let's paste this.
Okay, let's run this now. So if we give this my home page, okay, we're getting an error. So let's do that and let's see if that still gives us an error. It doesn't, and that works. Okay, so you can see my home page is being rendered out. Now, what else can I do in HTML? Well, I could have an input box if I wanted, and the input could be, you know, type text. So now if I run this, I can see that I'll have an input type right over here, but type text. Okay. I could also have a button if I wanted. So I could do input and I could say type is submit. Okay. There's multiple different ways of doing buttons, and make sure you close this tag with the self-closing tag like that. Let's run this. Okay. And now you could see I have an input thing that I could actually type in. And then I have also this submit button showing up. Okay. In this input, I could actually have a placeholder that says, let's say username. Let's run this. Make sure you do Command Enter. That'll restart your server. And there you go. Now it says placeholder is username right over here. Okay. Or clever Kazi, whatever, right? I want it to be. So we can write H2 elements. We could also write H1 elements in our H1 is even bigger. So you could go H1, or if you want to go all the way, you know, hello, you could say welcome back. And then you could go all the way down to H6. It's the smallest. And I could do this, and let's run this. Okay. And H6 again is going to be the smallest. So you could see I have that, this, that. And then I can also make input fields, right? And HTML is very nice. And I could have things like p tags. So I could have a p tag, and the p tag could say, hi, my name is Kazi. Okay, p tag, boom. And we run that. Okay, let's restart our server. So let's do Command Enter. And there you go, p tag is showing. So p tag is a paragraph tag. So if you want to write like a paragraph or like a text, you normally will wrap it in p tags. If you want to have inputs where the user can type in or do something, then you'll call them inputs. Okay, kind of like this. H6 is heading 6, so that's the smallest heading, and H1 is the biggest heading. So you could do all kinds of stuff like that. Now, what I could do is, what if I wanted to wrap all of this and color it red? How could I do that? Well, I could, let's start off with how could I wrap one thing and give it a color of red. So let's just say welcome back if I want to give it a color of red. Well, what I can do is I can create a div, and divs are these boxes that you're creating around things, and I can wrap this H2 in this div, okay, in this div right here. So you could see I have, let me zoom in a little bit more. Okay. Right, there we go. So you could see I have this H2 and I've wrapped it in this div. Okay. So in other words, all I've done in my mind is I've created this empty box around this. And now I can control that box, and I can style that box, and I can do whatever I want. Okay. So that's all I've done. That's all what a div is doing. Now what I can do is I can do something called, so there's something called CSS. Okay. So here you're learning a little bit of HTML, and then there's CSS. So CSS is the styling of a page. Okay. So HTML just gives it structure. So it just shows the page, but CSS is how the page is actually, it gets styled. All right. To explain to you what styling is and how it works, say I go to Netflix. You could go to youtube.com or really anywhere, and say that I right click here. Can we turn this off? Okay. So say I right click here and we hit inspect element. Okay. Now inside of inspect element, say I go to the head. Okay. And usually in the head of a HTML page, okay, so this is usually how a HTML page is structured. And you can even highlight things on an HTML page. So I could go here, and we could see all right, this is like a HTML div. You could see it says div, and then it has an image inside of it, and it has a number next to it, etc. But let's go ahead and I'll unselect this. Okay. And I'll go all the way to the top. And so you'll see HTML, we have HTML all the way at the top and at the bottom. So that's usually how a HTML page is structured. And then it'll have head, it'll have body. Body is usually where you put all of your content. Okay. So that's where
binge-worthy TV shows, and all of this will go. Okay. Head is where oftentimes people put styling. Okay. This actually always where you put your style file or you link your style file. So let's go ahead and remove the style file and watch what happens. So I'll go here and basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to find anything that says style sheet. So you see where it says rel style sheet. There's usually a style sheet. So I'm going to click it and I'm just going to delete it, and then click another one, delete it. Click another style sheet and delete it. So once I've deleted all the styling on here, now there's essentially no more styling left. So look at this. This is actually how Netflix would look if you didn't have any styling. This is what it would look like. Okay. And you tell me if this looks good. It doesn't look very good, right? This is how everything would be looking on Netflix. This is Netflix. Okay. Hard to believe, right? Very hard to believe. Now, and then you could see that like list over here looks so hideous, right? All of it just looks terrible. So if I hit inspect, right, in our head is where we removed it from. And if we refresh this page now, you'll see that the styling will come back. The style file is linked, and now boom, all the styling is there. Okay, so that's just a little bit of how HTML and styling works in real life. So here's how I can add styling here now. In our app, I'll zoom out here. So inside of our app, I'm gonna go ahead and say this div that we created here, right? This block right here that we created, I wanna give it a color red. So I can actually say background dash color. Okay, and let's put some, we're gonna put quotes around it, and we're gonna say style equals, I'm gonna say this, and I'll give it a color of red, let's say, and then end quotes and put a semicolon here. Okay. Let's go ahead and restart our server now, and let's see if anything happens. Okay, we don't have any changes yet. So this quote should not be here actually. So let's remove that quote from there. Let's do it right here. Okay. So we basically want to say style is an attribute, and the style that we're giving this is a background color of red. So now let's hit Command Enter and run this. And now you can actually see that that div is red. Okay. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to make this entire thing red. So do that as an exercise. Okay. Real quick. And basically what you're doing is you're going to be wrapping the entire thing in one box. So a hint for you is you should only write one line, essentially 2 lines of code, and you should only create one new div. And your div should wrap everything, all of the content inside of that div. And then all I want you to do is simply just go ahead and say color red. Okay, background color red. And once you do that, that should be good to go. Okay, so I'll give you 5 seconds to pause and try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and do it together now. So since I want to put everything inside of a div, I'm just going to wrap the whole thing inside of a div. Okay, and I don't need to indent it, but I just like to indent it so everything can look cleaner. So I'll just go ahead and indent that. All right, so there we go. And the CSS part, just so you're confused, the CSS part is this part. Any part that has styling, that's CSS. This is literally, that's the CSS part. And then the HTML part is like the entire thing is the HTML part, okay? All right. So, you know, think of HTML as like the skeleton or the body that you have. And then think of CSS as the clothing or the fashion on that body. So the shirt that I'm wearing is CSS. Okay. But like my body and my actual skin, that's more like HTML. That's the skeleton, the structure that holds me up. Okay. Now that I've put everything inside of that div, I can just go ahead and say style. I'll say background dash color red. Okay, let's run this. And you can see the entire thing is red now. Okay, so that's just to kind of give you an example of how things are working under the hood and how you would create your own HTML. Now I'm going to remove this annoying looking red, and we're going to move on to the next part of our application. Let's remove the
reds here. Okay, let's remove all of this. I'll remove this entire div and remove this entire div, and we'll hit Command Enter. So we restart the server. Okay, and let's remove that div there too. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Okay, let's hit Command Enter here. And so just so we can have everything clean and nice. Okay, just like this. Now, if I go to our final version of the app, which is this right here, you will see that I have two buttons. Okay, so these are two buttons, just like this button that we created. The only difference between this button and this button is that their styling is different, but they're still both buttons. That's it. All right, so this just has a different styling. And I'll even show you a little bit of how you can add styling, but in this course, we're not gonna go too much into styling. Okay, that's not my goal. My goal is to keep you focused on the Python aspects of the course. All right, so that's what's happening there. Okay, so they're both of them are buttons. So this page will have two buttons, but watch what happens when I click a button, right? So if I click a button, you'll notice that the URL at the top will change and say /decrement. So I'm gonna click it and watch what happens. Boom, look at that. So how is that happening? How is that saying /decrement over there? And how come when I click the plus button, it takes me to /increment, okay? Well, let's go ahead and see that. So what I can do is I can take, let's say, an input. So like I'm gonna remove, let's say I make a new button, okay? And I'm gonna remove both of these for a second. And to make a new button, I'll say form, okay? And we'll close form. And inside of this form, I'm gonna put an input and it'll be a self-closing tag. And we will say, and self-closing tag just means when you open a tag in HTML, you have to close it like this. So if you open an H1, you have to close the H1. Okay, H2, you close the H2. If you put a div, you close the div. Same thing with form. If you open the form, you got to close the form. Now in this input, I'm going to go ahead and just put a button. And so I'm going to say type submit. Okay. And yeah, we'll just leave it as that. Okay, we'll leave it as that. Now, the only problem with this type of button when you put submit is that you can't really change the text. So instead, what I'd like to do is I'd like to just say button and say, let's say strawberry, okay, and we'll close this button. And now when I run this, so let's restart the server. I'll hit Command Enter. You can also stop and start again. Now I should just say the button strawberry, okay? And also open this in a new tab because you'll need to open in a new tab in order to see the URLs changing. Okay, so keep this open in a new tab. And what I like to do is I like to open this up kind of 2/3 of the way. And then I like to take the app that I'm trying to see and set it 1/3 of the way. So that way on the left-hand side, I could see code, and on the right-hand side, I could see my app. All right, so now I have this button, but when I click that button, if I go all the way to the end, my URL doesn't change yet. So how will I get my URL to change? So what I want to do here is I want to say action. And for the action of this, I want to give it a path. So I'll just say strawberry. Okay. So when you click the strawberry button, it'll actually take you to the strawberry page. All right, so now let's go ahead and try. I'm gonna full screen this so you could see this. I'm gonna hit strawberry and watch what happens. Okay, actually, let's refresh our server. So I'm gonna hit Command Enter. Okay, and then let's go ahead and give it a try. We'll refresh here and I'm gonna hit strawberry. And look at that, it took me to the page called strawberry. Right? So now, so this is us working on our front end right now. Okay. We connected our back end earlier, but now we're actually building out our front end, the client side of the app, and we're making it work. So if I click strawberry, that's very good if it's taking me to the strawberry page. Now let's go ahead and I want you to try making a button on the home page. Okay. So go back to the home page of the app, and the button that I want you to make should be called banana. Okay, so when I click banana, it should take me to a URL route called banana. So I want you to give that a try right now. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 time. Okay. So if you've paused the video and gave it a try, good job. If you haven't, that's okay. We'll do this together now. So I'm going to create a form. All right. And we'll end the form. The action of this form will be banana, and the button will be banana, just like this. Okay. So this will give you a button, and this form action thing is what does the thing, what does the magic of like when you click it, it actually takes you to that page. Okay. The action is doing that. So let's keep going here. I'll do Command Enter and we'll restart this app here. So just make sure you come here and you refresh. Okay, once you start, now you should see strawberry and banana. And I'll full screen this so you can see URLs changing. So I'll click strawberry first and you saw it change. Now I'll hit back and I'll click banana now. And you could see they're actually going to the banana route. Now, that's very good. Now, let me ask you this. Since we're doing that, that's awesome. How do we actually get, so if we go back to our completed app, so let's take this app and let's put that over here. If I go to my completed app, right? This part is very good. Like if I hit this minus sign, it changes the URL. If I hit this plus sign, it changes the URL. But these buttons are also connected to code, remember? So for example, when I click this minus sign, it actually runs this function over here. So how do I connect my strawberry and banana in a way so this like a strawberry function runs or a banana function runs when it's clicked? Okay, maybe when you go to this page, instead of it saying not found, it shows if I click strawberry, instead of doing that, it actually shows me a strawberry emoji. And when I go to the banana page, it shows me the banana emoji. How could we do that? So I'll tell you this. You actually have all the information you need to be able to complete this. This will be a difficulty of like 6 or 7. You need to just recall and put things back together, kind of like how we did for increment and decrement, because you already have the pages routing you. So it's very similar to the exercise we've already done. So I'll give you about 5 seconds to pause, give it a real try, and then come back and let's do it together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. All right. If you gave it a try and you got it, good job. If you didn't, that's all right. We'll do it together. So I have these two forms, right? And I have these routes. So when I think the route, in my mind, I'm already thinking I got to make that route. So I can just do app.route and I can go ahead and do strawberry. And the function that I do is going to be called strawberry. Okay, and what this function will do is I'll just have it return strawberry. That's it. It's literally all I'll have it do. Okay, let's hit Command Enter. And then let's click strawberry. And look at that. That easy. So you have the front end part. You've made this button. That's your front end part you did, okay? And this is your back end part. Okay, where your front end makes a request to the /strawberry page. That shoots it over here. Then this piece of code runs on your back end or server side. It gets this on the server side, and then it returns that. Okay, it returns that back out to your front end, to your HTML. Okay, so it's a relationship. There's like, you're going from client to server side to client side. Okay, I know it sounds complicated right now, but over a long period of time, these terms will start to make sense. Okay, but you're going from front end to back end to front end. Okay, so this HTML part right over here is the front end part. In other words, whenever I say front end, it's the stuff you can see and touch. So this button over here, right? When it shows up, that's something you can see and touch. So that's front end. This here, you can't see and touch. This is happening on the back end. But then when it shows it back up here and you can see and touch it again, you know that it's showing it on the front end. Okay, so usually things you can see are an easy way to say it. That's front end. Things you can't see, aka you storing data in a database, that is more of the back end. So we've already done this. Now I want you to go ahead, try and adding the banana route so that when I click the banana button, it actually shows me the banana emoji. So I'll give you about 5 seconds to pause and give that a try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together now. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and say app.route, and we're going to do banana. That alone is already going to run this piece of code here that I'm about to write. And I'm just going to go ahead and say return banana. Okay, if you don't have emojis, go get emojis. Make sure you're putting it in a string. Okay, putting those quotes around it. It's important. And if you don't have emojis, just use the word strawberry or banana. That's fine. Okay, now let's restart the server, hit Command Enter, and then hit banana. And there we go. Now we are seeing a banana outputted to the screen when I click that button. So just like that, with that much ease, here's what you've done. Okay, this form button here is what's showing this guy. Okay, specifically this form action here is what's updating the URL once you click. All right, and then this guy over here is rendering what happens on the next page once you click it. So once you click it, right, this is the guy that's showing all of this. So that is how all of this magic is actually working. Okay, so those are the buttons that you didn't have to create, that we essentially helped create for you. Now, how will you convert this from strawberry and banana into increment and decrement? Well, think about it, right? You will still have a form and an action, and you still have 2 buttons. So let's say that I get rid of all of this stuff over here, right? I don't need that. And let's say I get rid of all of this stuff over here. Let's restart this. Let's refresh this. If I go to the completed app, there are 2 buttons. That's it. Those are the only 2 buttons we actually need right here, right? Now let's go back to our app. We got 2 buttons. So that is good. Now let's look at what those buttons are called. This is called minus sign. This is plus sign. Those are the titles of that button, right? Or the names or whatever. So simply, we're going to change the strawberry with a minus sign. And this banana, what will we change that with? You go ahead and do that part. I'll give you 3 seconds. You could do this in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. We're going to give it the plus sign. Okay, so now we have 2 buttons. Let's hit Command Enter so it refreshes. Let's refresh our page. And let's see what happens. Great. So now we have 2 buttons here. That's very, 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 very good. Now we need a number at the top. We need a big, huge number just like this at the top. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to go ahead and let's say, for now, I'm just going to do H1 and I'll just say 23. Okay. And we'll end this H1. Okay. And then let's run this. Okay, let's refresh this. And there we go. We got 23 and we got a minus and a plus. Now, when I click this minus, I go to the strawberry page. When I click the plus, I go to the banana page, right? But that's not what I want to happen. What I want to happen is I want this increment function to run and I want this decrement function to run once I hit this minus sign and this plus sign. So if I want those things to happen, well, I can actually just change the names to increment and decrement, right? Because this button is decrement. So I can actually change, instead of strawberry or whatever, I could just say decrement right there. And instead of banana right here, I could say increment right here. Now what's happening is it's actually going to run those functions at the bottom. Okay. But I'm going to remove all of these show commands. Okay, we don't need those commands for now. And let's say we even remove this render template string command. And home, I'm just going to say, hey, render my home page. That's it. So all of these, I'm just going to have them return my home page for now. That's it. So if we run our app, hit Command Enter, and let's run our app, and let's refresh here, we should still see the same exact app right now. Okay, so nothing should have really changed that much. Now, when I hit the minus sign, I want to detect that I've hit the minus sign. So we can add a print statement, or we can have it say return. So for now, let's just have it say return, and we will say, you know, we land on the increment page, and here we will land on the decrement page. Okay, so I'm going to hit Command Enter. Let's hit minus sign. And you can see I entered the decrement page. And if I hit plus, I entered the increment stage. So this is a really good sign so far because it means our buttons are connected, which means even this is happening. This DB number command is happening. So whatever number is stored in our database is actually going up. So I don't need this strawberry and banana route anymore. I can actually get rid of them. Those were there just to help you kind of understand what we were doing. Okay. Now, the next thing is I need this number to be dynamic because right now this number is not a dynamic number. It's a hard-coded number. But that's not what I want. I want this number to come from the database. Now, this is the HTML part, which means this is the static part. Okay, so usually any HTML, CSS code is static, which means HTML does not have, it's not a programming language. It doesn't have the capability to like calculate stuff and do stuff. It can just show what already is, meaning that HTML can't automatically go from 23 to 24. Okay, it's static. It can't change. So what we need to do is use Python to get the updated number, pass that number back to HTML, and then HTML can show it in the front. Okay, that's kind of how the relationship between HTML and CSS and Python works here. So how do we give it a number? Well, if I do just return my home page or return increment, we can't pass it any data. Okay, so how do we do this in that case? Well, let's just start with my home page. How do I give dynamic data to my home page so it can actually render that out over here? Here's what I can do. I need to actually call my render template string function that I had imported from Flask earlier. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, copy this render template string, and I'm going to paste that over here, render template string. Okay. And render template string is a function that takes in the path. So we'll give it home page or my home page, this one that we just created over here. We'll give it that as a path. And then it takes in like, what are the arguments that you actually want to send it? Okay, which means like you could send it a whole bunch of information and it will have access to it in the HTML side. Okay, so for example, I could actually say, here's a cookie, okay, and I can actually give it a cookie. Now, I can change this cookie variable right over here. My HTML will have access to it, okay? But in Flask, there's something called Jinja templating, Jinja, and that allows you to write like Python Flask code inside of HTML. So it can basically allow you to make HTML dynamic. So here's what I mean. Instead of just 23, I could actually change this with the word cookie. And now whatever is the value of cookie that I'm storing here, it'll actually pass it right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit Command Enter and let's refresh and let's see if we get a cookie at the top. There we go. You could see that we're actually getting back a cookie at the top. So we're giving our page access to some data and it's able to retrieve it. So I could pass it multiple pieces of information. For example, I could give it a cookie variable. I could also give it a age variable, and let's say age, it says 28. And now we have access to the age. So I can go ahead and say age is, and I can see the age variable right there. Okay. So now if we restart this server and hit refresh on our app, you could see age is 28. It's whatever I passed in here. It's passing it in, boom, right there. Right? So let's go ahead and delete the age because we don't need that. And for cookie, we don't really need the cookie, right? What we actually need access to is the number. And the number we can get from our database. So I could actually say DB number. Okay, now let's go ahead and refresh. So I'm giving it access to number. And make sure that this is the number that we want to pop in here. So replace this variable cookie with this number. So go ahead and do that now. Give you 3 seconds to do that. 3, 2, 1, time. Let's do it together. Boom, I'm just going to change this number, hit Command Enter, and simply refresh. Now it's going to have the number here. That's in our database. Okay. Now if I hit, since we've connected, I believe, let's see, what have we connected? So we have increment working, except when you click increment, watch what's going to happen. It's just going to take you to this page. that's going to say increment. But when I come back, right, nothing. Now, if I refresh, you'll see it says 1. So if I actually go here, it'll take us to the page increment. When I go back and refresh the home page, it'll say 2. So incrementing is happening. We're incrementing the database, except we're going to a completely different page. Okay. And later we're going to deconstruct what database is as well. What is this database thing? Okay, we'll deconstruct that as well. Leave it as a note here for now. So here, if you notice in our finished app, when I hit minus, it renders me back to the home page. It doesn't take me to a newly designed page. So we should still be using this exact page that we've created here, and we should just reuse it. Okay, so this page here, we should just reuse that page. So I'm gonna go here and return, I'm gonna say my home page, okay, and we're gonna say render template string. So you can see render template string allows us to pass arguments to our backend. Okay, boom. And render template string my home page, and then the argument I'm going to give it is also number, db number. So now increment page is going to look exactly like our home page, and this number is going to be updated dynamically because it's literally going to just run this, pop in the dynamic number, and then output that number. Okay, so if I full screen this app, let's go ahead and actually hit Command Enter. So we restart our server. Let's go ahead here and let me hit plus sign. Whoops, getting an error. Let's refresh first. Let's hit plus sign now. Okay, what's happening here? Let's go ahead and check. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure we're going to the right page. So we are going to the increment page. So let's see what the error is. I'll open this up so I can see what the error is. It says my home page is not defined. Okay, got it. So it's my home underscore page. Okay, like this. So I just had a misspelling. And you can use, just debug your code and you'll be able to find your errors. Let's go ahead to our home page now. And now let's hit plus and watch what happens. You can see that I got routed to increment and boom, it changed to 6. Now let's hit plus again. Boom, it changed to 7. Plus again. Boom, it changed to 8, 9. I clicked it twice. It's 11. So that is working completely. Okay, so now I've changed this function over here pretty much to not be using the baby guardrail code that I had for you, right? The show function. You're writing your own actual factual Flask code to make this work. So very, very good. Now what I want you to do is make decrement work. So we've made increment work from scratch. Try to make decrement work by yourself. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause and give it a try yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. All right, so let's make this work. If you have, good job. If you haven't, let's do it together. So I'm still going to be decrementing the database number. And here I'm going to pretty much just do the same thing because I'm returning the home page and giving it the number that was just updated. So now decrement should be done. Okay, so let's hit Command Enter. So restart the server. Let's refresh here just to be clear. And if I hit minus, right, you could see that it took me to the decrement page and you could see it decremented this number. Let's hit minus again, minus, minus, minus. Let's hit plus, 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 and it's working perfectly, okay? Now let's go ahead and destructure. We still need to, so we have pretty much destructured and deconstructed all of this code into real Flask code. We're very close. We just need a couple of more things and then we should be good. Now, so this show function, you won't need it anymore. You could actually delete it. And this homepage function that I gave you, you won't really need it. You could delete it. Okay. Now what we need here, right, is we need to understand what this database thing is. So here's the cool thing. Replit comes in with something called a database. It's very nice and they make it very easy to use. So if you want to use it, here's the instructions. Just click it and if you click this insert over here, it'll even insert this code for you. So I'll hit insert, that's it. So once you import this database, you can just use it just like how we were using it. And we would just say DB and then we just use the DB and that was it. So now you don't even need access to this DB that I was giving you from my counter app because you now know how to get it. You can just replit import DB. So we're done with the
understanding of the database. Okay. And we're just going to write one line of code, which will account for what happens if you're running this app for the first time. If you're running this app for the first time and you never had a database, if you try to index this number thing and this key was never created, you're going to get an error. Okay. So for example, if I'm in Python and I'll go into shell and I'll type in Python, okay, and let's say that I create a variable called thing, okay, thing or a database, okay, and it's a empty dictionary, let's just say. If I try to go ahead and grab a number from there, watch what's going to happen. I'm going to get an error. It's going to say, what the heck? There is no key. There's no key. So what I want to basically say is I want to say, hey, if number key is not in my database, well, then I just want to go ahead and create that key. So I want to go ahead and say database number, and I want to just set that equal to 0 because that's where the default number should start from. Okay. So I'll do that. And now if we look at the database, you could see it actually just created this. So now if I try to index it, or if I try to increment it, it won't have a problem. It'll just allow me to do that without throwing an error, right? You can see it's incrementing and I can keep incrementing it, right? And now I print it out and it says number is 3 because I incremented it twice, so on and so forth. So this line of code here, we're just going to write that right here. So I'm going to say if number not in DB, then DB number, just create a new key and set it to 0. Okay, so this is like useful for initializing the database if it's not been initialized yet. Okay, so we're done with, so now you're completely done with understanding the database and how it works. And if you actually command enter and run this app from scratch, let's refresh, everything will work. So if you hit plus, it'll work. If you hit minus, it should be working. Okay, very, 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 very good. Great. So we're done with that part when it comes to understanding the database. You know, we're done. Okay, now what's left? What are some of the other things that you have to kind of understand or you have to know? So the next thing I would say is this app thing. Where's this app.run coming from? How are we doing app.route, whatever? This is a Flask app that you actually initialize at the very start of your app. So whenever you have a Flask app, here's what we need to do. From Flask, we need to actually import Flask. This is a very important step of any Flask app that you ever have. Most of the Flask apps that you create will kind of come with this default code written in. Okay, the next thing that we need to do is we need to define what app is. An app is just Flask and name. Okay, and this you honestly will never have to remember or memorize. You will always just look it up, how to initialize a Flask app, and this is how you'll have to initialize it. Okay, so this right there just initializes a Flask app and creates it for you. And then in the future, anytime you do app.something, app.run, for example, it runs this Flask app that you created. Okay, so this is like something you can memorize or just look at it and copy it next time. You don't really have to try to understand it too much. That's just how you run a Flask app. So now we don't even need access to this app thing that we were getting from Counter App. And as a matter of fact, we don't need access to Counter App at all. We can get rid of this whole darn thing and be left with this. And now this is completely all of your own code with no help code from me right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit Command Enter and let's run this again. So I'll refresh. Okay, and now if you hit minus, it'll work. Minus, right? If you hit plus, 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 there we go. Okay, everything is working. Now, the only thing that's not looking very good in this app, obviously, is the styling. The styling looks kind of terrible. So let me show you how you can get the styling as well. Okay, and let me show you really the Santa is not real type of situation here. So I've hidden a lot of things from you. If you actually click here and you actually click show hidden files, okay, click here, and the three collapsible dots right there, and it's show hidden files, you'll see there's a bunch of hidden files. So I don't want you to worry about this file, config, and I don't want you to worry about this file, venv. Okay, the only files I have the solution for you right here,
and I have the raw solution for you right here. Okay, so this is the solution with the guardrails, the baby guardrails. And this is the actual factual truth, the raw code that you would have to write if you coded this app up from scratch. Okay, so those are there available for you if you want to see them. Now, what's interesting is I want to show you this static app where there's a CSS file. And here we've written already a bunch of CSS for you, which is the styling for the app. So you don't have to do really anything. You just have to import the style file, and then your app will actually look really good. So let's go to our main.py file. Okay, and at the top right here, I'm actually just going to go ahead and import this. Okay, and how I'm going to import this is I'm going to go ahead and say link, and we're going to say rel style sheet. Okay, and we're going to say href, and I'm going to give it the path of this file right here. Okay, so the path of this file right here is actually /static, because I need to go to the static folder, and then inside of the static folder, it's right there. So I can say static / counter _ styles.css, close it out, and then that's it. You could end the tag, or you could just leave it like this. Either way it works. It's a self-closing tag, so that should be good. And that will link your styling. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's run this, and let's see if it actually makes a difference. So let's hit start. Wow, look at that, right? It's already looking so much better. So if I full screen it, look at that. The minus sign here is looking good, right? The plus sign here is looking great. That is awesome, right? So it's already styled. Now, if you want to put these buttons so they're in a row and not in a column like this, all you have to do is just wrap it in a div, okay? So let's go ahead and take these forms and wrap both of these in a div. I'll give you 5 seconds to try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it together now. I'm just going to go ahead and say div here, and I'll say div here, and just indent this so it looks nicer. Okay, I select it all, and I just hit tab or shift and tab to bring it back. And let's go ahead and refresh. And now your minus and plus signs should be above, just like this. They're looking juicy now, right? They look great. Awesome. And the last thing we need to do is make sure that our 12, right, looks like that 18, right? Because it has a yellow circle around it. And so the secret for that is if you go to our styling, and I'll kind of explain some of the styling to you here as well. I'll open this in a new tab. Okay. So some of the styling that you're seeing. So if we look at this here, right, I can change things inside of my styling app as well. That'll obviously change how my styling looks. But for example, let's take a look at our forms, right, or our buttons. So this is the styling that's showing that. So it's like, for example, it says, hey, make the background color this. So you can see the little gray outlines. Make the color of it this, or transform 1.1. So when I hover over it, you see how it becomes a little bit bigger, right? Like a little bit bigger right there, right? That's happening because of transform, and the transition is making it happen over a period of 0.2 seconds. So it happens pretty fast. So that's what is doing. And you can see it says button : hover. So on hover, do these. Okay. And then the styling that we want for our number is going to be in our span tag. So instead of putting our tag inside of a H1, if we want to put the big circle, we want to wrap ours in a span tag instead. So let's go ahead and put this in a span tag actually like this. And let's go ahead and end it in a span tag like this. And let's go ahead and refresh our app. Okay, or sorry, let's hit Command Enter first so we can restart our server. So it serves our new static file, and there we go. Okay, our app is looking and doing exactly what our finished version of the app was doing. All right, so I hope that deconstructed and demystified a lot of what we did. Let's just do a quick recap of everything that we've done, right? We have a Flask file, Flask app, and we need access to our rem template string. We got our database. Okay, we initialized our app right here, and we initialized our database right there. We created what our homepage should look like, and that's div, my bad. Okay, we created our home page and what that should look like. And then to our render template string, we gave our home page and then the database number. And we did the same thing for all of our paths. We created an increment path and a decrement path. So if you click the minus button, you come here. And if you hit the plus button, you come over here. Okay. And then here, we're obviously just running the app. Okay, so that's all we did. And we got the entire thing pretty much up and running. Okay, now the last thing I want to do is for organization purposes, normally you will not write, after this app, you will never write your HTML here. Okay, that is a good way to do it when you're a beginner and you're just starting out. But what we want to do is we want to have our own HTML file. So let's go ahead here. And I'm going to also hide hidden files because you don't really need to see all those files. It's not necessary. We'll create a new folder and we'll call it templates. Inside of templates, I'll add a new file. It'll be called index.html. So this will be our HTML file. Okay. And we're going to take all of our HTML code and we're actually going to just put it in here. Okay. Now we don't need my home page anymore. So we actually don't even need to use this my home page that we created here. Okay. And what we're going to do is instead of render template string, we're actually going to import render template from Flask, just render template, just like that. Okay. And then let's scroll down. So we're going to replace all of this with render template, render template, render template. Okay. And then instead of my home page, I'm actually just going to give it the index.html file, just like that. So now it's just rendering this file. It's very important you put it in the templates folder. If you don't, it won't be able to find it, okay? Because it looks inside of a folder called templates, this function right here, render template. And there you go. It's going to just go ahead and use that file right over there. Okay, let's copy this. Let's paste it. Okay, so we're done. And you could essentially comment this out now. You don't need this. I'm just going to go ahead and take this, put it below. I don't really need that anymore. Okay, I don't need this statement in there anymore. I don't need the show function right there anymore, right? There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and run this app and see if it does what it's supposed to do or if it crashes. Let's refresh. And looks like it's the same, right? Boom, beautiful. Plus, minus, minus, right? It's working perfectly. So that means that we're pulling all of our data from our index.html. So now it's much more organized, meaning that our client-side logic and our backend logic is separated. So here, right, we have all of our client-side or front-end logic. All right, and that's separated from all of our logic here, which is essentially our, like, let's say server side or back end logic. Okay, so they're separated now, which is really nice. And yeah, you preferably you don't want to have you want to have each file, right, should have its own language specific code. So for example, a CSS file should have CSS code. A HTML file should have HTML code. A JavaScript file should have JavaScript code. A Python file should have Python code. Before we had a Python file and it had a bunch of HTML code in it. And I think that's plenty confusing. We don't need to do that, right? And CSS, we don't want to go too much into CSS, but how it works essentially is if I go here and I show you, for example, the span tag. If you want to style the span tag, you call the span tag right here in your CSS file and you just give it styling. If you change anything here, you'll see your span tag change. And I encourage you to try to change things and see if you can break things and then bring them back by just undoing, right? And see what happens. You know, you could change your div styling, you could change your button styling, you could change the font size on the button, right? You can make the font bigger or smaller. You could make the button width bigger, bit width bigger or smaller, height bigger or smaller. You can see what changes that makes. And if you want to get access to the counter_styles file, then make sure you hit show hidden files so it can show you all of the hidden files that I'll just keep hidden for now. Okay, So hopefully you had fun with that project. That hopefully deconstructed a lot of the mystery for you with Flask and Python. You should now have your very own fully functioning Python app from the ground up. If you want to see any types of solutions, you can click raw solution and this will show you the solution that we came up with right now versus the guardrail solution that you should have came up with earlier. It'll show you the helper file that I wrote for you. It will show you the styles file that we have for you. So it'll show you everything. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful. I hope that you enjoyed it and things made sense. Hopefully you weren't too confused. And with that said, I love your face and I'll see you in the next project. Now we're gonna build the YouTube app with Python and Flask. This is going to be awesome. We're gonna have APIs. We're gonna pull the data from YouTube and we're gonna render it out, and we're gonna build it in a really cool way where it's almost going to look like React code because we're gonna use components and something called macros inside of Flask, which is a really nice feature. We're gonna show you how to use template filters inside of Flask, and it's gonna be completely beginner friendly. Okay, so don't worry. So if you're watching it as a clip on YouTube, the link is in the description below. If you're watching it as part of this big Python course that I'm doing right now, well, then you'll have the link kind of available to you right over here. So I'm gonna go into this right here. And so on the right-hand side, if you're in the Python course, you should see this big markdown file. Okay, click on that and it'll walk you through this project. Okay, so this is a project we're gonna do right now. It's gonna be the YouTube app, and this will walk you through what are the concepts that are covered here. Okay, you don't need to worry about lists of dictionaries. We'll cover that inside of this, but you should know these over here. Okay, this is what the project is gonna look like, and here are the 3 links available for you. Project, a live demo, solution. Let's take a look at live demo of this app. So this is what it looks like. This is what this app looks like. Now, you could have, you could be pulling data from Mr. Beast's video, or you can be pulling data from my videos. What? That's crazy. That was so quick. Or you could be pulling data from Peter McKinnon's videos. And just like that, we're pulling data from Peter McKinnon's videos. So you could see this app works. It's fast. You could be doing this all with Python. And guess what? It's actually responsive. So if I go ahead and change the size of it, you can see, boom, it's becoming smaller. You see that right there, right? So this is fully responsive. And all of this is going to be happening with Python. So I hope you're excited for this project. It's going to be a really, really fun project. With that said, let's just get right into it. So I want you to go here and click project, okay? This is a solution if you ever need to look at it. Don't look at it right now. Look at it at the end, but let's click project, okay? Or again, it's going to be in the link in the description below if you're watching it as a clip. This is a page you should come to, and your Flask app right here should already be running. Now, if you come to this page, most likely it's going to ask you to fork this. So you're going to come to a page that might look like this. Just go ahead and fork it, not a problem right there. Okay, then you can actually make changes and do whatever you want with it, and just make an account if you don't have one. Okay, fork it, and then you can call it whatever you want. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna fork this as well, and since I'm your instructor, I'm just gonna call it instructor. Okay, you could leave it as exercise or put your name plus exercise, and then just do it. Okay, so there we go, and now we should have like a fresh file. And when I hit Command Enter, I should see this Hello World or home page pop up. Okay, it's gonna pop up soon. Let's give it some time. There we go. So now we have our home page coming up over here, and we know that our Flask app is up and running. Okay, it's up and running. Like this is live, which is so cool. So freaking cool. I remember when I used to use Flask or do stuff with programming and I was a beginner, I would just try to install it on my computer and it wouldn't work. And I'd be like, how do you install Flask? And then when I would try to install that, it'd be like, you need to install Pip Manager. And then I couldn't, such a process. And like now you're just getting this app up and running. This is awesome. And like you guys should thank Replit because they make your life so freaking easy. Okay. Now inside of here, here's what I want you to notice. There's only a couple of lines of code.
A bunch of it is not really that important. These are just channels right here that you'll need access to. Okay, so it's like 5-6 lines that don't even need to really worry about. But I put this here because for this YouTube build, you're gonna need access to a couple of channel IDs. I didn't want you to have to go to youtube.com, go to my channel, find out how to get my user ID or channel ID. So I just gave you IDs for Mr. Beast, MKBHD, and Peter McKinnon right here. Okay, so that's one. Second, this is just a average Flask app, which, you know, this is just a boilerplate code that comes with Flask right when you start it. And then we're saying on the home page, like when you route to this slash, right, that's the home page, just right now, print this out, right? This takes in HTML. So if I change this to H2 right here, and I change that to H2, this will turn into a heading tag, and it'll become like that. And then this line here is just running our app. So if you remove this line, your app won't run. Okay, so that's it. That's it for all of these lines of code. We're done understanding that. Next up is our static folder. This I don't need you to touch at all. Do not touch this at all. I'm just leaving this here for you, but this is where your styling is going to be for this app. So in order to make it look beautiful, kind of like this final version of the app, right? You're going to need access to that styling. And since I don't want you to waste a lot of time doing the styling, we have essentially done the styling for you. So as long as you provide the HTML structure of the page correctly and name the classes and divs correctly, which I'll show you how you can do that, you should be good to go. All right, so CSS, don't worry about this. You can pretty much ignore this. Don't delete it, but you can ignore this, okay? So you are just starting from here, and now you understand every line of code in here. Like, this is not that important to understand. This is a boilerplate code that comes with Flask. That's really it, okay? So a few lines of code, and we're getting started, hopefully from a point where you and I both are at a pretty similar understanding of what's going on here. Okay, now let's build on top of this. Now, what I want to do is I want to pull in data from YouTube. That's the first thing I want to do. So the first thing that comes to my mind is let's go to rapidapi.com, okay? And they're going to make your life really easy in terms of pulling data, and it's free. Sign up here, and we're going to go to YouTube, okay? And go YouTube. And instead of having to like sign up with YouTube and try to pull data from there, it's going to be harder. Rapid API makes your life a lot easier, okay? So just take my word for it if you haven't done too many APIs, and it'll even generate code for you, okay? So this is going to be the really nice part. So watch this. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit so you could see. But if I want to make a request, it's going to give me all the code that I need, okay? So for example, let's look at what I want. So let's look on this left-hand side. Oh, first of all, if you are new, you're going to need to go inside of pricing, and you're going to need to subscribe to the $0 per month. It doesn't even ask you for your credit card. So just go ahead and subscribe for it, and then come back to endpoints, okay? Endpoints is where you need to be. Now, inside of your endpoints, this is the API that tells you with the YouTube Data API, you can add various YouTube features to your app. Use the API for search, videos, playlists, channels, and more. What we're going to be doing is we're not going to be using their search API, though you could, okay? But we're going to be using their channel and channel videos, okay? So for example, what this should do is if you give it a channel ID, like this type of ID right here, it should spit back out videos for you for that channel. So for example, if we go back to our app and I grab the ID of Kazi right here, we go back and we go here and we paste it, watch what's going to happen. This ID right here is going to change dynamically. Okay, so watch. I'm going to paste. Keep your eyes there. Paste, right? And that ID just changed because it took it from here and plugged it into there. Okay, great. Now, this is Node.js code. That's not what we want. We want Python code. So let's hover down and let's go on request. I'm going to hide myself here. So hover down here, Python, and choose request. Okay, that's what we want. So now, this is the code from the request library that should be showing you, okay? Now we're going to go ahead and click test endpoint. So we'll see what type of, if we send this request here, let's see what type of data we get back. So I'm going to hit test endpoint. And boom, there we go. So here's the data structure, okay? And this is something important to understand. I know we didn't work with this type of data structure too much before, so it might be a little confusing, but it's at the end of the day, it's a dictionary, okay? This is a dictionary, and it has only 2 items inside of it. You're gonna get scared when you look at these items because they're pretty crazy items, but just understand the underlying data structure is something you already know. So it's a dictionary with 2 items, okay? It starts right here and it closes right here. It has 2 keys only. That's it. It has the contents key and the cursor next key. We don't need access to the cursor next key. The only key we need access to is contents. Okay. Now inside of, let's go click inside of contents. So I want to click inside of contents. It tells me that there's 30 items, which tells me as content is a key and as a value, it's storing a list. And that list has 30 items. And my gut feeling before I even look at it is that it's probably videos. That's what it's actually storing as items. Okay. So let's click here and that's what we see, 30 items. And every single one of them is a video. Okay. And each item is actually a dictionary. So this is a complicated data structure, right? But it's basically a dictionary. So it looks like that, like the squigglies. Let me go make it here. Okay. So this is what the data structure looks like right now. Okay. I'll make it right there. So you have a dictionary. Okay. Inside of the dictionary, you have what? You have 2 items. You have 2 keys. You got, let me manually write this for now. Okay. So like this. Okay. We'll just call this dictionary data, that like the topmost one. And it has content as a key. And that has a list, right? And then it has another one, which is cursor next. So I'll just say cursor next and I'll just say blah. Okay. So we're not going to be worrying about cursor next. Now inside of content, it has videos. And so each video is a key value pair. Okay. It's like this. So these are empty dictionaries. Now each video, if we go inside, each dictionary has 2 keys inside of that. So it has a key type and it has a key video. So let's write that out. So we have type and it says video. And then the other key it has is called video. Okay, so let me show it to you like this. Okay, all right, boom. Okay, and what does video have? Well, video is a key value pair, and as a key, you have video, and as a value of that key, we have a dictionary with 9 items in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. Video. And this is a dictionary here. And this has a bunch of items in here. So it has, is live now is false. So meaning like this video is currently not live. So this is false. And if we take a look at other stuff, let's see, publish text. If we look at that, so published time text, right? If we look at that, it says null. It has not been published yet. So it's a video I scheduled, but it hasn't been published yet. By the time you're watching it, it'll probably be published. So this here would be a none. Okay. If you see a null in Python, that's a none most likely. Okay. The next thing it has are stats. So stats. Once we understand this data structure, the rest of like making of the app is not going to be that hard, but this is like vital that we understand this data structure. Because if you understand this and we can manipulate it already, then our life is going to be really easy. We'll just plug in the request into our app, play with the data structure, and we're ready to go. Okay. So it has stats. Okay. So stats has 1 item and it just 1 key of views. So stats key. And then stats is like a dictionary. Okay. And then inside of there is you have views, and this video has 1 view so far. Okay. But we'll just write, let's say 23,000 views. Okay, great. And then we have thumbnails. Okay. That's another data structure we'll have in here. So let's go ahead and write that thumbnails. Thumbnails. Okay. And thumbnails is a list and it has 4 keys inside of it. Okay. But we'll just make 2 keys. That's enough. So when I was going through these, what usually they are is they're just all, they're all thumbnails. So it's a URL of the thumbnail and then it tells you the height and the width of the thumbnail. So what I realized is the 0th one is the lowest quality thumbnail. And then the 3rd one is the highest quality thumbnail. Okay. This last one is the highest quality thumbnail, but not every single video has 4 thumbnails. Some have like 1 and some have 4.
Okay. So I'm just going to say this video has like, let's say 2 thumbnails, and let's just take a look at what the thumbnails look like. So I just care about the URL. You're not going to need to worry about the height or the width. So I'm just going to put the URL here. So I'm just going to say URL and blah, blah, blah.com. Okay. We'll put another URL here. I will say link.com. Okay. There. You could put a comma here. Okay. So if you think about this, right, this looks complicated, but what's happening here? I have data. Data has how many keys? Let me ask you this, and let's just practice this right now, okay? Data has how many keys? Data is a dictionary, right? And data has how many keys? I'll give you a hint. It's between 1 or 2. That's the answer, either 1 or 2. How many keys does it have? If you guess 1, close, but you might have forgotten about the second one. So it has 1 key, okay, content, and it has a second key, cursor next. So it only has 2 keys. Okay, great. Now, inside in these 2 keys, the only key we care about is content. So we're going to go ahead into content now. Now, inside of content, you're going to have about 10, 20, 30 items because it's going to get you like the last 30 videos of the channel, okay? So if I get back my last 30 videos, each video is going to be what data type? Each video is going to be represented either as a list or dictionary. Which one do you think? Okay, take about 5 seconds to answer that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Each data type is actually going to be a dictionary. Okay, so the dictionary actually starts from here, right? Starts from here and ends right there. All right. Now you could have other movies there for sure. So like we could have other videos there. Let's just put one more video so we could have like a more accurate way to view this. So let's look at another video. So this is like build modern portfolio with Next.js. And we can see time text is 10 days ago. So let's put that there. Time text is 10 days ago. Is live now is false. Stats are, this is how many views it has. We'll leave this like this. Okay. So now we know that this has how many, so the content has how many videos inside of it. Can you tell me right now? Okay. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Content is a list with only 2 items. Okay. You could even call len on this. Now you have a third item, but it's empty. So I could delete that item, but I'm just leaving this for now. So technically, yeah, you have 3 items, but like 2 actual videos, right? The other one is like completely empty. So that's what it is. So if I close this, right, you could see all of the items. Okay. Let me remove that too. So you could just see content right now has only 2 items. So let's play with this right now. Let's just prove that this is true. So let's go ahead, data, and let's go ahead and check the type of our data. Okay. I know this is like kind of boring stuff. It's like, why are we worrying about data structures or whatever? But trust me, like you're gonna, these keys should be strings. Okay. So that's what the error is right now. Let's run this. So yeah, right now I know that it's going to be like annoying or it's going to not make sense. And it's like, why are we worrying about this nerdy stuff right now? Where's the app cause that you were showing us? I promise you, if you learn this, the lists and dictionaries and these data structures underlying, you're going to become so damn good because everything, every API request, everything that you try to do on the web is going to come to you as a list of dictionaries. Okay. Lists of dictionaries is literally going to be everything. Knowing how to move through it, traverse through it, get the data, get in and out. That's going to be a game changer for you. So if you get good at this, you're going to smoke everybody else. Okay. Trust me on that. It's getting confused what some of these are. So I call them as variables because I'm used to JavaScript. So let's just go ahead and put quotes around these. So we tell it like, hey, this is the key. All keys should have these quotes. So URL should have a quote around it too. We're going to need to do that for other. Let's put quotes around these, quotes around this. Quotes here, and we should be good. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. All right, let's see what we get in our console. So we print data, right? So it's proving to us that that is a dictionary, right? Now, what we want to do is we want to get content. Okay, inside of our data, we want to get content. So let's see if we can get content. And you could see on the bottom here, we're actually getting that content, right? That content is actually popping up right over here. It's giving us all of the data that we're looking for. So for example, if I move this up, make myself a little bit bigger here. If I move this up, you could see, I can see the type, I can see video. I can see it has another key called video, and then that video has all of the data that I need, right? So when I'm getting content, and let's say, all right, now whenever I get these lists of dictionary stuff and all of this, and I'm printing it out, usually being able to see it in a nice way is actually a game changer. When you see it like this, it's usually very confusing. It's like, what the heck are you looking at? How many items are there? It's kind of hard to like visually understand what is happening. So what I recommend is you use something called pprint, okay? And it's something you'll need to install, but don't worry, Replit, I believe, will install it for you automatically. And we're just gonna go ahead and give this pretty printer indent of 2, okay? And all it does is gonna print it, but it's gonna make it pretty. So it's just gonna make it so it's like more, this here is more readable, okay? Like for example, if I take this and I go to like JSON formatter or something online and I pop this in and I process this, it's gonna make it prettier for you, okay? So like you'll be able to go and you'll be able to actually like look at your data, and you'll be able to like hit minus, plus, and you can actually see like what the heck is happening, okay? So that's kind of why I like some JSON formatters. But let's just use pretty print for now and see if that can actually do the job for us. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, so we can just do pp.p print, okay, like that. So instead of a regular print, we're gonna use like a more pretty print, and we hope it does the job for us. Let's reduce the indents to 1 and let's see what happens. Okay, all right, there we go. So that is still looking a little wonky, right? But it does look a bit better. So I can kind of like see it more now, right? So this right here, I can see is my first video right here. And this right here, I can see is my second video. Okay. Now, let's see how we're going to get deeper into the nesting of this, right? So for example, if I have content, well, if I want to get this value over here, video, how will I get access to that? If I'm inside of content and I want to get access to the first video, let's think about that. If I want to get access to the first video, how do I get access to that? So here's how I want you to think about it, right? Usually when you look at this, this is going to overwhelm you and kind of complicate things. Now it's looking complicated, but if you think about it at the end of the day, right? If I go into contents here, or even like our contents right here, these are just 2 items. So if I want to get the first item in a list, you remember how to do that, right? Remember we had fruits and we had a fruit right here. How do you get this guy? It's going to be simple. Okay. I hope you got this. So let's go ahead, print, and we're going to say data content of 0. So this is going to right here, and I'm going to comment this out right now. This right here, right? If I look, it's giving me the first item, right? In this case, this is the first video, and it's giving me that right there. Okay. Well, then how do I get further inside? Because there are 2 keys inside of this, right? So if I go in here, you could see inside of content and even the 0th item. So when I get the first video, so this right here is one video, right? Inside of here, I have 2 keys, key number 1 and key number 2. I don't need access to key number 1, right? I don't need access to key type. So how will we get access to the video and the value of the video? I want access to like all the data of this key video. How do I do that? Can you guess? So see what you are going to put here so you can get access to all of this. Okay, so take 5 seconds. If you don't get this, that's okay. We'll get this together. Take 5 seconds to try it yourself or pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together. So now at this point, I know I'm already getting this dictionary right here. If I want to get access to this video, well, that's as simple as just doing video. Okay. If I now hit enter, I'm not going to get this type key thing anymore. And I'm just going to get that dictionary, AKA this part right here. Okay, that's the part that I want. That's the meaty, juicy part that has all my data. Now that I have access to that video, well, what do I need access to now? Well, I'll need access to, if I look at our finished app, I will need access to published time text for sure. I'll need access to the title of the video. So that's important. So let's go ahead and grab a video and copy the title here, right? Title. So let's come down here and let's actually add that in. So I'll go ahead and in dictionaries, order doesn't really matter. And we'll just say build whatever, right? I'm just copy pasting this. You don't necessarily need to have this exact title. You could have any other title. Make sure to put the comma there. So we'll put a title here, and then we'll also put a title for this video. And we'll say title is, let's say I'll grab just like some other random videos title, because this data does not need to be like accurate, right? It doesn't matter. And we'll just grab that title. Okay, bring it in, and I'll paste it right over here. Okay, there we go. Cool. So I have two videos and they both have titles now. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the first video's title. Well, now since I have access to video, right? Inside of video, these are all the keys I have access to. Is live now, published time text, stats, title. So in order to get access to title, what will I need to do? You give that a try, okay? You're gonna add something here. And what's the key you're gonna add here to get the title? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it together. I'm going to go ahead and say title, okay? Title will get me access to that. I probably made that mistake again of not putting quotes around everything. So let's just double check what I did here. Title. I forgot to put a comma here. Comma. Okay, there we go. All right, and let's go ahead and run this. So I should see this title right here, build medium with Next.js. And there you go, you could see that. Build medium with Next.js, right? So this is the first video. And once I get the first video, I can get that first video's all kinds of information about it, right? So for example, I could say first video and save it in a variable and remove this title part from it. So this is actually going to get me access to the first video. So let's go ahead and print first video and let's run this. And then if I want to get the data, let's remove that parentheses. So I'm getting access to the first video. Now, if I want to get the data from the first video, well, I could actually just do print first video title, right? If I want to get the published time text, I can go published time text. And if I want to get, let's say, thumbnails, I can go ahead and grab them just like this. Oh, whoops. Thumbnails. Okay. And now I should get all of that data about the first video. So you could see I'm getting the, let's comment out that first line because I really just want this. Okay. So there we go. Title is that, right? Published time text is basically like, oh, this video is not really published, right? So that's why it says none. And then thumbnails, it gives me a list of thumbnails. So in this case, we just have these dummy URLs showing up, right? Those are the quote unquote thumbnails. Okay. So that's the data structure that we are looking for. Okay. That's the data structure that we're gonna, once we retrieve it, we're gonna be able to do stuff with it. Now, I think that we're able to understand what's happening here, right? And then as it gets more complicated, understanding this underlying data structure will be super valuable for you. And now what we're gonna go ahead and now we're gonna actually start pulling the data dynamically into our app. So we can go ahead and make that request that we were making on Rapid API, except let's go ahead and do that in our app. So let's go ahead and copy all of this, okay? And let's go inside of our app and I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna paste it, okay? I'll take import request and I'll put it all the way at the top. So request is a library and, you know, a Replit will install it for you if you try to run, but you know, you can always go to the package manager and install it if you don't have it for whatever reason. Cool. And then, yeah.
And then let's just go through what code it gave us, right? So this URL here is going to be the API endpoint that we need to hit, which don't have to worry about too much, but this is where we're going to be making our GET request. Okay. This query string right here is where we're going to be passing in our channel information. So for example, remember I gave you channels earlier? Well, let's go ahead, take those channels and let's put them all the way at the top of the app. So every part of our app has access to these channels. And now where we're making the query to this specific channel here, we'll remove this. I'll go here and I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And instead I will write channels and I'll just write Kazi. Okay. So this is going to get you Clever Programmer, or let's just go ahead and change this to Clever Programmer, right? Clever Programmer. Let's change this to Clever Programmer. And there we go. You're going to see that. And this is, yeah, and then these things you can just leave and ignore because Rapid API gives these to us. You can ignore these too. These are important and required, so you can't remove them. But this is like API keys, some like tokens, whatever. Like this is Rapid API giving it to us. So this is like important stuff, right? So just leave it there, but you can kind of ignore it. And then here it's actually making the request for you, and then it's passing in the headers and all of the information that's necessary. So it's making a GET request. It's passing in this URL as an endpoint. And then for headers, it's passing in this information, which means like it's passing in the sensitive access tokens, the password, AKA, and then it's passing in any query parameters that we might have. Okay, great. So, you know, for query parameters, it's passing this. It's passing in, you know, this is the channel that we need to hit. Okay. And these are the languages that we need to hit. Okay? And that's a response that runs. And then it will go ahead and get that response for you. So let's comment out all of our other stuff that we were printing out. Actually, we don't have any other print statements right there. Let's comment out all of this here for now. And let's go ahead and run this. Once we run this, we should see response.txt show up on our screen. Let's see. There we go. So we're now, you could see all of this data. So this is about like 30 videos that we're getting back from Clever Programmer. Okay. And if you go really looking, searching inside of it, you could see it says build a to-do list app with Solidity right there. Right. So that tells you that we're getting back real data. Okay. It just looks ugly, and don't worry, we'll actually know what to do with it afterwards. But it was important that you understood the overall structure before we went in. Okay. And this will be called contents most of the time. So I'll call it contents here too. So in your notes, it's easier because that's what they're calling it, right? Contents. If I go here and we see the response, right? You see contents and not content. Okay. So for this response, well, now what I want to do is I want to actually put this inside of our home. So whenever somebody refreshes the page, we want to make this request every single time. So I'm going to go ahead and starting from this URL point all the way to this, I'm just going to cut it. Okay. And we're going to go down here inside of our index function, and I'm just going to paste it in there. Okay. Now I'll need to go back and delete and enter. Okay. So I can adjust my indentation, because if your indentation is off, your app will break, which is annoying, but just how Python is. All right. And there we go. So now I fixed my indentation. So all of this stuff should be underneath the index function. So right when I hit the home page, boom, this request should run and get the data. Okay, so let's give that a try. Let's just make sure everything is running. So I hit Command Enter to restart the server. And yes, I'm getting back my data. Very good. Now, instead of getting it back as a response.txt, I want to actually get it back as a JSON. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say data is equal to response.json. Okay, that's the data. And let's go ahead and print out the data. Okay, and let's run this. And you should see all of that data right over here. Okay, so now we're getting it back as a JSON. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to import JSONify from Flask. And that allows us to just take a JSON, dump it out onto the screen. And
I'm going to return, and I'm going to say JSONify, and I'm going to give it our data. Okay. And we want to dump it out onto our home screen rather than our console. So let's go ahead and hit enter, and let's just see if we can do that right now. So we want to dump all this data. Yes, and we can. So this is huge success right now, like huge, right? So if we go here, we can see this data is being dumped, and I have an extension. I forget what it's called, but it's some kind of JSON. I think it's JSON viewer. That's the Chrome extension I have, and it makes the JSONs very nice for me. So like, for example, I can play with the JSON really nicely. So here I can see I have this data, and it has two keys, contents and cursor next. If I hit plus, it opens up all of this stuff, and I can hit minus, 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 and like every single video object, video dictionary, I can close it, or I can like open it and then go through, close its keys or open their keys, etc. So it allows me to like basically go through and like understand the data structure really well. So I would say it's pretty helpful. You might just see, if you don't have this extension, you might just see like a straight up white, ugly looking page that looks very similar to this. So like if you don't have that extension, this is the page you should expect to see, but that's not very useful, right? Okay, great. So that means we're getting the data and we're putting out the data. Now, all we are really looking to do is like make it look pretty. That's it. We're pretty much done doing a lot of the dynamic heavy lifting of this app that we needed to do. Okay, now let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say contents. Okay, and I'm going to I'm going to go inside of this data right here, and I'm going to pull out this key contents, right? Because when I'm looking at this, so that dictionary right there, I'm calling that data. Okay, so that's called data. Now inside the data, I'm going to index it and just pull the contents in here. So that's why I'm going to index it and ask for it to give me the contents. Okay, just like that. So let's go here, contents, and let's go ahead and print contents now and see if it prints it out into the console. Yep, it is. It's in the console, all the contents. Right? I can see a lot of information about video with thumbnails. I'm seeing all kinds of stuff. So that's a really good sign. Now what I want to do is I want to write a nice little for loop. And what that for loop's job is this. I want to create an array of all of these videos, except I do not care about this key right here at all. I don't care about this key right here. So I want to ignore that key, type. And the second thing I want to ignore is any video that's not been published. So on my app, I only wanted to show the videos that have been published. Anything that has not been published, I don't want it to bother even showing me that, because I don't care. I don't care if it's not been published. Do not show it to me. So let's go ahead and write a list comprehension that can actually do that for us. So I'm going to go ahead and say videos, and I'm going to say get me the video for video in contents. Okay, so I'm looping through this contents, and I'm going to say if the video, and let's get the video key. So we're making sure essentially that we're not getting this type thing. We're specifically saying return this. Okay, so if that video has a published time text, okay, so only get the video if it has published time text. If it doesn't, meaning if it has null, it won't get it. And here, where we are saying video, all I'm going to say here is just get me the video key. So don't get me the type key at all. Okay, so that's videos. Now let's go ahead and print out videos, and let's see what we see. Okay, and now let's see if we can get videos to be in this JSONify. Let's see if that works. Let's give it a try. It does work. So let's refresh. So now we can see that. Yep. So now we're just getting a new list, right? And that list just has videos in it straight up. There's no dictionary called key. There's no extra keys in there.
There's just a dictionary with a video data inside of it, and that's all. That's all we're getting. And this should be about like 20 or 30 videos, right? So boom, right there are all the videos. They're stored in a list called videos. And if I open this up, there's no key called, if we look at all the keys, you know, there's no key called type. And now we just have all the useful keys that we need, like badges is live now, length seconds, blah, blah, blah. And every single thing that published time text was null is now been filtered out. Okay, that's the nice thing about this. This is saying only get me the ones that have published time text. That's it. So if it has a published time text, get it back to me. Okay, and out of those, just do this. Okay, so we're mapping and filtering here, which is very nice, and Python allows you to do that with list comprehensions, which are very handy. Okay, so we're getting our videos. Now what we need to do is we need to render our template, and we need to send this data back to our index.html and then start playing with this data there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say render template, and I'm gonna say render index.html, and I'm going to pass it these videos. Okay, so I'm gonna take these videos and I'm gonna pass it and give it this value videos. So in the front end, in our HTML file, we'll have a variable called videos that we could then use. Okay, now this render template, make sure that we import it from Flask. So I'm gonna go ahead and import it because we'll need access to that. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is create a new folder called templates, and inside of templates, we're going to create index.html, and in here, let's just go ahead and say h2. And let's say videos. Let's just make sure that this page is actually loading. So I'll put this down here. And our videos page is actually loading. Now let's make sure that that page has access. Let's make sure that this page has access to all of our videos. So I'm going to go ahead and say videos just like this. So let's see if it has access to our videos variable. Nice. You could see it does. Okay. Now let's just give it one video. Okay, so let's just get our first video here. So I'm gonna say first video, and I'm gonna go videos of 0, and let's just give it one video and let's see how it deals with it. Okay, so we're gonna say first video equals first video, and we'll go ahead, hit save, Command S, and here I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna say first video. So we'll just get, and I'll delete this for now. Okay, let's run this. And that's it. We're getting back just enough data for one video, okay? Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to go ahead and just start really like pulling the data out that we need, okay? So for example, let's go ahead and in this H2, I'll say first video, and I'll say title. And let's put these double squigglies here so it knows that this is like Python code and not just HTML. So let's write that and let's see. So boom, I got my title of the video. Okay, so that's very good. Let's go ahead and see if I can get the published time text. Let's try that. Okay, and then after this, let's go ahead and see if I can get the views of that video. So if I go look, I have stats, and then stats has something called views. So I can go stats, and then I can go views, just like this. So let's see if I get my stats, and you can see I'm getting my stats. And then the next thing I will need is I will need, let's go look at our final app. Okay, so I have views. So here I want to say views after this. Okay, views. And then I want to say the channel name. Okay, so we could hard code the channel name if it doesn't give that to us. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it gives us the channel name in this case. And the next big thing, big obvious thing we need is this image. We need to get these images from here. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the image as well. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to say image tag. Okay, and for source, I'm going to write dynamic Python code here, and we'll say first video. Okay, and let's go ahead and just call it video instead of first video. You'll see why. The rest of our code will become a lot easier. So let's go ahead and call it video video and video here. Okay, so it's just one video. And then let's go ahead to our templates. Okay, and let's rename all of these and call them. Okay, let's see if it allows us to play with this. Ignore that sound. That's the sound to keep me productive. All right, I'm going to select all, and I'm just going to change this to video, and that's it. Okay. All right, now video. Now let's go look at this data structure. So how do I get my thumbnail? So I'm in my video. Then I will get this thumbnails key. So I'll go ahead and do thumbnails. Okay. And let's put a double quote around here. Double quote. Okay. So I get my thumbnails. Now, then after I get inside of my thumbnails, I need to get my 0th element. So I could get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 0. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Okay, so I could get any of those. This would be the lowest quality, and then this would be the highest quality. Okay, but let's just start with the 0 one. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say 0, and then I need to get the URL, right? So after 0, I need to get the URL. So I'm going to go ahead and say URL. Okay, so grab the video, get its key thumbnails. Inside of that, get the first thumbnail, and then get the first thumbnail's URL. That's basically what I'm saying here. And let's end our image tag here. Okay, let's self-close it. Let's run this. Let's see what happens. And there we go. We're actually getting that image back now, right? We're getting back the image. And let's comment this line out so it doesn't run. Okay, let's do this. So now we just see all of this stuff. So it's already looking pretty clean. We're dynamically getting the data. You know, if we change this, we already know this app is dynamic, and I could prove it to you by if we go here and you replace Kazi here, right? Because we're giving it if we go to query string, we're giving it in from channels Clever Programmer, but you could also give it Mr. Beast right here. So just give it Mr. Beast inside of channels, and you'll notice that it'll pull a Mr. Beast video and show that. There we go. Right? Holy crap, that's a lot of views, right? So you could see, and it was 1 day ago. So you could see this app is already dynamic. It's pulling the data. It's doing the things that it's supposed to do. And those are really the 4 pieces of information that we need if we're looking at this, right? We need the image, we need the title of the video, we need the streamed how many days ago, how many views, and then the Clever Programmer part, and the logo is hard-coded. Okay, so that will remain the same. So now at this point, we have to make this card here look really nice. So let's create a card and make the card look nice. Okay, let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut all of this for now, or just comment it out and leave it. Let's select all of this and let's comment this. Okay. And let's go here and let's just make a card. So I'm going to go ahead, div. There's going to be some HTML stuff here that we're going to do. Don't worry about it too much, but the only thing I want you to worry about here is just make sure you're really following along and writing all of these lines. And especially you're naming your divs the same and your classes, what I'm naming them here. So let's say we have our class card, okay? Inside of that, we're going to have let's start it backwards, so then it's easier for you to see. Okay, so let's take our image and let's work backwards. So I'll take our image, I'll uncomment this. Okay, that's annoying. We're gonna take this and paste it here. Okay, so let's take this image, for example. Let's run our app. So basically right now, it should be just showing you that image right there, okay? And something to just keep in mind, if I change that to a 3, the quality of that image is gonna become higher. So I want you to keep this in mind for future, because we're gonna be doing something with this. We're gonna write a piece of code that's gonna dynamically always choose the highest quality available. All right. So now that we have this image, what we want to do is we want to put it in a thumbnail container. Okay. So let's go ahead here. And this is where this magical style file that we've created for you is going to start coming in real handy. So do me a favor, and at the top, just link this file. Okay. So at the top, I want you to just say link, and we're going to say style sheet, not ref, I meant rel. Okay, we're going to say rel style sheet. And then for href, I'm going to go ahead and say static /styles.css. Okay, and we can just close this self-closing tag. All right, now let's run this. Okay, so you shouldn't see too many changes yet, except there is already some changes coming up. So if I go to this app right now, you can see that things are already kind of centered, right? And our image is already in the center there, and the background is dark. Okay, so that already happened from just bringing the style file. So that's a very good sign. Now what I want to do is make our card. So we're going to finish making our card. So in here, I'm going to go ahead and say class, and we'll say thumbnail container. And let's take this div and wrap it here. So let's wrap that image inside of this thumbnail container, and let's run this. Okay, now it's starting to look already better. Now we're going to create a card. So I'm going to say class card, and that's going to wrap everything. Okay, so everything about this card that we're making here, I'm selecting everything and hitting tab. Everything that we're making about this card here is going to go inside of these card divs. Okay, so for example, everything is going to go inside of this card div from this point on. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, so now here's what you should see. You should see a card, and there's like already some stuff in the back, right? Your image is already going in the middle, so that's good. Okay, next up, what we're gonna do is let's go ahead and give this image a class now. So we're gonna give it a class here. So image source is gonna remain that, but class is gonna be thumbnail. Okay, there we go. So now this image should be looking a lot better. Okay, and then next up, what we'll do is I'll just give it 3 right now so it looks good, and then in the future when we run into that error, because some of the images don't have a 3, they only have low quality available, and I'll show you what we can do. All right, so boom, there we go. Thumbnail container is good. Now let's create an info container where we're going to store information about, you know, the title of the video, the channel name, how many views, how many days ago it was published, etc. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Div, and then let's go and we're going to say class, and we're going to go info container on this. And inside of this info container, we're going to put all the stuff that we want to put. Okay, so div, I'm going to create another div here, and we're going to call this channel logo container. Really make sure you're not making spelling errors here, because what needs to happen right now is your code that you're writing needs to match up with the CSS file. So for example, let's say you're making this card component, right? And I go here, your class here that says card needs to match up with what it says in the styles.css as the class for card. Because if they don't match up, all the styling for the card, you're going to lose it. So for example, let's just say you misspelled card, and you wrote card with 2 Ds. Well, that ain't going to work, buddy. Because if I restart the server and run this, apparently that's working. Okay, I don't know what to tell you there. That's not supposed to happen. Why is that happening? Okay, if you keep doing that, at some point you're going to get into trouble. Okay, if you keep misspelling all of this stuff here, right? Let's just give this a try. Let's restart this. It's probably my style sheet is not refreshing or something. That's what's happening right now. Okay, but just trust me. If you mess with this, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. So don't do that. Just make sure that you're staying consistent with all your, just don't make typos. Okay, you should be good. Let's go back to our file. So thumbnail container, okay, or info container, sorry, and then channel logo container. And then inside of this channel logo, I'm going to just go ahead and drop this logo, and you can copy it or you can paste your own logo. So here's the logo that I'm using. This is the Clever Programmer logo, and the class is channel logo. Okay, that's all I did here. I just popped this image in, okay, inside of this channel logo container. So let's run this now, and we should see a logo is popping up. Okay, very good. So we're good with our info container. Now we still need more stuff in our info container. We're good with our channel logo container, but we need more stuff in our info container. Here, what I want to do is I want to have another div and a class, and we're going to say info. And let's end this div. And within this info, I want to go ahead and create a p tag. And I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to say video title, just like that. And let's see if that shows up. So let's hit Command Enter and restart the server. I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller so you could see. There you go. You could see that it says, should I start a Hindi coding channel? Next up, we're going to go ahead and create a span tag. And I'm going to say clever programmer, and we'll do a line break after this. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, there we go. Now that's being popped in correctly. Okay. And then what we could do is pass in another span tag. And this span tag will have the stats of the video. So I'm going to go ahead and say views on this. Okay. And we'll write the word views after this. So let's run this and let's just see what we get. So this should be the actual data, and then this should be the word views showing up right there. Okay, very good. Make this a little bit bigger. Okay, and then I'll put this dot here. It's option 8 on Mac. On Windows, I'm not sure what it is. If you don't have this dot, copy it from online, look for dot something. If you can't get it or don't want to get it, then just don't, and put a period there or a dash. That should be fine too. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to put here is the time text. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say video published time text. Okay, let's hit Command Enter so it restarts our server, or Control Enter if you're on Windows. And there we go. It says streamed 5 days ago. So if I go to this app and I refresh, I can see all of this data popping up here, which is a great sign. The only concern I have right now, obviously, is we only have one app, one card, and we don't have lots of other cards. Okay, so that's a concern, but it's not that big of a concern. Now here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to refactor some of this code and make it pretty nice actually. Okay, so this card component here, we can make it its own component. I'm gonna get rid of all of this here. Okay, and we can use it like a component, how we do in React. If you don't have experience with React, it's totally fine. But all I'm gonna say is I'm gonna make it so it's nice and organized and easy to use. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll show you how to create something called macros. It's really, really nice to create macros. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new file, and we'll call this components.html. And I'll paste this code in here. I'll delete the style sheet link. Okay. At the top, we're going to go ahead and put this %sign. So only one squiggly and then a %sign. Okay, not two squigglies this time. And I'm going to go ahead and say macro card. Okay, and it's going to take in a video as a function. So literally, this is like I'm writing a function here. Okay, and then you're going to put a minus sign and then a %sign. Okay, it's weird, I know, but just trust me. Just do that. Your life is going to be great. Okay, and then at the bottom, we're gonna go ahead and say end macro, okay? But make sure you put a minus sign here, and we're gonna say end macro and a %sign and done. So our macro is done here. Now in our index.html, look at how clean this is gonna become. Remove everything, okay? And simply what you could do is, now you never have to look at this component again, since you've made it already once. You don't have to worry about it. And what we could do here is we can actually do this. Go all the way to the top, and we could say from components.html import card. Okay, so now we can import card. Okay, let's run this app and just watch what's going to happen. So if I run this app, really like nothing should be showing up, like no card or anything should be showing up. Okay, because we're not rendering this card component right now. It's our index.html that's the main file. Components is not running right now. Now, if I want to show the card component,
all I actually have to do is I have to just go ahead and say card and pass it the video that I have. That's it. Now, once I pass it the video, card component, once you pass it the video, it already automatically knows what to do once you pass it the video. It goes here, it sees videos as a function. It then takes this video, goes here, grabs all of this. It uses a variable video here. So it literally works like a function inside of Python, which is freaking epic. It's so cool, right? So there you go. You have a card. And now what we want to do is we have lots of videos, right? We have 30 videos, not just one video. So we want to write a loop that can help us access all of those videos and just iterate through them. So we are already sending back this videos list, okay? So, and we only send this video back for dummy data and like playing around and seeing if we could make a component. Now that we're done, we could pass our entire list of videos and then just loop through and make a card for all of them. Okay, so let's go back and I can just go ahead and write a for loop. So like I said, for video in videos, and pass it to our card and then just end for loop, just like that. And if you run this is gonna be kind of crazy, but I think literally the entire app will work. Let's see. So let's see, hopefully we don't get a crash. Okay, we got a crash. It says there's a video that does not have an element 3. If you could see that 3 right there. Okay, so that was the error I had warned you about. So let's just replace that with 0. Go back to your components.html, replace that with a 0 and hit Command Enter and run this again. Okay, and let's refresh this page. Boom, there we go. We just got everything, right? Like everything is showing up. This is insane. There's just one thing that we have to fix with styling. Like you see, this is, if we look at this in the final solution, there's a gap right here, right? Between each card. But if you look here, there's no gap. It's just like one big thing. So all we want to do to fix that is in our index.html, we need to just create a div and we need to give it an ID of home. And we need to put the whole thing inside of that. Okay, and run this and that should fix our problem. Okay, and now let's go back here and let's refresh. And look at this, it's done. It's showing up, right? If I make it smaller, right, it shows up one by one, so it's fully responsive as well. All right, that is so nice. And then one last thing that I want to do is here it says 40,998 views. If you go to the final version, it says 41K views, 13K views, 44.5K views. So that's how YouTube is actually. YouTube, it says either K or M for million. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this library called Numerize. It's really nice. And here's how it works. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our command line here. And let's go and pop this bad boy open, make it huge so you could see it. I'm going to go right there. I'll move this here. We're going to say Python. Okay. And so just in the shell, just run Python. And from numerize, .numerize, import numerize. Okay. And if I call numerize on a number like 23,000, watch what it's going to do. It's going to turn it into 23K. If I call it on a bigger number, it'll turn it into 230 million and turn it as a string. Okay. So numerize is really nice. If you don't have numerize, you could probably just do, if you, for whatever reason you don't have, you pip install numerize, or you could install it from this package manager right here. Click that and just type in numerize and install it. Okay. But if you fork this the right way, you should already have access to all of this. Okay. So numerize is a super nice library. So we're just going to use numerize for what we're trying to do. So I'm going to zoom out here. Okay. And we're going to go and say from numerize, .numerize. That's the only annoying thing about this, but that's fine. Import numerize. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And I'll show you something really cool. In Flask, you can create these filters and they're awesome. If you have experience developing with React ever, man, with Flask, you could create these template filters, which is essentially like you're creating something inside of your context API or Redux and your entire app has access to it. It's awesome. But if I'm going to keep it at a simpler level and you're a beginner watching this or newbie, all it means is awesome and it's very easy. It'll make your life simple. Okay. That's all you need to know about this. All right. So let's go ahead and create a, not this, but we're going to say template filter. Okay. And then this template, oh, don't put a colon there. So inside of this template filter, here's what we're going to say. We're going to go ahead and say, define, and I'll just call it numberize. Okay, this is going to be our function. It's going to take in a number of views. So you're going to pass it views. It's going to be a function we're going to make. And it's going to return, it's going to just call numerize on it. And it's going to pass in views. And we're going to say comma 1. How many decimals do we want? Okay, that's it. That's what this filter numberize that we created is going to do. It's just going to depend on this numerize thing. Okay, so once we do this, here's what we can do now. Okay, now that we've created this filter, here's what we can do. So we can go back to our templates and let's go to index.html, or let's go to our card component rather. So I'll open a new tab here. Let's go to our card component. And here I'm pulling views. And what we could actually do is I can actually just pass this guy numberize like that, like a filter. Okay. And once I actually pass this markup filter, it's going to take this number of views here and call this numberize function on it and do what needs to be done. So let's hit Command Enter and watch it in action. There we go. 41K views. How freaking sick is that? That is awesome, right? 41K views, 13K views, 44.5K views, 15.7K views. So it rounds it to 1 decimal, 170.1K views. I mean, it's gorgeous, right? It's doing what it needs to be doing. I mean, it's awesome. So in terms of numberize, we're good. Now we just need to create one more filter, and all this filter needs to do is grab the third image if it's available, and if it's not available, just grab the 0th image. Okay, grab the highest quality image if it's possible. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, create another filter, and this is super cool. I'm in love with Flask templates. They're so cool. So I can go ahead and say template filter, and I can say define highest quality image, and it'll take in images because we're going to give it a list of thumbnails. And what this will do is it'll return it's going to return images of 3. Okay. And the URL of that if the length of images is greater than or equal to 4. So meaning if I have a thumbnail, let's go here, right? If I have thumbnails and that has a length of 4 or greater, then just get me the highest quality one. But if it doesn't have a length of 4, meaning it has a length of 1, well, that clearly means that it doesn't have this and doesn't have this and it doesn't have this. Just grab me the 0th one. So if it doesn't have a length of 4 or greater, just grab me the lowest quality one. Because if you try to get this one, it's going to error out because it's going to say it doesn't exist, right? So that's what it's going to do. So we're just going to check for length. And if length of 4 or greater, then just grab the 4th one. And if it's not length of 4, then or if it's less than length of 4, then just grab the 0th one. That's it. Okay. So grab the highest quality one if the length is greater than or equal to 4. Else, grab the lowest quality one. Let's go ahead to our components. And here I'm going to remove this. Okay, I'm just going to give it, remember, this function takes in a list of thumbnails. Okay, so let's go ahead and even maybe rename it to thumbnails. Thumbnails, right? It takes a list of thumbnails. And so this is a list of thumbnails. So pass that to that function. We'll call it highest quality images. Okay, and now if you see, keep looking at this image, and if I run this app, you're going to see that the image quality is going to become much better. We have an error. No template, highest quality images. Yeah, because we called it highest quality thumbnails now. So thumbnails. So let's do this. Let's see if this works. And we still have an error. It says highest quality, no filter name, highest quality thumbnails. So let's see what's happening. Let's go to main.py. Oh yeah, highest quality image, singular is what it's called. Highest quality image, because the function gets us only one image. So that makes sense why it would be called that. There we go. That image is looking way better now, right? It's looking way, way, way better. Now, if you want to check this app out and see if it's working everywhere, let's go ahead and test it out, right? Let's go and replace where it says Clever Programmer with Mr. Beast. Okay, so let's go to channels. So let's go ahead and just say active channel. Okay, and let's pass in active channel here. Okay, so we don't have to keep going all the way down here to pass this active channel. And here, I'm just gonna say channels, and let's give it Mr. Beast. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the active channel Mr. Beast, and let's see if that works. Boom, there we go. And if I make it bigger, boom, that is nice, right? Right there, look at that. If I go ahead and change the active channel to MKBHD, let's see if that works. Let's hit Command Enter, and let's wait for it. There we go, right? MKBHD is showing up and working with this Python app that we made. Let's go ahead and change it to Peter McKinnon. Let's give that a try. And we could see Peter McKinnon is showing up, right? If you want to make this even more realistic, see if you can add in, put in Peter McKinnon's logo here manually, pass that to the back end, render that out on the HTML, and do the same thing for the name, and see if you could do that. I bet you could, actually, at this point. All right. So this app is super dynamic, right? When I scroll, it's responsive, mobile responsive. This app is fully functional. It's deployed online already. And this is a phenomenal Python project to show somebody. And especially if you're a beginner and you made this, or at least you understood some of this, right? As you were doing this, this is phenomenal. Now, do I expect you to understand everything here and expect you to be able to come up with this yourself? Hell no. Okay. Or figure out all this HTML stuff or how it connects to styling? No. Do I expect your brain to be hurting right now? Absolutely. Like, I don't expect that you should be able to get this, okay? Because you're new, okay? Right now is not the time where I expect that you should be able to understand all of this. Your brain is probably hurting. This is probably a lot to grasp. You might even be thinking, man, maybe I'm not cut out for this, or I should quit or something along those lines. I know those feelings because I've been there. All I want to tell you is programming in the start for a while, it feels overwhelming. Then when those concepts become clear and you keep building on them, it becomes simpler and simpler and a lot less overwhelming because you learn how to see things for what they are and just iteratively do one thing at a time. Okay, it's kind of like learning how to ride a bike. There's so many steps if you really think about it, or driving a car. But once you get used to it, it's so easy and it's all automatic. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it and had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun making this for you and building this project. And with that said, I love your beautiful face, and I'm going to see you soon in the next project. Great job. Look at this. It's so sick. All right, I'll see you soon. Peace. I just picked a number between 1 and 100. Can you guess which one it was? I'll wait. I'll give you 3 seconds. No, really. Take a guess. 3, 2, 1. Wrong. The number I chose was 73. All right, now let's build this game with Python. We're going to use Python to build this guess the number game, okay? And you'll be able to have users guess what your number was, and then you'll be able to select if they were right or wrong. In this case, the one that we're building is you get to play with an AI. The AI picks the number, aka the computer picks a number, and then you get to crack that code like a detective. And we're going to build this game with Python using Flask, and there's going to be JavaScript and HTML and styling and all that stuff. But the good part is the way that I've built it for you, you're not going to need to worry about a lot of the HTML and the CSS part. You're just going to focus on building the game. Now, what's covered in this is you're going to need to have a database to be able to do this. So I'm going to show you how to set that up. Even if you're a complete beginner, you're going to need to be able to input
and the user can type in what your actual guess is. And then once you hit check me, it will actually tell you if that guess is right, meaning it's correct, right? The green one will come up, or if it's too low, or if it's too high, right? So then yellow and red, those things will pop up and let the users know. And then you'll be able to restart the app as well, and then, you know, get back to it. So there's a bunch of functionality that this app will have. And let's just go ahead and demo this right now. So here we go. I'm going to pick a number. Computer has already guessed a number, okay? And it says, good luck cracking it. So I'm going to go ahead and pick 50 and I'll hit check me. And it says it's too low. I'm going to go ahead and pick 75. It says it's too high. Let's go ahead and pick 65 because we want to pick a number lower. Okay, it says 65 is too high as well. Okay, let's go ahead and go 58 in between 60 and 50. Okay, let's go 54 in between 50 and 50. Oh wait, actually we got to go higher. So it's in between 65 and 58, which probably means it's around 63. It says that's too high, so it's in between these two now, I imagine. So I'll go pick 60. Too low, so 60, it's either 61 or 62. There we go. And it says that 61 is correct, right? So we have solved the problem. We've cracked the code. And if we wanted to play again, we just hit restart and we get going again. All right. So this is the demo of the app. Very simple game. But what I would say is that there's a lot of concepts that we cover here. In Flask, you're going to learn routing. You're going to learn how to deal with databases, all that stuff, right? So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. Now, if you're watching this as a clip on YouTube, the link will be in the description below for the project. Go ahead and fork that, click that Replit, and then you're going to click fork. That'll give you access to this entire project and everything in between. If you are watching this inside of this Epic Python course, great. If you're watching this here, well, you'll have access to all of this inside of that mega Python course. And obviously, if you're want to take a part of that mega Python course and you're not a part of it already, just scroll down below and one of the links will be there to enroll in it. And it's all of these resources, everything is free. Okay. So you're going to scroll down and you're going to find the guess the number project. You're going to keep scrolling in the Python mega course and just scroll down to guess the number project. Okay. This might be higher or lower for you. Just depends on the time that you're watching this and if we decide to make any changes. And this is the project. And here are all of the links for it that are there for you. So you got project, live demo, and solution. So click live demo if you want to see the live demo. Click solution if you want to see the actual solution. So I don't recommend you click this right now. Click this probably at the end. Not something you want to be working on, looking at right now. And the project is the one where you're going to do this as an exercise and try to solve this yourself. Okay. So those are the things that are available to you. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click this project link so we can get started working on this. Okay. And then I have my solution open up here just so I can always see what it looks like. So you can have your live demo open up the whole time. So you can kind of always have a point of reference to see what you're going to be referencing, right? And let's go ahead here. And if you hit Command Enter right now, it should just start this app for you right here. So if I open this up, this is not the solution file. This is your exercise file, okay? And if you're clicking this, it would ask you to do a fork. So I'm going to do that fork with you. Okay, I'm just going to call this instructor. Okay, let's go ahead and fork. So if it brought you to a page asking you to fork, just go ahead and fork the project. That way you can code in it, right? And you won't have to be blocked by anything. And then let's go ahead and hit Command Enter to run this server and run this app. And again, what's nice about Replit is you already have these static files and templates available to you, which essentially means that when this app runs, you won't have to spend, really any time on getting it set up, right? Like all of the styling and everything is going to be there for you. So there we go. I just had to restart the server again. And now my app is open. So I'm going to open this one up. Okay. And now this is the version that we're currently working on. Okay. So like you'll see if I write in stuff, there's no functionality. Like if we type in numbers here, there's no functionality. If I hit check me, it says it's broken. Nothing happens. If I hit restart, it tells me it's not found, it's broken. So all that means is we need to just work on it and make it functional. Okay. So when I'm thinking about making this functional, here are the first things that I'm thinking about, right? The first things that are actually really important to me is, one, I want every single button to be connected. Okay. And that's really easy to do. So in my mind already, I'm thinking, okay, I need to create a route for this button, and we'll just create the route of it to be at home page. So that should be fine. And then I'm also thinking I need to create a route for this restart button or reset button. So I'm just going to go ahead and route it to reset. Okay. How do I know these things? Well, if I actually click check me, or let's put in some information and hit check me, you'll see the URL didn't change. So that's on the home URL. So I already know that piece of information. And then when I click restart, it takes me to /reset. All right. So if I like really zoom in there, you'll see it says reset, right? So now if I go back, that's how I know where each button is being routed to. So in my mind, the routing problem is already solved. What I'd urge you to do is see if you can create the routes and then just like print that the button check me was clicked for this one. And for this one, also print that the restart button was clicked. Okay, so see if you can create those routes in the function. So then when I hit check me, it doesn't actually, it basically shows me, you know, hey, print checkout. I don't care where you show it, whether it's on the screen or in the console, it doesn't matter as long as I see it somewhere when those buttons are clicked. So you should have that much information and you should be able to do that part. So I'll give you 5 seconds to pause and give it a try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and let's do it together now. So since I know I need to make these routes, well, in my mind, what I'm going to go ahead and do, let's lower this here a little bit so we can see this. I'm just going to go ahead and get to working on those routes. I'm going to say app.route, and first route is already made. So I actually don't even need to do anything. Okay, first route is made. So I'm going to go ahead and make a second route here. And the second route is just basically going to go ahead and say reset, and I'll define reset, and we'll just say print reset, or in this case we could even just do return reset page. Okay, so it's going to take us to a new page, reset page, and then here I could print you clicked me, you clicked check me button. Okay, so if I were to go ahead and try this, let's hit this button check me and let's see what happens. So let's go ahead and give it a 2. Let's hit check me. Okay, let's restart the server. So don't forget that. Hit Command Enter to restart. And you can actually see it says you clicked me check button. And let's click it again. You clicked check me button. Let's type in hit check me. You clicked check me button, right? And if you don't type in anything and you do this, it'll stop you because it's just doing validation. It's making sure that you're putting in the right information. Just going to make the font size a little bit bigger for you guys right there. All right. So you could see the check me is showing up correctly. And then let's go ahead and do the reset page one. So if I hit restart now, it takes me to this page that says reset page. Okay. So all this means is I made sure that all the buttons have something, right? Like all the buttons actually do something. They're not just broken. So all my routes are working. Okay. Now, the next thing that I need to do, wait, this probably just needs to refresh. Let's try 23. Let's hit check me. Okay. So now the problem that we're having and the reason why we're getting this error is because we're making a post request and a post request is not allowed by default. How I know this is if we go to our templates and we go to our index.html, okay. So this is where all of your HTML for this app is coming from. So for example, you know, here's your nav bar, right? The AI has picked a number that's all coming through this HTML file. And then for example, if you're like, hey, how is the styling happening? That's all already done for you in styles.css as well. Okay, that's all happening right here. So, but you don't need to worry about too much of how this HTML stuff is happening because I want to stay focused on the Python parts. So what's happening here, right? Let's go look at this form. This is the only like real interesting thing we need to see. So I have this form here, okay? And this form has a method of slash, okay? And then I have another form here for the reset. So this form here, as by default, has a method of get. So anytime you don't specify anything, you have a get request that you're sending. But this one over here is doing a post request, okay? Why are we doing a post request? Because the user wants to send over some data. So the user is typing the stuff in, and then the user is like clicking one of these buttons, and then user is trying to send some data, okay? So that's effectively what's happening. And so if we're getting a post request, well then on our back end, we actually need to look for that post request, okay, and retrieve the data from there. So what I want to do is, first, before I even do that, I want to detect and I want to allow that method. So we want to say methods, and we're going to say we'll allow get and we will allow post. By default, get is allowed, meaning if you don't put any of this, it's the same as if you had put this, okay? These two are equivalent statements. So by default, it's allowed. So we're going to go ahead and add in a post request. So it's allowed now. Now, if I run this, we'll hit Command Enter and we'll go here and refresh. Okay, and then I'll type in 23 and hit check me. You see it brought us back to this exact page and we didn't run into any errors, right? It just brought us back to this page and there were no errors. It didn't say method not allowed because now post requests are indeed allowed. If that makes sense. Okay. Great. So it seems like we're good on that side. All right. So now next up, what we want to do is we want to actually grab the value that the user is inputting in here. Okay. So how we're going to do that is in this way. So I can go ahead and say request. Okay. And we can do request.form, and I can actually say that let's go to our index.html, and I'll open this in a new tab. Okay, so in our index.html, you'll see that this input has a name, number, guess. We'll need access to that specific name. So let's go back to our main.py, and I'm gonna go ahead and say, get me that number, guess. So it'll extract the value of whatever was inside, and it'll put that here once you click this button, check me. Okay. And let's just try printing this and see if it does anything. So I'll restart the server and let's see what happens. So right now I actually got an error. And the reason why I got this error that says bad request is because I did not run this. Like it's asking for a form that doesn't really exist right now. Okay. So for example, if I ran this without it, let's see what happens. Our app runs, okay? And if you look at our form right now, if I hide myself here, right? If we look at our form here is pretty much empty, right? So if I look at my form, you could see empty, okay? Now, let's say I put 23, okay? And then we run. You could see I have this form here and it says 23 inside of it now. Okay. So if you think of a form, it's really just a dictionary in Python and it has the key number and then that key has a value guess. Okay. So it's really just a dictionary. It doesn't look like a dictionary. It kind of looks weird, but that's all it is. It's just a dictionary. Okay. That's all you need to remember about this. So, what I need to do is I only need to get the data when there is a number guess, because if I restart the app in the start, there is no number guess, right? There's no number that has been guessed at that point. So we could do it in a few ways. We could assign that number to be 0 from the start, or
the way that I really like to do it is we could do and check if the request method is post. If it is a post request, then we will extract the information from the form and we will extract this piece of information. We'll say number guess. Okay. And then we will move this "you clicked me" button inside of there as well. Because right now the problem, like if we run this, the problem with the "you check me" button is it will run on every page refresh. So even if I just refresh here, it runs. If I refresh again, it runs. If I refresh again, "you check me" button runs. So I don't want that to be being printed every single time, right? So I'm going to go ahead, cut it, and put that inside of this if statement. So it only detects it and runs this once it is a post request. So let's go ahead and hit Command Enter. And now you'll see it doesn't say "you check me" button anywhere. And I can keep refreshing this page. And again, I'll refresh it. And again, I'll refresh it. So you can see I refreshed it like multiple times, but it didn't say "you check me" button, which is exactly what we want. Now, say I put the number 23 here and I hit check me. Now it says "you check me" button, and it pulled a value out of the form and gave us 23. Very good. So now we can actually get access to guess. This is the guess that the user is guessing. Okay. And we can detect that the click happens. So it's very good. I don't need this print statement anymore. And let's just go ahead and see what the type of guess is. So if I run this, here's one interesting thing you'll see. Even though we're putting in a number, guess will actually be of type string, because whenever we're taking in user input, by default, it's actually type string. So what we want to do is we want to actually use a special built-in function in Python and typecast this to an integer. So we want to go ahead here and go ahead and do int. And we can actually put that here, right there. So now we know that if I print type guess and we run this, it will be an integer because it will convert it into an integer. So let's hit 23. Let's hit check me. Okay, and you could see it says class integer. Okay, so now we've essentially forced it to become an integer. Okay, so that's good. So we're able to get the user input. Now what we're ready to do is we're actually just ready to write Python logic, because we're getting a number, and at that point we know what to do, right? We know what to do. So let's go ahead. And at that point we just know we can write like regular looking Python. Okay, so let's go ahead and write a Python function. So I'll call this function define check number show message. And here's what this function will do. Okay, it will take in the computer number. Okay, or let's just say the guess number, the one that the human guessed, and the computer number. So meaning this is the number that the computer will pick automatically. So it'll take in two different pieces of information. Okay, it'll depend on those two arguments. So it'll have like two arguments, in other words. Okay, and it will either return, and instead of returning true or false, here's what it'll do. Okay, so imagine let's say I called this function check show number, and I gave it the value of, let's say for the guess number, I said the human guessed 5 and the computer number guessed 50. Okay, so if that was the case, what this function check number should do is it should return the following message. It should say, so let me ask you this, right? Is this number lower than the guess of the computer? Yes, it is, right? So since it's lower, because 5 is less than 50, right? So since this is lower, it should print a message that says 5 is too low. Okay. Here is, and it should be a string. Okay. I'll put it in double quotes just to emphasize that it's a string. Okay. If you guess 75 here, but the computer number was 50, well, then it should say what? It should say 75 is too high, right? And what if you guessed 50? Well, then in that case, it should say 50 is correct. So that's what this function needs to be able to do. Either says the guess number is too low, or the guess number is too high, or the guess number is correct. That's the job of this entire function. Okay. So see right now with this information, okay, one last piece of information you'll need is how to actually generate a random number from a computer. Okay, so that's going to be something important. But for now, you could just hard code a computer number and you should be fine. Okay, so before we'll make a note, generate random number. We'll do that later. But for now, even if we don't do that, you should be able to write this function. And if I give that function, 550, it should give me 5 is too low. If I give it 7550, it should say 75 is too high. If I give it 5050, it says 50 is correct. Okay, so take 5 seconds to pause the video and give that a try yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Welcome back. Let's try to do this together now. Okay. So I know that it takes in 2 parameters. So I'm going to, 2 arguments. I'm going to go ahead and say computer, or say guest number, and then we'll say computer number. So those are my arguments that it'll take. Okay. And then the definition of function is going to be pretty simple. It's going to say, hey, if guess number is greater, or this case scenario, let's do this first case scenario, lower, right? If it's lower than computer number, well, then what I want to do is I want to return, right? And I want to go ahead and say return guessed number. And let's put that F outside the string. Guessed number is too low. Okay. And then what I want to do is I'll paste that and I'll say if the guess number is higher than the computer number, then I want to say guess is too high. And then else, so we can make this an else if. So let's do an elif. Okay. And then else, we could say it's correct because that's the only other choice left. So we're going to go ahead and say guessed number is correct. Okay, just like that. So those are the functions that this is essentially what check number show message should do, right? It should check the number, see if it's correct or not, and then it should show and return this message, one of these messages right here. Now, let's try this function in our command line. So I'm going to pop that up right here and go like this, like that. And let's go ahead and do it. So from main import check number. Let's see if it allows us to do it. Check number show message. Okay. Wow, that was interesting. It didn't allow us to do it. So I'll restart the server and let's try it again. Let's try it one more time. Restart the server. Python from main import. Interesting. Does it want me to kill this server? I don't think so, right? No, that's fine. It's just saying it's in use. So let's do it the regular way. Let's just go ahead and go and try print. And we'll do check number show message here. And we will say check number show message. And I will give it the guess of 5 and the computer guess will be 50. Okay, so this will be like the first example that we have here. All right, let's go ahead and run this. And let's see what happens. And you could see that the function ran and now it says 5 is too low. Okay, let's go ahead and give it
75 and the computer's is 50. Let's go ahead and hit Command Enter. So we run our app again. So it runs that. It says 75 is too high. And then let's go ahead and try 50. 50 should be correct. And you can see it says 50 is correct. Okay. So now we know that our function is working perfectly. That is exactly what we're looking for, right? And now all we want to do is make sure that when we call this check number, we already have the information of what the user typed in. So let's call this function right over here now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say check number show message. Okay, check number, or it's really check number message, because it doesn't show, we have to show, but it's check number message. So that's fine. So we're going to call this function check number show message, and we'll give it our guess. And we also need to give it our computer guess. So let's just comment this out for a second, right? Now, if we're in Python, and I'm going to go ahead and just type in Python right here. How do you create a random number? Well, you got to get a random choice. And what I like to do is, let's say I have an array of 5 items. If I call this function choice on that, let's call this function, let's put parentheses at the start. Let's put parentheses on the end. Make sure you're in shell if you want to run Python here. And now every single time I call choice, right, you could see that it's picking a random number, and it's doing that by itself. It's picking a random number between 1 and 5. So that's how it works. But now I need to give it a big list of 100, because I need to pick between 1 and 100, right? So I need to give it a list that starts from 1 and goes all the way to 100. Like, I need to give it a list like that. So I'm not going to manually create a massive list. I don't also want to write a for loop. So in Python, there's something really nice. It's called range. And what range really does is, if you give range, let's say we give range 2 and we call the function list on it, it'll create a list with 2 numbers. If I give range 5, it'll create a list with 5 numbers. If I give range 10, it'll create a list with 10 numbers. Okay. And here's another nice thing about range. You could give it a start and a stop. So in other words, I could say start at 1, because I don't want to start at 0, because we don't want to pick a number 0. We want to pick between 1 and 100. So we're not going to pick a 0 for this game. Okay, so we're going to go ahead here, and it ends here, but usually in coding, it's up to, but not including. So it's inclusive of the first number, but exclusive of the second. I don't know why they do that. They shouldn't do that. It's stupid. But whatever, that is the case. So this basically means you get a list from 1 to 100. Okay, so there we go. You have this list from 1 to 100. So how we could do this is, if we want to create a random number, okay, or we want to make something like computer number, we could just go ahead and call choice on range 1, 101, right? And now if we print out computer number and hit enter, right, it will do that. So if I just keep running this right here, choice between that, every time I call this, it will get me a random number, right? Because that's effectively what's happening under the hood. Okay, so this piece of code will get me a random number. So I'm going to copy this, go back to our code, and we're going to go and create computer number here. So I'll say computer number, and we'll say choice, and from random import choice. Okay, because we want the choice to be coming from, we want to import it. Okay, so we can have access to it. All right. So now that I have access to the computer number and I have access to the user number, right? So this is the computer number. Here's the user number. Now I need to call my check number show number message function and pop both of these in there. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and say guess, and then we're going to put in the computer number right here. Okay. So we're going to call check show number with the guess and then the computer number. And since it returns information, we want to do something with that, right? So this is going to be our message, and let's go ahead and try to print that
message out. So I'll say print message. So we should be able to see stuff happening inside here. Okay, so let's go ahead and put in 50. So like right now, the computer has picked a number, and to show that to you is like we can write a statement here: computer picked, and we'll just put computer number in here. Okay, in the future we'll remove this because we don't want to be able to see the computer's number. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick 50 now, or let's go ahead and run the server, hit Command Enter. Otherwise your changes won't show up. And if I go to the console here, we look, okay, so it says computer has picked, and let's stop our function from running from here. So I'll do this. Let's hit Command Enter one more time. Okay, so you could see it says computer picked 97. Now, obviously, if I pick 97, message will say it's correct. So let's pick 50 first, and let's hit check me. Right, it says 50 is too low. Great. Let's pick 75. Okay, it says 75 is too low. Let's pick 90. Let's hit check me. It says 90 is too low as well. Let's go ahead 95. It says 95 is too low, and let's go ahead and pick 97. And now it says 97 is correct. So there you go. Okay, so that was one easy way for us to get the computer number, and then our routes and everybody kind of has access to that computer number everywhere else. Okay, so that's one way we could do it, and then run this function. Okay, computer choice, and then boom, we just keep guessing. Now what we want to do is we want to make sure that this guess that we did is showing up. So we want to be able to see a history of guesses as well. So for example, if I type in 50 here, right, I see a history of guesses that'll show, oh, actually this is the R version. So let's go ahead to the solution version. And in here, if I go 50 and we hit check me, you'll see it says 50 is too high. Let's go ahead and do 75. It says 75 is too high. Let's go ahead 25 is too low. Right, so this history of guesses, we want to go ahead and make that now. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, think about it like this. Every time the user types in something, we essentially have access to it, right? So we need to just append whatever the user adds to that list. So imagine we had an empty list like this, okay, of, let's call it guesses. If we had an empty list of guesses, well, what would happen in that case? What would happen is every single time the user makes a guess, well, we just pop in that guess right here, right? So couldn't we just do that? So let's go ahead and do just that. So I'm going to go ahead and say guesses.append, and we'll just pop in that guess. And every single time we pop that in, we just print out the guesses list. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this now. So I'm going to run this. Let's hit Command Enter. Now we're getting to the really interesting parts of the app. So let's hit check me. Now you can see that there's a list with 23 in it. Let's go ahead and put 24. Now you can see a list that has 23 and 24. Let's go ahead and do 100. Check me. And now you can see it says 100, right? So we could see that. Now what we want to do is we want to pass it not just the guess, but we want to pass it the actual message. So we want to pass it, we want to pass it not just 23, but we wanted to have the information of it's too high as well. Okay. So how could we, instead of appending the guess number, we could just append the guess message in that case. So let's go ahead and move it here, and we'll say guess.append message. Okay. Instead of just appending guesses. So now if we run this, okay, let's go ahead and do 23. Let's go ahead and do 25. Let's go ahead and do, oh, we need to show this too. So we need to do print guesses because we're not showing this. Let's rerun our server by hitting Command Enter or stopping and starting our server right there. Let's go ahead and do 23. Let's go ahead and do 50. Let's go ahead and do 75. And now you could see this list that is becoming longer and longer, and it says 23 is too high, 50 is too high, 75 is too high, Now let's go ahead and do 15. Let's go ahead and do 10. And it makes sense, right? Because what did the computer guess? I don't see what the computer guessed. Computer picked 4. So let's go ahead and pick 4. And now you could see it says correct. And you could see in our history, we also have correct. Okay. So it seems like we're able to actually get the number of guesses. Now what we want to do is we want to pass the guesses that we're getting, and we want to pass this information back to our front end. Okay, back to our front end, meaning like we want to actually show this information show up here. So there's just going to be a little bit of kind of like front end part we're going to do, but it's still not HTML related. It's still Python related. Okay, so what we want to do here is in render template, we need to give it the guesses. Okay, so I'm going to say guesses is equal to guesses. Okay, so now our front end, our index.html will have access to this variable called guesses. Okay, so let's go ahead here and look. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll see this div here, and it'll have this comment inside of it that says insert guesses here. So that's already telling us where to do this exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna now basically just say, let's say I do double squiggly and I just say guesses. Okay, let's restart our server. Let's hit Command Enter, and let's go ahead and do 23. And you could see that that 23 is too low is actually showing up on our screen. Right, let's go ahead. Let's open it up here as well so we could see it more clearly. See, we'll say 26, check me. 100, check me. So it's actually already showing up and looking pretty good, actually, you know, like not looking the best, but it's showing up. Because we're passing a list back. So it's literally just spitting out that list right now. So what we want to do is we want to loop through that list. So what I could say is I could say, hey, turn this into a for loop. Okay, so put only one squiggly with percent signs opening and closing it. And we're going to say for guess in guesses, I just want you to give me the guess. Okay, and then we'll close this out with end for. So it ends the for loop. Let's hit enter and run and check this. So if I hit now, let's go to our app. 100 is too high. 50, check. 50 is too low. 30, check. So now you can see it's actually showing up as, you know, as one big giant string. So let's see if we could do something further. If we want to make this even better, well, can't we just put it in p tags would be my question. Is that possible? Could we do this? So let's give that a try and let's see if putting it in p tags will get it to do what we want it to do. All right, so after adding the p tags, if I refresh this app here, you could see that now it just breaks it up into new lines. Okay, so you could wrap this inside of p tags just like this. And now every single time you type it in, it should break it up into different lines. Now watch this. This div, if we actually give it a class, because we've created the styling for you. So if you actually go to static, the styles, and I scroll all the way down to red, green, and yellow, we've created the styling for you where if you actually give it the class of guess, and then you give it a class of red, green, or yellow, it will automatically highlight it the right way. So I'll just show you what that means. Let's go to our HTML and let's just go and say guess red like this. So if I give it a guess red like this, okay, watch what's gonna happen here. Let's go ahead and say, let's restart the server. So we hit Command Enter right now. And you could see if I give it 35, you could see it's in red. So let's run this again. Okay, 50. Okay, 100. All right, now with our styling, we don't need these p tags even actually. We can get rid of these p tags. So let's get rid of them. Okay, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap just our guess inside of the div. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. Let's just add this inside of the div, and then we'll do the loop outside of this. And then we'll have a div here class guesses container. So hopefully by the time you're watching this, this should already be kind of there for you. Okay, and you shouldn't have to do it yourself. But right now we do have to do it ourselves, so it's fine. Let's just go ahead here and paste this. Okay, and then boom. Oops. Let's go ahead like that. Okay, just like that. Cool. So I have a div here that's guesses container. And then inside of that, I'm doing my loop. Okay, and then every single time I loop, I create a new div with the guess in between. So this is really what it's looking like. All right. And then, yeah, that should be good. Now let's go ahead and hit enter. And then we're going to go and style this. So let's go to our app now. Let's refresh and let's take a look and see if it got any better. And boom, it got way better, right? Let's hit 50. 50 is too high, 80. And even when you hit enter, it automatically works. 100 is too high. So now let's go back. No matter what number you give it, it's going to say too high. For example, even if you give it 0 or you give it like negative 55, it's always going to say too high. So that is also not the experience that we want. We need it to have different things. I'm sorry, it's not going to say too high. That's not what I meant to say. It's going to color it red is what I meant to say, right? It's going to keep coloring everything red because we have hard-coded red here. So instead of hard coding red here, we want to add some logic here. So that's a really cool part. And what I want to say is if the guess is too high, then I want to go ahead and get a red. If the guess is low, then I want to go ahead and get something else. So we can go ahead and write a conditional here, okay, inside of this string. And I can actually say if high, the word high is in guess. Let's put a double quotes around this. Double quotes like this. So we can say if high in guess, if that is true, then I want to say red. Okay. So let's see if this works. So basically what it will do is if it's ever true, it'll evaluate it to true and it'll just say red. It'll like replace this whole thing and it'll just say red like that. And then we need to obviously end our if. So let's go ahead and say end if, and let's close it. Okay. Let's run this. And let's hit command enter to run this. Okay, I'll say 23. So since it's too low, you can see it's not styled, but let's pick 100 and it's too high. And now you could see that it's actually red. So this is working correctly. It is correctly detecting if the word high is in your guess. Based on that, I'll conditionally render it. Just make sure that you have a lowercase high in your function. This function over here. So you have a lowercase high and a lowercase low or a lowercase. Okay. Otherwise, it won't really work. So if that's in guess, then you're good. Red. Now we're just going to add these conditionals multiple times. So there's a first if, then we're going to go ahead and write another else if. So this is, the second one is going to be an else if low in guess, then it's going to render out yellow. Okay. And then last but not least, we're going to go ahead and say green if none of those conditions are true. And so I can actually just write green right here. Okay. So if I said guess yellow or guess green or guess red, it'll style it accordingly. So now let's restart our server. We're getting an error because we're not ending our ifs correctly. So let's take this here. And we can put that outside just like this. And then let's wrap one more else if. So we can actually say else if. We can say correct in guess, then give us green. Otherwise end if. So there we go. Now let's go ahead and hit. Wait, what's the error happening now? So if high is in guess, I don't need to end if here because I'm ending prematurely. So let's stop that from happening. Okay. So if high is in guess, then give me a red. If low is in guess, then yellow. Else if correct is in guess, then green. Otherwise just end if. So let's hit command enter, restart the server. Let's go 23. Let's go 100. So now this is yellow. This is red. Perfect. Let's find the correct number. 75. Is too high. Let's go 60. It's too high. Let's go 55. It's too high. Let's go 40. It's too low. Let's go 50. It's too low. Let's go 53. Scroll down and it says 53 is correct. Okay. But now there's another annoying thing. So that's really good. The styling is working perfectly, but there's another annoying thing that's kind of annoying me right now. I have to keep scrolling down for my most recent guess. And that's a bad experience, right? Because I think what should be actually happening is I should have to not do that. Like it should just automatically pop up. So like if I go to the solution version and I type in a guess like 55 or let's say 100, let's go 100 and I run this, you could see that that pops up at the top. So that's what I want to be happening. I want all of my guesses to pop up to the top. Well, how we can do that is keep in mind that this is a list here. This over here is a list. So let's say I take this list and let's just open up Python for a second and I'll go, actually, let's just zoom in like a hell of a lot so you could just see this like super clearly. Because I know it's super annoying to like constantly have to look at this in like such a tiny screen. So I'll just move this here for now. Okay, so I'll paste that list and we'll just say messages or guesses and I'll paste that list, right? So I have guesses here. Now this is the order that it's in, but I want to see this one first. All I got to do is I got to just reverse the order of this list. So if I do reversed guesses, that alone reverses the guesses. Now you can't see it because it puts it in this reverse list iterator object. So you can still loop through it, but you can't see it. Okay. If you want to see it, you can just wrap it in a list. So it'll convert it back to a regular list object. Okay. So make sure when you do this listing, make sure to put, right, close all of the parentheses and you could see that it has reversed its order, which is amazing. That's exactly what we're looking for. So if you want to do that, well, then all you got to do is if you want to, so you could do this, right? Like if I did it like this, now this will give you this list object, but if you're looping through this, it's not a problem. So for example, let's say for guess in reversed guesses, and I go ahead and I say print guess, you could see it loops through it, no problem. And then it returns you this result. So let's go back to our app. And now what I want to do here is I want to return our guesses, but I don't want to just return regular guesses. What do I want to do to them? What order do I want them in? That's right. I want them as reversed guesses. Okay. I want to reverse them. So let's go ahead and do reversed guesses. That's what we're going to be sending back to our front end. Okay. So once our front end gets these as reversed, it automatically is just going to loop through and it'll be good. Okay. So we're just sending it reversed from here. So let's go ahead and restart and give this a try. So I'm going to say 50. So, oh, geez, 50 is correct. Wow. Guessed it right on the first try, huh? 75 is too high. Let's go 90. That's so rare. There was a 1 out of 100 chance for me to get that. That is so rare. I got that on camera. That is insane. Yeah, such a low chance, man. Jeez. So 0.01%, right? 1 divided by 100. Yeah, 0.01. I mean, 1% chance. Why am I being such an idiot? Duh, 1% chance because it's 1 out of 100. Anyways, 95 is too high. All of my most recent numbers are showing up at the top. Okay, 34 is too low. So that's exactly what I was looking for, right? I wanted them to show up at the top. So this reverse trick does exactly that. Now, the last thing I want to do is reset. So when I hit restart, well, it shouldn't actually bring me to a different page. It should still bring me to the same exact page. So let's attempt that first. Okay, so if I hit restart, let's not give it guesses right now. Let's just do it like this. And let's say I go here, restart my server, and I type in a few guesses like check me, and then I hit restart. Boom, right? It just restarts, and then we get going again. Okay, 50, check me, right? However, the problem that's happening is like, for some reason, all of my guesses are coming back. So let's say like I guessed about multiple stuff, right? So I guessed 30, 50, 35, but now when I hit restart, it goes away invisible for a second. But then when I hit this again, all of my guesses come back. That's not what I want. That's pretty weird. I wanted to truly restart, and I wanted to truly like guess a new number for the computer. So one thing I know for a fact is I need to re-guess the computer number. So we're going to go here and we're going to say computer number is now like changed basically. Okay. So now the computer number is picked again once the reset happens. The other thing that I want to do is I need to set guesses to empty again. Okay. So guesses will be an empty list again. And then I call this function. Okay. And if you ever wonder why do we never pass computer number to our front end, is because we never want to show it. It's only for our back end to know, not our front end. Okay, so our Python app needs to know about it, but our HTML, JavaScript, CSS, like all the stuff you're seeing visually here doesn't, because we don't want to reveal what the computer choice was. So this will reset it effectively, and then we'll just send that list back. Now we don't even need to really reverse this because it's an empty list, right? So why does it matter if we reverse this or not? And now let's hit restart our server and let's give this a try. So I will say 35, hit check me. It shows up. I hit 90. Hopefully it'll be red. It'll show up. And now let's hit restart. And now everything is gone. Let's hit 50. Let's see if its computer picked a new number. Okay, let's hit 50 again. Check me. Ah, interesting. It brings it all back. It brings all of it back. So let's go. Let's see if it's a problem that we're only having on Replit, like AKA a iframe problem. Let's take a look at our version of the app, or deployed version of the app here, our instructor Flask guess the number, right? And what's super cool is this app is deployed. So you could actually just link it to anybody. And even if they are incognito or wherever, they could just open and start playing with your Python app. So that is a really, really cool thing that I do want to give a huge shout out to for Replit, because that is awesome. Like not even worrying about deployment and things already being deployed. That is crazy. So let's go ahead and hit 50 here, and I'll say check me, and I'll hit 90 and we'll say check me. And then I'm gonna hit restart. Okay. And now everything is empty. Let's go ahead and hit 50 again. Okay. And it brings it all back. So now this is a problem that we gotta solve, because that's really annoying. Why is that happening? So the way that we can actually overcome this weird problem we're having, the way to overcome this is, really what's happening here is I have these local variables like computer number and guesses and computer number and guesses. And these variables are getting confused and lost in here, because the same stuff that this has access to, this route index, this stuff reset route doesn't have access to that. And so then that information is getting lost in translation, okay, between these two routes. So what I want to do is I kind of want to create like a global variable that everybody has access to, aka like a database variable that everybody has access to. So let's do it that way. Okay. So what we're going to say is we're going to say from Replit import DB. Okay. And then I'm just going to initialize certain keys. So for example, one key I'm going to need is guesses. And then the second key I'm going to need is computer number. So I'm going to store that inside of our database so our app knows about it the entire time. Okay. If you're thinking about a database, it's really just this. Like I'm going to have guesses, and it's going to be stored as a list. Okay. And it's going to be a list of moves. So, or list of guesses. So 7 is too high, for example. Okay. And then, let's say 5 is correct. Okay. So let's go ahead here. This is just to show you what this will look like. And then we'll have another key, and that key will be computer number, and that'll just be whatever the computer guesses, right? So this will just be like 57, whatever the computer has guessed here. Okay. So that's what the DB will look like. It'll just be a dictionary with like some data in it. Okay. That's all I want you to understand about it. But this is a database we're getting from Replit, and it works out of the box, really easy to use. Okay, so we're going to have two keys in that database, One is going to be guesses. One is going to be computer numbers. So we're going to initialize it. And I'm going to say, because if I try to append to guesses, but guesses doesn't exist as a key inside of this dictionary, like if I try to append to guesses, but let's say guesses doesn't exist, and I do DB bracket guesses dot append, it's going to give an error. It's going to say, hey, that key does not exist. So what we need to do is, I'll just initialize all of this. So I'll say if guesses not in DB, so it'll check if this key exists in the database. If it doesn't, then I want you to initialize that key. So we're going to say guesses equals this. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing for computer number. If that doesn't exist, then we're just going to say computer DB computer number is equal to this random choice. So yeah, so it's like whenever the game starts or it's initialized, it should just be a random choice that the computer picks. And that's what should be inside of the database. And problem is solved. Okay, so I'll remove this. I'll remove this DB stuff here because that's what it is. And then I'll remove our guesses and I'll remove our computer number and this statement over here because we don't need access to any of these anymore. Okay, what I do need access to is computer, this database variable here. Okay, so now when we call this function message, I need to give it the computer number from the database. Okay, and now when we need to append, I can't just append to guesses because that doesn't exist anymore. I need to append to DB guesses. Okay, so there we go. And now when we need to clear stuff out, I just go directly to the database. Okay, and I say, hey, clear out the number of guesses. And also I go directly to the database and say, hey, reset and pick another computer number. Okay, and then in my backend for databases right here, I give not guesses, but DB guesses. And same thing here, I give DB guesses for my guesses. Okay, so that is really it. That's really it. So let's go ahead and hit Command Enter and try to run this now. So I will open it up here. Let's go ahead to this route and hit Enter. Okay. And I'll put in 50, check me. Okay, let's see what error we're getting. And now the error we're getting is it says print guesses. We don't have guesses anymore. So let's remove those. Okay, we do not have guesses anymore. You could put, instead of that, you could do DB guesses for print. And you could do DB computer number for message. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. Let's go back to our app, hit continue. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead, hit restart. It's gone. Let's now type in 75. And you can see none of the old data came back, right? 50, run this. 25, 30 is too low. 45 is too low. 60 is too high. Okay, 55, 50, 53. Come on. Yeah, let's go, baby. All right, so we got 52 is correct. So it is working correctly. It's pulling from the database. And what's great that it's pulling from the database means I could even restart the app. So let's say I restarted the app. Everything is still Gucci. All my data is still there. And I could kill the server and start it again. So I could stop and start. And when this app would refresh, it would refresh with all of that data. So like if somebody has a game session that they're playing, that will stay there even after you hit refresh or whatever. They won't just lose it simply because they refreshed their page or something. So, or you restarted the server. So that's a really cool part about having a database because it's pulling all the data from a stored database. Okay. And with that said, I mean, unless I am mistaken, your app is honestly done. This has every feature, every functionality. You could restart. You could guess the number and check if it's correct or not, right? And then this returns our function, check number, show message will return one of these statements. We get that as a message. We're reversing it, so it's coming in the right order. We have all the styling in place for it.
So yeah, with that said, there you go. That is fully your app. You can share with your friends, your family. You could show off, hey, look what I made with Python. You know, and especially if you're a newbie or you're getting started, I mean, I'm really proud of you for being able to get to this part and get it done. Even if you just copy pasted everything that I did, or even if you looked at the solution file, or even if you're using the solution file, okay? The main thing is you're trying and you're here. In the start, all of this stuff is really hard. I know, but I promise it gets easier over time, okay? So I don't expect that you would have figured this out yourself or done it yourself. What I do expect is like you at least gave it a try, and that's all that matters. Okay. With that said, I love your beautiful face. Great job on making guess the number, and I'll see you in the next video. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Maybe I got you. Who knows? Welcome. In this video, we're going to be building rock, paper, scissors with Python and using a web development framework called Flask. Now, I've abstracted away essentially all the stuff that you need to know about web development. So you really don't need to know any web development at all. The way that I've designed this app for you is you're pretty much only going to need to worry about writing Python code, okay? If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to follow along and build this app out with us, the link is going to be in the description below. If you're watching this as part of this big course that we have done, I'll show you exactly where you can go ahead and get the link. But first things first, I'm going to go ahead and demo this app so you could see exactly what it is that you're going to be building. So let's go over to it and I will share my screen with you now. All right. So this is the app that you're building. Now I'm going to choose which one I want, and I chose rock. And you saw that it said human picked rock and the computer picked paper, and paper beats rock. So I'm now at -1 and it says you lose. Okay, let's go ahead and pick scissors this time. Damn, I lost again. Beating it. What the? Jeez. Okay, there we go. Now it's a draw. I'll pick scissors again. It really likes rock, huh? Wow, right when I pick paper, it picks scissors. This computer is too smart. Okay, so I'm just getting destroyed here. Okay. What's crazy is that this is totally random. So I should be probably at some point winning, but you get the point. Now I can also hit end and it'll end the game. And watch this, it's actually really cool. When I actually refresh, right? The data doesn't go away. The data is still there. So how the heck am I doing that with Python? Well, guess what? This app also has a database. So you're going to be mastering databases. You're going to be learning about routing, how that works. You're going to be learning about arguments. You're going to be learning about so much Python stuff as well. So just hang in there. It's going to be a fun project. All right. And then if I hit this end, it completely clears up and starts all over again. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All with pure Python. All right. With that said, if you're excited, I'm going to walk you through it. So if you're going through the course, the Clever Programmer Python course, okay, and if you're watching this and you're like, I have no idea what the heck you're talking about, I'm doing an amazing Python course, which is, 8, 10, 12 hours long. It's a pretty long course. And if you want to become a part of this course, the link is in the description below. You could just join it completely free, no charge for anything. Yeah, it'll give you access to all of this material, the entire course, all the exercises, projects we do, and you'll have access to this, okay? So here we go. So we're going to find this project, this rock, paper, scissors project right over here. And then inside of this project, you're going to see that that project has links. So we have a project link. I'm going to click that and open it. I have a demo link, and then I have a solution link, but I will not open the solution link. Okay. I'll only open these two. The solution link, we're going to leave it and not click it because that's the solution. I don't want you to see the solution right now. Okay. I want you to work on the app. So click the live demo and let's go ahead and check it out. So here's the live demo of the app, right? We've already checked that out. So that's all good. We can close it now. Actually, I like to leave the live demo running. So let's just leave that open for now. And then the next thing I want to see is the actual project. So let's go here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through an explanation of this entire project, because this project is going to be different than the ones we've done before this or the ones we'll even do after this. You are going to be doing a lot of this because I think you are ready, but it's designed for you in a way where you could do everything step by step. However, for all of that to happen, I need to explain to you how it works, because if you tried this on your own right now, it won't really make sense.
and you get lost or frustrated. And I don't want that to happen. I want to make sure that you have a great experience and you actually build it. Let's talk about first things that you don't need, okay? So these over here, static template stuff, you don't need to worry about it pretty much at all. We've hidden these complexities from you completely in this project, so you really don't even have to look at it. I was planning to hide these files, folders, but I think at least you should know that they're there, okay? In the static is the styling of your app, which you don't need to worry about, okay? It makes it look beautiful and colorful and all of that. And then in templates is your template structure. So it's like, where does the div go? Where does the head go, etc. Okay. So this here is all your front end. Meaning right now, if you open this app and you hit run at the top, right? First thing we're actually going to do is when you open this exercise, it's going to ask you to fork. So make sure to go ahead and hit fork, and I'll just call this instructor. Okay, so make sure to go ahead and fork, because otherwise you can't write code, obviously, unless you fork. So you probably forked it. Okay, so there we go. So static, and if I run this app right now, okay, it should show me this over here, and nothing should happen. So like, let's say I open this, okay, and I'm gonna zoom in here so you could see a little bit better. If I click, nothing will happen. Click, 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 click. Meaning none of these buttons are connected to anything. So you'll see routes changing at the top. You see it says end. You'll see it says play choice equals rock. You'll see it says choice equals paper. You'll see it says choice equals scissors. So all of this information, there's something happening, but these buttons aren't connected to anything yet, meaning there are no functions that we have that are firing off yet, because that's the functionality that you're going to build. Okay. Okay. So here, now let's walk through the rest. Okay, so I don't need to worry about this. The only one file I need to worry about is this main.py. That is it. Okay, now let's zoom into that main.py and turn our attention to that. At the top, you'll see some imports that you're gonna need. So do not touch these. These are perfectly imported for you. You won't need to add any other imports, and you won't need to remove anything. So you can just leave this untouched. Like some of the code here, pretty much all the code that's written for you, you should leave that untouched, because you're going to need access to that. All of this here is I'm just creating database information for you. That's why the app, even when you refresh, right, it still has the data, because we're using a database here, and we're using the Replit database. So game start, player score, choices, results, those are initialized in the start as like false, right? Because when the game starts, it hasn't started yet. It won't start until you hit play. That's when the game will actually start. All right, so yeah, basically here, all of this stuff, database information that we're gonna need, and it's gonna change. So choices is going to be, you know, what choice the human picked and what choice the computer picked, and computer will be picking a choice at random. Player score will be, well, what's the current score of the player? Meaning, if this player has, let's say, 2 points, or the score is 2, if the score is 2, then that basically means that the net result of the player is like 2 plus 2. Okay, if you lose, player score goes down by 1. If you win, player score goes up by 1. Right, so you get either +1 or -1 based on winning or losing. And if it's a draw, player gets 0. So that's what's going to be going in there. That's all going to happen later. Okay, all of this stuff you're going to touch later. Now, let me go to the functions that you should work on first, and then you're going to work on other things next. Okay, so I'm going to close this index one, and I'm going to close this play one. Okay, and you're going to see this function called getComputerChoice. Okay. And so you're going to see functions like these. So if I go ahead and close out all of these functions here, this game is made up of one index. You don't really have to do too much there, okay? But one function play, which is going to be your main logic that's going to go in there. It's made up of computer choice function 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then there's endgame. So I would say like about 5 functions that you'll need to make. Now, let's start with an example of a function. So let's say we want you to make this computer choice function. Okay, you don't need to change what you write in here. The arguments are already given to you. In this case, there are none that it takes. There's documentation here for you. So it tells you, hey, get computer choice randomly selects between rock, paper, and scissors and returns that string. For example, If you call this function get computer choice, it will return rock. If you call it again, it will probably return scissor. Okay, so every single time it returns something different, okay, and it's a string. And so now you have to actually, based on this information, you have to write this function get computer choice. Okay, and the hint that I'll give you is you'll be using choice that you got from random. So remember when you did from random import choice? So you'll be using choice. Okay. And if you want to like play around with Python and see if you could get this function working, what you could always do is you could just pop open the shell. You could type in Python, and then here, I'll just zoom in a couple of more times. You could see like super clearly. So you could type in Python here, and then you could play with random. So you could say from random import choice, and then you could see how choice works. So choice, you could give it an array, and then you could see, okay, every time I give it this, it picks a number randomly. Okay, great. Well, what if I gave it strings like hello? That works. Let's see if that works. Yeah, eventually at some point it'll get the string hello. Okay, great. What if I gave it rock here? Okay, and I kept running this. Wow, it gives me rock. So then you could actually take this and see if you could convert this into code for your app. So you could go here, and then you could actually say, okay, I know how to use choice, and then this time, instead of giving choices of 1, 2, 3, I'll give a choice of rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so get computer choice, you should be able to do this. And then at the end, make sure you return. So you should return choice, and then whatever is the array that you're going to give it. Okay, so I'm going to put in 1, 2, 3, but you're probably going to put in something else, right? Like rock, paper, scissors or something. And then that would be essentially this computer choice function would be done. Now, if you want to test that your function is done, here's what I want you to do. If you want to actually test that you have written your function correctly, you can go ahead and do print get computer choice, and then pass in. Actually, this won't take in anything. So you'd say get computer underscore choice like this, okay, and call the function. Just like that. And it should return either rock or it should return scissor, and it should do that as a string. So if your function can do that, then you know your function works. So you could test it out a couple of times by hitting stop and start or command enter to restart your server. And then you could actually also look here in the command line, and it'll print out the result in the console. Okay, so that's how you would test it. Now you have another function here called calculate result, and this will compare player move and computer move and return the score accordingly. So meaning, here's a situation where a human would win. If you call this function calculate result and you give it rock and scissors, it should return 1. Why? Because player choice is the first positional argument and computer choice is the second. So if I give the player rock and I give the computer scissors, well, who would win in that case? The player, right? Because rock beats scissor. So then you get 1 point for that. So human wins. Here's another condition, second condition, which is human loses. Well, you flip that, scissors and rock, and the computer wins, aka the human loses. Okay. And then the human draws. So you calculate result. If you do rock, rock, you get 0. So you understand now, right, how this function would work. It'll take in this, it'll compare them against each other, and it'll give you a 0, -1, or 1, and it'll return a number. Okay, it'll return an integer. So your job is to go into this function, calculate result, and your job is to basically fill out the body of the function. Now, I've given you a lot of hints to make your life easy. So for example, here I tell you create a variable called score and set its value to none. Well, you could go and do this. Then you'll need to write another line and maybe even multiple lines here. It's like, hey, what are all the situations where a human draws? Well, all the situations where a human draws are probably whenever the player choice and the computer choice is equal to themselves. So basically, it's like if player choice is the same as the computer choice, well, then in that case, what am I returning here? I might be returning something, right? A 10, a 20. So you're going to write this line of code. I'm not giving you the right answer here, right? But you're going to return either a -1, a 0, or a +1. So you have to figure that out. But that's how you would write that first if statement that'll catch essentially all drawn situations. All drawn situations are where it's the same. Then you're going to chain that with else ifs of all of the situation where the human wins. So it'll be where, you know, if a human picked rock and the computer picked scissors. If the human picked paper and the computer picked rock. If the computer picked... So you literally write out all the situations where the human would win, and then you would write that in Python code, right? And then you would write down your else statement at the end, which would be, you know, what happens if the human loses? In that case, set the thing to -1. And if you do this part correctly, you could just simply do an else here. You don't even have to really write any if, else, if type of conditions here. Okay. So that is what is happening with this function. So make sure that that's working correctly. In order to test it, call it on these terms and see if you get the same results that I'm getting here. 1, -1, 0. Okay, so give that a try. So that'll be calculate result. Okay. Then the next function you're going to need to build after calculate result is the next function that you're going to need to build. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Is going to be the get result function. And what this should do is it should take in a string with the value of you win or you lose. Okay, or it's a draw based on the score. For example, if I give it a 1, it should say you win. If I give it a -1, it should say you lose. And if I give it a 0, it should say it's a draw. So the logic for get result will be very similar to the logic for, you know, doing one of these previous functions like the calculate result one. So that's going to be pretty similar. So you should be good to go there. Okay, it's going to be a very similar type of way you're going to do it. You're going to have a score, and then, you know, if that score is a 1, something should happen. If it's a 0, something should happen. If it's a -1, something should happen. Okay. So that's what's happening with the get result. It takes in a score and then it returns something. Okay. To test it, call get result on 1, you should get back you win. Call get result on -1, you should get back you lose. Call get result on 0, you should get back it's a draw. And then one of the last ones we're going to do is end game. And in here, what you're going to need to do is, what end game does is resets every value in the database to its initial value. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and reset all of the database values that you have here. So game start, player score, choices, result. You're going to set them back to their initial states because, well, we're ending the game, right? This /end would run when you hit this button here. So that's what we want to do here. Okay. And then we want to pass that information to our front end. So make sure that all of this information here right now is just hard coded to be false and 0 and empty strings, but you're going to need to pass in your own, your current state of the game from the database. So for example, it'll look more like DB game start, for example. And you're going to basically do that for every single one. Player score will come from database, choices will come from database, result will come from database. So you'll just put the database variables there that you're passing to the front end. And then that should be good because then your front end needs that information. And based on that information, it goes and does things. And keep the variable names the same here, because if you change player score variable name or choices or result, your front end will break because your front end is depending and it's attempting to look for those specific terms. Okay, so for example, it's looking for game start, player underscore score, choices, result. So it's looking for that specific piece of information. Okay, so that's end. End is fairly straightforward. And then we have the function play. Okay, so this is going to be the entire logic of the game. This will be the most difficult one to write for you. But what this will do is it will change the game. So in the start
you'll have these notes. Okay, so read all of these notes and try to do them yourself. I won't explain every single line of these notes, but basically, it'll ask you to do things and then you just gotta try to do those things. Okay, so for example, this request.args thing might throw you off, but what we do here is, if I'm playing this game, if I want to retrieve that the player picks scissors, or let's say the player picks rock, and I want to retrieve that from the URL, in Python, I could just do request.args and I can say rock, or sorry, I could say choice. So basically what I'm doing is I'm putting in that keyword argument right there of choice, and it's going to actually return and spit that value back out to me. So it'll tell me that the player picked rock, for example. Okay. So that's how you could do this, and you could get back the player choice by doing request.arg. So I'm giving you that hint already on how to do it. Okay. Then you're going to generate a choice based on the computer. You'll calculate the score of the players. You'll update the result, choices, and player score in the database. And then you'll send all of that data here. And so all of these are going to be pulled from the actual database. So all of this here will be coming in from the database. Okay. So there you go. It's a really big project. I want to just make sure that I thoroughly walked you through it and covered every single detail that I could about it. I'm going to try to leave you to it. Take hours, days, however long you need to do this. And then we'll get back together and go through it. Don't look at the solution until you have worked pretty hard. Okay, this is the exercise. So I would say don't look at the solution until you've worked pretty hard and gave it a really, really strong try. Okay. But don't be discouraged if you don't get this. I don't expect you to get this, right? It's a massive project for you to do right now. It'd be really difficult, but it will push you. And I want to just push you. I'm hoping that you get the calculate result, get computer choice. I'm hoping that you get those right. Okay. You get some of these functions right. 2 or 3 functions you get right. Even if you don't get the Flask specific functions right or whatever, right? I'm happy if you do that. So that would be a good place to start. Give this a try. And then once you give it a solid try, remember there's always a solution file that you could cross-reference. If you're completely stuck, you could cross-reference a solution file, or which is right here behind my face, or just wait till pretty soon. You and I are going to go through the solution together and we're going to build it out step by step. Okay, so good luck, enjoy, go crush this. Click the link below, right? Hit the Replit, fork it so you could work on it. So do that right now. And with that said, I'll see you in a second, and good freaking luck. All right, welcome back. Now we're gonna go through the rock, paper, scissors solution together. I hope you gave it a try and you got close. I know you might have spent hours, you might have even spent days. I just want to have you pat yourself on the back because that is powerful. If you didn't get it, that is okay. That is totally what I expect. You are a newbie in coding. You're not supposed to get this. But all I'm trying to do is challenge you and trying to get you to see the beauty of coding and trying to understand it bit by bit, but also feel that pain and frustration that comes sometimes. Now, let's go and do it together step by step. And let's see if it makes sense, okay? I just want you to have fun. That's your goal right now. So let's go to our app and let's go through the solution. I'm just going to try to go through it a little bit at a faster pace because I'm sure you've already taken a lot of time with it, right, already. So let's go to, let's start with the simplest function first. Get computer choice. This is very easy. I'm going to go ahead and say return, and I'll call choice, which I'm importing from random right there. Okay. And then I can simply just go ahead and say choice and give it rock, paper, scissors. Okay. And I know that I need to uppercase it, title case it like this, because even in these documentations right here, it tells me that it should say rock like that, scissor like that. So that's already telling me how I need to get this, right? This will basically get the computer choice. Okay, that's how we're going to get the computer choice. Okay, now I'm going to work on another function. So if I want to test this function, I'll just probably call and do this, get computer choice. And let's just run this and see if I'll restart my server and let's see if it works. Get computer choice. You could see it says rock. So that's a really great sign. Let's run it again. And you can see it says scissors.
So literally it said it in the same exact order that it says here, right? So I know, and scissors, let's make it plural, my bad. Okay. So I know that it's, you know, I know it's working. Okay. I know my function computer choice is working. So I'll remove that print statement. So we're good with computer choice. That's a ding, right? That's a correct one. Now the next one I got is calculate result. So I'll just follow the comments and everything that's there without even really going crazy. So I'll set the score to none, and then all situations where a human draws. Well, this is if player choice, right? I have this argument. This has two arguments. So I know that if player choice is the same as the computer choice, well, then we're just going to set the score to 0. Okay, so this is like a drawn situation. All situations where a human wins. So now we'll chain all of this with else ifs, because it even tells you to chain it with else if. So I'll say else if player choice equals rock. Okay. So the player can win with 3 different ones, right? So here, what are the 3 wins that a player could have? Well, the player could win with rock, the player could win with paper, and the player could win with scissors. Those are the only 3 times where the player could win. So these will take care of all the situations. And rock can only beat one opponent, and paper could only beat one opponent. Scissors could only beat one opponent. Opponent meaning scissors can only beat paper. Paper can only beat rock. Rock can only beat scissors. So I know that I'm just going to have one line of code is essentially going to take care of this, then another one that's going to take care of this, and another. So it should be like 3 else ifs essentially. So if player choice is rock and or actually I can say and like this, and computer choice is what? Computer choice would have to be the losing choice. We're going to go ahead and say return or score is equal to 1. So this is in a situation where human wins. I'm going to copy paste this here. Okay. Now it's the second choice. If player choice is paper and computer choice is rock, player wins. Okay. What's the third situation where the player will win? If the player chooses scissors and the computer picks paper, right? So now we officially have all the situations where the player would win. So we're done with this part now. It's a little ding right there. Okay. And now we have else, otherwise human loses. So I could just say else score is -1. This is the only other case lost. If we've accounted for all the drawing situations and we've accounted for all the winning situations, the only other situation that's left is if the human loses, right? That's the only situation left. And at the end, we're just going to return score. So this function now is complete. Now you should go ahead and test it, obviously, and write print statements to test it. I won't, because I'm very, very sure that it's good. Okay. But you should give it a try. And I'm also doing this so we can keep the pace of it smoother. All right. Now we got to work on another function called getResult. Well, how does this work? So getResult returns a string with the value of you win, you lose, or it's a draw based on the score. Okay, so if I call getResult on 1, I get you win. If I call it on -1, I get you lose. Otherwise, a draw. Okay, that should be simple enough, right? I could say if score is equal to 1, return you win, right? Else if score is equal to 0 or -1, return you lose. And else, okay, else return it's and let's put double quotes here, it's a draw. The reason why I'm putting double quotes is if we use single quotes, it would be confused because it would think that the string starts here and it ends here. But that's not what's happening, right? We have a string starting here and ending here. So we put in double quotes, so then it knows that this is an apostrophe and not a string ending. Okay, so that's it for my get result. So I'm done with my get result. Okay, that's good. Now my end game. Well, what I need to do is I need to reset all the variables, right? That's what it told me. So I'm going to go ahead and do just that. So I'm going to say DB game start. I'm going to set it to false. Okay. DB player score. I'm going to set it to 0. DB choices. I'm going to set that to empty string. And DB result, I'm going to set that to an empty string as well. Okay. And then I need to pass all of those to my front end. Okay. So this is the part that I've told you was going to be a little bit tricky. So boom, right there. Boom, right there. We're only passing only database stuff to the front end. Okay. That goes there. Cool. So now our end game function. So whenever we hit end game, our end game function will run, right? And then all of this will happen, and then it'll send that over. And once I send it over, index.html will render all of that out on the screen. Okay. So now our end game is done. And then all we have left at this point is really just a few ones. So this one needs all the database information. So this one is very, very easy, just like the last one. Let's just finish this. There isn't even really any code you need to write here, like any extra code. We're just sending the database variables here to index, which is our home page. So let's just get index done. Okay, DB result, and then we'll set it to this. Okay, and then the last one that I really got to do is I want to be able to change the state of game. I need to change the state of game start in the database to true. So for example, once you hit play, well, now the game has begun. So game start will change from false and it'll now become true. So we're going to go here and I'll say, I'm just going to, yep, perfect. That's great. I'm good here. I'll do game start and I'll set that to true. Okay. So I'm good with that. Now the next thing I need to do is get the human choice from URL arguments and save humans in a choice in a variable. Okay, so we're gonna call it, we're gonna just say player choice, and we're gonna set it to this because that is getting us the player choice from the URL. Okay, so that's what's happening there, player choice. Next up, what I want to do here is I want to generate a choice based on behalf of the computer and then save it in a variable. So here I'm going to be leveraging the functions that I've created earlier. So I'm going to say computer choice is equal to get computer choice. So now I'm leveraging this function that I created earlier. Then we're going to calculate score of the player versus computer choice. So now I can do get the score from the database. So I can say result and I can set it to the database. So now I can do get result and then I can give it the score. Okay. And if we want to get the score, let's actually get the score first. So let's calculate the score first. So we're going to go ahead and say score and I'll say calculate result and we'll give it a player choice and computer choice because now we have the player choice and we have the computer choice, right? So this is coming from the URL, you know, with whatever the user is clicking. And then this computer choice is being, we're getting this randomly. Okay. And then we give this our calculate result function. So if I go to our calculate result function, it knows what to do. And then it returns the score. So it either returns a -1, a +1, or whatever, right? So if I go to our thing, I know that this is either going to be a -1 or a 0 or a 1. Okay, so that's what the score is doing. Then what I'm going to do once I get that score is I'm going to increment the result in my database by plus equals, I'm going to set the result in my database to whatever the result was of the most recent game. Okay, so score, and I'll get result, and get result either says you win, you lose, or you draw, or it's a draw. Okay, So that's what writes out, for example, in the solution version, that's the function that's going to do, it's a draw part, or it's a win part, or whatever. That's how we're figuring that out. And then score is the function how we're, score in the database is how we're keeping track of this, 2 and 3, and then it turns to 4, etc. So let's go back here to our app. And then I'm going to get the, set the choices key to a string, and this is going to be a string that's going to say, it's going to be a string formatting here, and then we're just going to go ahead and say player choice. And we can make a human emoji here. Man, person. Okay, so this will represent a human choice, and then I'll put this bot here, robot, and this will represent the computer choice. Okay, and then we'll go player score. We'll increment the player score by the score that we just got for the game. So if the human lost, or if the player lost, it'll decrement it by 1. If it was a draw, it'll just add 0, which won't do anything. And then if the player won, then it'll be a +1. It'll increment it by +1. Now I need to give the database values to our backend. So we've done this before a few times. So I'm just going to take this and put that for the result. We're going to give our front end choices. So we're going to put that right here. We're going to give our front end player score. And we're going to give it game start. So let's go ahead, copy this right there, and we're going to give it game start. Okay, there we go. And now at this point, we should be pretty good, actually. The whole game should essentially be working. So let's go ahead and hit Command Enter on this. And I'm just going to open it up in a new tab, and let's check it out. Boom! Look at that. Right? Paper versus rock, you win. Let's go hit this. Scissors versus rock, you lose. Right? That was one of the situations that we had. Rock versus paper, you lose. Huh, interesting. Paper versus rock. So we pick paper, computer pick rock. So that means we win. And you can see that it's incrementing that result as well. So if I keep winning, it'll keep going up to a plus score or a 0 score. If I keep losing, it'll keep decrementing down to a negative score. And now watch what happens when I hit end. Boom, everything is gone. Even if I refresh, it's gone. Right? Not there. So we are using a database and we're getting all of this to work. Right? So there you go. Did not mean to put that there. Can I get it out of here? There we go. There we go. Got it. Okay. So there you go. That is rock, paper, and scissors. You went ahead and built it yourself. Now you even have a URL. It's deployed online already, so you could share this with your friends, family, anybody that you want. But overall, I just really hope that you had a ton of fun building this. You had a great time, and don't be so hard on yourself if some of this stuff you didn't get or feel like it's kind of going over your head. You know, go through the rest of the course. If you're not part of this course, make sure you sign up for it below so you can, you know, be able to go through the entire course. Because if you go through the whole course, it'll make a lot more sense than if you just jump to this project here, because that'll be a lot trickier, right? With that said, I hope you enjoyed it. This was a great project. I had a lot of fun building it with you. I hope the explanation and then the solution type of method worked well. I spent a lot of time with my team building each, you know, exercise function in a way that's just awesome. But yeah, I hope that worked for you. I hope you enjoyed it. With that said, I love your beautiful face, and I'm going to see you soon. Let's keep going. Time to build another app with Python and Flask. This one is going to be called a random dog generator, because isn't it nice when you click a button and you get a picture of a nice puppy? That's what this is about. And this app will have a lot of functionality. For example, this will have a database. This will have the ability to track the users and the sessions. And yeah, it'll have a leaderboard for who generated the most dogs.
And we'll do this in very few simple lines of code. And so it's going to be a lot of fun building it. Let's go ahead and demo this app. So I can actually enter my name here. So let's say I go Kazi and I go login/sign up. It'll bring me to this page over here, right? This is the home page. Now it's telling me that my username is Kazi. It's telling me that this is my first login that's ever seen. And it's also telling me that these are the total amount of dogs that were generated the entire website wide, all users combined. And then it tells me here who the users of this app are. So we have these 3 users right here: Kamikaze, David, Tess. Those are the 3 users of this app so far. Okay, and then these are the dogs that were generated. All right, now if I go ahead and I hit refresh, okay, let's go ahead to this page and let's go ahead and hit get random dog. There we go. You can see that now I just got a brand new dog right here. Let's hit another time, get random dog. Boom, I just got another dog. And you can see this total number goes up, and it's also tracking dogs that you have generated. So it actually can keep track of every single user and all the dogs that they've generated. So when you log in, it'll keep track of your dogs, but when you log out and you log in as somebody else, then it'll keep a track of that user's dogs. Right, so I can keep clicking and you can see that I'm in the leaderboards right here. Now, if I go ahead and I do more than 9, I'll actually pass test. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. I just generated 8 dogs. Let's go ahead and generate 9 dogs and 10 and watch what happens. Boom, right when I did 10, you can actually see that I passed test and now I'm here, right? So that leaderboard works perfectly. Can detect my number of logins. Now let's say I log out, right? And then let's go ahead and I go Kazi and I log back in. It remembers that I've generated 10 dogs. Let's say I log out and I log in as a new user. So let's just say, I'll say John. Let's enter and say you have generated 0 dogs and number of logins is 1. Now if I hit get random dog, right? The dog is generated and I can see it on the screen. So a lot of concepts are covered here. Like for example, being able to keep track of the session of the user, meaning when I refresh, it still knows that I'm John. So the app is still running. A database, all of this information is actually stored in a database forever, right? So it says 45. When I refresh, it will still say, or if I generate a new dog, obviously it'll go up to 46. So you could see how this app is working. Right? Like every single time I click this, I get a brand new dog. We have this nice little spinning effect if you hover over it. And all of this data over here from the leaderboards, this of course is coming from a database as well, where we're keeping track of all of the users and then it's showing that. So you'll learn a database as well in here. Okay, great. Now, if you're watching this clip on YouTube, you can just click the link in description below. It'll take you to the exercise page of the app. Fork the repository and you'll be able to use it. If you're part of this Python course that we're going through, the Mega Python course, we'll link that below as well. Then just simply go down to where, so in the Python course, right, the best Python tutorial in the world, if you keep scrolling down, you'll see all the projects. You'll see this counter project. If you scroll down, you'll see this YouTube app project that we've built and you'll see this random dog generator. So you could go down here, the random dog generator, and there will be 3 links available for you. One will be a project link. So this is the link where you'll actually click and build your application. The second link will be the live demo of the app. And the third link will be the solution file. So this, only look at it if you really need to and you're stuck. But this is like the solution. So don't look at it right now. Okay, but you could look at the live demo. That should just get you to this page and you should be able to hit get random dog. Or if it doesn't see that you're a user in session, you could just create a new user and keep clicking get random dog and it'll keep generating random dogs for you, right? So it has APIs as well because we're using an API to get these dogs. All right, so I want you to go ahead and click project, okay? And now that you've clicked project, it should bring you to this page. And if you're hitting it from your computer, it might actually bring you to this page that asks you to fork, okay? Then once it brings you to this page, just go ahead and click fork, okay? Go ahead and click fork like this, and it'll ask you to create an account. It's all free, all right? So
nothing really to lose there. And then just fork so you can build off of it. And since we're not building it from scratch, we're giving you a couple of components and things that you'll need, like HTML and whatever. You know, it'll be wiser for you to fork this. It'll make your life a lot easier. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and fork this with you as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and fork this, and you can call it whatever you want. I'll call my fork instructor because, well, I'm your instructor, okay? So that's why I'm gonna be calling it that. But you feel free to call it whatever you want, right? As long as you can find it easily and do whatever you need to do. Okay, so here we go. All right, now that you've forked everything and renamed everything, once I run it, you should see this page over here. Okay, this guy right here. So this basically means your app is, you know, running. It's not fully built yet, right? So for example, you have this front end, but let's say I hit login and sign up. It doesn't work. If I hit get random dog, it does not get me a new dog. If I hit, you know, let's say I hit log out, it won't log me out, right? And this data over here right now is dummy data, meaning it's not dynamically changing or anything like that. It's just hard coded in here. Okay, so right now in the current state, this app is broken, okay? But all the front end is there. Why is the front end there? Is so you don't have to spend, because this is a Python course and we want to keep the concepts focused to Python and Flask, and we don't want to focus the concepts on web development necessarily. So let's go ahead to, we want to just keep the concepts focused to like Python web development and Flask web development, not necessarily HTML and CSS and the styling part, okay? So great. So this is where we're at now. If we want to connect these buttons, right? Like a get random dog button. So it actually gets a random dog. Well, what we need to do, if you remember, is what? And some of these things, if you want to give them a try, you should actually pause the video and give those things a try, because that's how you will learn. If you just keep watching me doing all of this, it's going to be not like the most helpful way for you to learn. Okay. So I urge you to keep pausing the video at times and giving things a try. Now, some things are new concepts, but like connecting this get random dog button to a path where when you click it, right? Once you click it, it takes you to this get dog route, is as simple as creating a route inside of Flask. And so you've seen us do that with Python multiple times at this point. So I want you to give that a try on your own. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, now the URL, now we'll do it together if you didn't pause it or whatever, or if you tried it, great. So let's go ahead and do this together. So the URL said get dog. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna create get dog and create dog function. And I'm just gonna say, let's go ahead and say return dog page. Okay, just let's just do that for now. Let's go ahead and hit Command Enter. I'll go hit refresh here. Okay, and then we'll hit get random dog. Okay, and there you go. You can go ahead and see that the dog page is now showing up. Okay, so like that part is connected. Now, what I want to happen is I don't necessarily want an entirely new page to come up. What I want to happen when I hit this get random dog is this same page to render. Okay, the same page to render, just with new data though this time. So let's just walk through some of the other pieces of code that we have in here just so you can fully understand what we have. So this is a basic Flask app so far, okay? And we're rendering index.html, okay? So index.html is right here. And this is already all created for you. Okay, so this is the HTML and the CSS part that you don't really have to do. Okay, this is all created for you. Now, if I go back here, and this components is also created for you as well. It's a card component that we created, so you don't have to create this. And then the styling is all done. So that's the stuff that's all already there. Okay, now let's go back. And inside of here, we're getting the dog. But now what we need to do is still return the same page. Okay, so what I'm going to say instead is I'm just going to say render template. And I'm just going to pass in this guy right here. I'm going to say index.html. Okay. And all we need is information about a dog. So let's just say we had a dog image. Okay. Let's just say we had a dog image, and this image was, let's just go to Google and let's get a dog image. Okay. So that looks like a really cute dog. All right, we're gonna go ahead and copy image address, and I'm just gonna paste that image address in there. Okay, so this is a dog image. Now to my front end, I can send this information. Okay, so I can go ahead and I can say dog image is equal to dog image. Okay, now what this means is I am sending this information, so it's available inside of my index.html. Okay, that's what I'm doing here. And this variable here that I'm creating, we will have access to it in the index.html, okay? So in my index.html, what I could do is this is where the dog image, it's already telling me that this is where the dog image is supposed to go, okay? So this is where I'm gonna go ahead and put my dog image. I'm gonna create an image tag, and these notes are telling me exactly how to create it. And I'm going to say, my source in this case is the dog image. Okay, so I'll put double quotes like this, and I'll say dog image, just like that. And we'll give it a width of 200, and we'll give it a height of 200 as well. Okay, and then let's give that a try. Let's go back. So let's give all of this a try. So I'll hit Command Enter, and we'll go here. I'll refresh. And right now I don't see anything dog related, right? But let's hit Get Random Dog, and let's see what happens. And right when I click Get Random Dog, our dog shows up. Okay, and this dog shows up. And that dog we already have like ready-made, ready to go. And that dog shows up right away. So, so far, so good. Right? Like so far so good. When I run this get random dog, when I click it initially, right, it shows me the dog right away. So that means our app is working. I can restart the server, obviously. We can go back to our app and we refresh, and we're seeing the dog because I'm already on that route get dog. But let's say I go back to the home page, and I see no dog, but right when I click get random dog, it shows up. Okay. Now the styling and where the spinning and everything is coming from, we've already created a CSS styling for you, where when you add an image, we make stuff happen to that image. Okay, so we'll make it so that image will either spin or look a certain way or fit a certain way, etc. So all of that is done, right? Dog hover, that's what's doing that hover effect. Okay, but I don't want you to worry about what's inside of that styles file. Okay, so we're putting this in this div with the dog. Okay. So now my dog image is showing up. Let's go back here. But what I need to do is I need to now actually get the dog data. Okay, so let's go ahead and dog image API. So let's find dog image API. There is dog.ceo. And what this does is this will get you a random dog every single time you click it. Okay, so if you hit fetch over here, zoom in more. Okay, and the URL is there if you need to go to it, dog.ceo/dog API. Okay, and if you hit fetch, it will just get a random dog for you. Okay, and it will return it to you in Python. This would be a dictionary that has two keys, message and status, and then those keys have these values. So the key we care about the most is the key called message. And that's really the URL. I don't know why it calls message. It should be called the URL, okay? And every time I run this, it creates a new URL, and then it shows that image, right? And that's the image that we need. Okay, that's the image we need access to. So I'm gonna go ahead and I will copy this. That's what we need, okay? And we're gonna make a request. So if you remember, we're gonna go ahead and do import requests, which is a library. And we're gonna go ahead and do request.get. We'll put this dog image in there. We'll say response is equal to that. and then I'll say data is equal to response.json. And then let's go ahead and print that data over here. So I'm going to go ahead and rerun this, and let's see if we get any errors or what happens. And did I get any data? Okay, I didn't get any data yet, but maybe once I click the get random dog, I might actually get what I'm looking for. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this like this, and I'm going to take our app and I'm going to put it like 1/3 here, and I'm going to make our coding editor 2/3. So I can just see this here the whole time. Now let's go ahead and let's see what happens when I hit get random dog. So I'll make myself a little bit smaller here, and let's watch what happens. So I'll hit get random dog, and right when I hit that, you'll notice that I actually got a bunch of data back, and I can actually see I got this URL. I got the message dictionary, and then it tells me here's the URL for the dog. And if I command click it, it'll open it in a new tab, and I can actually even see the image of the dog. Okay, so that means that that's clearly working. So now all we need to do to get that out is we need to just say data, and we need to get the data message, and that will just get us the URL without necessarily getting us the entire dictionary. Okay, so let's hit command enter. Always make sure to restart your server, otherwise your changes won't show up. Okay, and in this app on the right hand side, I'm gonna go ahead and hit get random dog, just like that. Okay, and you could see I got back just the URL right here, just the URL. Okay. All right, now that I'm getting the URL, I know that I can just send that image back to my backend, and I'll just print it out. So let's go ahead and remove this. I will say this is the dog image, and boom, that's already plugged in. So we're giving it the dog image, okay? And we don't need this dog image variable here anymore, the hard-coded one. And that's essentially it. So we're giving the dog image to our front end. Our front end already knows how to render it right over here, okay? So let's go ahead and command enter. Command enter will restart our server. You could always also stop and start again. So either way should work. And now I'll hit get random dog. And there we go. We just got a random dog. Let's click it again. I got another dog. Let's click it again. I got another dog. Beautiful. Now, that is working perfectly. But what isn't working perfectly is I need to find out the total dogs generated. So every single time a user clicks, any user clicks, I don't care who, any single time a request is made by clicking this get random dog, a get request is made to our get dog route or get dog function, I need to store that in a database and say, hey, somebody requested a dog, which means a new dog image was generated. So if I want to do that, I need to actually have a number in my database, and I need to increment that number in my database. So you should actually give that a try. See if you could pause the video here and you could get the number from the database, okay? Or you could create the database with Replit and try to, right? And just so you have a hint from Replit, import DB, okay? So that should get you the entire database. And then the database, all it is just an empty dictionary. So to use it is very, very easy. Okay, that's what DB is. It's an empty dictionary when it starts. And to use it is very easy. If you want to create a new key, you could just say total dogs generated or whatever, right? Then that will just be the key. Okay, total dogs generated, and you could set it equal to 1. And now set it to 1, or you could increment it by 1. So see if you could do total dogs generated and make it so in the get dog function, it increments it by 1. Make it so you pass that information to your front end and make it so that your front end actually shows that information out here. If I go to our index.html file, you can already see you have this card emoji with total dogs. All you have to do is pass it data. Okay, where it says 0, you need to just pass it a number. So what you're going to do once you have your number is you could just do something like, you know, dogs generated, something like that. And once you do that, everything will already automatically be handled for you. Okay, because this card component knows what to do. It just needs 3 pieces of information, and once you give it to it, it'll make a card for you. Okay, great. So let's go back to here. I want you to take 5 seconds to pause the video, and then we'll do this together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and do it together now. Okay, I hope you gave it a try, and hopefully you made some progress. And even if you didn't get it, don't worry, because this is going to be a tricky task, and we'll do this together. All right, so from Replit, I'm already getting access to my database. And so now what I want to do is I want to go here and just increment my database by 1. So increment. Okay, so I want to say total dogs generated by 1. Okay, but here's the tricky thing, right? It's possible that total dogs generated might not be created yet as a key. So if I'm incrementing a key that has not been created, I'm going to get an error. So a simple hack I like to do, which we did in our last app as well, is I will just say if total dogs generated not in DB, then simply go ahead and set that key, total dogs generated, to be 0. Okay, so now that we initialize it, we will initialize it when anytime our app runs, if this key has not already been created. Okay, and once we do that, we can increment it by 1, so that's not a problem, and we'll just send that information back. Okay, so we'll go ahead and say dogs generated equals DB total dogs generated. Okay, so now we're using the information from the database and storing it in a variable called dogs generated. Okay, or we could say total dogs generated as well. Okay, this is fine. Dogs generated is fine. That way it's not too long and doesn't run across multiple lines. So it's easier this way. Okay, so I think we're good on this. Now let's go to our front end now. So I'll go to our index.html. And inside of our index.html, let's go ahead and add it. So here where it says total dogs, I'm just going to go ahead and change that with total dogs generated. And let's see if that works. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit refresh. Okay, we got an error. Let's see if we can put this in quotes and if we will still get an error if we put it in quotes. Let's try it. Oh, I have to close this out. Let's give this a try. Let's refresh our app. All right, so this is not what we want, right? It says, it literally says the Jinja templating, so that's not what we want. So we're gonna remove that. Actually, since this is already Python, because it's in these 2 squigglies, it's Jinja is what they call it, what Flask calls it. I can actually just write the variable name here, and I can just say total dogs generated, because I have access to that already. So let's go here and let's refresh. Okay, great. Let's see why it's not showing it. Is it giving us an error? So let's just dissect this one at a time. So I'm going to go back to our main.py and let's go ahead and hit print, and we'll see total dogs generated, and let's see what it tells us for total dogs generated. Seems like it's not actually giving us, oh yes, okay. So the problem that's happening is we need to go to this path get random dog. That's why. This will only run when we go ahead and say get random dog. Okay, when we click that button, click this button right here. So let's go ahead and click that button, get random dog. Okay. And interesting, it still says total dogs is 0. Let's hit it again. Set it again. All right, and let's see what our dogs generated. So let's go back to our index.html, and we're gonna call this dogs generated here. Okay, so we were also giving it the wrong variable name, so that's what also caused the problem. So let's run this now, and let's hit get random dog. Okay, and now we can see that total of 7 dogs are showing up, and then 8 dogs, and 9 dogs, and 10 dogs. But watch what happens when I go to our home page. It says nothing is showing up, right? So what we want to do is in our home page, we want to also pass this information, okay? So what I'm going to do is let's go here and think about how you can pass dogs generated to also your home page, okay? So I'll give you 5 seconds to try and figure that out. You should be able to figure that out, and it should be pretty easy, okay? So I'll give you 5 seconds to pause and try it yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together now. So it's very simple. I'm just going to copy this line because I already have access to the database, and I'm just going to do the same thing. Dogs generated is these total dogs generated. And let's run this. Now when I hit refresh, it'll show this even on our home page. As you can see, the URL is the home page's URL. Okay, great. So that problem is now solved. When I say get random dog, every single time it'll increment this by 1. And that's already working. That is so cool. Okay, now what we need to do is, we're Gucci with this, right? But now our problem is different. Our problem is this. How come when I go to the home page, it doesn't show me a dog? Why is the link broken? Well, because if you look at the home page, we're not passing any information about the dog image. So when we go here and it's saying, where did we put the dog image? Let's see. Yeah, we put the dog image right over here, right? Well, this variable dog image is actually not defined. So when it's not defined, it has no idea what to show. So it just doesn't show anything. So what we're going to do is, how about this? Whenever we get, how about this, right? So whenever on the client side, so our client side, somebody makes a request to get the dog. So we give them a image of a dog. Okay, this is a dog. My drawing is terrible. Then what we could do is we could actually store that inside of our database. Okay. Store that inside of our database. And we could store that last dog, right? The most recent dog that they clicked. And then since this is in our database, now our back end, our server side, will have access to this, okay? It will have access to this. If you don't have it stored in the database, then there's no way that our server side will actually have access to it because it's not stored anywhere. It's just gone. That image is just gone. So that's the solution that I suggest we use. Okay, it's going to be a simple one. And so what we can say here is we'll go ahead and create a new key inside of our dictionary, and we'll say last image, okay, or we can call it last dog, and that will be this dog image right here. Okay, that's going to be the last or the most recent dog that we got. Okay, and yeah, and so that's then, since it's in our database, now everywhere inside of our app will have access to it. Okay, and we're just going to write that line for that one too. So we're just going to say, hey, if last dog is not in the database, then I want you to just create it, but give it an empty string. Okay, so just set it to nothing, like no dog. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. And then let's go ahead and pass this. So let's go here, and I'm gonna say last dog. Okay, or we could just say dog image is equal to database last dog. Okay, so that's the last dog that the user got, right? So let's run this now, and let's take a look at our app. I'll refresh this. So now our home page will get the last dog from our database. Since we didn't have a dog in our database yet, you can see that it's empty. But let's say I now do get random dog. That's the dog that it is stored in our database. Now watch what happens when I go to the home route and we run this. We're now still going to see a picture of that dog because that was the last dog that the user got stored in our database, and then we're just outputting it. Okay, so now we're done with the functionality of, being able to ask for a dog and then being able to show the dog on either the get dog route or the homepage route. Let's also just add a little bit of border radius to the dog so he looks nicer. So again, we're not going to be doing too much CSS, but this is pretty much all we're going to do, and this is really simple. Okay, so let's go ahead here. I'm going to say style, and we'll add a little border radius here. So I'll just say border radius, and we'll give it a 10%. That should be good. And let's refresh here and let's see what it looks like. There we go. So we got the border radius, so the image looks just a lot cleaner, right? We didn't even have to add too much border radius, just that alone should be good. All right, so at this point of the app, all of the global data parts of this app are now completed, meaning the total dogs is like this global data part of the app that's completed. And being able to get this dog on when you click get random dog, that part is completed. So like the surface level functionality, or the global app functionality is completed, but the entire main functionality of this app actually lies in user specific information. Okay, so this part is not completed yet. That part is not completed yet. This part is not completed yet. Being able to sign up with a new user is not completed yet. Being able to log out is not completed yet. And then showing those specific users and everything is not completed yet, right? So there's a bunch of functionality that we need to add. And all of that functionality is user specific, okay? It's user authenticated, in other words. So if that user is not authenticated, this stuff will not work, okay? So let's go ahead and add stuff in about the user. So I'll show you something. You can actually, first of all, let's do this. Let's make it so when somebody types in their username and hits login, we actually get access to that data. Okay, so let me go ahead here and let's type in a name. So I'll just say Kamikaze, or I'll say Kazi, right? And we'll hit login here. You can see it says method not allowed, and this method is not allowed for the requested URL. Now let me show you something here, because this is going to be an important thing to understand. So if I go ahead and I hit inspect and I go into network, okay, and make sure that you've chosen all in this case, and let's go ahead and click a certain page. Okay, so let's close this for a second and I'll hit get random dog. All right, now let's go ahead and hit inspect and go to network and just go ahead and do get random dog again, or just refresh the page while you're on this URL that says get dog. And you can see we're actually making a request, get dog. Okay, so you could see right over here it says get dog, and let me see if I can actually make this a little bit bigger so you could see it. Okay, there we go. And you could see that we may get dog, and you could see the request method here is a get request method. Status 200 means everything is good. It's clear. It's working. And it made that request. This was the request URL. And then it knows as a result of that request, there was also a response. Okay, you can click this response right here. I'll show you like what happened as a result. And it popped in that image, right? And that's what happened. This is obviously what the page would look like if it didn't have any styling. Okay, so you could see that that's the response we're getting. Okay, now if I go ahead into this username and the next one, watch what happens. Okay, so this is how a get request looks like. Okay, we're doing a get request on this. Now, when we're sending data through a form, like here, if I'm writing Kazi and I'm trying to send the data through a form, this will not happen from a GET request. GET request is only so you can retrieve information. But if you want to send information, then you use something called a POST request. Okay, so this will get info. Okay, this will send info. Okay, so what do I mean? When I hit get random dog, I want to get a dog, so I make a GET request. But when I want to sign up a new user, I'm getting the data from the user. The user is sending that data. So that's going to be a POST request to our backend. Okay. And watch this. When I go ahead and click login/sign up, it's going to take me to this page. It says method not allowed. Okay. Now let's go ahead and hit inspect, and let's go to network again. Okay, and let's refresh this exact same page, and you will see I get this 405 error right here, and this will be all red. So let's click this, and it's saying, hey, the request method was a post, the status code was a 405, meaning like not found or error basically. Okay, so 405, so it's a method not allowed error. That's usually what that means, I believe. And it happened at this URL. Okay, so now we need to think about, well, what the heck happened, and, how do we stop this from happening? Now you might be asking the question, well, how come one button, get random dog, sends a GET request, but clicking the login/sign up button sends a POST request? How come they are sending different requests? Like, how come this is GET, and then this button right here is POST? How's that happening? Well, the answer lies in the HTML part of the code. So if I look here and we find this login button, so I'm going to hit get random dog. So this button here, right? We're passing the action /get dog. By default, the method that's being used whenever this is a situation is that it's a GET request. So here, this is a GET request that's happening. Okay, that's the default behavior. Over here, where we're saying login/sign up, right over here, if you actually look at the form, the action is route to the home page, but the method is actually POST. Okay, so the method is a POST request. That's what's triggering it. So in other words, I could actually take this here and say method is equal to get, and it wouldn't really change anything, because by default, if you don't write this, this line is already there. Okay, so having this or this is the same exact thing, but I'll just leave it there so it's, you could cross compare it. So here we have, in this login form, we have the username placeholder thingy, and then we have the button. So you could actually click that button, and then, since it's a POST request, it has the ability to send the data over to our server. Now, here's how we retrieve this data. So when we go here to our main.py, let's go here to our app route. Now, that method, it said, is not allowed, right? So what we want to do is we just say methods, and we want to say we should allow the GET method, and this route will actually allow the POST method. Now let's run this app, and let's click login and sign up, and let's just see what happens and what's the error it gives us. So when I did that, watch what happened. It didn't give us an error this time. Right? Let's click it again, log in and sign up. No error. So what did it do? Well, it said that this method is allowed, and then it just went ahead and rendered the home page. Okay. But since we have a POST request happening, we want specific things to happen. We want to be able to retrieve the data that the user just gave us. So what I can actually do is I can say if request, and request is this global variable that all of the Flask app has access to. And so if you run it inside of like a route here, and you do request, you'll get access to things like what the user passed in as, query parameters, or what the user passed in through a form. You can access all of that. And so we can also detect method. So if you say if request method is equal to post, then I want to say print you clicked the login/sign up button. Okay. So let's just go ahead and try that. So I'll command enter. So our server restarts and takes changes. I will open this up so I can see everything being printed out, and then we'll run this. Request is not defined. So what we want to do is we want to grab request from Flask. So let's go ahead and grab request. Okay, let's hit command enter. Restart our server here. Okay, let's go back. And now we shouldn't have any errors coming up. Now, if I hit login and sign up, you could see, if I click it, you could see over here, it said you click the login sign up button right over there. Okay, you click the login sign up button. Okay, so that means I'm detecting the click happening. Now I need to actually get the user form. So I can actually say print request dot form, and we can ask it for the username. Okay, and we're gonna say user underscore name. Now, where's this username thing coming from? This has to do with our front end. So if we go here, we said that this input is gonna have the name of user underscore name. So if we wanna pull the value out of this, we need to make sure that in our backend, we also say user underscore name, just like this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and open this up, and we'll run this, hit command enter to run it. And then we'll type in a user here. Okay, so let's go ahead and say Kazi, and I'll say login and sign up. And you could see that it's pulling the data from the form now. So we can actually now get input from the users, right? That is awesome. So now I can see, it can say, okay, you click the sign up button and it says Kazi over here. Okay. So this is a really good sign, and it means we have made a ton of progress. All right, now that we're getting the user, what we could do is we could actually store that session. So I'm gonna go here, I'm just gonna comma session. I'm gonna import, also get access to each session inside of Flask. And sessions are kind of like cookies that store data about the user, okay? And now in the session, I can just go ahead and say session, user, okay, or username, whatever you want to say. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. Say username is equal to whatever the user puts in the form. Okay, so if the user makes a post request and submits this form, whatever user name they put in, that becomes their username. And then we store that inside of our session. Okay, so that becomes the username. We store that inside of the session. Okay, now what's cool about session is our app has global access to this session thing, which means that I can actually go to our index.html here and just call session without even needing to pass session through my template. Okay, so let's go to index.html, and here where I was passing the word Kazi, instead I'm just going to go ahead and say session user, just like that. Okay, so let's go back and let's rerun this app. So I'm going to hit command enter. Okay, so we restart the server, and let's go ahead and try saying my name is David, and let's see if this changes over here. So I'll say David. Okay, we got an error. So whenever we're setting sessions, we need a secret key. Okay, our app will need a secret key. So we'll just go ahead and set it up. If you're getting this app, you should already have this secret key set up for you and some other variables in there. But I'm going to be writing this from scratch so you could just understand better what's going on. So basically here, I'm going to go ahead and set my secret key. Okay, so I'm going to say app.secret key, and I'm going to say very bad secret key. Okay, if you want to use actual secret keys, what I recommend is Replit has something called environment variables. So you could store a secret key there, and then you could retrieve it from here, okay? And they have docs too if you want to go see how to use sensitive information. And they have os.environ, right? And then you can actually type in whatever password you wrote. So that would be a pretty good way to keep it secret. And as a matter of fact, we could actually even do that right here. So I could say os.environ. Okay. And if we look at the docs tell us to do this, right? The docs tell us call this function and then, call this function. It's a dictionary. So index it. And then I'm just going to say Flask key. Okay, I'll say Flask secret key. Okay, so we'll say that. And then here, I'm just going to put very bad secret key. Okay, that's it. And I'll add this as a new secret. Okay, Flask secret key. Now, if you're going to store a secret key, do it like that. That'll store it safely. That way, anybody viewing your code will not actually know what your secret key is. So you could actually keep it hidden. Replit makes this very, very easy for you. But yeah, right now we're just doing dummy data stuff. So that's why we don't need to put like a actual, 64-bit or 256-bit SHA hash cryptographic secret key. We could just put a pretty bad key and we'll be fine. All right, and then what I want to do is I want to do app.config and I want to say session. So since Replit has an iframe that they're using here, sometimes cookies don't work properly. So if we go ahead and do session cookie same site, that'll solve that problem. Okay, none. And then we're going to go ahead here and I'm going to say app.cookie config, says session cookie secure. And we'll say true. Okay, and that's done. These lines are not even really necessary. This is just so in the Replit iframe, if you're running your app, it works. And the main thing was just setting the secret key here. Okay, without this, you can't have sessions. So let's hit Command Enter. Let's refresh our app and let's see what happens. Okay, I think we got an error. Let's see what's the error we got. So it says OS is not defined. So let's go ahead and define that. And at the top here, we can just go ahead and import OS, just like that. Okay, so let's run this. And let's see what the error is now. Okay, now it says app is not defined. Okay, no problem. So we're going to go ahead here and put that as one of the first lines of the code. Okay, and now we shouldn't be having errors. Great. Let's go ahead and refresh this. There we go. You could see it says David. Okay, now let's go ahead and change it to Kazi. And if I hit login/signup, you can see it says Kazi. And let's go ahead and say Ninja and I'll hit enter. And now you see Ninja here. Okay, and there's something deeper that's happening. Okay, so for example, if I refresh, let's say I go ahead to this link and I just refresh, right? If I do that, the name is still there. If I hit get random dog, the name is actually still there. What the hell is happening? How are we making this happen? The secret lies in what happens if you hit inspect and you go to application here, okay? And inside of application, you'll see we have session storage and we have cookies, okay? So let's go ahead into our session, into our cookies here, okay? And inside of our cookies, we can see that we have this session, okay? This session is storing all of the value, okay? Inside of this session is where we're storing our user and everything. So as long as you have access to that session right there, you'll have access to everything that session sees, okay? So if you store a key in there, you'll have access to that session. And let's see the expiry date over here, okay? It's kind of like cookies. Okay, the expire, it pretty much never expires. Okay, it runs for a really long time. So that means even if you refresh, you should still see this as long as your session is up. Okay, and I believe until you close out your Chrome browser or something like that, or your Safari, whatever you're using, and you come back. So that's where it's stored. It's stored in like a local storage / cookies inside of your browser. And that's how it actually stays there even after some time. Okay, so that's why we used sessions there. All right, now that the user is signing in
and I'm able to retrieve that user's information, what I'd actually like to do is store that user inside of my database. And that way we could have a big database with, so just imagine a giant dictionary with every single user that's ever signed in, okay, and information about them. So essentially how I would want my users to look like is, imagine this. So imagine I had users, and it would be a list of dictionaries. So like this, okay. And then each of those users would have some information about them. So for example, I'll have their username. They would have, so let's say Kazi, they would have logins. Okay, so let's say that would be, one login or whatever. And then they would have dogs generated. Okay, so like the dogs that they generated, and that might be, 5 or whatever. And we would have each dictionary here would represent a user. So let's say David has like 4 logins, right? And then we have another user and their name is Kevin and they have like 12 logins. And then their dogs generated is like 27 or something, right? So this is how I want my users to look like. And then I want to be able to loop through the users and get a user, update a user, change their record, delete them, whatever I want to do, right? So that's how I would want to do it. I would want to have a list of users just like this, and each dictionary representing a user. Now, what I would want to do is I want to store this inside of a database, okay? I don't want to just store this in a dictionary, because while that is nice, after I refresh, all that information is just going to vanish. And so I don't really want all my information to just vanish, right? That's not fun. So let's go ahead and use a database. So what I will say is, in my database, I'll create a collection called users. Okay. And users will have some data, okay? And we want to add, if we want to add a new user, well, how we would add a new user is we would actually go to our users, okay, and we will append a new user. And when we append, we'll need to essentially append a dictionary just like this, okay? So remember, since this is a list, I can call .append on it. And so when I call an append, I can add a user to it, okay? So if you're having trouble visualizing some of this, don't worry. Let's open up our shell and let's just write some Python code here so you can see what we're talking about, okay? So I will go like this, and let's zoom in a little bit so you could see clearer. Okay, so let's go ahead. All right, let's go ahead and say, let me zoom in more so it's even easier to read. Just like that. Okay, now let's say I have a database, okay, and I'll make it an empty dictionary just like this. Now inside of that database, I want to have a list of users. So initially I'm just going to create it and we'll set it to this. So now when I do DB, you should see DB has users and it's empty. So it's an empty collection right now. Now, if I want to have access, users, I want to add a user, I could just go db.append, right? And then I can DB users. If I do this, it should give me back that empty list. Now, if I want to append to that list, I could just go .append, just like this. And I can give it a user to append. So I'll just give username Kazi, and then logins 2. And then we will say dogs generated, we'll say 7. All right, there we go. Now when I do DB users, I will see that I have that user Kazi in there, okay? Now, if I want to get information about the user, I could go DB users and I could say, get me the 0th user, okay? If we have multiple users, get me the 0th user. So let's try adding more users. So I will say, I will also add David. You could just hit up on your
keyboard, and it should bring this up. And I'll also add Kevin. Okay, now when we do DB users, watch what happens. I get all of this data right here. Okay, let me zoom out here and zoom here now so you can see better. There we go. Okay, so now that's what DB users returns to me, right? It's a list of users. So if I call type on DB users, you can see that it's a list. So since it's a list, I could loop through it. I could also index it. So I could go DB users, and if I ask for the 0th guy, well, that'll get most likely Kazi. Now, if I did DB users and I said 0, you can see it's giving me Kevin. Okay. If I go ahead and do 1, your 0 might be different than mine because my computer crashed and I had to redo this again. So that was fun. Okay. But yeah. So, idea is that it should be giving you some users. Okay. I'll do user 3. I ended up creating more users. Okay. I have like 4 total users, right? And so it'll show you those users. Now, if I want to grab a specific user and update one of their properties, well, what I could do is I could go ahead and do username and set that equal to, let's just say a fire emoji. Okay. So now if I print out DB users, you could see that there's a user with the username of fire emoji. Just put quotes around. If you do use an emoji, make sure to put quotes around it. But you could see that now we got a guy with the fire emoji. So that name has been changed. Okay. So this is how I would interface with it. This is how I would, add to it. This is how I would update data inside of it, etc. So keep these notes available for yourself because this information is going to be really valuable, helpful, and important when we're creating our database. Okay. All right. Now, when we're creating our users, we need to create that inside of our database. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and say DB users. And when it's not initialized, I need to just go ahead and initialize it. So I'm just going to go ahead and say if users not in DB, then just go ahead and say DB users and set it to an empty list, just like this. Okay. So this is going to be the default state that we're going to have for this. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go down here. So once the user signs in, we're going to go ahead and say DB users, and I'm simply going to append. So we're going to append, and we're going to append that user. Okay. So when I think about that user, well, that user at this point is going to be, their username is going to be the username they gave us because that's already stored here. And then we're going to go ahead and check their logins, and we're going to, so since it's a new user, right? So this is for a new user. Okay. We're going to set their logins to 1, and we will also set their dogs generated to 0 because right now they haven't really generated any dogs. They just signed up. They haven't hit get random dogs yet, right? That's all they have done. So we're going to set that to 0. And so in our users database, now that user should be there. Okay. But you're going to see that we're going to run into a problem pretty quick with this. So let's go ahead and do Command Enter. And I'm also going to open up our shell. And inside of our shell, let's just clear all of this out. I'll write Python. I'll hit delete at the top and I'll type in Python so you could see this. Okay. And now let's go ahead and do from Replit import DB. So we get access to our database in this environment. Okay. And if I show you the DB right now, there shouldn't be much inside of it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do DB dot keys so we can see all the keys that are there. So right now there's only there's a last dog key, there's a total dogs generated key, and users key. So let's go ahead and take a look at users. Okay. And so far, we don't really have any users yet, okay, inside of our database. And that's what we wanted. Now let's go ahead and create a new user. So I'll say Kevin, and I'll hit login and sign up. Okay, now this should be updated to Kevin here. Let's go ahead and run that line again. And you can actually see that Kevin was added to the database. That is very good. So look at that. We're already being able to add users to our database. That is exciting. Let's go ahead and add Kazi and let's see what happens. I'll hit login, sign up. Let's go hit up and enter. And now you can see we have 2 users. So this is an observed list. Kind of ignore some of this parts. Observed dict, but all it is a list and this is a dictionary, okay? And then here in this dictionary here, in this list here, there's 2 items. So let's see if we can call length on this, or maybe it doesn't allow us to call length. Let's see. Yep. So we can see that there's 2 users in here. Okay. And I can also just go ahead and do users of 0 and it'll give me the first user, which is Kevin. And if I do of 1, it'll give me the second user, which is Kazi. And yeah, so I could see both of the users are there with all of their information. Logins is set to 1, dogs generated is set to 0. So that's good so far. But here's the problem. What happens if I sign up with Kazi again? Okay. And this is case sensitive. So let's say I sign up with Kazi again. Let's hit sign up and let's go and print out our database. And you could see we got 3 users now. What? We got 3 users. So what? There's 2 Kazis. You know, our goal was to make sure that everybody has a unique username. So if you sign in with the same username, right, in our final working app, if you sign in with the same exact username, so let's go ahead and do Kazi here, it will be a login, okay? And if you sign up with, and it won't reset all your data, it'll keep it at 1152, all of that. But if you sign in with a new username and you hit login, you could see that it resets your data, right? Login 1, dogs you generated is 1 as well. Okay, so let's go ahead, leave this signed in. Okay, and let's go back to our app that we were building. Okay, so, why when I do Kazi this is happening? So what we want to do is we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So how do we do that? Well, we need to actually, I'm going to remove this because you don't need that anymore. What I need to do is I actually need to make sure of the following. Okay, when a user signs up or logs in, so basically when user clicks this button, right? So when user clicks login / sign up, here's what needs to happen. Check if that user already exists. Okay, that's step 1. And then 2, if that user already, okay, so let's say that user exists. Okay, so I'll put it under here. If that user already exists, then what we want to do is we're going to select that existing user. Okay. We're not going to append anything. We're just going to pull that user out of our list of users. Okay. Select this from our list of users. Otherwise, if it's a new user, if the user does not exist already, aka new user. So if it's a new user, well, then I want you to go ahead and create and append that user to the database. Okay, so this is really the logic that we're actually trying to do. So we can't just like mindlessly put a new user without checking if that user already exists. So what I want to go ahead and do is I want to check if user already exists. Okay, so how do I check? Well, look at this. Let's go ahead to our Python REPL. And here, if I do DB users, I get all these users here, right? So if I want to check for a specific user in here, I can actually use filtering, which is very powerful. So let's say I'm looking for a user, let's say I'm looking for Kazi. Okay. What I could say is I could say, get me the user for user in DB users. Okay. So loop through. So this is a for loop. So it's like loop through every users in users. Okay. And what I want you to do is only get them to me if user's username is equal to Kazi. Okay, is exactly equal to Kazi. If that's the case, then get that user for me. So what it's going to do is going to filter this entire list and get me where the name is Kazi. So let's run this. And now when I show this, it's giving me 2 people, but both of them have the name Kazi in there. So it's filtering it out, okay? In a normal list, we would not have this other Kazi in there. The second Kazi that we have, we would not have then in a different database, okay? Let's try the same thing for Kevin now. So you should give this a try, okay? See if you could get Kevin here, okay? Give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause and try it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and say, so this is saying loop through for the user and users. If the user has Kevin inside of it, then just give me that user object, okay? Or give me that user dictionary. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's type in Kevin, and you can see that list is being filtered out and we're only getting Kevin back. So that's how we can actually check for a user. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pretty much copy paste that code. Okay, and what we're gonna do here is, instead of a hard-coded Kevin here, we're gonna put what the user, we're gonna check for what the user just typed in as their username. Okay, so that variable is already called username. So we're gonna take that variable and put that there instead of Kevin, instead of hard-coded Kevin. So I'm gonna say username, just like that. Okay, so what will happen if it doesn't exist? Let's also go ahead and see that. So let's look for a name that doesn't exist. So I'm gonna go and remove this and then just say Lance, because Lance I know does not exist. Okay, oh, there's an indentation problem. If somebody doesn't exist, it's gonna give you an empty list. And if you call bool on an empty list, it's gonna give you false. Okay, so if a list is empty, by default, it's false. And if a list has something in it, like haha or something, it's going to be true. So this is going to be helpful for our if then statement that we write here. Okay, so we're going to say if the user exists. That's what this is saying. If the user exists, then I want you to say, for now, we'll just say user already exists. Okay. If not, then I want you to go ahead and append the user. Okay. And I'll say print new user. Okay. And we'll put ta-da here. And we'll put an exclamation mark here so it's easier to see it in our print statements. Let's hit Command Enter so these changes do take place. Okay, and in our app here, I'm going to say Kazi, and let's hit login/sign up. And you could see it says user already exists. It's telling me right there. Okay, let's go ahead and now type in Lance. Okay. And it says you click the blah, blah, blah button, new user. And now you can see Lance is showing up here. And now watch what happens if I hit Lance again and I do login and sign up. So now it's detecting it as a login. There we go. Rather than a sign up. Okay. So now it says user already exists. It already knows that that's Lance. Okay. So yeah, we're able to actually detect if the user exists. Now, what happens if the user already exists? Well, we don't really need to do much. We just need to update their logins. That's really it, right? So if a user who's already signed up logs in again, And if we look at our main app, we just need to increment their number of logins. So how could we do that? Well, we could go grab that user, right? So that's that user right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and say, so I can actually say user is equal to that and remove that colon from there. And I can say if user. So this will grab the user. It'll either return an empty list or it will return a list with that user. Okay, so we're going to say if user, print user already exists, and we'll actually print out information about the user by doing user of 0. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to grab that user's logins and we want to increment them by 1. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste the print statement after the login so we can see the new updated login. So let's go ahead and hit Command Enter here, and we'll open up this, and we will now go ahead and type in Lance, and I'll hit login and sign up. Okay, we got an error. It says list indices must be integers or slices, not string. So let's see. Yes. So we want to go ahead and say user user of 0, right? So the user that we found, that specific user's logins, we want to increment that by 1. Okay, so let's go ahead and give that a try. So let's go ahead and open this up. I will say Lance here, and we will hit login. Okay, and it says user already exists. Okay, let's go ahead and type in Lance again. All right, so let's see what's happening here. Is it printing that out? Print user of 0. Yes, it is. And so you could see it's saying user already exists, and then it prints out the user. So you could see the user initially was at 2 logins, and then we print them out again, and they're at 3 logins, and then they're at 4 logins, right? So that means that the number of logins is incrementing correctly. Now, to make our lives easier so we don't keep having to say user of 0, what we could say is we could say user is the following. User is, so we're going to redefine user here. And I'm going to say it's user of 0 if user exists, if we found somebody, and if not, then we're just going to say user is none. Okay, so it's either the first guy in the list that we get back here after we filter the list, or if it's empty, then we just return none. So this user is either going to be a user like this with a username and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's either going to be a dictionary or none. Okay, like that. So we can remove this 0 here now, and I can remove this 0 here now too, because I'm deconstructing the user from that list. Okay. And let's run this. And I will go ahead and say Lance here, and we will hit login and sign up. You can see it says user already exists, logins 5, and it's working correctly. Okay, great. So there we go. A lot of that functionality that we wanted to add is now, pretty much completed. It checks if a user already exists. If they do exist, then it goes ahead and increments them, right? If they don't exist, then it goes ahead and appends them. Okay. So now what we could do is we could turn this into a nice little function so we don't always have to come to home and see this big giant definition, which can look intimidating and honestly sometimes confusing. So we could actually say define create or update user. Okay. And I'm going to define this function all the way at the bottom. So not here. Okay. So let's go ahead all the way at the bottom here. And I'm going to create a new function, and it's going to just be called, and this is going to be a regular function. So it's not going to be a routing or anything like that. We'll say create or update user. I'll take in user. And then the definition of this function, it'll do this. Okay, I'll copy that and I'll paste that in here. Okay, and indentation problems will happen. So just go ahead, backspace, delete everything. I'm doing, yeah, just backspace everything correctly. Okay, backspace, delete. And then this else is going to be on this same level right there. Okay. So I'm actually holding command and then I'm hitting delete on my Mac. You could probably hold control and hit backspace or something on your Windows. And then hitting delete one more time to come here and then hit enter. Command delete, delete, 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 enter. There we go. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Okay, so now we've created this function, create or update user, and it will take in a username. So we're gonna go ahead and say user underscore name. Okay, so this function, if you just give it a username, it will automatically know how to find that user. And then once it finds that user, it will either update their logins or it will create the new user inside of the database. So that's what this function does, create or update user. So we're going to replace all of this code right here and delete it. So now our functions, everything should look very similar. And we're just going to say create or update and give it the username and never have to worry about the logic anymore because the logic is already done. Okay, so once the new user signs up, then we create or update that user in our database. That's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and check if this is working correctly. So I'm going to open up my Python here. Let's go to shell. Let's run this and let's see if we're getting any errors or anything like that. Okay, I'm not getting any errors. Let's go to our shell. Okay, I will delete this right here and then we'll just say from replit import db so I can take a look. And then let's go ahead and create a new guy called cookie and we'll hit this. And now I'll do db users and let's see if we find cookie. Yep, I see cookie with logins of 1. Okay, let's have cookie log in again and I'll do db users and we could see cookie logins 2. Okay, so no problems there. That worked perfectly. So being able to create a new user works and updating an existing user works because you notice it didn't create another cookie. It kept the same cookie guy and just incremented, right? So for example, if I update Lance, if I log in Lance, Lance should update and not get created. So if I do Lance, log in, now when I run this, you'll see Lance logins of 6, okay? But if I do Pants, a new person, and we do login, and I do db users, you will see that Pants here has a login of 1. So it's a new user that was created. So the ability to create a new user is now working perfectly. Okay, create or update user. And now that that functionality is working and we have that user inside of our database, now we can actually start passing that user around. That information, we could actually pass it around and do stuff with it, right? So for example, name I don't need to worry about because name I'm pulling straight up from the session. But what I do need to pull from the session, okay, is not just the user, but I need to pull more information about that user, like their number of dogs, okay, or the number of logins, okay, or the dogs that they've generated, etc. So what I'm going to need access to is I'm going to need access to that specific user dictionary, okay, that user object that stores all the information about them, like their username, dogs generated, etc. So this function here, create or update user, I'm going to have it return something. So I'm going to say return and I'm going to have it return the user. Okay. So the user is either going to be the first guy, or it's going to be none. Okay, so I'm going to always get some type of user. Okay, now what I can do is over here, I can actually go user is equal to that, because I know that this function is going to do its thing, but then at the end of the day, it's going to return a dictionary, okay, or it's going to return none for the user. And that user, I can pass it to my database, or sorry, my front end. So I could pass that user to my front end. And now my front end will have access to that user's information in terms of the dogs that that user has generated, or that logins that that user has generated, okay? Now, the last thing that I want to do, well, let's actually make logins work first. So let's go ahead and go here. I'm going to go inside of my templates, and we'll go to index.html. And since I have access to that user, what I can do where I have the number of logins, I can actually just go ahead and give this one a try, because you can actually figure out what to write here. Okay, how will I get access to that user's logins? So see if you could make this work. All right, I'll give you 5 seconds to pause to try it yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Hopefully you'll give it a try and figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and say user and logins. Okay, since I already have access to that user. So let's go back to our main.py. I'll open it in a new tab here. See if I could reverse this. Cool. Okay, and then let's go ahead and hit Command Enter. Okay, and now let's see if it shows us a number of logins. So I'm going to go ahead and do Lance, and let's hit login. Look at that. It's saying 7. Let's log in again. Let's run it. Run. 8. Wow. Let's do it again. Log in. 9, right? Now, new person 1. And you can see new person 1 doesn't have any logins because this is a brand new user. Okay, it's a brand new user. It doesn't have any logins right now. Okay, so number of logins right now is 0, and we don't even have to write 0. Okay. So for logins, we can actually do that same trick as well. If we do want it to say 0, you could probably just go ahead and say logins is user logins. Okay. If user logins exists, else 0. So this basically what it will do is if the user has logins, then it'll show the login. And if the user doesn't have logins, if this statement is false, meaning that they have 0 logins, it'll be false. Okay, that's the cool part about Python. There's something called truthiness of a statement. So 0 will evaluate to a false. Then it will just give 0. Okay, so if I do this, and we can also always go back here and just say logins. Okay, so I could run this, and then let's refresh. Okay, and there we go. Number of logins, right? Now let's say whoops, that's not ours. This is our app. Okay, so let's go ahead and now refresh. Okay, so this person has, so let's create a new user. I'll just say 2. Okay. So not user login, or not user logins check. Let's just check if the user exists. Okay, so give me the logins if the user exists, otherwise else 0. That's better. That's a better statement. Okay, let's run this again. Okay. And let's look at it. Okay, let's create a new user. I'll say 3. Let's run. Okay, and now you could see my username is 3 and my logins are 0. So that's actually working correctly now. Or let's say Michael. Okay, let's hit enter, and you can see I'm Michael, but my logins are 0. Okay, so that takes care of that, number or 0 problem. Okay, we could even create a template filter. And then that could be, a thing that gives us whether it's a number or 0. Okay, we could do it that way. We could certainly do it that way as well. Okay, actually, it should say 0 without us doing any of this hacky stuff. The problem is, I believe, happening that we're not returning our user here after we create the new user. So we shouldn't be returning none. That's not right. We should be returning a user. So for example, if a user exists, well, then we know that we can just send that user, right? That's easy because that'll already exist. But if the user doesn't exist, we want to create the new user, right? And then we need to set that as the new user. So we can actually go ahead and say, okay, I don't even need this here right now, this statement here, okay? Or yeah, I do. So we'll leave this user statement here. That's fine. And now we'll just redefine the user and we'll say user is equal to, okay, and then we'll find that user again in the database using the same exact trick right here. Okay, so we'll find the user. So we'll say user is equal to username, but we'll find that specific user inside of the database. Okay, after we create that user, now we can find them, right? Because we couldn't find them earlier. So find the user. If they exist, obviously just increment their login. But find the user. If they don't exist, append them, then find them again from the database so we can actually have that specific user dictionary that we need access to. Okay. And that's going to be that's going to be the user. Okay. And then we can just get the actual user right here. And then we can actually return that user. Okay, or we can just run that same line again. But in this case, we know for a fact that since we just created that user, looking up somebody with that specific username will return a somebody, and we'll get the first item in that list by doing the 0 right there. And then we can just go ahead and say return user. Okay, so now that problem will actually be solved. So let's go back to index.html. We can go ahead back to saying user logins. Okay, let's restart the server by doing command enter or control enter. Okay, and let's create a new person and we will say Angela. And let's run. Okay, and there we go. We shouldn't ever see 0 logins either, by the way. We should actually see 1 login because when she created a new sign up, that is considered a login, right? So it should start her with 1. And then if I do Angela again, it should put her at 2, etc. Okay, so that part is now good. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to do some conditional rendering, meaning if a user is not signed in, aka when the user is on this page, you notice that I'm not seeing any of the other stuff, right? I'm not seeing the table. I'm not seeing get random dog. I'm not seeing log out. I'm not seeing a leaderboard. I just see this, enter your name. Okay, that's all I'm seeing. So, but then once I log in successfully, then I am seeing this entire page. Okay, but then I'm not seeing this input here anymore. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have that same functionality as well. That technique is called conditional rendering, meaning only render if this statement is true, or else show this other thing. So what we want to do here is let's think about what are the things that we need to hide if the user is logged in. Well, if the user is logged in, we need to hide all of this right there. Okay. So what we're going to do is find that part. So this is the form, and this is where it says enter names. All of this stuff here, we need to hide once the user is logged in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say if session, if the session does not have a user, okay, meaning if there's no user logged in, then show this. Otherwise, don't show this. So let's give this a try. So if I'm logged in with Angela, it should not show anymore once I restart the server. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Let's refresh, obviously, because we didn't do that. Okay, and we can just go ahead and do this. Okay, so now we have a different problem. It says the variable user referenced before an assignment. Okay. And to debug errors, don't freak out. Let's just go ahead and see how to debug. Okay. Because that's another thing you'll need to learn. So we can actually click right here, user. And it's telling me that something is happening on this line here. So I'll go ahead and click this so it'll expand. And it's saying the error is happening right here on line 43 in home. You're referring to user, but the user has not been actually defined. Okay. So let's see what the problem is. Okay. It says local variable user reference before assignment. So to me, when I'm looking at this, that doesn't look to be true because I'm clearly assigning user here and then referencing it here. But let's see if it says a different story when we go look at the code. So let's go to let's see if it's referring to anything here. User reference before assignment. Let's go back up to our home. So this user is only getting registered when it's a post request, meaning when it is when we're submitting a form. If you're just going to that page normally, right, there's going to be no user when you're going to that page. Let's say by just refreshing and not doing a post request. So what happens in that case? So what we're going to say here is otherwise the user is just none. Okay, so for example, else we will say user is none. Okay, so we don't have a user. So that's what we're going to do for the user. Okay, let's go ahead and hit enter. Now we shouldn't have an error happening anymore. Let's hit command enter as well here. So we restart our server. Let's go here and refresh. And let's see what happens. What will happen? Hopefully it will do what we want it to do. Here we go. We're seeing Angela. We're logged in and notice that we're not seeing that form up there that used to say login, username, blah, 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 right? Now let's go ahead and set up our log out functionality. So we're going to set up a route for log out. So this should be pretty easy at this point because you know the pattern already, right? It's /logout. So we know that we're going to create a /logout route, and then we're going to write Python code that corresponds to it. So I'm going to say app.route, put an @ here, and we're going to say logout, and then we'll create our function logout. And what that will do is set the session of the user to none. Okay. That basically means that the user is logged out. Okay. That's all we're going to do with this. It's going to set the user name to none, basically. Okay. That's all we're doing here. And then we will just render our template. Okay. Render. And now I can just basically go ahead and return all of this stuff here. So I can just put this return statement and I can say return render template index.html, set the dog image. Well, we won't have a dog image here in this case because we're sending you back essentially to a page that doesn't even really need it. What we're going to have is dogs generated for logout, and that's essentially it. So let's go ahead and hit enter, command enter to restart the server. And now when I hit log out, it will log me out and you won't see Angela here anymore. So let's hit log out. Cool. Okay. Now we're getting a different error, which is user is undefined. Okay. And that error is happening where? Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's click it. And it's saying that the error is happening right here where we're calling user logins. It's like, where the heck is user even coming from, right? So now we just need to figure that part out, because if we're passing in none here, right, for the user, then we should essentially have no user to pull login information from. So here's the way we want to solve it. We could actually solve this with conditional rendering. All of this stuff here, like all of these cards, right? And these buttons container for get random dog, or this button that says log out, or this leaderboard, all of this, I don't even need to do, I only need it to show up if the user is logged in. I don't need it to show up anytime else. So it's going to solve that problem here. So we're going to say if session user, meaning if the user is logged in, then show all this stuff. Otherwise, don't even bother showing this. So I'm just going to finish wrapping this entire thing. Okay, and so where did we start wrapping it? Right here, wrapper. Let's see where that wrapper finishes. Finishes right here. So we're going to go ahead and say end if. There we go. Okay, let's hit Command Enter. So we restart our server, and let's go to our app, and let's go home page. Okay, and you can see we're here. And if I log out, you can see that it brings me to this page. It's just rendering only these components here. But when I log in, so let's say Angela, and I hit enter, boom, Angela right there, number of logins right there, get random dog. Okay, now we're getting a different error for user. Okay, so now we're getting, when I hit get random dog, we're getting an error with the user. So let's see what the problem is. So let's go back, because we know that we're logged in for sure. So what's the error here? Here, we're not actually grabbing the user, and we're not, basically when somebody clicks get dog, we need to get our current logged in user, right? And then we need to pass that current logged in user here. We should be able to actually pull that information from our session as well. So we should be able to go user and then say session user. If there's a user logged in, that session could have access to it. But let's go ahead. But the problem with session is that we only have, we only have the username. We don't necessarily have the login. So let's actually just grab the user from the database. So let's do this. There's this piece of code that keeps repeating itself, okay? This guy right over here. It repeats itself here, and then it kind of repeats itself here. It's kind of annoying. So let's go ahead and refactor this, because we're going to need to find here, we're going to need to find that user that's logged in. So we're going to have to essentially repeat this code for the third time. So let's not repeat that many times. Okay, there's a principle called the DRY principle, and it stands for do not repeat yourself, okay, in programming. So we don't want to keep repeating ourselves. Okay, so let's create a new function, and this function, we'll call it get user from database, and this will take in a username, okay, and it will return that user. Now all it will do is this, okay, and what I'm going to say is I'm going to say this is the user, and here we can just return this. Okay, so either return the user, otherwise return none. So now, in order to get the user, what I could actually do here is for the user, I can actually just say, hey, get the user from the database based on the username. So I can refactor that part of the code. And then I can get rid of this. Don't need that. And then here, we need to repeat that same thing. So just copy this, paste it here, because we need to repeat that process again. So find the user in the start, find the user if you create a new user, and return that user. So this function, we've already needed to use it twice. So it was already very helpful creating that, and it simplifies our logic a lot. Okay, and great. Now I'm going to go up here and reuse this function here, and I'm going to say user is get user from database. Okay. And then we're going to give it the username, and the username here, we could actually get that from the session if we want. Okay, so we can definitely get that from the session. So we need to actually check if the session actually exists. Okay, so let's go up here, and I'm going to check, we could put it at the top or the bottom. I could even put it here. So I could say if session. Okay, so if there is an existing session with a user,
Then what I want you to do is get that user from the database. So get user from database based on the username. So I'm going to pass in the username right here. Okay. And then I also want you to get the dogs generated for that user. So I'm going to go ahead and say user dogs generated. Okay. And I'm going to say, and there's a nice little trick that we could do. So for example, imagine if we did this, right? Dogs generated, and I did increment the dogs generated by plus equals 1, right? That's what I would like to do. But the problem is that there might be a case, well, actually in this case, every user will have this dogs generated. So I don't think we even need to worry about that. I think we could just leave this with dogs generated plus equals 1. And I think that should be fine. Okay. And then once we do that, we can actually, so we're going to update the user's dogs generated by +1 because obviously they just hit get dog. And then we can actually pass that user back. So I could say user. Okay, let's run this now. And let's go here. Let's refresh our app. And hopefully we won't have errors now. Okay. So right now we have Angela and it says dogs generated are 0. Let's hit get random dog. Okay, get random dog, get random dog. Okay, so we know that this button is working. We know that it's getting us random dogs. We know that the number of dogs is increasing. We know that the user Angela is logged in, but the dogs you generated is not changing. Why is that happening? If I go here, right, why is that happening? Well, the reason why dogs generated is not showing up is because we haven't connected it yet to our front end. So let's go to our index.html. And here we've hard-coded 0. So all we need to do here is I need to say user dogs generated. Just like that. Let's hit Command Enter. Let's come back here. Let's refresh. Okay. And now when we actually do get random dog, you could see that that is updating, right? Get random dog. Boom. There we go, right? All of it is updating now. So if you're Angela, you can refresh and come back and it'll still say 9 dogs generated, right? If you log out and you log in as Kevy, it'll say that this is your first login ever and then you have 0 dogs generated, so it'll remember you. If I log out and log back in as Angela, you'll see that it remembers that too. It's a 10 dogs generated, number of logins 4. So it's showing each user their very own authenticated information, which is very powerful, right? In all of the apps that you see with Instagram or whatever, you're only seeing your own data. You're not seeing somebody else's posts. You're not able to control somebody else's posts. You're not able to log somebody else out. You can only log yourself out. So even though we didn't have email and passwords, this is still a very good mechanism to be able to see where you're at and what's actually happening. Now, the only real functionality we have left is creating a leaderboard. So we can actually see all these users and then we can actually like increment all these users, right? And yeah, so all the users we created, like for example, right now it's just showing dummy users. So we want to be able to show all of our users and then we want to be able to show them in the right way. So first of all, let's just try to show all of our users. Okay, so how will I do that? Well, my database has access to all the users already. Okay, let's go here. Let's go take a look at our table. Okay, and right now what it has is it's all the data here is hard coded. Okay, so first let's go ahead and just study the structure of this table here. So we have a table, class leaderboard. It has these are the headers. All right, so for example, if I look at this, it says name, right? That is right there. So I can change that. Dogs generated right there. Okay. And the star just represents that this is the column we will be sorting this by. Okay. So our headers are fine. We can leave our headers as they are. What we do need to change is this hard coded data. So you could see I have, this is 2 here. Okay. So this is the index. Okay, so for example, I can put a trophy here like this, right? And then hit, we can hit Command Enter so it serves this page correctly and refresh.
right? And then you will see that it says 1 trophy next to me. Okay. So this is where our trophy or index will go. Okay. So this is going to be the position. This over here will be the username, right? It says that right there, username. Then this guy underneath it will be the number of dogs generated. Okay. So dogs generated will go here. And then this will be the number of logins. Okay. At the bottom, or the last one. And then I'm just hard coding all of these other rows. So I can actually just remove all of these other rows, okay? Because all we need to do at this point is we need to write a for loop that just goes ahead and makes all of these rows for us. Okay, so for example, if I go here, we're going to repeat this process, right? We're going to repeat this process, the process of creating a new row, adding the data in there, creating a new row, adding the data in there, creating a new row, adding the data in there. So whenever you have things that are repeating like this, I like to think to myself, all right, maybe we can use a for loop here. Okay, so I'm going to remove all of these rows here. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. Okay, and I'm just going to go like that. Let's go to the home page directly. And we should only see one person here right now. Okay, number of logins, name, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we should only see Kazi right now. But this is still because the Kazi is hard-coded. Now, we have access to the user, so I can actually write a for loop here. I can say for user in DB users. Okay, I can go ahead and list out each of the users, right? So for user in users, here where it says username, I can go ahead and say username. And since this is going to be Python code, I want to make sure I put that. Oh, sorry, username does not go there. Username goes underneath it. Okay, username goes there. So we'll just say 0 here. And then where it says 12, number of dogs generated, we're going to go ahead and say user dogs generated, just like that. Close it. And then number of logins will be user. And then we can say logins. Just like that. Okay. And so let's go ahead and make sure that we wrap this entire row inside of a loop. So let's go ahead and end the loop now. So I'll say end for. I'll put a %sign, and don't forget to put a %sign at the top here as well. So this should have a % at the start, % at the end, % at the start, % at the end. Let's hit Command Enter, and let's see if this is going to show all of our users. Let's refresh. Okay, so it's saying DB is not defined. That's fine because we just call it users. So let's just say users here, okay, because that's how we pass the database. If you look in our main.py, wherever we're passing users, which is, where are we passing users? We're actually not passing users anywhere. Interesting. So let's go ahead and pass all of the users. So we're going to say users, and I'm going to say DB users, put a comma here, and then we can pass in users here as well. So I can say users, and I can say DB users, just like this. Okay, let's run this app. Right, we just need it on 2 of our views. Let's go ahead and refresh. Now we won't have that. What's the error this time? Okay, let's see. Invalid syntax. Okay, I probably forgot to just put a comma. That's probably it. Comma. Yep, let's put a comma here. Okay, let's refresh. And there we go, right? We're getting all of the users with their number of dogs generated, right? And yeah, so there we go. Number of dogs generated is 10. And name Michael, we have Angela. Angela has 10 dogs generated. Now we need to make it so, that when we have 10 dogs generated, Angela should be number 1. So we actually need to sort this, okay? So we're going to go ahead and create this function. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that you've probably not seen before in this one. So just kind of hang tight and, once you get used to seeing stuff like this, you'll understand, okay, you'll understand the pattern of this, okay? I don't want you to freak out over this. So we're going to create this function called get leaderboard. Okay, it's going to take in users, and what this will do, okay, is, and I'll show you an example. Okay, so this is going to be an example of how sorted works. So I'll just put this example here. Okay, and how it works is you call this function sorted, and let's say we give it a list of companies, and list of companies is a list of really dictionaries, each dictionary representing a company. And if I tell it, hey, go ahead and sort it by its revenue. So let's say the dictionary has, it's a list of companies. There's something that has revenue. So let's just say revenue here. Okay. So if I make a data structure here, we have companies, let's just say, and we have company 1, company 2, right? So company 1 is basically, has a revenue of $100, and the name of this company is, let's say, Facebook, FB. And then we have another company who has a revenue of, let's say, $200, and then the name of this company is Google. Okay. So if I ran this line of code, what that would do is it would take this list here, right? And it would sort it based on revenue. So the highest revenue will come first, because we're saying reverse is true. So it'll give it to you in a descending order, which means it'll put highest revenue first. Okay. And we're telling it to filter by this key called revenue right there. Okay. So filter by that key instead of filtering by the name, because you could also sort it alphabetically if you did it by the name. So we'll do it by revenue. So it sorts it numerically, okay, based on the revenue number. And and that'll return to us the companies. Okay. And we could even play around with this in the, let's open up this shell. Let's go ahead and clear everything. Okay, I'll go here and we'll say Python. I'll zoom in a bit so you could see better. So let's go ahead and write companies, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and say sorted. And we'll do sorted, right? Let's run this. And you could see it says, hey, this is what the revenue is, and it sorts it. So if I had 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 or 1 million companies, it would do it in a matter of a second, and it'll sort them all. Okay, so it's a very powerful thing we could do. All right, so there we go. That's the power of sorted. That's how we use it. So since we already have access to all of our users, what we can say is we can say leaderboard, okay, and we can call sorted. We can give it a new list. So let's say we're going to create a list of users, okay, and these users are basically, we're going to create a new list. Okay, let me show you this in the REPL first, because this part is slightly confusing. So let me go here and let me show it here first. Okay, so let me delete all of this. Okay, now I'm going to type in from Replit import DB. Now let's go ahead and do DB users. Okay. Now what I want to do is sort the users by docs generated. So imagine if I did that same thing. So let's say I said, where was that line of code that we had, right? So it's a sorted command. So I'm going to say sorted. And for the list, I'll give it DB users. And for the key, I'm going to give it lambda, and I'm going to say user is user sorted by dogs underscore generated. And then reverse is equal to true, and I'll run this, and boom, there we go. You could see that it just sorted that based on docs generated. So I have the highest docs generated showing up, and then I have the lower docs generated showing up after. So that's really it. Looks like that essentially works. So let's go ahead and basically write that line of code here. Okay, so I can actually go, I can even go here and just copy what we wrote, because that's effectively what we're going to need. Okay. And that's what our function leaderboard is going to do. Just going to do, we can say return the sorted leaderboard. Okay. That's it. And we can remove everything else. So now this function is a nice little one-liner
which it goes and grabs all the users, sorts them by dogs generated, and the highest ones are at the top. Okay. So now that we're done with that, let's see if this leaderboard thing actually works. And if it does, you know, we can actually just send these users to our backend, and our backend will be able to deal with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So now instead of giving my, let's say my home page, instead of giving it just regular users, we'll give it sorted users. So I'll go ahead and say, I'll call the function get leaderboard, and I'll give it users like this. Okay. And I'll take this, copy this, and I'll do the same thing for when you hit the get dog route. Okay. And let's run this. Okay. And let's refresh our page, and let's see if it actually sorts it the way that we want. And there we go. We're seeing Angela. We're seeing dogs generated. Now let's see if we can try to compete with Angela. So let's become Kevin. I'll log out. We'll go ahead and log in as Kevin. Let's hit get random dog. Let's hit get random dog. And you could see that we're starting to actually compete with Angela, right? I'll hit it 4 times here. And I'll hit it 3 more times. Okay, let's hit it again. And let's hit it. And there we go. Kevin is already in the lead. Let's run it again. There we go, right? Kevin is now in the lead. Okay, when somebody has 2 of the same numbers, then it'll just sort it randomly. Okay, it'll just flip a coin between the 2. So there we go. Kevin is now number 1. But there's only one thing that is missing right now. Okay, there's only one thing that is missing right now. And that is this place. Okay, so how come for the place we have zeros for everything? Why is that? We need to be able to get a number. So I want to have first 1 here, and I want to have 2 here, and 3 here, and 4 here, etc. So here's a trick that we can do. I can loop through something. So for example, let's say, let me show you here first. Okay, so let me show you here first. Let's go to shell and DB users, right? And let me write a regular loop. So for user in DB users, and I can say print user. Okay, so that's great that it's getting me the user, but what if I also wanted the index? Well, remember, I showed you this trick a while earlier, and it's called enumerate. So I could actually do for user in enumerate DB users. And now when I call this, I can go ahead and say, let's actually do this. Let's run this again. So I just did a Control C to kill it and then start it again. So let's go ahead and say index, comma, user and enumerate user. And now I'll go ahead and say print the index and the user and run it. And now you can see I'm getting the index here with the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? And then I'm getting the users on this right-hand side. So I'm getting the index and the user, index and the user, index and the user. So enumerate allows me to loop through and get the position of each of the indices. So then in that case, that's going to be a very easy thing because I can actually just call enumerate here, enumerate, and wrap this leaderboard in enumerate and do the same thing here, enumerate, right? Wrap this in that. And on our front end, I can say for user, for index, comma, user and users, I can go ahead and say index plus 1 because we don't want to start it from 0. We want to start it from 1. So let's go ahead and hit Command Enter and let's refresh. And let's see if it gives us what we're looking for. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now you could see Kevin is position number 1. Now for Kevin, we want to give him a trophy, but everybody else, we don't want to give them a trophy. Okay. So we could do this in a few ways. We could write a if-else statement right inside of here, or we can create a template filter. I kind of like creating filters sometimes. Okay. So we could say,
We could create a new filter. So let's go ahead and do app.template filter. And I'm going to say this function will be trophy. So trophy for first place, okay? And what this function is going to do is it's going to take in a number, okay? And basically we're gonna say return, and I'm gonna put a trophy and the number 1 as well, if number, or it's actually gonna be taking in an index, okay? Index. So put 1 if index equals 0. Okay. And let me think if this is going to mess anything up. This actually might mess it up. This might mess it up, but let's give it a try first. So let's go ahead. 1 if index is 0. Else index plus 1. Okay, so we could do that. All right, now we'll have access to trophy first place pretty much at any point. No, actually, I think this should work. I think this should be fine. So let's go ahead back here and let's go ahead and say index and go ahead trophy first place. So it'll pass an index as the argument for this function trophy first place. And that will either print out the position or give you the trophy. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this and let's see if that works. There we go. That filter worked real nice. Okay. So we could actually even call it trophy or position. Right, it either gives you the trophy or the position. So trophy or position. Okay, we could call it that and fix the naming here. Let's go ahead here and refresh. And now you can see that Kevin is in the lead. Okay. And if I can obviously log out as Kevin, I can go ahead back in as Angela. And I can keep hitting get random dog multiple times. Okay, let's go ahead. If you click too fast, you'll break it. Okay, so don't click so fast. All right, let's see what the error is right now. Let's restart the server. Okay, so I'll hit Command Enter here. And let's go right there and let's go to the home page. Okay, it looks like it's coming back up. Perfect, there we go. Okay, Angela is at 11. We can get random dog, get random dog, get random dog. And Angela can soon take over. And as soon as she takes over, you'll see that she gets the trophy. Okay, so let's go take over. Boom, she took over. She got the trophy. She moved up in the spot, right? Dogs generated became 17 for her. And so you could see that this is working correctly. Okay. The next thing I want to do is obviously I want to remove any duplicates that I have, because once I remove them, then in the future, anytime anybody's using our database, it will not allow you to create duplicates. So let's just go ahead and remove, if we want to get our app in like perfect condition, let's just go ahead and we could remove, okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can essentially remove our database. Okay, so our users at least. So I can just say DB users, and let's actually do it from here. I think it's safe. It's a better choice. So let's go ahead and make sure you do from replit import DB. And then we're just going to go ahead and say users is equal to a empty list. Okay, so as soon as you do that, if I go here and I refresh, this app would either break, right? Because there's now we don't have any users at all. So let's go ahead and see DB users. We have no users at all. Okay, so that's going to be a problem. So this is basically the very first time somebody's using your app. And let's see where we got the error from. And it's saying total dogs generated plus equals 1. And it's trying to increment the dogs on somebody. Okay, so let's go ahead and route to the home page. And now I'm on the home page. Okay, and because we have sessions on, right, that's why it's saying Angela. But in terms of users, it has no existing users data. That's why you're not seeing any user specific data. This is coming from sessions. Okay, so this here is completely empty. Well, now we can actually start creating users and we won't be able to create any duplicates. So now if I create Angela, hit enter, hit get random dog, you can see Angela is now in the database at the bottom, right? You can see her numbers incrementing every single time I generate a dog for Angela. Let's log out. Let's log in as Angela again. Let's just make sure her number of login increases. And you can see it does. Okay, let's log out. Let's go ahead and come in as Kevin. And you should see that number of logins should be 1. Let's hit get random dog, get random dog. Let's see if Kevin can overtake Angela. Let's run it a few more times. All right, and there we go. Okay, Kevin has officially overtaken Angela. We have a total of 66 dogs created. So if you want, you could have reset this as well if you wanted to. Okay, but there you go. You have 66 dogs generated in this app. You have 2 users that everybody can see here in the leaderboards. You can log in and log out. You can generate a random dog, use an API request. You're sorting this table by the leaderboard. And so you learn how to sort. So there's so much here, right? There's sessions, there's databases, there's server-side routing. There is front-end stuff that you're dealing with here. I mean, you just accomplished so darn much. And if you got to this part, honestly, I'm really, really proud of you. Even if you didn't and you just made progress and you got closer to it, hell, I'm still super proud of you. I mean, this is absolutely amazing and incredible that you made it this far. And again, if you ever get stuck, just go ahead and hit that solution file. And the solution file will have everything for you. Okay, so if you're watching it as a clip, the solution file might be in the comments below. But if you're watching it as part of that Python course, then you still have the solution file inside of your Python course right over here. You can just always go to this README, just hit Markdown, and here you have all of the apps and everything that you're going to be building. And you could see, okay, for random dog generator, here's the project, here's the live demo, and here's the solution. And if you want access to this course, again, it's completely free. The link is in the description below. You can get access to this mega Python course that has everything there for you, plus some awesome projects. So you can always pull the solution file from there. Anyways, super proud of you. Great work. With that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. Whew, that was crazy. We built so many projects together. We did so much coding together. You learned so freaking much. You're less than 1% of the people if you've made it this far, because not a lot of people will ever make it this far. So thank you so much for getting all the way to here. I really appreciate your beautiful face. This is not the end, my friend. This is just the beginning, okay? And I hope that I could play a tiny little part in your journey of becoming a developer. I know you're gonna go on to become a phenomenal developer, and that just makes me proud, and that makes me so happy just knowing where you're gonna be at the end of the day. With that said, I love your beautiful face. I hope you enjoyed this journey together. It was kind of like a Harry Potter mixed with Lord of the Rings, mixed with some wizardry, because man, that was freaking awesome. With that said, I love your beautiful face. This is Kazi, and as always, I'll see you in the next video.